Outstanding truck buying experience. They offer competitive pricing and an extensive selection of new and used Ford vehicles. From the sales staff to the finance team, their knowledgeable and friendly staff are devoted to helping you find the perfect Ford for your needs. Chastain Ford also offers exclusive incentives and deals to get the most out of your purchase. Whether looking for a truck or SUV, Chastain Ford is the perfect place to find your dream Ford.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697. 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
Hey parents, Jeremy Branham here. Want to transform your driveway into a pro-level court? Pro Dunk basketball goals are the real deal. Their revolutionary lightning adjust system lets you change heights in seconds. From regulation 10 feet down to 5 feet so the whole family can play. Built with commercial-grade materials that stand up to Houston weather. Get your kids off those screens and onto the court. Pro Dunk, the choice of serious ballers. Visit ProDunk.com today. That's ProDunk.com.
This is Lisa Zadok from Zadok Jewelers. Have a watch that needs a battery change or just plain doesn't work anymore? Maintaining a luxury timepiece requires exacting attention, and we service over 30 of the world's favorite brands, in addition to being the largest authorized dealer in the region. If something's just not right, allow our 7 on-site watchmakers to handle your watch with the care and attention it deserves. Bring your watch in for an estimate today. Zadok Jewelers. Make the moment.
Hey, why do people always put off minor plumbing problems? Are they afraid a dishonest company is going to try to rip them off? Don't be scared. We all done this. So work with Aqueduct Plumbing. They're straight shooters and take care of the 97.5 listeners. Listen, plumbing problems usually start out small and get bigger and then more expensive. So have Aqueduct Plumbing come out to your home at the first sign of an issue. Check them out at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. You can tweet us at John Granado, at Lance Zerline, at Del V2 at any time during the show. And chances are we'll read them, unless it's art, because he always sends a lot of stuff that is you can't read on the air. These 3 days... Yeah, I'm not trying to, but there is so little sports-wise. So this is the place to be if you want to know the truth. Because, you know, the other sports shows in town, kind of nerdy, I'd like to say. Okay? We can talk stuff. We can talk whatever. Right? I don't know.
It's not for everyone.
Can we do lists?
Pardon me?
Can we do a list of most nerdiest sports shows in the city?
Nerdy is probably the wrong word, but
lack of versatility is what you're suggesting.
Yeah, we're the most versatile, I would say.
Who's the least versatile person in all of Houston sports radio?
Least personal?
No,
person?
versatile.
The least versatile.
Who, if there's nothing to break down, is in a tough spot? Do you think?
Look at this home run by O'Neal
Cruz. O'Neal Cruz went 513
That's the 513 bomb that he hit.
That was crazy.
Yeah, these guys are. One thing we can talk about for a little bit at least is the home run derby.
Deflecting.
It's the highest exit velos ever in the history of baseball.
Had a bit going.
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
He doesn't want any part of it. The least versatile
People
to talk.
of all in all of Houston sports radio.
Well, I know.
And then that one home run.
See,
I know this. And Charlie Polito is one of the greats of all time. He should be a Hall of Famer. There's no question. But he's a sports guy. He wouldn't even work these days because there was so little to talk. He'd take these days off.
These days off.
Yeah, he took these days off because he did not want. He refused to like talk about women on his show, or he was not going to deviate. Not going to deviate.
No, I tried to do the show. They said, just see if you can open him up a little bit. Just get into his personality. I'm like, what did you say? 790? Well, just see it. Just see if you can get him to kind of open up. This is open for. This is it.
This is what he does.
What you see is what you get.
That's
brother.
it. And people love that. He was a sports talk show legend. And probably the best we've ever had in the city, if you want to know the truth. But not very versatile would not be a word.
Well, no, he's not trying to deviate.
No, he's not. He's not doing guy
he's versatile
talk.
in terms of all sports.
Yeah.
You want to talk some
any
F1?
sport? Yeah.
Oh yeah, he can talk. You can't catch him not being able to talk about a sport.
Mm-hmm.
You can't catch him.
Champions League.
Well, wasn't a lot of Champions League being talked about.
I got him.
Doing a show with them.
Got him.
12. But yeah, I don't know that. My guess is no. He wasn't raised on Champions League.
Would he get that guy?
You're right. Champions League is probably not something he's going to.
What about that guy who called in from that small town in what's his name? Was he from the Netherlands or was he from Denmark? Where was he from?
Oh, they called the show?
Yeah, they're playing Tottenham and the biggest. Would he ever be able to entertain that guy?
Where was that?
Now I got to look it up. I forgot. I think it was like some type of semifinal that they had against Tottenham, and they didn't win because they're a small club. Would he been able to go a whole segment with that guy talking about?
I know Charlie would dig in. I would think he would ask about.
Charlie would not think that people want to hear. Although Charlie didn't care what people wanted to hear. Charlie would just kind of do what he thought they should hear.
I mean, it was such a unique story. I think so. I think Charlie
would he attack it the way you did?
Show Charlie.
Talking about,
he might not have said some of the things I said.
Yeah, feels unlikely.
Charlie would have spent 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes max on that.
All right, let's move along.
That's 100% what would happen.
And he wouldn't have said stuff like
talking about
one person.
I forgot what it was. Was it about fish and their women? I forgot something like that.
Yeah.
Like, would you trade in? I forgot what it was.
It wasn't the best radio I've ever done, but not the proudest.
That's right. He called in because he was upset about something being said, right?
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't that upset because he's a frequent listener, but he just maybe took issue with what you were saying about the town. Yeah, the town. I forgot. It was a small town in a country that we don't particularly talk about on this side of the pond. I forgot what it was, though.
Yeah. So Ranger Suarez got there, huh? Because there was a big stink because he was in the dugout last night, and Shohei went up to him, and he was like, my shoulder hurts because Suarez hit him last month.
I get the feeling Shohei's pretty funny.
Yeah, I would think so.
A lot of Asian
looks like a lot of guys like him.
A lot of Asian athletes have been very funny. Yao Ming, they say, was hilarious.
Yeah. Well.
Really dry and witty and funny. Shohei was funny. Hideki Nomo was supposed to be very funny. He pretend. Who was it that pretended like he didn't know English for so long and he knew it really well? Was it? It wasn't. Who was it in Seattle?
Ichiro.
Ichiro knew English.
And I think
he's the one that faked for a long time, and his teammates are all like, he knows perfect English.
Well, but the stink was Mizorowski, who's been with the Brewers. He's got 5 starts. When I don't know who went down, they named Mizorowski and not Suarez or the other guy that the Phillies have. They got 2 outstanding pitchers, and boy, were the Phillies pissed off about it. And it turns
Sanchez
out that Suarez ended up going.
It was Ranger Suarez and Christopher Sanchez.
Yeah, and Christopher Sanchez. And Suarez is there because he's in the dugout. He's got his NL. It ended up there. But the Phillies were like, okay, look at these guys' numbers and look at Mizorowski. Now, Mizorowski's taken the league by storm, but he's not even close to these guys.
Yeah, he's pitched 5 games.
5 games. 5 games, and they made him an all-star. I think that's the shortest ever.
How's that possible?
That's the fewest amount ever.
How's it possible? Well, Dave Roberts told you. He said it was an easy answer. If it brings excitement, attention to our game, then I'm all about it. So it was all about the pop of having him.
Yeah,
and Ranger Suarez hit Ohtani.
Oh well.
Do you think they kept him? They're going to try to keep him away because of that?
Yeah. Now you think he might have? I have a feeling that might have played into Dave Roberts. Okay, his thoughts about whether or not he's taking him to the All-Star game. He ended up there anyway. So but a good night. I watched very little of it, but apparently a kid stole a home run.
Yeah, I watched it, and it was right up against the wall. I just didn't realize
the kid was able to jump up, and
at that park, it's not high.
Yeah.
The wall is maybe 5'10", something like that. It's not very high, and the kid just went up and just kind of reached up. He didn't even reach over. It's not. It was not dramatic. He just reached up above the line that would have been a home run and grabbed it. And the other kids shagging. I mean, they're all high school kids. The other kids like, what the hell did you just do? They recognized right away. One was just standing there watching it, and this kid's tracking it. He's moving with the ball like he's in the outfield. I'm like, he's going to catch this. Well, actually, they didn't show it on TV. You didn't see it. It wasn't until he took a timeout. What's his name? Campanero or whatever. Took a timeout. And you can take a timeout in the middle of it. Every year it's like they change. So this one you have 3 minutes and you get 40 pitches. And so you got 40 pitches to hit and you got it in 3 minutes. If you don't get to them, you don't get to them. Then you move to, and then at the end of it, you have a bonus round. Everyone gets a bonus round. Well, anyway, they're showing, I'm watching on StatCast, and they're showing launch angles. They're showing ball flight, and it may have been on regular ESPN. I don't know. But it was pretty cool on that one. And it wasn't until they called timeout and all the Dominican players are flipping out. Like they're all, they're doing the signal for home run, which is also a signal for, replay, because they're like, and somebody in the broadcast booth says, I think a kid stole a home run out there. When you get a replay of that, sure enough, they showed it. And then they showed that kid later, and he's kind of smiling sheepishly. And then they pulled all the kids off the wall, like everyone out of here.
You're probably not supposed to steal home runs.
Yeah, you're not. So they ended up counting the home run.
Yeah.
They ended up counting the home run, but it's pretty wild watching it with the StatCast because you got instant distances on everything.
Cal Raleigh advanced on like 1 billion
less than an inch.
Yeah.
His was 470.6, and whoever.
Campanero.
No. On the guy he beat to advance into it. Campanero was in the finals. The guy he beat to advance in was 470.5.
Right.
It was 0.96 inch. 0.96, not even 1 inch, 0.96 on StatCast, which made me immediately think, I wonder if Major League Baseball made sure that the guy with 38 home runs at the break moved on.
Yeah.
All things equal.
I don't know.
He was good. I mean, he was a champ. He hit a bunch of home runs, but these guys.
The year of the dumper, big dumper.
Yeah, the big dumper. What a name. What a perfect name.
I know.
Actually,
that's an offensive line coach. An offensive lineman's name.
Yeah, that's the perfect nick. Or catcher.
Yeah.
It's a perfect nickname. I mean, the big dumper there's nothing, it's a humble nickname. It's a nickname that's kind of self-deprecating. It's just a great nickname.
Yep.
And this guy was banging home runs, and at one point he called timeout and switched to right. And when he was qualifying, switched to right hand and started hitting them out right-handed too. I think he was just trying to see if he could get into a better flow.
Well, remember
his dad pitched, and his 15-year-old brother caught.
Oh yeah.
So it was his dad was the pitcher.
I know.
Cal and his 15-year-old brother.
There were some videos of guys striking guys out and then staring the guy down in a real game. And the guy goes, "This would be my dad if he was pitching to me at home run derby, wanting me to strike out instead of hitting home runs." Yeah,
so it was the Latin players usually the Latin players make a huge, like, it's flags are being waved and it's, guys are being fanned, and there's always one or two players who want to take over the spotlight. Like, hey, dude, you're not participating. But that was not really the case yesterday. But it was O'Neal Cruz, man, dude. he hit monsters, 490, 487, 513, just absolute.
It comes off his bat.
Blast. And Cal Raleigh hit it pretty far. And I mean, Campanero hit the ball. Like, these guys were really, they were hitting some bombs yesterday. It was pretty fun. They take a long time. It went to almost 10 o'clock.
Yeah, that's too late.
It's a long venture. I'd rather watch that than dunk contest, though.
It's by far the best
dunk
all-star.
contest is just
it's the
so
best
weak.
By far the best all-star 2 games, 3 games.
Jazz Chisholm should have never. He was Jalen Green in the dunk contest.
There was okay,
and Joe Buck's like wearing him out. Like, Joe, come on, bro, you can't hit him like this. He was talking about, boy, the Jazz with 3 home runs. This is sorry, but you're not even better than Tom Bernansky. And he showed it was the 86 home run contest or something where the winner was 6. It was 6 home runs was the winning number. And they showed the list. And he goes, boy, that list, at least he beat Ryan Sandberg with 2, but he didn't beat Tom Bernansky. And he kept making references. Boy, that home run, the kid can't steal that one. Manute Bol couldn't have got that one. Like, Manute Bol played in the 80s. Stop making 40-year-old references, Buck. You got it. There's been other. You could have said Yao Ming. You could have said, someone. You could have said Rudy Gobert couldn't get. You could have put somebody who plays right now in there. LeBron James couldn't jump up and get that. Instead, he goes with Manute Bol. I wonder how many 17-year-old kids watching a home run contest knew who Manute Bol was. You could have said Bol, and they might have gotten it. Manute's son.
Bol, yeah. Bol is a great guy, by the way.
Wait,
we know him in L.A.
You can't say Bol's a great guy and not expand on that.
Well, he's in L.A. and he's a good friend of the Pumps.
Okay,
and so he's around a lot.
You've seen Bol?
Oh yeah. He's a good guy.
Wait, how come you've never told us?
Yeah,
he's like 7 foot.
Oh, he's unbelievable.
5, isn't he?
And he's a funny guy. He's a funny guy.
His dad's supposed to be hilarious. But what?
Yeah.
Wait, what do you see Bol? What do you do with Bol?
Well, I told you he's friends with the Pumps.
Well, what do you do when you see Bol? What are y'all doing?
He's a good friend of theirs, and he hangs out. He went to he just hangs out. That's all.
Well, you can't just say someone's 7'4" or whatever.
Yeah, he's just
running around.
That tall too.
Oh, yeah.
He is that tall. That dude is the biggest dude I've ever seen.
He's way more skilled than his dad was. But
how tall? Yeah,
he's 7'3". 7'3". Yeah.
There is a video of a special kid in the batting cage and trying to hit, and they go, "Here's Jazz Chisholm trying to hit tonight, trying to hit home runs tonight."
It was not good.
That was ugly.
It was not good. It was sad.
Yeah.
He had 40 pitches. And
you could tell just by going through Twitter what is happening in an event.
Yeah,
because the memes come out immediately.
Yeah, they do.
Immediately destroying people.
And I don't know how they do it so fast.
It's unbelievable.
It's like they have folders of them.
It's unbelievable.
Okay, here's something for if a guy can't hit.
Yeah, right. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776 is the number if you would like to get in here on ESPN 97.5. One of the biggest stories this coming football season is the second rounders that aren't signing. Steve Palazzolo and Sam Monson broke it down why the Texans did the Higgins deal. We'll have that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Is this game day? Am I on the right one today? Do we have game day today? If so, I'm going to talk about game day. I'm going there tomorrow. As a matter of yes, I think we do, Del. I'm going there tomorrow, as a matter of fact, and I'm going there Thursday, excuse me. And I love going there. It's a clean facility. It's perfect. It is. There's the other ones that you go to are just you're just a number. You sit. You got to wait for, and it's just it seems like you're in an assembly line. Okay. The doctor will run in there. Hey, everything okay? Good. Okay. Well, here's your shot. All right. We'll see you next week. Bye. And pay us our money. Bye. And that's not the way they do it at Game Day Men's Health. They give you the specialized attention to make sure that you are reaching your goals, whatever your goals are. I'm telling you, it is different. I've been doing testosterone replacement for a while now, a long while, and this is just better. I just feel so much better about it. You can take them with you. You can get pellets. You can go every week to get shots. They're going to work with your schedule to make sure that you get your testosterone right, that you get your peptides right, whatever peptides that you're looking for. I'm telling you, Game Day Men's Health is different. They've got labs in every one, a free evaluation for you when you start. If you haven't been there before, you need to go. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. There's a location near you. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
ESPN 97.5.
Please stand by.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers,
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis.
Accomplished airbrush artists and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609.
Priority Tax Relief.
McGrath Pest Control, basically hired killers. See their killing menu at McGrathPestControl.com.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
It was a doubleheader in August and really hot inside the concession stand. So instead of waiting for people to come to me, I figured I'd walk around yelling, "Hot dog, sir!" And that's how I became the first hot dog vendor in sports.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So one of the biggest, this is a story, man. This is huge that only 2 out of 32 second rounders have signed. Is that still the case? Did anybody sign yesterday?
No.
I don't think I saw anybody.
I didn't see anyone
I didn't see anybody sign yesterday. So,
well, you're not allowed to do anything on baseball All-Star weekend. There's no sports. You're not allowed to have sports.
Oh, yeah, because the NFL never intrudes on any other sporting events.
You're not. I'm surprised we don't schedule a game now. on the All-Star.
today.
I'm surprised they don't start the first game on baseball All-Star game, trying to just take away their shine.
I mean,
NFL doesn't. No, they would want to. Why would they do it today when they could do it tomorrow?
Right.
Where they could do. Oh no, the All-Star game today. Yeah, today. They would want to. They would want to play today.
Absolutely.
Get a game going today, so you can't have one.
Yeah, I'm surprised the schedule doesn't come out today. You know, and they'll have the ESPN and have a whole schedule. Although the Fever is playing tonight on ESPN.
What's bigger right now for ESPN, baseball or Caitlin Clark?
The Fever and the Sun. It'll be interesting to see what kind of numbers the Fever Sun does versus the All-Star game. So, what do you call him? Palazzolo or
Steve Palazzolo?
Palazzolo.
I think it's Palazzolo. Yeah.
Palazzolo?
You tell me. It's Italian.
Well, it could be anyway. Palazzolo. Okay, that makes sense. And Sam Monson. That's easy. He's like, that's like American or something. So the two of them are talking about the Houston Texans and this deal. And listen in what Sam Monson has to say about the Texans and the way they do business.
For example, last year, Keon Coleman, the first pick of the second round, he got 80% of his fourth year of his contract fully guaranteed. That changed this year when the Texans, who had the second pick in the second round, selected Jaden Higgins, and a few weeks later, before rookie minicamp started, they agreed to a rookie contract where they gave him his entire contract fully guaranteed all the way. And that changed everything because the pick before him, Carson Schlesinger, now because the pick after him got a fully guaranteed deal, the Browns had no choice. They also gave him a fully guaranteed deal. Now the rest of the second round is essentially in a waiting pattern where all the agents are like, we also want fully guaranteed deals if this has spilled over to the second round. And the teams are like, no, we want to go back to the way it always was, which was 70% of the fourth round is guaranteed. And down the line, it goes down and down and down. Eventually, only the third year of the contract is fully guaranteed, nothing in the fourth round. That's the way it works when it comes to rookie contracts. So with about a week to go until all rookies are officially going to be in camp, we're kind of waiting here on the Seattle Seahawks, who are picking third in the second round after safety Nick Emenwari. And what is he going to get? And then the biggest X factor in all of this, not many people have spoken about it, is pick number 40, which is the Saints pick, which is a quarterback, and Tyler Shuck. And essentially, because he is a quarterback and because he has a real shot of being the starting quarterback this year of Derek Carr retiring, are the Saints really going to play games of about a few $100,000 being guaranteed or not guaranteed? And if he could change the entire outcome of the second round, because I know for a fact his agent, Eric Burkhardt, is trying to get all fully guaranteed money. If pick number 40 gets fully guaranteed money all the way, then picks 33 to 39 are also going to get it. So it's a very fascinating conversation about what's going on in the second round.
Yeah, unfortunately, that wasn't the one. That wasn't the one that talked about the Texans. That was
well, it does give you some intel.
Yeah,
right.
I
mean, it talked about, and look, Eric Burkhardt. I know Eric. Eric is
he's so pro his client.
Well, he's as aggressive. Well, I mean, it's his job.
It's his job. Yeah.
But he is a salesman now, and he's with Rock Nation now, and so he's been with my guys over at SSG. He's been on his own. He's with Rock Nation. Eric is well known in the business, and he has Kirk. What's his name? Come on. The offensive coordinator
of who?
With
what team? Never mind. It doesn't matter who he's got. Just go whatever.
Texas Tech quarterback Cliff Kingsbury. He's got Cliff. He's the one who has Cliff Kingsbury.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and Kyler Murray.
Yeah.
Remember, Kyler Murray he's the one that put that long post out about Kyler Murray. Remember how long it was?
It wasn't good.
Yeah. So anyway, what he's
trying
you
to
is
get Kyler Murray money through the media.
And look, every agent's going to be happy that Eric Burkhardt's doing this because Eric Burkhardt, as he mentioned, anybody who gets it, you're kind of forced, unless you really want to play chicken with every player before you. So if Eric Burkhardt can do it at 40, like Ariante Ursary I don't think he has any chance. The Texans drafted Higgins, gave him a guaranteed deal, and their other second round pick doesn't have one. He's not getting it.
But why
pick 48, 49?
Okay, so why do this? Why did they do this with
Jaden
Higgins?
Well, you've got a soundbite.
Yeah, I do have a soundbite.
Well, let's hear that.
Yes. Do you have that one, Del? Do you have the one? Okay. Here's the one talking about the way the Texans do business.
This year, like the entire second round effectively looks like they may not show up to training camp. And so obviously, like it raises the question, why did the Texans do it? Like this clearly that's the thing that's causing all of the problems, right? The Browns had no choice once Jaden Higgins had got his deal done. They just jumped in along with it. But why did the Texans break that down? Like particularly in the current NFL landscape where, you know, there's these kind of collusion conversations happening. Like it's a weird precedent to break randomly, particularly voluntarily, maybe the wrong word, but like they jumped right into that early and had no problem with it.
It's a great question, Sam. And the exact reason is if you look at the Nick Caserio front office in Houston, they actually have a bit of a history here when it comes to rookies with, I guess, breaking precedent or going away from what previous players have done. A couple years ago, Jalen Petrie got a significant amount of his third year fully guaranteed when that was not normal for picks. Dameon Pierce, who was picked in the 4th round, had an obscure number of fully guaranteed money. I believe it was in year 2. So there was a lot of things over here that have been done in recent history with the Houston Texans when it comes to contracts. Even this offseason when it comes to veteran contracts, Sam, think of what they did of Derek Stingley, who still had 2 years left on his contract. They gave him a 3-year deal, which is, you know, a low number of years for $90 million, $30 million per year when the quarterback market was still at 25. Like they jumped it by $5 million. They didn't even get that many more years on the contract. Usually, if you're going to jump the market by that much, you try to get a 5-year deal, a 6-year deal, or something like that. The Texans were like, no, we'll do a 3-year deal and jump the market significantly. And I'll tell you this much, there's already rumblings around the NFL that next year with CJ Stroud, when he becomes eligible, the Texans might do something very, very unprecedented with him as well when it comes to a quarterback. So for whatever reason, they have a history of being more lenient with contracts compared to other teams who are more stringent. And we're seeing it again here this year with the second round pick.
It's interesting.
Good point.
Because that makes, it makes sense that it doesn't make sense. What he's saying is the Texans he talked about the Jalen Petrie deal. Like they don't really look at precedent. And that's what is.
Well, it's funny though, what he said about the Derek Stingley one. It's exactly the way the teams do business. If I'm going to give you money that you weren't going to earn normally, I want to get more years.
And they didn't do that. But that doesn't. But see, that's just from a business standpoint. That's I think poor business.
Yeah,
I think it's poor business because it's a give and take. Like we'll do this for you, but you need to do this for us.
It's pro player, which
it's fine that it's pro player, but eventually, if you're always every deal is pro player, you end up screwed on a salary.
Well,
cap.
and okay, his point about CJ. What's the
CJ's
highest
value
right
gonna
now?
be?
60. What is the highest now?
60. I don't even know.
What is the highest right now? Is it?
Yeah,
I don't
think it's 65.
We looked at it last
I
week.
think it
Was
got
it
to
Dak?
60.
Dak was highest paid. Highest paid.
Not anymore, is it? Oh yeah, it is Dak.
Paid
An average right now. An average is 60. It's worth $240 million over 4 years. Yeah.
Yeah. So
and it's guaranteed at a rate of 231. So only $9 million is not guaranteed. But now let me ask you this question.
So okay, wait a minute.
Okay.
So in 2 years, I could see them doing CJ. If CJ has a good year this year, I could see them going, okay, we're gonna give it to you now, and which they do. Is it gonna be 70? CJ?
I mean, it shouldn't be unless he plays like it.
They'll give him 2 years, 70.
I'm gonna take an MVP and Super Bowl.
Yeah.
To get to 7. I mean, it's what it should take to get to.
Except the highest paid quarterbacks have never won a Super Bowl. None of the highest paid quarterbacks in the NFL.
Well, that's the model.
Have won a
the
Super
model's
Bowl.
broken because then you get like Dallas and you're stuck because you got Dak Prescott. There's nothing you can do now.
Right.
Like you don't have that much movement.
The 11th highest paid quarterback, Jalen Hurts, is the first quarterback that has.
Well, where's Pat Mahomes?
Pat Mahomes isn't even up there yet.
Well, that's because Pat Mahomes did his deal 4 years ago.
$45 million a year.
Who? Mahomes.
Yeah. And that's now.
And that was good.
15 behind Dak.
But I remember at the time it wasn't even considered great money. Well, it was considered good money, but a lot of agents didn't like.
Yeah, no, they didn't like the way it's structured.
It was too long in the way it was structured, but. The problem you get to is and I don't care. You guys can put your. I'm not trying. I swear to God, I'm not trying to be pro NFL or owners. I like a robust sport that moves at a relative. You see what's happening in college football. It's moving at a pace that is not sustainable, and it's going to cause a complete cataclysmic collision of what we know of college football, and it's happening at a rate that's insane. Had they gone at a slower rate, it's sustainable. You have to be careful, because I look at international soccer and I see teams borrowing millions to pay off debt, and then they keep spending like it's not sustainable, and it will eventually hurt the city. So you got to stay where you're still fiscally responsible. The money is insane already. You can do it at the proper rate that doesn't kill a team. And if you keep giving out team player-friendly contracts for no real reason, it's one thing if you get in a leverage situation, you're like, man, we got to look. CJ Stroud, you're going to have to do it. It's a quarterback. We can have a separate conversation about when the first team will be that says we're not doing it. We don't think this quarterback's an elite quarterback. We're not giving him elite money. That didn't happen yet, but we can have that conversation. Well, it happened actually with Washington and Kirk Cousins. Washington had a chance to sign Kirk Cousins. Remember what happened? Mm-hmm. They said bye, and he went to Minnesota and got a fully guaranteed deal because Washington said we just can't do this. Yep. We just don't believe in you enough. But Nick that
was a fourth rounder. This is the second overall pick.
What's happening is Nick is going to set precedents that hurt him, like when it comes to future negotiations. And at some point, if you're always paying retail price, like you got to pay wholesale sometimes. Yeah. If you're always paying retail price, you get to the cap way faster than everyone else is going to. And it doesn't help you.
Yeah. And
you got to be perfect in drafting them with your young players.
You have to take advantage of the structure of the league, because it is built so the teams can afford they can afford older players because they're giving the younger players less money. But not the way that Nick's doing it right now.
It hurts veterans, frankly, when you start guaranteeing fully guaranteed deals and the cap stays the same, and the cap is the same cap. And I know this is a problem with, I was talking to guys at NFL Network, former players said the big concern now is the mid-level free agent veteran is being priced out because it
happened in baseball and it's happening here.
Yeah, they get priced out because you either have cheap labor, relatively cheap labor. You're replaced by guys who aren't as good, who are fourth or fifth rounders, because they have to be able to afford them.
That's why the NBA created the mid-level exception.
Mm-hmm. They had to. And even then, some of those guys, you look at the difference in money and it's staggering. Now $5 million. And look, obviously all of us would love to have $5 million, but you see guys making $4 and $5 million while another guy not as good. Hartenstein made $29 million a year. There's going to be some guys making probably 9 to 10 who maybe aren't that far off from him.
Yeah.
But that's just the way it works. Like when you win,
that's what happens.
Yeah. I don't know how they're going to be able to afford Hartenstein much longer after the contracts they just gave out.
Yep. All right. 713-780-3776. You got any thoughts on this? You're more than welcome to get in. 713-780-3776.
I want to talk about if we'll get Jeff's gone, but I want to ask you, are the Cowboys happy with the Dak Prescott? Because it seemed like they were dragging their feet. You almost felt like Jerry Jones was like, man, do we have to do this at this number? But you have to. Would you rather be the Colts and sit there in quarterback purgatory? And then you're screwed.
Well, I don't know.
But then
the Cowboys
you kind of are, but it's a better purgatory.
Yeah.
Purgatory.
I don't care. It's still purgatory.
Yeah.
John Daspit, if you're in hell right now because of an accident.
Yeah, John Daspit's going to help you. And big sports fan, John and I we talk about sports. Usually he texts now. I'm having a hard time getting John on the phone because he's got so many cases and he's a busy guy. I mean, he's working on his cases. And he's not somebody just with a name on the with just a name on the company, on the website, daspitlaw.com. He is the guy who's doing the work. He's doing the heavy lifting with his other lawyers. He's got a lot of lawyers on staff. He's got the most that you're going to find here in the city of Houston as a personal injury attorney. But what he does is he makes sure that everyone gets personalized attention so that there's no shortcuts taken. And every person who signs up with them, they understand that John Daspit and his law firm are going to go that extra mile to make sure that you get the right settlement. And he's going to passionately pursue justice for the injured. That is his mantra, and that is what he delivers on. 713-CALL-NOW is the phone number. 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 and HD, 97.9 HD2.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, it's time. People, you have got to move now. If you want your patio furniture back at a certain time, you need to do it now.
Yes, because it is a standard 4 to 5 week turnaround time. But if you need it expedited, we can do that for you as well.
And pickup in the Houston area is absolutely free.
If you're in the Woodlands to Galveston, Baytown to Fulshire, we have you covered.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Call Robin, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
It's midnight in Houston, and Bob just can't sleep. The AC is broken, and he can't count the sheep. Don't worry, big man. You don't need to scream. We can fix your AC with the help of Air Team. They'll come to your place, fix it up without a trace. Trust the ultimate fan with the paint on his face.
Is your air conditioner not performing at a pro level? Call Air Team, H-Town's HVAC team. The best heating and air conditioning installation services. 713-936-5346 or visit airteamltd.com.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know, the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids love. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book 5 nights, save 35% off your stay in June and July. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson. And I'm Shavonna Roberschreiber. And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about sports, community, fashion, and of course, business. And all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas. Our community. That's our favorite, right? That's one of our most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Follow us on socials at ESPN Houston, and don't forget to have our push notifications on.
You gotta change your push notifications. Look.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Man, they're getting – I don't know if you've seen any of the video from New Jersey and New York City right now. It's – Frankie just sent me her subway stop is 2 feet of water and just flying in there, and she's trapped there. Told her to get upstairs somewhere, but it's crazy, man. We've had New Mexico had a huge flood after what happened here, obviously, and now New York City is catching it.
Yeah, it's really bad weather patterns right now.
It's
It was
crazy,
terrible in multiple states. Right
I mean, her subway stop.
We got more rain again yesterday.
Water.
Told you, this is one of the wettest summers I remember.
Yeah,
I'll take it. I'll take it as long as we don't get those.
Well, we got to be done with it because I got to play golf this week.
I don't want that heat dome.
Yeah.
Rain out all golf.
Right.
I got a badge. I got a rotator cuff, so I can't play disc golf, so no one can play. If I can't play, nobody plays.
Well, I guess
that's going to work.
I guess that'll be different today. Okay, with me playing and you not.
Let's see.
Okay?
Let's see. Please tell me there's a chance of rain.
There's no chance.
I'm gonna look
of
at the. I'm gonna look
0%
at the radar.
chance today.
Come on, radar. I don't know. It's developing like a
0%.
Damn it! I don't see any.
Yeah, nothing.
Oh no! It's just going to be totally dry today.
Did you see Aziz Olajuwon is committed to the University of Houston?
It must be Aziz's son, Aziz.
I guess.
Because there is a Taju and it was Afis Olajuwon. So Aziz is, the younger one.
Yeah. Okay.
One of the Olajuwons got in trouble for road rage.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. I don't know.
Taju's son?
I don't know that.
He's not officially committed. He
He said, he got an offer.
He got an offer.
Yeah,
from
but
them
blessed.
Did he say blessed?
He said blessed.
Yes, he did.
Did he say he's blessed to get an offer?
Blessed.
He did say
I thought
that.
I thought blessed to go.
No, Aziz's got options, like major power 4 options.
Aziz is not. Is he the one that got in trouble?
No, that's an older Olajuwon.
Okay.
This one's still in high school, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to ask my personal friend Akeem Olajuwon about him.
Jeff wants to talk about Akeem. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, good morning, my Kings. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. Hey, there's a big storm coming in. They haven't announced it for golf, by the way.
There's no storm coming in. That's the stupidest thing I ever heard. Today's the most beautiful day we've ever had.
We've been needing rain.
Dumbest stuff.
They haven't announced it yet. Hey, the reason I'm calling was, I don't know if you guys ever heard of, probably around 2 years ago, I'm guessing, Hakeem had a beautiful mansion out here in Clear Lake, right in the corner of NASA Space Center. I was just doing a little bit of research on it, driving, but it's kind of hard to read it. But it was built about 100 years ago. It's got that old medieval Spanish stone look to it.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, I don't want to get in too far in the story. I don't know the whole details. You can look it up. But I know he went in the middle of the night and knocked it down because there's a lot of taxes owed on it. Now, his side of the story, from what I'm being told, was like it was a historical museum at some point when he bought it, and it was supposed to be some kind of an agreement. It wasn't to be knocked down or demolished, turned over to the state or city, town, whatever. And a lot of taxes were due on it. And from what I'm hearing, they're trying to say he owed it. And they're like, no. He's like, no, it's over to the city. So he went in the middle of the night. I drove by one night, it's right by where I live. And the next morning I come by and it was totally flat. All the trucks were in there. He went in at like midnight and knocked it down. But
now you just can't get your taxes.
What's that?
Now just tax me on the land. That's all. Because there ain't no house there.
Dream is he is a businessman first now. He is not a basketball player anymore. He is a businessman first, and he is looking for the best opportunities for himself business-wise. And that's sad.
So this happened, at least there's a story back in 2019 of like half of it being demolished. I'm not sure it's that recent that this happened, but yeah, it's there. You can find it. You go.
Maybe it's the part that Texas was.
Hakeem Olajuwon Clear Lake home. This stretches back to 2019 that it got demolished somehow.
Yeah, somehow, some way.
Yeah,
something no one knows.
I don't know.
It's impossible to know.
But the photos are out there of a once palatial estate crumbling.
Probably the government.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Yeah, yeah. The government probably did something.
Right.
It's what governments do.
Sure.
They demolish your house in the middle of the night when you least expect it.
Yeah. They sneak in.
I've seen that. I've been driving around like, hey, why are people getting their houses demolished?
Not just houses, a mansion demolished.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got offers, according to ESPN. Aziz has offers from Oklahoma State, TCU, Vanderbilt, Virginia Tech, and Cincinnati.
Going to U of H.
Up to this point.
Going to U of H.
I mean, one would hope. That's 6'6", 205. The Olajuwons have not been a tall. I mean, Afis was like his brother Taju. Afis was a guard, something like 6'3". Taju was something like 6'8". Those are Hakeem's younger brothers. And then their kids. No one's been a 7-footer that I've seen. Well, Dream wasn't. Dream was 6'10". Yeah. They just used to call him 7-footer, but he's like 6'10", 6'10 and a half.
Yeah. I mean, that's tall enough.
Oh, he was tall.
6'6" is.
I was talking to my son, Alec, about this. Alec said, Dad, that everyone now that Hakeem Olajuwon holds up maybe better than anyone with this generation generation of basketball fans who think everyone played against plumbers if you played any time before the 90s or even in the 90s. But Dream has a special pass because they see his highlight videos and they're like, ooh, there's nobody who plays basketball who does this right now.
Yeah, no.
Literally nobody. They've never seen anything like this.
His footwork was incredible.
Holy crap.
The best footwork ever.
He could play in today's game. That's what they say. Yeah. That's what they say about Olajuwon.
Right. Hey, check us out. Thursday, we're going to be at McCormick. Well, we're not going to be at McCormick. Actually, we want you to come to Texas Card House on Thursday morning. And from noon till 6, the boys will all be at McCormick and Schmick. McCormick and Schmick in the Town and Country location. You can register for the Power On Electric Bicycle Company. 2 e-bikes we're giving away a $4,000 value. So get on over there Thursday, noon till 6 at McCormick and Schmick. Find the entire summer circuit schedule, ESPN975.com. Breaking here quickly. Keith, you're first up. Anybody else wants in? 713-780-3776. Talking about the Golden Nugget LC. I've been talking about, Lake Charles. It's just 2 hours, 15 minutes down the road. I love everything about the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. I'm a big casino. I love casinos. I love poker rooms. I just love the action. Well, how about having your fantasy draft amid all that action instead of just going to somebody's house and picking? And all you need to do is go 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road and have the best fantasy draft experience that you're going to have. It's not even arguable. You're going to be in the DraftKings Sportsbook with the giant TV. Your draft will be up there. You're going to have college football on if you do it the weekend before the NFL season. You're going to have the pool. You'll have the restaurants. You'll have the casino. You'll have the poker room. You'll have the nightclub. You'll have concerts. You got everything you could want. This is the best place to have your fantasy draft. Get your league together. Say, let's do it. They've got packages available to make it affordable for you and your boys to have a great weekend. 12 of you at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. You never get to do this. It's awesome. GoldenNuggetLC.com. GoldenNuggetLC.com.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 and HD, 97.9 HD2.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-577-3407. That's 800-577-3407.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hey, it's B-Mac, and I'm fired up about Old Humble Distilling Company, Houston's finest micro distillery. Their award-winning small batch Texas whiskeys are the real deal and unique to the Gulf Coast. Approachable, premium, and handcrafted unlike factory whiskey. You can grab a bottle at Specs, Total Wine, or finer retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Better yet, swing by their Humble Tasting Room, open Tuesday through Saturday till 6 and Fridays till 9 for date night. Trust me, this is an authentic Texas craft whiskey worth savoring.
I just bought another house for cash. Sell me yours at greenlightoffer.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, 750 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. $4 million. You can have a good time in Lubbock.
Yeah, but you might have a better time for $3 million somewhere.
Well, not necessarily. It's college.
Lubbock is this guy, this
There's
billionaire.
a lot of STDs there you can get.
The former, I don't know if that's still true. That age group is not. Yeah, that age group isn't really doing stuff.
They're not doing anything at Texas Tech.
No, that age group isn't.
I know.
College age kids.
They're
it's the
still
lowest,
doing it in college.
It's the lowest.
They're still doing stuff.
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe on campus.
And especially football players that are making, or basketball players that are making $4 million a year.
Maybe on FaceTime with each other.
You think they're FaceTiming?
Yeah, they're FaceTiming each other. They don't want physical contact. They don't want actual conversations. They just chat to each other on a text or something. I saw a story that kids are riding their bikes now from age 7 to 17. There used to be, it's been cut in half from over 20.7. It was estimated 20.7 million kids were bike riders. They do this off bike sales.
Everybody rides a bike when they're a kid.
10.5. No, it's been cut literally in half.
Why?
From 7 to 17. They just don't ride bikes that much anymore. They don't go outside as much.
Huh.
There's not. It's gone way down. It's
that's a
don't
shame.
drink as much.
That's a problem.
Don't do stuff as much. They are still vaping, I guess.
Yeah, they like to
I
vape.
found one at my house, so I know. So I asked you earlier, would you rather have, are you okay with Dak Prescott if you're a Cowboys fan? You're probably not the person to ask. Maybe it's a Cowboys fan that needs to call in.
You know what? I'm okay with Dak Prescott as my quarterback. You know what? I mean, because I see a lot of
He gives you a
situations that are a lot
chance.
worse. I don't think he should be the highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
Well, what would you have done about it?
You have to. I mean, they put that off with the franchise tag. Didn't they franchise him twice?
No.
Did they? Or just the once?
No.
Just the once. And then they had to go to the 60 million because
Did
I think
they
he would have been
franchise
around
him once?
Huh?
Was he franchised once?
Yeah, he was franchised once. And he was, and it was a pissing contest, and he won. But look at the situations you mentioned, the Colt. There's situations all over the NFL. Dak Prescott is a good quarterback, and you need to have. Now he's got to stay healthy,
Yeah.
and that's kind of a big deal. But I mean,
I guess this is the problem.
What you're in this business for is to get that guy, get that quarterback.
So when you lose any leverage or structure, and this is kind of my point with people don't understand why I'm like, you're taking a side of billionaires, the millionaires. I would much rather side with the millionaires. So first of all, both of them hate you. Be quiet. Number two, the problem you have is now the structure isn't where the best players, like in baseball, interestingly enough, with no cap, although there are guardrails, the best players get the most money. It's not your turn and all that stuff. In basketball, you have, the advantage is you get paid tremendous amounts at the max extension, so they can have a cap. It doesn't really matter. Not at all, because the best players are still, it's going to be the middle class that gets screwed in basketball. But with football, yeah, I'm fine with you saying Dak Prescott. Okay, Dak's one of the 8 best quarterbacks in the league, probably.
Yeah.
Probably. He deserves to get paid. There's no question about it. Does he deserve to be the first guy? No. Second, third, fourth? No.
But
probably not. Now, when he got his contract, it's a situation where if Dallas said like you did, yes, we'd rather have Dak Prescott than not have him. Totally agree with that. However, you'd also rather have him at a fair number, and you didn't get a fair number. So what can the teams do? Are the teams just always going to get their asses kicked by
here's
quarterbacks?
The deal. It's we talked about this how many times? It's the guy who's up. When Patrick Mahomes was up, he was the highest paid. Now he's 15th because he hasn't been up for a while.
Can it be changed? How can it be changed?
I don't know how.
Well, then I don't want to hear about running backs getting their money. As long as you're okay, I don't want to hear from any fans or media, running backs have to get their money. You have a collectively bargained amount that you get, and it's a football revenue situation. If this guy is unchecked and they can get anything that they want all the time and they never lose in negotiations, then don't cry for running backs, because it's going to come out of there's a set amount of money. When you give a bigger piece of the pie to quarterbacks, it's going to come out of linebackers. It's going to come out of guards, centers,
safeties.
Running backs, safeties.
Yep.
It has to happen that way. There's no way, because wide receivers, pass rushers, cornerbacks, and quarterbacks they're getting and tackles. Those are the big five. They're going to get the big chunks, and these other ones, inside linebackers, running backs, guards, centers, and then I don't know. I mean, yeah, safeties. Yeah,
They've
those
already
are the
been hit.
ones.
They've
Those
already
are
been
the ones that get squeezed.
So that's why I love having CJ and David Mulgeta, because he's going to take less and he's going to do it for the team. He is.
I don't want David to pull any of his crap, and I want CJ to stay happy because we don't need another quarterback amount of drama. I do think it would behoove the NFL. I think I'm about the structure being good so the sport can be robust for fans, and every city has a chance to win, because that's what I love about the NFL is you literally, any team can become a powerhouse team if they draft well and things like that. Detroit is a great example. They drafted great. The Rams, they went from not caring about picks to being great with their picks.
The Eagles
smart
have done
with their
that.
picks. Eagles have been incredible.
Yeah.
And I think it benefits teams that are the smart teams, not just the rich teams, but a
Look at the two New York teams. They're terrible.
Yeah, terrible. I think it would be great if they found a way to separate quarterback salaries.
Yeah.
So it gave other players a chance.
That's a good idea. I don't know that.
I don't know how they do it. I don't know what they do.
You brought that up before, but I don't know. It's never been. I've never heard.
Well,
that
you
anywhere.
can't go over.
You need to write an article and say, "Hey, you got a salary cap and you got a quarterback."
Well, there was already a discussion about you can't go over 20% of the total cap. The total salary cap, or 25%. I don't know what the number is, but the idea is. This is the guideline is whatever the total cap is, a quarterback's salary cannot exceed
20%.
That 25% of the total cap.
Right.
And that makes some sense because then that's a safeguard so that other guys can make their money.
Except in the future, because the cap is going to go up, the young quarterbacks are going to get, a bigger salary than the older quarterbacks because they're up at that time and they can get 25%.
See, running backs are screwed for life. There's nothing that can ever. Only thing they can hope for is that.
Yeah, I hate that for them that they're only going to make 7, 8, 9.
Well, I think, but but they're also only going to play about 5-6 years max.
Well,
quarterbacks will play 18 years.
Oh man, what a problem! I'm only going to make $8 million for 5 or 6.
Yeah,
years.
but relative to what the other guys are making,
blows.
Hold on, relative to what the other guys are making.
I don't care what the other guys are making. It's $40 million. And you're making a great living.
Then I'll say, I don't care what the quarterbacks. You don't need more than $30 million.
You don't.
That's a great living.
You're damn right you don't.
Okay, then start fighting that fight then.
Well, good. And no NBA player needs $70 million a year.
Okay, then start fighting that fight.
They don't need it, but they get it.
They get it. And my point is, it would be great if a running back who takes more punishment than any player on the field, more than except for the people in the trenches,
except whoever tackles Adrian Peterson, because they took the
linebackers. The ones who play the most physical sports make less.
Yep.
The most physical players make the least amount of money.
Yep. Let's get Keith in here. He wants to talk NFL. What do you say, Keith?
Hey guys, love the show. My conversation was actually Dak Prescott related. He turns 32 in a couple of weeks. He just had a kid. He's had 2 to 3 severe injuries kind of the end of season. And, the Cowboys have moved off of Cooper Rush and Trey Lance as their number 2, number 3 quarterbacks. And I guess this question is for Lance. Joe Milton is now brought in, the Tennessee quarterback. I know you wrote him up out of college. We haven't really seen him in New England, some preseason. But, if Dak were to go down, like what are the expectations or the ceiling or for Joe Milton?
Name one starting quarterback that goes down that you're okay with what's going to happen to that team.
Pretty much none.
None.
And Joe Milton is just a guy. Joe Milton sprays the ball over the field. Now, New England was excited about Joe Milton.
What did they do when Cooper Rush was in there? They won a couple of games, but it wasn't like, okay, you're going to be okay. Cooper Rush is here. No, there is no situation in the NFL where, well, maybe the Browns, if Joe Flacco comes in, he's going to be better than, right? I mean, he'll be better than Shador. Maybe that's a situation, but there are no situations in the NFL with a contender for the NFL title where if the quarterback goes down, that you're okay. There's none.
Yeah, I think just to be honest, I mean, Joe Milton is a guy who the Patriots were so effusive about Joe Milton and how good he looked, and then they traded him for a pick that was 1 round higher than where they drafted him, I think. So It should tell you. I mean, they have Drake May too. It's not like Cooper Rush. I mean, it's not like Joe Milton was gonna set the world on fire. But he was a cheap draft pick, so they didn't keep him. I was surprised. He's big.
He's got a
huge arm. He's not accurate. He's just
you had to watch out in the second row when Joe Milton was.
No, Joe Milton is.
You got to keep your.
His
they
tape
should put up the
good.
nets like they do in baseball when Joe's playing.
Yeah, Joe is not. They said he came in one of the games and played well, and that's great. But I just think realistically, Joe Milton is not an answer in Dallas by any stretch. So it's tough until it's more robust on the supply side. Once the supply side gets high, the demand diminishes, and you might have more reasonable quarterback contracts. Had it just gone up at a reasonable rate, the NFL wouldn't have these issues with other positions. Agents will tell you it's not good if you don't have a quarterback client. You hate quarterbacks because quarterbacks are screwing your guys up.
Yep. All right, 8:00. Heads up, 713-780-3776, or it's really 802 in some areas of Houston. But this one is closer to the equator, so it's 8:00. It's 8:01 now. Okay, so yeah, 802 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. It's going to be a Coors Light day. I'm afraid today is a Coors Light day. It is for me, and I hope it is for you. Okay, because it's Tuesday. First of all, it's Tuesday, which is a great day to drink Coors Lights. Okay. Secondly, you could play golf today because it's not going to rain, and so you can drink Coors Lights. Third, you're with your boys. You want to have a beer? Yes, that's Coors Light day. Fourth, okay, I went over to my buddy's house who doesn't have a thing in his fridge, and he stocked Coors Lights for me. And I thought that brought a tear to my eye that, someone would think of me like that to have some Coors Lights when I come over to the house. Okay. That is, to me, one of that shows how much respect and love you have for another human being by having Coors Lights in your refrigerator. So do you want someone to feel great about you? Then you have Coors Lights waiting for them when they come over. Coors Light. It's going to keep Texas chilled today. It's going to keep me chilled today, and I hope it keeps you chilled too. Coors Light. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Climb on, brother.
This is ESPN 97.5.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
ESPN 97.5.
KFNC and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
Feel the beauty, feel the peace at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
This is Chance McClain reminding you that you can always put off getting a heritage film. Your dad, the guy you love more than anything, the guy that taught you right from wrong and had it hard as a kid so you wouldn't have to, he's going to live forever. So there's absolutely no rush. You know what they say, there's always tomorrow. No need to go to yourheritagefilm.com and contact us about making a feature-length documentary film of this extraordinary man. Yourheritagefilm.com, no rush. People are immortal.
John Granado here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
It's John and Lance.
What in the hell is wrong with him?
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John Granado and Lance Your Live.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Did you see this, what Art sent us? Do you know who that is?
No.
That's Jennifer Love Hewitt.
No, it's not.
Yeah, we know what you did last summer.
I don't want to know what they say that she
I
did.
can see the comments.
I'm not going to.
You can't see. For those of you who haven't seen her in a while, she's bigger. She's bigger than she was. We know what you did last summer.
That's
the comments.
I don't want to. I'm not going to look
No,
at the
that's
comments.
that's awful.
ugly.
That's ugly. The whole thing is ugly. Art. That's this. I told you we can't read anything Art sends.
Were you on the air? You may not have been here. Solus sent it. Were you here when we had the discussion about Bridget Fonda?
Yes.
You were?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, you know that's Bridget Fonda now.
Yeah. We did that. We did that. Well, I was in LA and we did that. We were looking at different people.
Seems impossible.
It seems like, she doesn't look anything like she did. Nothing. But, people get older and they, so I mean, that's what happens, okay?
Yeah.
Joy Taylor fired at Fox.
Was she fired or was she just contract not
wasn't
renewed?
renewed?
Well, no, three shows got canceled.
Yeah, 3 shows are canceled on Fox. That apparently the ratings were just
the show Speak.
Nothing. Yeah.
It's not. It's tough in a sports. I would tell all of you who want to be in sports media, like I told my sons, it's a tough business right now.
Yeah,
it's very tough because people are doing stuff for free on streaming platforms, and then they take away advertising, and then they don't end up making enough money on those platforms. Well, some, I mean, the mega streamers, but those are the guys who aren't doing real like sports talk. They just, it's like Twitch. It's not really old school sports talk. And so it's hard. Fox Sports 1 has the Fox lot is dead. I was there doing Colin Cowherd's show and they were like, dude, it's like nothing on the Fox lot anymore. All the movies aren't made there anymore. They're all made in Texas and New Mexico and places like that. And, in Austin.
Well, California did that to itself though.
Yeah, they did.
Yep.
And Fox Sports 1 canceled 3 of their shows. So, and she's had a little bit of an issue in the past.
Well,
she had thing.
Yeah,
that was not great. So that I would say it probably didn't help her, but also, how expensive is the show? The Speak shows with Keyshawn Johnson and Paul Pierce. One thing I've found is that general fans, they don't really like the biggest show is Stephen A. Smith, probably right now, ratings wise. Stephen A. Smith did not play. He didn't play a professional sport.
Mm-hmm.
You'll notice that, College Game Day is the biggest college football. It's Herb Street never played professionally. It was Chris Fowler, all these guys, Reese Davis now, but I don't think Fowler does anymore. It's Reese Davis. But the biggest shows, they just think they can put former athletes on and people watch them. And what they found across the board, some at NFL Network and a lot at Fox Sports 1, is that people just don't tune in just because you're a former athlete. Pre-game football shows, they like personalities. And some people have the big personalities who are athletes too. I mean, look at Kenny and Charles and Shaq and Ernie Johnson. That's phenomenal. But Charles is a unicorn. There's going to be very few Charles.
Well, his personality. Name anybody with a personality.
Okay, so the Charles, you're not going to like this, and I'm not going to like this, but probably the Charles Barkley right now of sports is
Pat McAfee.
Yeah. And I'm not a huge Pat McAfee guy, so I don't. And I love watching
they're
Charles.
putting him front and center on everything.
But it's
Last
true.
night he's doing the introductions for the home run derby.
Yeah.
I mean, they're putting him front and center.
No,
he's got the personality for it.
Big personality.
Jason Kelsey's got the personality.
Yeah, he'll be doing stuff.
He's going to be doing a lot.
You don't have to be Keyshawn Johnson, a former first pick. You need to be guys who like Charles, and Charles was a superstar. Pat McAfee was a punter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter because he's got a certain personality. Kelsey was a center, but he's like an everyman, and he's got, you got to find the right. I just think the right guys to do it, and also Breakfast Bail and The Facility. That show is over. The Facility had 4 former players on it. It was, oh man, who all was on that? Was Shady McCormick? I think Shady was on that one, and you had I got to see who the other ones were. It was Shady. Who's the quarterback that used to play at Missouri? We had him at NFL Network for a little bit. Lifetime backup.
But yeah, no, it's not it's not that you got a name anymore. It's that you got some personality. That's it.
Yeah.
That's
Chase Daniels, who I was thinking of. So Emmanuel Acho, Chase Daniel, James Jones, and LaShawn McCoy canceled. 4 former players. People just weren't tuning in.
Acho tries a little
Yeah,
too
he
hard.
tries too hard. But
Yep.
I mean, it's just tough. It's tough to get the eyes.
It's got to be more like me, not try it all. I think that's the way you got to do it, right?
It's
Tom?
one of the secrets.
That's one of the.
It's one of the
don't
little
try to
secrets.
say-
Yeah, I think that's one of the
I got a
secrets.
question. Oh, this Conor McGregor thing. Have you seen what's going on with Conor McGregor?
Unfortunately,
I
I
don't
did.
know that I want to talk about this. On
I
the
saw
air.
he was trending, and so I clicked it, and I was scrolling like, "What's happening to Azalea Banks?" And then like, "Hey, why is there weights there?
Yeah.
Why is somebody lifting weights with that? Why do I need it? What's this? What's this on my Twitter feed?"
Yeah, I don't know that we need to talk about this, but let's see what he's bringing to the table. Elliot, what you got? Elliot,
Hey,
you
morning,
there?
guys.
Hey,
Good
morning.
to hear. Yeah, I can hear you guys. Hey, good morning. Good to hear Johnny G back in studio. Yeah, we've seen quite the downfall of Conor McGregor over the last couple of years, basically since the Poirier leg break. He's spiraled, and now he's hanging a weight from his Johnson. And I just wanted to see if y'all saw all that go on. And is it pretty much confident to say that this is pretty much the end? We won't be seeing him back unless there's some goofy Jake Paul big money type deal.
Yeah.
But I think his
He doesn't want to play by
competitive-
Dana rule. I think you're dead on. He doesn't want to sign a contract and have a certain amount of fights, and he doesn't want to do that. He wants to have complete control, which means he would rather box. So it will be more boxing. Like Jake's too big for him, but although Conor has, I don't know if you've seen him, Conor can gain weight and get bigger. A lot of people thought he may have had a little help getting a lot bigger, but yeah, unless
now,
it's
isn't there a rumor that he might be trying to run for office in Ireland? I don't know.
No, it's not a rumor. He's talked about it openly. Yeah, he's talked about an anti-immigration stance, and he's been very, very vocal. And yeah, I actually think there's a better chance of him trying to get an elected position in Ireland than there is of fighting another UFC fight.
I wonder if his viral photo is going to help him get votes.
I don't know. That's well, I guess we'll find out. I think his stances would help more, but it depends on what your tastes are, I guess. I don't know, Conor. That's a lot. That's a lot to just take in on a Twitter feed.
Yeah, I don't need that in my life. I don't need Conor McGregor's
eyelids for kids would like
somebody. There's a circumcision issue there.
I just said eyelids for kids would like a word,
right,
and you knew what that joke was,
right? I know, but probably people don't.
So you had to. Yeah.
So yeah, I don't need that. I just don't need that. Okay, there's a lot of things I need in my life, and that's not one of them. Anyway, 713-780-3776. If you guys want to get in here and talking about anybody's stuff, you're more than welcome. I want to talk about Houston powder coaters. I want to talk about you having something that's metal. A lot of it is patio furniture. You may be a pool in the neighborhood, and now's the time when you need your patio furniture because everybody's out by the pool. It's summer, and the kids want to be out. The kids are out of school, so they're out by the pools. But as soon as summer ends, okay, and the kids are back in school, and you need that patio furniture to look better, instead of buying new patio furniture, you send it to Houston Powder Coaters. They'll pick it up and deliver it back to you absolutely free, and they'll make it look like it's brand new. I mean, if your patio furniture for your public pool is looking shoddy, you need to. We had one guy who, I'm not going to say which town he's from, but he said, man, I've been hearing you, Robin, talking with John for so long about this stuff, and we need it done, so we're going to do that. And then I'm going to talk to the city council about getting the rest of the furniture in the city done over there as well. That's a great idea for all of you out there. Save your furniture, whatever it is, and let Houston Powder Coaters do that, as opposed to wasting taxpayer money on new furniture, which isn't as good. So Don't waste taxpayer money. Go with Houston Powder Coaters and get that stuff fixed. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here.
Loaded, ready to rule. You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
John Granada here with Yanni Damaris from Damaris Barbecue. How many all-you-can-eat ribs can I eat?
As many ribs as you could possibly eat, John. I'm really not worried about you. I would want you to come in and get that.
It's unlimited.
Unlimited. All you can eat.
And you got 2 different ribs, right?
I do. Baby backs and the spare ribs.
You got the sweet sauce on the baby back?
The baby backs are sweet and spicy, and they're really, really good.
Damaris Barbecue, 2 locations. One's on 610 at 18th Street. The other's at Shepherd, just north of West Alabama. Or you can order ahead at Damaris.com.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Oh, I love this scene. Yeah, man. I bet we could pull off a street race like this.
Dude, totally.
Hey, you know this is just a movie, right?
Whoa, what?
You try this in real life, you could kill someone, or even yourself.
Life's not like the movies. Avoid a life-changing consequence and slow down, because this is one disaster you can't outrun. Speeding catches up with you. A message presented by NHTSA.
Switching to Progressive is a game-winning call. And that reminds us of other game-winning calls in the history of sports.
So it was the fourth quarter and we're down by 5. Sweat pouring down my face. Suddenly it hit me. If only I could wrap part of the towel around my forehead. And that's how I became the first basketball player to wear a headband.
Okay, not really a game-winning call, but it was a good call. You can make one too. Switch to Progressive and you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan, we are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609.
Priority Tax Relief. Chastain Ford is the place to go if you're in the market for a Ford. Their professional staff will provide you with an outstanding truck buying experience. They offer competitive pricing and an extensive selection of new and used Ford vehicles. From the sales staff to the finance team, their knowledgeable and friendly staff are devoted to helping you find the perfect Ford for your needs. Chastain Ford also offers exclusive incentives and deals to get the most out of your purchase. Whether looking for a truck or SUV, Chastain Ford is the perfect place to find your dream Ford.
Listen on the go with the ESPN 97.5 app. Just search ESPN 97.5 and download today. You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Good article on Pro Football Network. I don't know why. ProFootballNetwork.com. They have an MLB. Well, they got everything because it's just called Pro Football Network. Christian Walker talks about the surprising way Jose Altuve builds a family feel inside the Astros clubhouse. A lot of it was about Jose Altuve getting taken out of the one-run game. And Altuve came back. He gets taken out late in the 8th inning with just a one-run lead. And he came back to the dugout and he was like just clapping and making sure everybody goes out there and, he's supporting his teammates. And Christian Walker's like, well, if Jose Altuve gets taken out of the game and he's like cheering everybody on and being positive and doesn't care, then how can we care, that we're doing what's best for the team? So, that's just, and he says, Jose Altuve is the guy that's just so accepting in that locker room. That's that guy's a saint. He's literally a saint. He's going straight to heaven.
Yeah. It just doesn't get any better. Legitimately, probably the best the city's ever seen in any sport in my entire lifetime of being here. Basically my entire life, in every sport. I can't think of one person, coach, player, front office, who is a better combination of player and person than Jose Altuve. No. More legitimate. There's nothing fraudulent. There's nothing where he shows you a public place. There's a lot of athletes. When you're around this long enough, you find out that there's a lot of guys who know how to play the PR game, and they're not the same way behind the scenes. And sometimes guys just, they're just a little bit more guarded. And that's fine. They don't want to be out and about and all that stuff. Jose Altuve, there's so many stories I've heard from him where people see him at an HEB. They'll see him at a restaurant. And it sounds like people are relatively respectful of his space, but he's always patient, always has time. I've never heard one negative story about someone saying, yeah, I met Altuve and he was, I don't know, he just kind of seemed like he was bored. Never heard anything on him. Never.
He's the best.
And on top of that, he is, the greatest Astro.
Mm-hmm.
He's the greatest Astro that's ever played. So I love Dream, but I think Altuve, all things considered, is probably just personality, fan friendly, just everything. Altuve's it. He is a saint. Can we get him sainted early on?
I think
your new Pope, the Pope, the guy you knew in Chicago.
He's a White Sox fan.
Leo.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Do you think he cheered when Altuve got hit?
No, he didn't cheer when Altuve got hit.
He's a White Sox fan.
No.
I saw a lot of White Sox fans cheering.
But Andrew Benintendi's probably going to be saint before Altuve, because he's a White Sox. So, but Benintendi's nowhere near. It's all politics.
If Pope Leo cheered from the stands when
Altuve
got hit, I'm going to be
super
pissed.
He didn't cheer from the stands when he got hit.
We don't know that for sure.
No, he's not a jerk White Sox fan like most of them.
Actually, you don't know.
I don't know. You know what? I don't know.
He could have booed.
I don't know. Let me ask you if you feel this is accurate. Nico Collins is set to break Andre Johnson's single-season receiving record that stood for over 12 years. He goes for over 1,600 yards this season. Nico Collins has a chance to get into the CeeDee Lamb, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson neighborhood.
Ooh, you think he's got a chance to get best in the league?
Yeah.
Because Andre was once there.
Well, this guy says he's going to be the offensive player of the year.
I don't think he can get the touchdown numbers, personally, that those guys. Boy, Justin Jefferson's hard to beat. He's going to have a rookie quarterback. Some of the numbers. So I can see Justin. No, but Justin demands the football. You have to throw to and Justin's really good. Jamar Chase has T. Higgins. Jamar's really good. CeeDee Lamb.
Well, Jamar Chase has
now you're
Joe
all
Burrow.
those.
Yeah.
All these
Justin
guys.
Jefferson has J.J. McCarthy, which is not sure.
Yeah, but he had Sam Darnold and went
Dak,
off.
which is
he had Sam Darnold. No one thought he was going to do anything with Sam Darnold. He had Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Kirk, he's fine. He can put up some stats, but Justin's numbers, he's only 26. His numbers are just sensational. It's ridiculous. His touchdown numbers, you know what? That's interesting. Going from his rookie season, 7, 10, 8, 5, 10. He's only hit 10 twice. Nico should hit that.
No.
Now his yardage, 1,400, 16, 1809, led the league. 1,074, only 10 games. And then last year he was 1,533. Substantial amounts of catches and yards. But Nico Collins last year
Nico misses some games now.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Well, it's hard to be in that list then. Yeah, 7 touchdowns last year for Nico Collins. It's hard to be on that list if you don't play all your games.
Yep.
And you're right. He has missed some games. His touchdowns are 1, 2, 8, and 7. And his yardage, 446, 481. I didn't remember it being that low his first 2 years. And then 1297 in year 3 and then 1006 last year. Look, he's got a little ways to go before we're talking about him with CeeDee Lamb.
He's got a little ways to go,
And
but
Justin
he
Jefferson.
is okay. So, what does he have with him? Christian Kirk, Jaden Higgins, right? He's going to get some balls out of the backfield. But he's got a third-year CJ, right? An offense that should be better than it was last year.
How many years do you think CeeDee Lamb has played in the league? 5 years. How many years do you think he's had 10 touchdowns or more? Double digits.
Double-digit touchdowns? I know he had a huge year. Is it one?
Just one.
Yeah.
He had 12 just 1 year.
Right.
Only 2 for Justin Jefferson. Jamar Chase has done it twice. 13 his first year and 17 last year. I mean, Jamar Chase.
I had him on my team last year.
You did? And you had CeeDee Lamb the year before.
Yeah. Yep.
Jamar Chase had 127 catches to lead the league, 1,708 receiving yards to lead the league, and 17 touchdowns to lead the league.
Pretty good.
He averaged 100 yards per game. And the Bengals didn't make the
well, right now.
No, the Bengals didn't make the playoffs, right? No, they didn't make it.
No.
Because their defense stunk.
Right now, in all the fantasy statistics that I see, Nico Collins is in the tier right below those guys.
Yeah. And
Nico Collins is going to be end of the first round draft.
If Nico Collins if
early
Nico
second
Collins stays healthy, I expect Nico to end up with close to 110 catches.
Yeah.
And I think 1,400 yards. Remember now, they're going to run the ball some too. So I have a hard time believing he can get to 1,500 yards.
If they can, there's that whole thing.
They did last year.
Yeah, they did, but
Joe Mixon just said, I'll be damned if I'm getting tackled now.
Yeah.
So he did a lot of it. And they blocked okay as a run blocking unit. But yeah, if they can, we'll see. One of their second round picks is not even signed, hadn't even been in camp. Good chance Ariante Ursery's not even on the plans this year.
Well, he's not.
Unless they can get
he's not.
Well, if they get him into camp, though.
Yeah, not even if he's in camp. Ariante Ursery is going to sit most
You
of
just
this
think
year.
Cam, well, that may be, but are we just sure Cam Robinson is just locked in?
Yeah, for this year.
I think it could definitely be Blake Fisher and Titus Howard at some point. If Cam becomes a sieve in pass protection, they're not just going to keep him in there. They're not tied to him. He's
yeah,
a
but that
one-year
doesn't
deal.
mean Ariante's on the field.
No, I said the other
right,
tight end
right,
combination.
right.
Yeah, I mean the other tackle combination.
I don't
Yeah,
think-
because Ariante to me is not ready.
Ariante is a project. Ariante is a long-term deal. Ariante is going to sit this year. Ariante is not. I don't think he plays a role. There's too much at stake here to put that rookie out there, especially on one of the corner. Are you kidding me? On CJ's blind side or even at right tackle? There's just no. You just can't. That's just not happening this year, especially after the beating that CJ took and his shoulders got general soreness.
Mm-hmm.
And you want to put an Ariante
That's because
out there?
he's working hard. He's lifting.
He's lifting. You're damn right he's
that's
lifting.
why he's generally sore.
No, he's not generally sore because of that. He's generally sore because he got his ass whooped.
No, he's putting in
How
the
many
work.
times did he get sacked in that Kansas City game?
Well,
12,
it was-
18?
I think it might have been 8 or so, but you can't blame all of that on offensive line. Some of it was Dalton Schultz just not doing anything. So
Dalton Schultz I don't know. He decided not to do anything.
I think CJ took last season as a sign that maybe I need to bulk up.
Yeah.
So he's generally sore only because of how hard he's working. So don't you worry.
He's working okay.
He's put the armor on to
Well,
take potential punishment this year.
And I said he didn't do his world tour this offseason, which I was very happy about.
Well, you can't lift your podcast arm when you're generally sore.
Well, but he did lift his pen and he signed a deal. He and Michael Parsons have started a new business together.
What is it? Is it vaping?
It's no.
What'd you say? Did you say vaping?
Yeah. What do they start?
I think it's a protein company. It's
Protein.
Yeah.
Well, CJ's on a health kick.
He is. He really is.
Well, CJ wouldn't be involved in vaping.
I don't know that.
No. Yes, you do.
I don't know that. Why
He
not?
would not.
Why not
No.
a dispensary?
Why not? I don't know.
No,
Why
he
not?
would not do that. He would. He's going to be.
Is he selling jewels before the games?
He is not going to vape. selling jewels.
What? He's not selling jewels.
CJ Stroud here for Stroud's Jewels.
CJ Stroud here for
It's
gold.
called jams.
Although his would be an older player would sell you gold. CJ might sell you Bitcoin.
No, JUUL.
It's called jams, and it does nothing to do with vaping.
Jams, not JAMZ.
JMS.
Oh,
We
good.
have lift off for jams now available.
Those
Guys,
of
you
us.
don't want to stuff that disgusting chew in your mouth. How about CJ's Jewels?
How about CJ for Zen?
Yeah. What is he up to?
Puts a couple pouches of Zen in there and starts to throw up. Starts to get a cold sweat about 20 minutes later.
Don't be like Lance Zierlein.
Yeah.
This is a non-harsh Zen.
By the way, I ran into Brian Al. I told you that story that he gave me the Zen and bullied me and peer pressured me into taking that. And I was in a cold sweat and had to go hide in the bathroom and act like I was taking a dump. But really, I was just sweating it out. And so apparently my son, Alec, I didn't get over to the O-line Masterminds clinic until after the show. And Alec goes, Brian Allen is the offensive lineman. He played with the Rams for a while. He goes, Brian Allen just name checked you. He said that you've got to have, he said that he made you a villain so he could, with your scouting report, so that he could have something to motivate him. And I was laughing. So I saw him and I said, I heard about it. I said, by the way, I mentioned you on the radio too. I said that that you gave me the Zen after you tried to get me, quote unquote, back on the horse after it was a horse I didn't want to get back on, the nicotine horse. And it didn't go so well. He goes, nice. I said, and I also didn't know there's different strengths of Zen. I said, my radio partner told me there's different strengths. He goes, oh yeah, I gave you the big boy, pound it out. He did his fist. I said, what? He goes, oh yeah, your highest level. I gave you the top dog. I didn't want the top dog.
No, you wanted to start with a 2.
Yeah, I didn't even want to start with anything. I was just trying to eat. I was at a steakhouse having I had a little lobster that they may have for the table.
Wow.
I'm like, yeah.
Lobster.
I didn't have to pay for it either.
Oh, man of the people? No, eating lobster.
Well, I didn't eat it.
With his offensive lineman, millionaire buddy.
So you're
well, they're not millionaires.
You were the Jonathan Martin of that place? They're just bullying you
Oh,
around.
my God, you are the Jonathan Martin. Except
he didn't really get bullied, yeah.
Turns out he wasn't really bullied.
Well, close enough for Lance.
Oh, no. Oh, really? Because they were telling stories about Richie Incognito.
Oh, no. He's not
he's a full-time bully.
Yeah,
there's no doubt. Richie
I saw a video of Shane Gillis.
I saw that one too.
Yeah. It was like Richie Incognito is a bully.
Let me tell you something.
Period.
Richie is the greatest bully in the history of maybe of bullies.
Yeah.
Definitely of offensive line bullies. No. And they had stories about him too in there.
Yeah.
Ode Obuche, you remember him? Who played for the Texans for a little bit for 1 year? It's during the dark years.
Barely.
Ode Obuche, I think, played for.
It's like, remember Cooper Hummel?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Well, Ode Obuche was like a multi-year, and he was actually in the dinner with us for a second, and then he took off. He had something else to do, and I thought that was who it was. And Brian Allen told the story. He goes, "Oh man, he was great." When we were in, and he was telling a story about when they were in some locker room, and there was an O-line coach that really didn't know what he was doing, but he said it was kind of cool because he was just like, "What do you guys think? What should we do?" And he goes, "We had no pressure on us. We kind of played our best football because no one was really coaching us. He was kind of like our buddy, our boy." And he said, Ode Obuche is a veteran. He gets in there. He's got his coffee in the morning, and the coach says something to him. He's like, "Shut the until I finish my coffee. All right, don't even talk to me." And he said he's like calling them out. They're all like, "Oh my God, why is he screwing this up for us?" And he's just the surly veteran, like, "I'm just trying to get the pension.
That's all.
I'm just trying to get to my pension."
All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Now, this is I kind of jumped ahead on some of those, so we're going to just break it here. Quick break. Don't go anywhere. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
ESPN 97.5.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low, fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Why sit on the bench when you can step up to the plate and start earning now at Pipefitters Local 211? Our free state-of-the-art apprenticeship program trains the next generation of pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs, and we're recruiting across the Texas coast from Houston to Beaumont. No experience? No problem. We'll coach you up, pay while you train, and set you up for a career that knocks it out of the park. Swing for success. Apply today at pipefitters211.com.
Hello, I'm Lisa Holland Nelson. And I'm Shavonna Robber-Schreiber. And we are so excited to be bringing you Culture Club HTX every Sunday morning from 8 to 9 on ESPN Radio 97.5 and 92.5. Our show is about sports, community, fashion, and of course, business. And all the things that make Houston the heartbeat of Texas. Our community. That's our favorite, right? That's one of our most favorite. So every Sunday, 8 a.m., ESPN Radio 92.5 and 97.5. We can't wait for you to tune in.
Whether you're buying a home or you're refinancing, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage is the guy for you. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's been in it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He does it all the time. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Shop your loan. Kent Jones loves that. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage, LLC, NMLS number 248243. J. Ken Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
This is Danny Braden with Fleet Feet Houston. For all of you runners out there, Fleet Feet is the best place for all of your running needs. Whether you're a marathoner or just starting out, the experts at Fleet Feet can help. Stop by one of our 7 Houston area locations. We've been running Houston since 1987. Because of our growth, we turned to HR&P to manage our human resource and payroll needs. Fleet Feet wins every race with HR&P.
Let HR&P customize a plan for your business. Get started at hrp.net.
The Bullpen, Saturdays at noon on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You are listening to Houston's longest running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You know, there was a couple of things on ESPN this morning talking about quarterbacks. And I couldn't agree more. Why is Jalen Hurts with executives not getting more love than he is? Why is, Justin Herbert ahead of him? Justin Herbert should not be ahead of Jalen Hurts. Justin Herbert has not done anything in this league comparable to Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts has gotten his team to 2 Super Bowls.
Who has? How many guys have that's Jalen's done?
I know.
Has Lamar Jackson? Has Joe Burrow? Has Josh Allen?
No,
Nobody
right.
has. But I mean, they're all better quarterbacks.
Yeah,
than him.
well, but Lamar's got an MVP. Joe's taken his team to the Super Bowl
once.
Yeah, once.
And won it.
Josh Allen has not been able to. He's not get over the top, but it wasn't because of Josh Allen.
He won an MVP.
Yeah, he won an MVP too. I mean, so that's a little bit more understood. Those guys are special. Justin Herbert is a good quarterback.
I think it's they just know who they'd want to start a team with, and there are some limitations. I mean, realistically speaking, there's going to be some, like, you can't go pass heavy where you're throwing the ball 40 times a game if you need to. With Herbert gives you a better chance in that particular offense than Jalen Hurts. Now that's a separate, and I think that's how they're thinking. But I mean, that doesn't mean that, like, Jalen Hurts has tremendous leadership. Jalen Hurts is clutch. Like, Jalen's kind of got a little bit of an it factor. Yeah. The intangibles are pretty high with him. I think that comes from having a really, I think his dad is phenomenal. The stories I've read on his dad, Jalen from a very young age has had a leadership quality to him and a certain calm demeanor. And I think it all comes from the dad. I think the dad did an amazing job of getting him ready to be who he is. And now it's just Jalen who does it. I mean, Jalen's great. Now, do I think Jalen is one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league? No, I don't. Do I think you could put him on many other teams and he would have the same success? I don't know that I would say that. You know, I think he could play for the Texans and play pretty well in what they have asked him to do. But if you stuck him with the Cowboys, it's more throwing oriented. I don't know that I don't know that he would be better than Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
If he had to throw a ton, if you put him with the Bengals, I don't know that he could carry an offense enough that you score enough to overcome a bad defense. But with that said, who cares? He's asked to win for his team and he makes winning plays.
He absolutely does. Nick Sirianni was he was asked on some show that about the notion that quarterback Jalen Hurts was along for the ride during Philadelphia's Super Bowl.
Wow. Did somebody really say that?
He said, I think that's bullshit. I mean, he plays the most important position in all of sports, the most ultimate team game there is. And what I admire about him is his selflessness of doing anything we need him to do to win. Yeah. It's kind of incredible to me that Jalen doesn't get a lot more love than he should, than he is right now. You get to 2 Super Bowls and you win 1. I mean, you just beat the Kansas City Chiefs. I know he's got a lot around him, but I think Jalen Hurts is a really good quarterback and not getting the love he should. And there's a quarterback that's getting way more love than he should, and it's Arch Manning. Jordan Rodgers was on this morning. He was on ESPN. Does Jordan Rodgers work for the ESPN now?
Yeah, SEC Network.
He does.
Yeah.
Oh, so he was like, this hype around Arch. I got Arch as my 5th best quarterback in the SEC.
Okay. Lenore Sellers, DJ Lagway,
Nussmeier,
Garrett Nussmeier. Okay, yeah. I mean, you can make an argument for Arch if you want to, but there's nothing in his history that shows you yet. He just hasn't played enough.
Yep.
Who's at Ole Miss
got
now?
Lagway. You got Well, Dart just left.
You can't say Alabama. You can't say Georgia. Ole Miss, Miss State. I don't know who's at Miss State.
Is
Florida, Kentucky, Vanderbilt.
Is Vanderbilt quarterback back?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he is. Remember, he got another year because he's a JUCO guy.
Yeah, he's
Remember, he was the one that benefited
What's
from
his
that.
name, Del?
Vanderbilt.
Diego Pavia.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is John Vanderbilt.
John Mateer.
Well, Mateer has all the love right now.
Well, and so, I mean, listen, there is something to the fact that for Sarkisian didn't replace Quinn Ewers when Quinn Ewers was really struggling.
It doesn't look great.
Paul Feinbaum has said multiple times he thinks Texas would have beat Ohio State if he pulled Quinn Ewers in the second half.
Well, I think he would have given him a different chance in terms of with his legs, but I don't think passing wise Quinn wasn't very good.
Did Quinn fumble in that game or nearly a fumble? He was running and he got clocked and they either called it a fumble or was close to being a fumble.
Quinn or Arch?
No, that was
Arch. It was Arch.
Wasn't that
that was the game before?
That was the game before when he got knocked out and
Yeah.
Quinn had to come in with a bad arm and hand off.
No, that was the Georgia
that was
team.
That was Beck who did that. That's right. It was Beck's backup who got knocked unconscious.
Yeah, but
and then Beck had to come in with his broken wing, and that's right. He had to be
for the
but
final
Arch
play.
got in and didn't do anything.
Yeah, I don't know where this assumption that Arch is going to come in and lead Texas to a win in that game. He wasn't going to do anything. What about Arch? What about Arch Manning's season suggested that?
Feinbaum said he's the best.
I heard what he said.
Best player. Like people are saying that if his name weren't Manning, there'd be zero chance. There's nothing that you've seen that would make you think that this guy.
Yeah,
look, I watched all the games that he played last year. It was fine.
Arch had one play in the Ohio State game, and he looked like he was concussed after he got hit. Yeah. Cut. So Sarkisian brought him in and nearly died. So that's why he didn't get more snaps.
Well,
Feinbaum.
Listen, Sarkisian sees him every day in practice and did not replace Quinn Ewers with him. Okay, sees him every day. knows the kid.
It is
everything about the
puzzling.
kid.
It's puzzling to be sure.
Yeah. And Feinbaum's got him already winning the Heisman. He's the best quarterback since Tim Tebow.
Bino Cook better chill out over there.
He is a little Bino.
And Ron Powell's cut it out. Can Arch as QB1? Yes, he started games. His first game as QB1 is in Columbus. Can we see that happen before we start anointing?
Yeah, and I'm willing to say he's going to be great, but we don't know yet. You can't. I don't think there's enough to even project making that comment that Paul Feinbaum made.
Who has more love, Mel Kiper for Shedeur or Paul Feinbaum for Arch?
Well, I didn't know the Shedeur thing was coming until the draft.
But
it was very, very obvious how much love that Mel had. But we're going to have an entire lead up to the college football season listening to Paul Feinbaum.
Yeah, Mel used 2 days to do it.
Stand on this thing.
If Arch doesn't have a big game against Ohio State and they lose, is Paul Feinbaum gonna?
Is he gonna apologize to all of us?
Well, it's not apologize, but is he going to admit that he?
Well, what's going to happen if Arch plays well and they beat Ohio State?
Oh my God!
Yeah, that's the scary one.
Yeah. Oh my God! Yeah, and then we got a problem.
The freight train could get rolling quick on Arch Manning, and like I said, maybe he'll be a really good quarterback. His arm is very average. He's a very athletic.
I thought
he doesn't fit the mold of the
last
Mannings.
spring. His decision making was slow. He sat and waited, and guys were running wide open down, and he made some completions in the spring game, but he wasn't like he was pulling the trigger quickly. It took some time now he's a young quarterback that has very little college experience, and these 2 years sitting might be really great for him. Might be great for him. And he's got to sit there and watch, but this hyperbole over this kid is just, it's no good for him. Because the expectations are way too high.
Yeah, I mean, not that he needed money, but the things that are coming from it, he gets to cash in on his name, and which is what NIL is for specifically. He's been able to do that, but now he's got to go out there and play as the guy leading a major program who has the biggest of aspirations.
Yep. All right, 847 ESPN. We got to break. 713. Oh, D, we'll get you in on the other side. But we got to talk about GiveMeTheVin.com right now. If John Clay Wolf buys your car, he's going to give you 1,000 entries into the hopper for a chance to win $25,000 or a piece of $25,000. He's putting $25,000 aside every month that he's giving away. $25,000 a month that he's giving away. He's America's best car buyer. You go to GiveMeTheVin.com. And listen, I was talking to my buddy Tim over at Wildcat yesterday. He said, I sold John Clay Wolf a couple of cars. He said, man, it is the easiest thing in the world. Easiest thing in the world. And he said, you go in, you just you put your VIN number in, or you put your license plate number in, and in a matter of minutes, you got a quote for your vehicle. And he said, of course, it was the most that I could possibly get. And that's happening every time. And he says, if I can't beat CarMax, I will send you $100. That's how confident he is that he's going to beat CarMax's offer. So you're looking for the best way to sell your vehicle. There's one place that you got to go. On top of getting more for your vehicle, you got a chance at $25,000 every month. Okay. You get your 1,000 names in the hopper. Okay. Get your 1,000 entries in the hopper by selling your car to GiveMeTheVin.com. GiveMeTheVin.com.
ESPN 97.5.
I assumed you knew. Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-577-3407. That's 800-577-3407.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Hey parents, Jeremy Branham here. Want to transform your driveway into a pro-level court? Pro Dunk basketball goals are the real deal. Their revolutionary lightning adjust system lets you change heights in seconds. From regulation 10 feet down to 5 feet so the whole family can play. Built with commercial-grade materials that stand up to Houston weather, get your kids off those screens and onto the court. Pro Dunk, the choice of serious ballers. Visit ProDunk.com today. That's ProDunk.com.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even bought my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10. You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. D has been waiting. Told you we'd get him in on the other side. Hey, D, what's up?
Hey, what's up, guys? Lance, I have a quick question while y'all on the subject of college football. I have a cousin that plays football, and I just want to know if you're familiar with his name, and if not, I kind of want to put you on alert for the upcoming season. You know anybody named Chandler Rivers?
No, I don't. Where does he play?
Duke? He plays cornerback at Duke. Yeah.
I just looked him up right now. 5'10", 180 pounds. Okay. Yeah. What year? Looks like he's a senior. Going to be a senior, huh?
Yeah, he was All-American last year. They kind of have him going high in the mock draft. So I just wanted to see if you knew.
Yeah, I'm behind just because I hadn't heard him doesn't mean anything. He had 3 interceptions, 8 passes defense. I mean, the number just looking at the stats, they look, about like something I would see draft wise. So a little smaller, maybe a slot corner looks like with this size, but yeah, I have to check him out. Did he also, no, doesn't return punts or kicks. No, I'm not familiar with him, but that doesn't really mean anything because I'm not up on these guys until much later in the draft process. I'm not spending all this time to do that. I already got to look at 500 players. So I'm not doing 1,000 players worth of work, but yeah, I'll keep an eye on him. I should be getting a list that gives me where the initial grades are from an outside service on some of these players. So I'm sure he'll be in the mix. I'll keep an eye on him. That's your cousin?
Yeah. We're from Beaumont.
Okay. Yeah. I'll keep an eye on him. Duke is, Duke's the one who stole Tulane's cornerback, right, Dale?
Quarterback, Darius Mensah, the quarterback from Tulane. Yeah. They jumped out ahead and gave him a pretty big NIL deal, much to people's
How's
surprise.
Duke supposed to be this year in the ACC?
I know they're Manny Diaz there last year. They had a good year. His cousin, he was an All ACC player. I'm not sure he made All American, but he was an All ACC player. Chandler Rivers was the corner that just mentioned. They should be fine. I mean, it's Duke, so there's going to be fluctuations depending on seniors. How big, if they have like a big senior class, they'll be better than they regularly are. It's still Manny Diaz, so I'm not sure if he can sustain first-year success. He had.
It's hard to get behind Manny Diaz.
Yeah, I mean, I hope Manny does well. I mean, he went to Penn State after the Miami stuff, and normally when you wind up at Miami and fail, you don't bounce back to a head coaching job. Like Al Golden's now the DC in Cincinnati, so after being the DC for the Fighting Irish, so he's bounced back. Manny's got a head coaching job. Hopefully he goes well. I don't have anything against Manny Diaz. I mean, he's just another in the long line of guys who probably shouldn't have gotten that job at Miami. But I hope he does well. And he had a good year at Duke, surprising a lot of people. And you got a quarterback that I think is pretty talented in Mensa, excuse me. So they're going to be in the mix. I don't know if he's that smart, but but that's how you pronounce his last name, I believe. They should be fine. I don't know what their schedule looks like though, so that determines a lot as well. I don't know what Duke's schedule is this year.
Well, we got to watch for the cornerback. That's it.
Chandler Rivers, number 0 for Duke,
and he's a number 0, which is a good sign. You can't be any kind of little scrub to get a number 0. You usually have to have a little juice on the team.
Yeah, they don't usually give that number to someone who is not good.
Nope. So that's good. We'll keep an eye on him.
All right, 713. Thanks for the call, D. 2 D's would be what?
Double D.
D's.
No, I thought 2 D's would be double.
Oh,
D.
that's it. That is double D's too. Double D's too.
And we got a little revenge match because Mensa will be playing his former team, Tulane, in New Orleans, at Tulane.
Wow.
So we got a little revenge.
I know. I saw Tulane was trending on Twitter. I'm like, what's this about? And so I clicked it, and of course, there's going to be one, porn account that uses whatever trending names are out there, and like, okay, that's fine. Scroll. But then it got to the fact that I guess there's a lot of people who are kind of salty about losing their player to Duke. And that was, for some reason,
it popped up.
For some reason, it just popped up. Like a lot of people had posts about it. So, yeah, this is going to be one of these games where they really, really want to get this done. I am curious. There's so many articles now about private equity, and everyone's keeping private equity at bay on the NIL stuff. Well, not even NIL. Well, yeah, I guess technically NIL. Now they've got a new commission that is going to determine whether or not an NIL deal is a true value deal from now on, so that you can't just use it as a pay-for-play mechanism, which it was not supposed to be, especially now that they have revenue. So they're gonna try to prevent you. They have to vet NIL deals to say, no, this is not a legit deal. No one's getting paid this amount of money for this because they have revenue share now. But what's going to be interesting is Boise is talking about potentially private equity. The Big 12 has said no so far. The SEC has said no. It's only a matter of time. And the reason that's important is private equity it's simply buying a university or buying a conference. It becomes a revenue mechanism for them. And so it's so far out of the spirit of college athletics. It's crazy. You're literally talking about somebody buying, like Liv could come in and we say Liv, it's the PIF could literally come in and buy their way into. There's a reason Dion denied it, but Dion's coach was caught headed over to Saudi Arabia talking to the Saudi people. And I guarantee Dion's trying to get some of that Saudi money over there infused in Colorado. I don't love it, but I understand it. That's the money. And in today's, until they get it figured out, you just got to look at Texas Tech. Texas Tech was number 1 in the portal, number 1. Now Texas Tech just got a 5-star offensive lineman, right? Or a pass rusher.
Their
5-star offensive lineman.
Regent is a multi-billionaire that just keeps feeding.
Regent, he was a former offensive lineman.
Yeah.
And he's like, I just sold my company. He literally sold it feels like he sold his company just because he's like, I'm going to run all my money down until we win a national champion. Like, you're not making money on this whole deal. Like,
No,
I don't
he
care.
doesn't care.
I don't care.
All right.
You know how long $4 billion will last me? Long enough to get a title.
When we come back, we just talked about Jordan Rodgers saying he's got Arch as the 5th best quarterback. Well, Paul Feinbaum claps back at him. All right. So we will have that sound when we come back right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, you and I, though, we talk about Billy. Billy Brown is a great Billy. Billy is a great American. Okay. All right. If you're, maybe you don't love America. I don't know. But Billy Brown is a great American. And Billy Brown has business here with the fundamentals of what great businessmen do. Okay. Give great service. A great service, whatever your company is. Get it at a great price. Okay. Do it at a great price. Do it honestly with integrity. And be transparent in what you're doing. And that's what Billy Brown does every day. Okay. He comes to your home. His people will come to your home and they're going to give you the straight that they're going to give you the skinny on exactly what's going on with your pipes or your shower or your sink or whatever it is. If you've got a problem, especially your toilet, the brown won't go down. And they're not going to charge you just to show up.
Mm-mm.
That's terrible.
That's the thing is they say, look, we're not going to try to wrap you into this deal by forcing you to make a payment up front. We're going to do our job, which is come out there, tell you what's wrong, and then give you a price. We'll make it a fair price, a price that others can't really compete with, and then we're going to fix it. And they fix it, and they fix it the right way. Big job, small job, any job, even moving gas lines. That's what plumbers do, and that's what Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company can do for you.
ESPN 97.5. Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know, the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids love. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book 5 nights, save 35% off your stay in June and July. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Small businesses look for banking partners who make fast and efficient decisions. Veritex Community Bank has a lending team standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
Follow ESPN Houston on social media at ESPN 97.5.
This is ESPN 97.5, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston. Brought to you by Zadok Jewelers. Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Right. 9:04 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, our final hour of the day. In a day that we haven't even mentioned Johnny Furphy.
Well,
Johnny Furphy became a sensation overnight. Well, actually, it's really Noah.
The other guy.
Yeah. What's his name? Noah.
It's the Bulls pick. I don't know his last name. Noah Insingate.
It's Furphy.
No, that's the guy who dunked it. We're talking about the guy who got dunked
The other
on.
guy is Noah.
Oh, Noah.
The guy with the face.
Yeah, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, Noah.
Essengate.
Yeah, whatever. I don't think that's important. What's important is the comments in the on the video of Johnny Furphy dunking over him, because there is a face. The ESPN anchors couldn't even continue; they had to go to break because they showed the face of Noah while he was being dunked on. It is now officially the posterization of all time. I know that some guys
because of the face,
these nuts on
no, we're not gonna.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not gonna say all the comments, are you?
No, I'm not gonna say all the comments, but what the face, that he was making, Noah was making as Johnny was dunking over him. You know the kid when when he walks by the camera and he goes,
Scream.
"Oh,
You mean Home Alone?"
No. The video of when everybody's like, "Oh!"
It's a rap battle, and the guy doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Red Hot Fire or whatever.
And that's kind of what Noah's face looks like. The one kid that came up right to the camera and was like,
"Yeah."
Noah's face looks like he is being. He looks like he's getting beaten, or he's in
That's not what the
the
comments
throws
said.
of
That's what the comments
ecstasy.
said. Yeah.
He's in the throes of ecstasy.
No, it was not.
And
It
he's
was
got
definitely
that
not
face,
that.
That face going on.
And
It definitely was not that.
Poor guy who was actually having a pretty good game.
Yeah.
21 points, 50% shooting, knocked down 3 threes, but no one's
But
going to
no
care.
one will remember that.
No
ever.
one's going to care.
No.
He's a rookie. It's going to be a long, hopefully for him, a long career.
Yeah.
But this will follow him forever.
Never going to live this one down. Never going to live this one down.
Should have just sat out that game, man. Summer League's not that important.
Yeah, I know that 21. You felt good about yourself. Not anymore.
Yeah.
Not
it's
the
rough.
comments you're getting on this.
Where's
one.
Furphy come from?
Furphy's was at Kansas. He played. U of H.
Yeah, he
played against U of H.
Oh, played against him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the white guy.
Yeah, the white guy. Yeah.
That dude is nasty.
Yeah, he's good.
Did you see? I mean, the dunk, he went behind his back.
I hated him when they were playing him. I'm like, this Furphy. What kind of name is that?
Oh, and that overtime game, he was a heckler.
He was a beast.
Yeah, this is second year in the league. He's Australian, so it was Australia.
Oh, so he's not a real
Australia.
white
No,
guy.
he's not one of your guys, so you can't celebrate him too much.
We can't. That's not a white guy dunk.
Yeah.
He's an Australian.
He's Australian.
Well, actually, we do count Australians.
Since when?
People who are
When did you
England and
Since when did you guys start counting Australia?
There's only certain people we pick and choose. We
Just
get
because he doesn't
Australians.
wear overalls from
Okay,
Georgia.
no.
Doesn't mean he's not white.
No. If you
he
can
puts
do,
down when asked what
He's
race.
not American white.
Caucasian.
No.
He's not American white.
It doesn't matter. You
It does
think
matter.
It's not American,
That's
but
how
It matters
haughty
to them.
you are.
It matters to
Did
you
you
guys.
think it's only
It's the rules,
American
John.
white?
It's the rules, John. He
I
doesn't
don't know
know.
what you think. I made this up. This is not me making it
Oh,
up.
Wait, here's
Luca's a white guy too.
No,
He doesn't belong
we
to you
don't.
guys.
No,
Sorry.
Luka, if you talk like this, nope.
He doesn't belong to you guys.
But because Luka could never play a role
No,
in
he's a white
a
guy.
streaming series on Netflix, but Australians do it all the time. They're shapeshifters with their voice. They're voice shifters.
Yeah, Luca couldn't do it.
Luka can do it. Australians. How many times
Nicole-
you watch? How many times you watch a show? You're like, oh, and then you see the actor like,
Huh. Hey. Yeah, no.
he's British or Australian. 78% of the time, we don't even have an American act. Michael B. Jordan is from New Zealand.
That's not true.
What?
He might be.
He's
We
not.
don't know that for sure.
He's not.
Nicole Kidman? She's always playing American.
Australian?
She is,
Always.
Yeah, always.
And her voice, when you hear her talk
Yeah.
now, she basically uses her American voice.
Yeah, I know.
To not upset people.
She's taking all our roles.
Mm-hmm.
All the roles.
The Australians are taking all of our jobs.
Yeah, they're taking all your
They're
jobs.
taking all the acting jobs. And you know it, Dell. You watch a lot of shows. You know how many Australians are out there taking our jobs.
I mean, I'm not offended by it because
Our friend Eric
it's just-
Layden can't get work
look,
because of the
you would be if
Australians
white
and the
people started
and the
playing,
British people.
black roles.
they've done that in the past. Oh, look, another white guy has a job.
And
Sorry.
what happened?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm sorry. I find it hard to get upset about one white guy taking
we're
a job
taking
from
the
another
L.
white guy.
We're taking the L all the time.
Yeah,
now.
sure.
Nicole Kidman. You ain't
Wait a
even
minute.
America.
Which American actress would you want to take Nicole's roles?
Oh, there's a lot of American actresses.
Which ones? Since
Okay.
you're so upset about
Jennifer Lawrence.
Who did you
take a role?
Who did you want in Days of Thunder as opposed to Nicole Kidman?
Jennifer Lawrence.
She wasn't of age at the time. Was
That's
she even
all right.
alive at the time?
Oh, we don't have any beautiful
I'm
American
asking
actresses.
you're so upset about
Yeah.
Nicole
No,
Kidman.
No, this
Start
ain't
naming
like
them.
the All-Star game where
Start
who would
naming
you
them.
like who
Sure.
like, this ain't like that. There's plenty of
I'm
really beautiful.
I'm giving you roles where Nicole Kidman
This
was
ain't
in.
like the All-Star game.
Yeah.
John said.
There, who would you keep
Sorry.
out? No, I'm sorry.
I just asked you a question. Of all the roles Nicole Kidman's played, which one would you rather
I
have
could
someone
name
else?
one for every
Well,
single
go
one.
ahead, name one.
I ain't got time for this
All right,
nonsense.
then you don't have
There's
one.
beautiful American women.
Well, I haven't heard a
Yeah.
name yet.
Well, what year?
I said Days of Thunder. Give me
I don't know
an
when
actress.
Days of Thunder
It
was
was
made.
back in the 90s. When was that movie
There
out?
were 100.
Well,
beautiful
until I hear a
actresses.
name, Nicole Kidman keeps the role.
Okay. Paul Feinbaum. We just talked about this.
He can't play in
No,
that
he
role.
cannot. No, he cannot. We just talked about this. Jordan Rogers just crushed Feinbaum, saying what is all this hype about
Well, we can play that first.
You want to play that first?
Yeah.
All right, play that and then play Feinbaum's response.
Arch Manning is the top quarterback in the SEC. Fact or fiction?
That is fiction. Y'all have been drinking Paul Feinbaum's Kool-Aid for way too long. I have him as the 5th. Let me repeat that. The 5th best quarterback in the SEC. The hype train is out of control. And what are we basing this on? We're basing this on games last year against UTSA, Louisiana Monroe, and Mississippi State, who were 93rd, 103rd, and 118th in the scoring defense in the FBS last year. Look, I love Arch. I think he has a very high floor, but I don't think he's an elite talent when it comes to his arm ability, his ability to manipulate the pocket, to make guys miss, to change his arm angle. I think he's a really good quarterback, but the hype train's out of control.
Okay. So he's got him as his 5th best quarterback. And then asked about Jordan Rogers' comments. Here is Paul Feinbaum's response.
Listen, Peter, I cheered. My wife and I were Jordan's biggest fans when he won The Bachelorette, but that's where it ends. I really am amused that he's using what Arch did last year. I mean, the whole conversation a week ago was about his potential. I said I think he could be the best quarterback since Tim Tebow. He's not there yet, but I think he will be. And then we'll come back and see how Jordan's doing. Maybe he'll do the senior event for the Golden Bachelorette.
Yes, Golden Bachelor.
Is Jordan Rogers going back doing the Golden Bachelor?
It seems unlikely at this point. He'd have to wait 30 years to do it.
Who knew he'd be the likable Rogers?
Yeah, he is actually.
10 years ago, I would have thought.
Anyone who's met them, I guess.
Yeah,
that's probably true. Yeah. Peter Burns loves him.
We didn't know anything about Aaron.
Peter Burns says
now
he's
we
an
know
awesome
way
guy.
too much.
Yeah, we know entirely. Aaron's put too much of his stuff up. That's a great example of overexposure in a career. It just ends up killing you.
Mm-hmm.
Man,
because your boy Peter Schrager ain't got that dog in him. He could have asked Paul, okay, since Jordan Rogers is using what he did last year, what are you using? What are you using to suggest that Arch is going to be the best quarterback since Tim Tebow? You don't like what Jordan's using. What exactly did Arch show you at any point besides his last name?
And that he couldn't even get in the big games whenever Quinn was healthy.
It just feels like a simple question. You don't like the standards that this guy's using? What are you using to suggest he's going to be better than Joe Burrow?
Yeah. No. Yeah, I know. Joe.
And that's just
Mac
one
Jones,
name.
the year Mac Jones had.
I just used one. You could start ripping off quarterbacks, and why is Arch going to be better than all of them?
Mac Jones had almost the same, if not even a little bit better than Joe's year.
Yeah, people don't count the COVID year as anything.
No.
Like whatever, COVID, so whatever. You can name them all. Cam Newton. Well, Cam Newton came after Tebow, so why? Well, is he going to be better than Cam Newton's year? And why?
Yeah.
But, ESPN does this all the time. They turn.
Cam got all pissy about. This is just a joke. I mean, it's just a TV joke between. I guarantee you, Paul. They already know. Paul Feinbaum and Jordan Rogers are buddy. Jordan Rogers are fine. They do SEC network stuff together. This is just one of the little fun little things they're doing. What's funny is, did you see Cam Newton go after Paul Feinbaum on Cam's own show?
No.
Did you see that?
No.
Because because Paul Feinbaum said, you can ask anybody or ask Urban Meyer. He was the hardest. You might be able to play it. I'm not sure if there's cuss words. He said he was the hardest guy to ever. He was uncoachable, or he was about Cam Newton in Florida.
Yeah.
And then Cam Newton, I got to tell you, Cam handled it pretty well. He kept it kind of lighthearted. And he's like, well, let me tell you something, Paul. And then he went after, oh, you think I was difficult to deal with? No. Did I get in trouble for stealing that laptop? Yes. But is that the reason I got kicked out? No, I played behind Tim Tebow. I wasn't going to play.
Right.
And then it was actually pretty funny. It was actually, but Cam also, he basically said, maybe y'all you can get me back on the network. You can see Cam doesn't want to go too hard because he's trying to get back on ESPN.
So this is what Feinbaum said. I actually covered Cam Newton at Auburn, and I was actually quite aware of why he left the University of Florida. You might call Urban Meyer. He'll be happy to tell you, because he told me Cam Newton is the worst guy he has ever dealt with in his college career. Now, that's saying a great deal considering some of the 30 for 30s that have been done on a few of his other players, but I just wanted to make that point. Urban Meyer coached a murderer.
Yeah.
Urban coached more than one. He's coached a murderer, and he's coached others who threatened to murder.
Percy Harvin?
He had one of the most. Oh, Percy was just who was just one of the most.
Oh, by the way, that all that came from was Kevin Clark, who one of your boys. Kevin Clark just responded to Paul's comment about how great Arch is going to be, and he said, "Have you heard of Cam Newton? Did you know what he did in college?" And that led Paul Feinbaum to say, Urban Meyer said he's one of the worst person he's ever dealt with.
Now, he had a great year. It was just like a 1 year. He was a 1 year college
but
player.
It feels
that's
like
argument against him.
Yeah, it feels like that reaction, even if that's a real thing that Urban Meyer said, is out of bounds. Why would you bring that up?
Why would you? Yeah, I mean, you make the argument I made, like he had a great year, but I mean, it was 1 year in college. Instead, he was the worst player to coach ever. Ask Urban Meyer, but Urban's like, hey, Paul, I told you that when we were just talking. I know you're going to go on the air and just machine gun Cam Newton like that. Yeah, he's been waiting to say something about Cam Newton.
And I bet you Urban's like, dude, Paul, I told you that. That ain't for public consumption.
Simply because Kevin Clark challenged you on your Arch Manning comments. I gotta be involved in Cam Newton's the worst person I've ever coached.
Right. All right.
It was a little bit much to just fire out there.
Yeah, right.
Like, man,
that's
you didn't
too
even
much information. Urban Meyer, I bet you, is like, what? Paul, don't get me in the middle of this.
Yeah.
All right. I got enough problems.
I work for Fox. Leave me alone.
Man, I got through all that groping stuff I was doing. I'm good. Leave me alone.
I mean, Urban did have a time.
He did have his
while
time.
he was in the NFL for that one season.
Then camera phones were invented.
You know who's having a time today? Air Team putting in the air conditioner at my house today, as a matter of fact. And I can't be happier about the deal that I got from them. I can't be happy about having to put an air conditioner in, but I got to tell you, I feel great about Air Team doing it. I know the job is going to be done perfectly. I know these guys, and listen, they're going throughout the city. It is a tough time for the air conditioning guys because they're so busy. And Air Team. But they're not going to be too busy to come to your house and make sure your stuff is working well. And we haven't been attentive to our air conditioner because we haven't been there for a while now. And then when we start to fire it up, guess what? Oh, compressor doesn't work. Oh gosh, we got to replace it. It's terrible. Now, you've been using yours. Have you checked it out, though? Are you sure the Freon is good? All the wiring is good? Have you cleaned out the air conditioner from the leaves and everything else that could be built up in there? Because Air Team will do that. They're going to come, make sure that the maintenance is really, really good. I know they're really, really busy now because they got so many jobs because people didn't do this before. But go to Air Team Ltd right now, airteamltd.com, and schedule an appointment for them to come and do the maintenance work that you need for your air conditioners. airteamltd.com, airteamltd.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
Houston's only FM sports stations, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609.
Priority Tax Relief. What does the future of mobility in Michigan sound like? That's the sound of new EV charging stations at our state parks. That's the sound of over $20 billion in new investments to produce EVs and batteries in Michigan. And that's the silence of Michigan's new En-Road wireless charging system. Discover all the ways MEDC is driving next-gen mobility in Michigan at michiganbusiness.org.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers. Calling grandma for her recipe, no-brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m., big no-brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas, the ultimate no-brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/20/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Hey, that's the spirit. Right now, we're celebrating free with a free STP oil filter when you buy 5 quarts of oil and free Duralast brake pads when you buy 2 rotors. Like always, free battery testing, charging, and recycling at every store. Celebrate free at AutoZone now through July 28th. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Evan Cohen here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sportsbook for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with promo code USL to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Howdy, Ags. Andrew Monaco, voice of the Aggies, here for HRMP, a proud partner of Aggie Athletics. For nearly 25 years, HRMP has been protecting the interests of Aggie-owned businesses. HRMP provides comprehensive human resource services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HRMP customize a plan to eliminate your HR burdens. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
Blue Star Tequila, the world's first and only night-harvested tequila. This is tequila at its natural, unfiltered best, made with 100% blue agave and totally additive-free. Smooth, vibrant, and full of character. It's tequila the way it was meant to be. So whether you're chasing championships or celebrating the moment, raise your glass to bold beginnings and taste the Blue Star difference. Find it near you at bluestartequila.com.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? No? Then download it now in your app store. In the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. 9:24.
You still make sugo now that you're.
I haven't made sugo in LA. Yeah.
Do you use grass-fed beef for your sugo meatballs?
No, they got regular beef there.
Do you use
actually?
When you make pasta, you're using gluten-free?
They don't have a Michael there.
No.
They have a place called McCall's that is so.
Michael means Pete's Fine Meats.
Pete's Fine Meats.
Yeah.
Pete's Fine Meats is awesome, is unbelievable. And you can go there and you can get, I swear to God, ribeyes there are $54 a pound. It is the most incredibly expensive place. This place, McCall's there, and it's the only really good butcher. But, I mean, you want to talk about ridiculous expensive. I mean, you can't. Dinner at home. I go to the grocery store and make us something at home is $60. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Yeah. Yep. 60, 70.
You need to drive to the valley and get groceries.
So going to dinner.
It's cheaper if you go to the valley, probably. You just need to drive down to the valley.
I live in the valley.
The valley's supposed to be. No, it can't be valley. Not the one I'm thinking of. That's blazing hot during the summer.
Oh, well.
It gets to be 108.
I mean,
the valley gets to be 108. I don't think you. They have to drive into NFL Network. It takes them 80 minutes to get there.
Oh yeah, no. Well, I mean, there's all kinds of valleys there. There's on the weather there. They have 8 different. They put, you know how we put up, it's going to be 70 today and 82 tomorrow and blah 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 blah. There, they have that, only it's just for today. That it's in the valley, it's 82. Along the coast, it's 97. It's just ridiculous. I can't even name it. The forests and all this stuff. It's crazy. All the different temperatures there. Listen, everything there is just so stupid.
Well, it's all micro.
It's the worst economic
microclimates.
move anyone's ever made.
Oh, going from here to California.
Going from
where your cost of living
the
increased
worst economic
substantially.
move ever.
Most people don't make that move.
No.
Usually it's been the other
Every person
way.
that we say, where they say, where you from? We're from Houston. Or like, they always go,
You came
wow, you're doing the opposite of what everyone's doing.
Yeah, but you got to have a job like Wendy's to make that move.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah,
but well, here's the difference though. My salary stayed the same.
Yeah.
Hers went up,
but
mine stayed the same.
Expenses went up too.
Yes. My expenses.
But the good thing is you're paying for 2 houses.
That's 2 houses and an apartment.
Woo!
And we just finished with another house that we were renting. It was it's been good. It's been fun. Yep. So it's the worst economic
No
move
wonder you ride a
anyone
bike
could
around
have
here
ever
in
made.
Houston.
Right.
Sprawling metroplex, and John rides a bike like Pee Wee Herman.
I do. I ride a bike to work.
And
What am I going to do? Get another car here that sits here for? Yeah. And by the way, we got houses. I'm not getting another car.
No, you don't need one.
Yeah. All right. Will Anderson Jr.
Have you almost been hit by a car yet?
Have I
On your
almost
bike?
been hit by a car? No.
Because if you do, 7113 call now. John Daspit.
God,
Maybe it
don't
would
worry.
actually.
Don't worry. I will call John Daspit.
If you got hit by a car, it may hurt, but you also might be able to
But pay for
your steak. Pay for
or a
some
steak
ribeyes.
dinner. Right. So Will Anderson Jr.
Wendy, I just need to get hit 2 more times. If I get hit twice more, we'll be able to afford 2 of them.
If I run into a car, that everybody's got video now, though. I'm going to have to actually get hit.
You've seen the Russians where they had to all put videos on their cars because people were trying to
right.
run it in front of your
Japan,
cars
they
to get
do
hit.
that too. People just lay in front of their car.
Some of the funniest videos I've ever
Yeah.
seen are they stop in time and the person waiting and they jump on top of the car like, oh!
Only everybody's got video now. All right, let's get to this Will Anderson Jr.
Go ahead.
He was on the Ross Tucker show. Here's Ross Tucker talking to Will Anderson. Now, Will Anderson Jr., this guy looks like he's just a workaholic. I mean, Nick Saban loved him, and I would imagine D'Amico just loves him because that's all he cares about is football, and he just loves football. Here is Ross Tucker with Will.
Bosa was a good guy that I watched all the time just because we're in the same scheme. And I just wanted to see how he did things. And then Myles Garrett is a guy that I really watch a lot too because we're in the same scheme too. But we kind of do some more of the similar things too on the same side.
Yeah, Bosa's an interesting guy because he's not. He's so good with his hands.
Yeah.
He doesn't really beat him with speed.
Yeah.
It's all like
he has really big
power or
steps.
hands. Yeah.
He gains really a lot of ground on his steps. He has really big steps. He uses his hands really well. His leverage is amazing. I love watching him. He does a lot of speed to power. Then he gets the O-lineman hands on him, and he gets to swipe him off.
Yes.
Forklift, bull forklift, long arm, things like that. So from that aspect, I kind of watch him, and Myles does the same.
I love that. He's studying other guys. Will Anderson, after this year, will be a top 4 defensive end in the league.
Yes. Is that a yes/no question?
Yes.
Yes.
Will Anderson will be a top 4 guy.
Yes. Max. Well, that's a strong comment.
Because they're great.
I mean,
Myles Garrett is 1.
See, I think he's going to be better than Jared Verse. I know Jared Verse has all the hype right now, but Will Anderson's better than Jared.
Well, Jared Verse was ranked 10th by the executives.
Okay.
Will Anderson was 8th. Neil Hunter was 9.
Yeah, I'm just telling you, it's.
But you got it. Well, what's going to happen with T.J. Watt and Trey Hendrickson?
Hendrickson, Watt. See, I think I don't know. I mean, Trey Hendrickson can't just give away a year. He'll come in and get his paycheck. He's going to do the minimum, and he'll come get his paycheck.
Well, and a lot of times if you're gonna hold on to camp, or you're gonna sit or be a sit-in at camp or whatever, you're not going to be as good that year. T.J. Watt is another guy with a contract problem. We'll see whether or not he sits out or what happens with that situation. And a lot of times, if you're disgruntled and you're pissed off at the organization or whatever, you're not going to be as good as you possibly. Now, TJ Watt is just incredible as well. Bosa's ahead of him. We'll see whether or not, Nick Bosa he stays healthy and whether or not he has that kind of year as well. The thing about Will Anderson, though, I think is just he's going to come into his own in this year.
Yeah.
In his third year, he's going to really come into his own. And while those guys are going to be tough to catch, he does. He's going to do it. He is. And what I don't know how they can fail, if you want to know the truth. Daniil on this side and Will Anderson Jr. on this side. How are you going to which side do you chip? Which side do you
it depends on who your weakest protector is, I guess, but it's a great thing that's why you got to get one up the middle that's when actually you had some guys who could rush up the middle.
Well, is Danico Autry going to step up and be better this year?
Yeah. Well, is he going to play early in the season and not miss first 6 games?
Yeah,
yes.
Right.
He's not suspended. He actually rushed pretty well. Well, at the end of the year, he was a factor, but yeah, I think Edwards and
Foti,
Autry,
Edwards,
and they have some rush inside. Yeah. They don't have one dominant guy, but they got some rush. So the rush is fine. The secondary is fine. The linebackers, you need a healthy Christian Harris. I think it makes a big difference to have a healthy Christian Harris. I wonder if there's something else at play there. If Christian Harris, it's kind of it was a little quiet on the Christian Harris front last year. He made it back and then he wasn't playing. And is he in good standing with D'Amico?
I would think so. He hasn't been healthy. He's like the Christian Javier of the Texans. Where is he? Why is he not there? What's going on? Why is he always hurt? What is going on here? Aziz will here's the thing about it though, and which is awesome, is okay, what's going to be, they should be the lowest percentage of blitzes in the NFL. With Daniil on one side.
Should be no reason.
Very
little.
Very little.
Maybe you throw, occasionally you throw somebody off the.
So there's a difference between dogs and blitzes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, you throw a 5-man. 5-man rush is not a blitz.
No,
not really.
No.
But you can bring it from different areas.
Right. But you might not even have to. You might not even need 5-man.
Those are the best defenses, are the ones where you can get rushed with 4.
That's right. That's how you beat Tom Brady twice in a Super Bowl. That's kryptonite for a quarterback. Yep. When they're getting pressure with just 4, and the Texans should get pressure with just 4 every single time because they've got those 2 bookends. That's the best combination in the NFL. The best, those 2 on either side, and Will Anderson, it's in his third year, is going to take a giant step.
Mm-hmm.
The dude loves football, and is going to. He is going to be. I really believe Will Anderson,
because I think he can have a huge. Where I don't know if. I think when you look at a defensive lineman, like who the best defensive linemen are, Max Crosby is a great rusher. I don't know that Max Crosby is going to have the same impact against the run that Will Anderson is. No. Of course, you can get that from Myles Garrett. Trey Hendrickson, you have some of that with Trey Hendrickson, but that's one of the reasons I think that Will Anderson can have a major impact in both phases, which is why I think you see him take a step up. And he just he's just wired right. Guys that are wired like him are never going to let up. He's always going to be working to get better. He doesn't give you any breaks during the game because he's always just a rabid dog. That's why the most important, CJ, that draft is going to go down just CJ. And if CJ can continue to get better and he doesn't plateau out, CJ and Will Anderson, that draft is going to be, they're going to look at, you're going to look at that in the history of the Houston Texans. And you may say, man, this is the one where you got the quarterback and you got the culture. Well, and a great player in Will Anderson, because they say Will Anderson changes. When he comes in the room, everything changes. Yeah. Responsive, accountability, like everything. And I think that's why D'Amico, the word is that the night before the Texans have made the decision, they were going to take CJ Stroud with their second pick, but that D'Amico was told, we're going to do everything in our power to go get you Will Anderson, because he wanted Will Anderson. And from what I heard, that's why, Monty Ossenfort got a pretty good deal from the Texans. The Texans paid a pretty penny. They gave an additional, they traded their first round pick. They gave up an additional first and I think a second along with it. Like they gave up a lot to move up, but they did it because DeMeco Ryans felt like he's that important. And Will Anderson has been that important. Look at the way the defense plays now.
Mm-hmm.
And Will Anderson is a talk leader and a do leader. He's both. He'll be a vocal leader, but also you need to do what I'm doing.
Yep.
When I was talking to Alabama about Dallas Turner, their pass rusher, when he was coming out in the draft 2 years ago, I say, well, what is Dallas Turner? He's like, oh, he's fully engaged. He's a good worker. I say, a good worker. Yeah. Oh no, he's a good worker. I said, Alpha. He goes, I mean, he's a good worker. He's not Will Anderson, like he's not a guy that's doing push-ups in his bedroom at midnight. And I said, Will really like, is that, and the guy who I'm talking to is kind of one of the heads of the liaison he's the liaison for pro teams. He's like, Will was always doing push-ups. Will was always doing something to make himself better. Like Will was one of the greats that Nick Saban ever had, because he was constantly working and working and working on himself physically, like to get as strong and explosive as he possibly could. And when you have somebody like that in the locker room, that's what Ray Lewis was. That's what Ed Reed demanded you watch tape.
Yeah.
Ray Lewis demanded you lift and get strong.
I just saw a Marlon Humphrey interview. He said it was LSU week when he was at Alabama, and he said, I wasn't really practicing all that hard, and guys came up to me, and he said, they said, get your ass in gear. He said, coaches didn't have to say a word.
Mm-hmm.
Guys came up to me and were in my kitchen for not practicing as hard. And he said, wow. He said, it was a wake up for me. And Marlon Humphrey is one of the best in the game.
I've been frustrated talking with some basketball people who don't put anything into culture. Like they don't, especially analytics people don't believe in culture really. And it's just the dumbest move you can make. Think about this. The Ravens drafted, I think Ed Reed was first and then Ray Lewis was second, or maybe it was the other way around. I don't think they were in the same draft. One guy, Ray was a driven guy. Ed was driven, but he was like a monster with tape, and he got Ray into the tape like he was into it. And they created a culture. I was talking to this with James Gladstone, who was at the Rams. They created a culture that was so strong and permeated every aspect of the building. And now Ozzie Newsome played a big part in that too. But to this day, Raven culture still lives, that they created. Like those guys created a culture at like 2000, 99, 2000, 98, 99, 2000. And in 2025, you still look at the Raven and say, yeah, that's a Raven. I look at a player and say, that's a Raven. And James Gladstone said, and he's the young GM for Jacksonville, and he just came from the Rams. He said, that's true. He said, you look and you know certain guys are Ravens. I think the same thing gets said about the Steelers, but the fact is the Steelers don't still have that same thing. You saw how wide receivers have run amok in the locker room. That doesn't happen that doesn't really happen that much in the Ravens locker room. They'll take care of that kind of stuff. And what you're saying with with Nick Saban at Alabama, that's when when you have a good culture, those guys take care of it. The leaders on the team and in basketball, I think that's why you have Fred VanVleet here. That's why you had Dylan Brooks, but especially Fred. Fred said, no, this is the way we do things, guys. And now look at Alperin is a different guy. Alperin, yeah, I like it. We're getting back to the way it was when I was in Turkey, where we, practice hard for 2 days a week. And so you see the guys who are on the team now. I think you did develop a culture, and Ime helped to develop that culture too. I mean, Ime did everything. Let's be honest.
Yep.
It was not there.
All right, 9:40, 9:40, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're going to talk a little HR&P right now. And you got a culture at your business? Well, it better be a good culture. Otherwise, you're going to have, if you got problems, if you got a culture problem at your business, then you know what? HR&P is here for you. HR&P will help you develop that culture. I'm serious. So if you've got to discipline an employee, that's kind of a big deal. Employee that's out of control, that's saying stuff that maybe they shouldn't. Listen, you're going to have HR problems if you don't. You're going to have real problems with people suing you because you established a culture that allowed inappropriate behavior, and you can't have that. You can't have it. HRMP helps you with that. HRMP takes care of technologically. They're perfect with the payroll. We're getting paid. I think today. Is it today or tomorrow? We are getting today. Today. It's already in. It's already done. It can't be better. It can't be more perfect. And we've got commission. We got hourly. We got salary. We got all kinds of different ways. We got all different ways that we have to pay people. But that's not a problem for HRMP. If you've got branches in other states, not a problem. Not a problem for HRMP. All right, they'll handle anything. Any kind of issue that you have payroll-wise is not an issue for HRMP. Maybe it is for you, not for them. And that because they're perfect at it. They got the best technology in the business, proprietary technology that other guys want, and Mike Holly ain't getting rid of. You want to have that payroll perfect, HR perfect, taxes perfect, your benefits package is perfect, hrp.net. 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
ESPN 97.5.
The Killer Bees, weekday afternoons from 3 to 6.
Don't buy your e-bike in a box. Power On e-bikes professionally assembles, fits, and tests every electric bike we sell. Need help picking the right one? That's our specialty. Our Houston showroom is packed with top brands ready for a test ride today. And now we even deliver locally with our new Power On van. Skip the hassle and ride with confidence at Power On e-bikes. Check out our inventory today at poweronebikes.com. That's poweronebikes.com.
For premier recreation, dining, and entertainment, head to East River 9, located 1 mile from downtown Houston. East River 9 is the only 9-hole par 3 golf course, driving range, and pickleball facility in town that features night golf under its LED stadium lights. The venue boasts a tremendous view of the Houston skyline, which is perfect for sunset gazing while enjoying your favorite cocktail or River House restaurant menu item. Go to eastriver9.com to book a tee time, pickleball court, or sign up for our annual membership. You'll be glad you did.
Every family has challenges. Every family has secrets. Every family has a gay uncle that gets too drunk and starts asking you about your buddies. But not every family has a feature-length documentary film made about it. But yours could. Go to yourheritagefilm.com and reach out. We sit down with your loved ones, visit about their upbringing, career, history, kids, school, everything, and we make a movie. They have a blast, and you have something truly special for generations. yourheritagefilm.com.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even bought my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Did you see Teddy Bridgewater got suspended?
Yeah, it seems kind of weak based on what I read.
In Miami Northwestern, he's the head coach. It was his high school, huh? That's where he went to high school? And he went back as a coach. So the reason he's being suspended is because he personally covered $14,000 for training camps, $9,500 for team pride sets, $2,200 per week for pregame meals, $1,300 per week for recovery, $700 per week for Ubers for his players.
Mm-hmm. And he asked for donations to help, but in his post, and he said the reason is I need donations is I paid this, and they're like, that's illegal benefits.
No, it's not illegal benefits. Not anymore with NIL.
No, it is. He can't. He's not. Well, there's no telling. Well, in Florida, I don't know if NIL. I would have thought it passed, but
well, here Texas,
but he's suspended.
They have NIL in Florida, but they're ruling it impermissible because partly it's an unfair advantage for your coach to be doing that, where
if he has more money,
that can't be done by the coach at Miami Edison because the Miami Edison coach ain't a former quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, he doesn't have that money.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah, but is that? I mean, that he's helping these kids.
I don't think anyone's suggesting that morally it's wrong. At least people with a right-thinking brain don't think it's wrong, considering I'm getting these kids Ubers after practice because I want them to be safe getting home. I don't think anyone really has an issue. I guess it's just, hey, that could be seen as a recruiting tool because the kid over at Miami Central, his coach can't do that. Why wouldn't he just want to take advantage of what Teddy Bridgewater is offering?
How about, some nutrition for the kids as opposed to what they're getting? How about, those safe ride homes, like you said? I mean, I just don't don't get it. I don't know. It's a tough situation. I guess, yeah.
It's an unfair advantage.
Yeah, the coaches at the other
But
schools
if he does raise the money to do it, then it's not. You
well,
can do
if it's fundraise, yes.
Yeah.
But coming directly out of your own pocket, I guess it's
And
where
now
the line is being crossed.
it's so stupid. I remember it was illegal for my dad to have players over to our house for Thanksgiving when he was at University of Houston.
That was a different time, right?
Yeah, at University of Houston, you couldn't come over there. You couldn't get a ride from the practice facility over to the football facility from a coach.
But you could get a car?
Now, well, that is true.
Yeah.
That is true. And now it's illegal for you not to give them a car.
Right. Well, it's not illegal for you not to give them a car, but you ain't getting a player unless you give them a car.
Do you have a Lamborghini?
A lot more.
Do you have a Lamborghini you get to drive during college at Knox?
Did
you
not.
get one?
I did not get a Lamborghini.
Okay.
Not one
well, then
time.
don't say anything about Arch Manning. Keep his name out your mouth then.
Well,
Until you have a Lamborghini, then you keep his name out of your mouth and keep Paul Feinbaum's name out of your mouth.
Well, okay. I mean,
are you on the
I
SEC
just think
network?
he should play in a game that matters. And then
so I guess New Mexico didn't matter last year.
Not particularly, no.
Yeah, well, if they had lost it, I wonder if they would have gotten in the college football playoffs. Ooh, it mattered.
Well, the question is, who could have played quarterback that would have led to a loss?
Yeah.
Like
anybody could have played.
Like who would have played quarterback for them?
Who was behind Art?
Yeah, could Dia Bell, whatever Raja Bell's kid's name, could they have pulled him out of the crowd on his visit, ran him out there, and they would have won with the quarterback who is now like the number one quarterback in the country, Raja Bell's kid that's going to Texas? Could that kid could have won?
Bell?
Yes, that Raja Bell. Yes, he has
his
a son.
son is a good football player.
Yes, and he will play at Texas.
And he's not a basketball player.
No, he is not.
He's a football player.
A highly touted
now, I will say Raja Bell was
quarterback.
also. Oh, he's a 5-star.
A 5-star at Tech, going to Texas. He plays down at American Heritage
Raja
in
Bell
Florida.
did play a very physical brand of basketball. To be fair, some would say dirty.
Some
would say. People would say that.
Yeah. Yep. Someone.
John's brother Craig said that.
What?
Craig Granado said that.
Greg, you mean?
Yes, same.
Same thing.
Okay.
Sweden, Switzerland, whatever.
All right.
Denmark,
Belgium.
Yeah, all the same.
All the same.
Turns out I was trying to figure out we had that caller. I was trying to figure out what soccer club and what small country or small city in that country was. It's Norway. Bodø/Glimt, remember?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Why were you going after?
I don't know. It's Bodø/Glimt. I don't know how to say that.
But they got rolled, right?
Yeah, by Tottenham. Yeah, they got rolled. Yeah. Out of Norway. He called in because apparently you could trade a lot of like fish for a ticket, or a guy wanted to do that or something, and John turned it into a John thing. And the guy called in and was like, well, I mean, not really. It's not really like that there. Because John was suggesting that they were behind the times and didn't really have electricity or something.
Yeah, was it that bad?
Yes.
Churning their own butter.
Stuff like that, yes.
They were.
And the guy was like, well,
Amish.
no, it's Norway. We're not. We have running water. and electricity. I don't know if
they don't use the electricity because they're against it.
No, they're not Amish. They're Norwegian.
But thank you for your concern.
Yes,
sir. They're all white like that.
Sir, we have a booming entertainment industry. We send a lot of stuff over there for you guys to watch. What are you talking about? We have electricity. Well,
they do talk like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sure. I thought Cal talked like that.
Yeah.
Is he Norwegian too?
No, Cal.
It's different. Dirt, and do. Okay.
Yeah, there's very subtle differences to the
untrained ear.
For the trained ear, you can hear the subtle differences.
Yeah. Okay, look at it. Look at this. This is New Jersey. The water is up to the windows.
Wait. That's a really serious flooding.
Yeah, that's
like can kill people flooding.
Yeah, that's
going on right now.
It's going on right now, and I don't know that there's anywhere worse to have water coming into your house than New Jersey. Yeah. I'm not sure. Look how brown and awful that is. Not that our water wasn't brown and awful.
You ain't never lying on that.
But
one,
man, we talk about floods. We've had some unbelievable floods this summer, and man, I don't know. Just I don't know what's going on. Somebody explain to me what the hell is going on right now.
You know, some scientists out there. I've been trying for years. Some scientists out there. No, we've been warning you about this for years now. You guys keep ignoring us.
Yeah.
It's just some rain.
And now you want an explanation? There's some scientist who just threw up his hands. Like, what are you talking about?
I'm out on this. I've been gone to higher ground. New Jersey's underwater. Like, what? What do you mean? That is some crazy floods. You sure that's current? You sure those floods are current floods? That's not an old video?
I don't know. I can't see it.
That's listen, I showed you Frankie's video from this morning.
Yeah.
The subway was flooded.
But she could have done that on AI.
Yeah, I don't think she did it.
Frankie's doing that to troll her dad?
Troll her dad,
I'm pretty
Send me money. I'm in trouble.
Frankie don't need money. She's got a good job.
I bet she does.
She does need money.
Yeah, but everyone needs money. Living in New York.
I was going to say, that's the best kind of kid.
Yeah.
Everyone
kids who don't need money shoot to the top of my power.
Of course,
ratings.
but she may have a great job, but as you said, it's New York. You still got a little extra cash when you can get it. But glad she's doing well. Did we miss anything else besides, or am I just going to save it for my show?
No, what did we miss?
Let me see.
You didn't even mention your star acquisition had a surgery on his thumb. Kevin Durant, thumb surgery.
He had
it's gonna be fine. Don't let Dell try to make you panic.
Oh my God, Kevin Arrighetti.
I don't know how long it'll be out. The Rockets weren't.
It barely even got a mention.
Yeah, I didn't even hear it.
I think I reported, but the Rockets sent a missive. The Rockets weren't worried about it.
Thumb, right?
I don't know. The Rockets weren't worried about it. They didn't even have a second thought.
Like Nick?
I don't.
With the offensive line?
No, he's not concerned. The Rockets aren't worried.
Okay.
The difference.
There's a big difference.
Are you worried?
Oh my God.
Are you worried?
What are you looking at?
He's in a hotel. He's in a hospital bed, looking like he just got hit by a car.
Isn't that from his Achilles or something?
From his Achilles. Yeah. See, that's his Achilles surgery. I just wanted to fool you.
Oh my!
Because I just put Kevin Durant surgery images, and this popped up, and I'm like, huh? And I'm like, oh no.
Yeah. Oh my God. No, I don't need.
It's
Kevin
probably
Durant
outpatient. They probably don't even put him under for it. Just do the hand.
They said it was very minor.
It's no big deal. Just do your surgery.
Unlike Paul George, who injured again.
Yeah, Paul George. How about that?
Yeah,
just had knee surgery.
Yeah, on the same knee that's had issues in the past. Apparently got hurt during a workout.
It's one of the worst trade in history. Very quietly, one of the worst. The James Harden trade to the Rockets from Oklahoma City was bad. Paul George giving up SGA and literally taking on Paul George and the money that's been given to Paul George. Paul George is a legitimate waste of time. And this is a Daryl Morey special. Old guys with injury issues. Holy crap.
Yep. All right, we got a break. And
I mean, arthroscopic's not the end of the world.
News of the Weird coming your way next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere.
ESPN 97.5.
That's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-577-3407. That's 800-577-3407.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Progressive knows sports brings people together, but you gotta feel bad for people who don't even get it. Some people will never know what it's like to see their favorite team's hopes decided by a ping pong ball to draft the next superstar. Or not. I mean, sure, it's silly for your happiness to hinge on the success of a 20-year-old entry-level employee, but you just can't help yourself. The stress is exhilarating. Progressive can't bring people together like the draft, but we can bring your home and auto insurance together with a bundle. So switch and see if you could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers not available in all states or situations.
Texas Card House is Houston's premier poker facility, open 24/7. The bar's open till 2 every single night. You can always find a game. You're looking for cash games or tournaments. They got great tournaments at both locations. Seniors on Friday at Westheimer, and at 2 o'clock, $140 buy-in. You could win $15,000. They've also got online poker with Hijack Poker. You're looking for poker in the city of Houston, there's one place to go. That's TexasCardHouse.com, TexasCardHouse.com. John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys are expanding as well.
Yes, we are branching into San Antonio and Austin. So if you have a second house over there, we can come and pick up your items, bring them back to Houston Powder Coaters, and then deliver them back to your second home.
How about that? And your delivery?
It's free in the Houston area. It's going to be $125 for Austin and San Antonio.
That's not bad at all. Call Robin. You'll probably deal with Robin when you call Houston Powder Coaters. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Stay up to date on the latest Houston sports news and follow us on socials at ESPN Houston.
Time now for News of the Weird.
People are weird.
With John and Lance.
That's real weird.
All right, here's something weird, Lance. Listen to this. So Dell gave his review of the Superman movie. A person I trust that is, above reproach, Mike Francesa.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Been doing this for how long?
Movie reviews?
Yeah.
Years and years.
No.
Everything.
Somebody we can trust
everything
in the world.
Extremely trustworthy.
Yes. Let's hear his review of the Superman movie.
What I'm getting into is this stunk as for someone who's a old-time TV show Superman guy trying to get entertained for a couple hours and wants to see Superman. This movie was pure torture to sit through. Torture. I'll tell you this. If my name was on the credits, I'd hide it. That's how bad it was. This was 2 hours of this new Superman. It was he wasn't Christopher Reeves, but he was okay Superman. 2 hours of him getting the crap beat out of him. Who wants to see Superman get beat up for 2 hours? He's getting beat up by everybody. Plus, you have other superheroes in the movie. I didn't go there to see some guy named Mr. Terrific. I didn't go there to see the Green Lantern or some lady named Hawk something or other. I don't even know who she was. Okay, these other superheroes who he calls on. Who are these other superheroes? This is a Superman movie. You want to see Superman flirt with Lois Lane, keep his disguise, and battle crime. That's what you want to see. And good triumph over evil. That's Superman.
What's with
a little tongue-in-cheek? a little cartoonish, a little campy. Okay, this was unmitigated garbage. First of all, early on, there's robots. I don't want robots. Okay, I don't want robots taking care of Superman. I don't.
Unmitigated
Your movie sucked.
garbage.
Sorry.
Your movie sucked.
You know, it's interesting that a guy had months and months of trailers to figure out what was in the movie before he decided to go. Like the trailers
see a Superman movie.
The trailers tell you what's in it. He goes on to yell about a dog. Where's the dog coming from? I don't know. The creators of the comic create the dog, and the dog's throughout the trailer. I can't hold his review in any way, shape, or form as a real review if he can't even discern from the promotional stuff what's in the movie.
Yeah. Well,
and of course that
maybe I haven't seen any I haven't seen any.
Well,
trailers.
you don't care about the movie.
Well,
If
no,
you-
I
And then
might
Mr.
go.
Terrific's
I'm
on
not-
there. It's some lady called the Super Vulture with the green hair or something. No.
and of course that
Maybe flirt a little bit.
And-
No mouth, tongue, no tongue
they
kissing on the show.
they actually got after it. Superman and
He
Lois.
doesn't like that.
I know.
He doesn't like that.
And of course, Kirk Herbstreit's quote tweeting, "I agree with every sentence. Movie was awful."
You're mad at Kirk
Oh,
Herbstreit
you
because he's
see?
got a dog that
Well, yeah,
that
you
got
mean-
some love.
No,
You're an anti-dog
no,
guy.
he grifted with that dog. That's what he did.
You-
He goes, "Hey, my dog's sick, so let me have it travel the country."
I'm just telling
That
you,
makes
your
sense.
movie sucked. Mike Francesca, trustworthy you. not
Sorry,
so
I
much.
can't take.
I got to hear what Michael Carroll says about it.
Michael Carroll's already said he liked it, so there it is.
Well, but what about robots in it? In a Superman
And then
movie? I don't need no robots in a
And then I
Superman
got
movie.
robots.
Is he?
Okay,
is-
what I
and
need
he
is
gets
to
the crap
flirt with
kicked out
Lois
of him.
Lane a little bit.
And all
Go
the time.
get the
I want to see
criminals.
Superman get the crap kicked out of him.
Yeah.
I don't
For
know if
what?
he. I don't know
For
if he
what?
knows this. All this stuff comes from source material, like comic books that have already put that
No,
stuff out
get
there.
outta
He's
here
read
with that.
He's read the
Has
comics.
he? I
That ain't a
gotta
Superman movie.
read some
Robots.
comic books.
The Green Lantern. Superman don't need no help.
Dreamshake
He's
Mike.
Superman.
Dreamshake says Mike Francesa doesn't know who Stan Lee is. I'll bet he does.
I don't know who Stan Lee is.
Well, he's the guy who wrote the.
No, he goes.
He created Superman.
He didn't even reference Christopher Reeve, but he was really looking for the TV show from like what, the 50s? What's what TV?
He
Superman
wants,
TV
a
show?
good, he wants a good story. Not Superman getting beat up. He's Superman.
Superman gets beat up and then he comes back. That's
Then
how those
he
stories
needs
go.
help.
That's
Superman never needed any help.
Yeah, never. We've never seen Superman with help.
No, Superman never needed
I
help.
mean, the Justice League doesn't exist or anything. He never needs help.
No. Okay. Where's Aquaman? What's the Green Lantern and this woman with the green hair?
There is no woman with the green. That's what Lance made up.
Oh, I thought that was it. We're done.
He would be very mad about a woman with green
Mopey
hair,
and
though.
Mapes. No, it's AJ. Huh?
Yeah, Mopes is, or I'm Mopes, I guess. Mapes is out for the rest of the week.
Rest of the week?
You heard
Did
me.
another game come out?
Good Lord, how many vacation days does he
I
have?
don't know. Well, he's like Palillo.
He
Like,
is.
What's there to talk about?
Sean Palillo taking the summer off. Holy crap! I want his job.
No, you don't.
Okay.
No, you don't.
We're done.
Do you want to produce for Paul?
Hope you enjoyed
All
the
right,
show.
then. Okay.
We'll talk to you again tomorrow. Everybody have a great day.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Bye, bitch.
Biggest thing that's going on right now, which a lot of people that have been following the NFL draft know, is that the second rounders, no one's putting pen to paper. Only 2 of the 32 selections so far have signed their rookie contract.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table.
And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good.
And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time.
Switch to Progressive and you could save big time.
For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Introducing the new Dell AI PC, powered by the Intel Core Ultra processor. It helps do your busy work for you, so you can fast forward through editing images, designing presentations, generating code, debugging code, summarizing meeting notes, finding files, managing your schedule, responding to Jim's long emails, leaving all the time in the world for the things you actually want to do. No offense, Jim. Get a new Dell AI PC starting at $699.99 at Dell.com/AI-PC. How those ahead stay ahead.
I'm Nicole Murray with Your Money Now. Consumer prices rose in June as President Trump's tariffs began to slowly work their way through the U.S. economy. The Bureau of Labor Statistics reports consumer price index increased 0.3% on the month, putting the 12-month inflation rate at 2.7%. The numbers were right in line with the Dow Jones consensus. Nissan Motor said it will stop producing vehicles at its Opama plant in Japan by March of 2028 and transfer operations to its factories in Fukuoka as part of a global restructuring plan to reduce capacity. CEO Ivan Espinosa has announced sweeping plans aimed at turning around the automaker, which includes slashing production capacity and manufacturing sites. Swedish telecom equipment maker Ericsson has reported a swing to a bigger second quarter adjusted profit than expected, helped by sales growth in North America and cost cuts. However, U.S. tariffs dampened a rise in its profit margin. Its shares fell 3% upon the news. Stocks are currently mixed. Dow Industrial's down by 227. That's Your Money Now.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
More than 6 million kids in the U.S. have ADHD, and many aren't getting the support they need. At understood.org, we can help. Sometimes in class, the only thing your child can focus on are the thoughts racing through their head.
Why am I always falling behind? Why do I feel so alone? So different.
Your child is looking to you for answers. But as a parent, you probably have a lot of questions too. What should I do next? Where do I even start? At understood.org, we provide parents with the resources they need to help kids with ADHD thrive. Your child wants to thrive. Be the reason they do. Visit understood.org/the-reason to get started.
Your home for Texas A&M Athletics, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's time for the Olaleye Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Olaleye.
When the world was a sign of this and that, I was young, didn't know to hold it back. Now we here in the world, something else. We could leave any day, call for help. We're the gods, nobody was above me. The A on my chest like a Dolce. The A on my chest, put your fist up. The A on my chest like a chipmunk. Alvin, Theodore, breathe in, breathe out. Me and more, breathe in, breathe out. Never mind, it was time. Number 9, lies, feed line with a death wish. Eat right didn't help. No name on the guest list. Hold on, we tested.
Welcome into the show, and if you heard the last couple minutes of the John Gallant show, not the Mike Francesa nonsense, but there's no Sean. He has the rest of the week off as they were informed and went on to rip Sean for the better part of 35 seconds or so. But it is what it is. He'll be back next week, so AJ will be here with me throughout the rest of the week. AJ, known comic book fan, has watched Superman, has a different opinion of one Mike Francesa, who doesn't even know who Stan Lee is. And that clip was sent to us by Dream Shake. So there is evidence that the man who has such strong opinions about comic book movies doesn't even know one of the originators of Marvel. So shout out to Mike Francesa. Watch a trailer, man. Watch some promo. I'm sure there's a commercial. You knew Green Lantern was in it. Relax. And Kirk Herbstreit co-signed. I completely agree. Keep grifting off your dog, okay? All right. I know it ain't college football season yet. You'll get to that a little bit later. Actually, that dog has passed away, but there's a new golden retriever that I guess we'll see throughout this upcoming college football season. My tangent is now over. To the show. Okay, so we had the home run derby last night, and my big takeaway from it is I'm not at the point where I care about that much anymore. I know people took issue with the timing of it. We go from watching majestic home runs and Berman going back to baseball, leaning into their sport isn't good enough to have time in between actions. Because at a point, baseball was all about popcorn and Cracker Jacks and sitting down for a ball game, no matter how long it took. But they're not catering to those people anymore. They're catering to the people who don't have the time to let baseball marinate. So even the home run derby is this timed event where we got to get these pitches thrown. We got to have the continuous action because we are catering to a group of people who don't like how we do things traditionally. So it is what it is. It also is the reason why you have a guy who's only thrown in 5 games in his career make the All-Star team. The Phillies took issue with it because they had a couple pitchers who they felt could have made it. One of them did make it because injury replacements and things of that nature are always a part of the All-Star festivities. So they got one of their guys in. They did not get the other. And that's why when we're doing these things for entertainment value, hell, even Dave Roberts, the Dodgers manager, said, hey, we got to do things to make sure we entertain the fans. And that's why Miz, as he's called, Jacob Mizorowski, is in the All-Star game. And he said, hey, the guys don't have a problem with me. They've got a problem with the process, but hey, no one's giving me any issues. So he's good. He's there. And Dave Roberts talked about, hey, that guy is a phenom right now. We got to get him in. People want to see him. And it leads me to not care that kid had robbed that home run. Like, when we're doing things to spice up the All-Star game, if a kid wants to go back and rob a home run, I think that's better for the conversation than if he had just let it go over the fence. If you missed it during the All-Star festivities or the home run derby, a kid made a play on the ball. And I'm sure that was just instinct. He's out there playing left. And it's funny. He pointed out that I didn't even know where I was in relation to the fence. And that happens to actual Major League outfielders too. In a ballpark they're not familiar with, they'll not understand how close the wall is. And the kid talked about it. Say, I didn't know where I was. I was just trying to make a play on the ball. So the kid who's probably made a play on a fly ball. I don't know how old he is now, but the better part of his life at this point, considering how young he is, he just made a play. And it went viral, and people now I believe they count the home run anyway. But we need moments with the All-Star game now, right? If we all think back, like when I was a kid, I don't know if AJ would even remember. We might not have been alive at the time when Larry Walker's standing in the box and Randy Johnson, lefty on lefty, throws the ball over his head, and Larry Walker says, you know what? F this. I'm going to turn my helmet around and bat right-handed because who wants to be left-handed and batting against Larry Johnson? I remember that moment. I remember Chan Ho Park maybe grooving a pitch to Cal Ripken Jr. in his final All-Star game. So give me the kid robbing a home run. Give me Miz out there pitching, despite the fact that he's only pitched in 5 Major League games. Do I need another Philly in the All-Star game? Nah, give me the kid who throws really hard and see what he's got. If he gets out there, I think Dave Roberts actually said he's going to probably bring him in around the 5th inning. So the Major League Baseball game, or at least the Major League Baseball All-Star game, the one that I think people like the most, they're still trying to adapt to the new world when it comes to getting people's eyes on their sport, and they're trying, and I'll give them credit for that. Now, the home run thing, they had no control over. The kid just made a play, but I appreciate them because then there's another thing to look at. And what are they going to do? Ban them? I mean, the All-Star game won't be back for years in that place. He'll be too old to be in that event anyway, catching home run balls or foul balls at that point, considering that it's either a home run or not a home run. So it happened. That's pretty much the gist of it. And Cal Raleigh won the home run derby. He advanced by mere inches, but eventually he goes on to win. So the home run leader wins the home run derby. I guess that makes quite a bit of sense. Now, as far as the game itself, the only Astro we might see is Josh Hader. Pena's there, Hunter Brown are there, but they're not going to play. And also Paredes not there because of a family event. So, AJ, did you watch any of it last night?
Nah, I didn't.
See, they were trying to do stuff to get you there, and you not even. Not a moment.
I was trying to, join up, catch up on college football 26.
Understood.
So.
Understood. I got you. Understood, because there's some pressure on you in the group chat to make sure you play. People, if you don't know, if you weren't here last week, AJ's now part of our college football 26 dynasty, and there's some passive aggressive texting about, hey, is are we advanced yet? And then goes, no, we're just waiting on AJ, and that's AJ's clue. Oh, okay, I guess I gotta get home and play this game. There's a little peer pressure to make sure we stay on track. The one thing you'll find out, AJ, pretty quickly, if you haven't already, some of the dudes in the chat will play 2 to 3 games a night if you let them. Like, if you were available to advance it because you played your game, they'd get 3 games in. Don't feel the pressure. Like if you just want to go out with your friends, just call it your friends. Don't play the game. You don't have to. If maybe you want to get a game in, that's fine. But if you don't want to get a second game in because why just don't. Joe is your boss, so I get that part of it.
Right.
But I don't know how much pressure Joe's going to put on you. It's just we got a lot of people in there who apparently really like the game. But you know what they can do? They can play a different dynasty. Nothing stopping them from playing their own dynasty if they want to do that. So AJ did not watch the All-Star festivities. I don't know how much of the game I'm going to watch. Knowing that Hunter Brown's not available, maybe if I get like a notification that Hader's pitching, I might do that. And if Mizrowski's out there, I might do that. But other than that, there's not a lot of appeal. I think I'm past the All-Star game experience. But some things happened that I did check out. So we'll see, as we're in like what they would call the dead time, with only NBA Summer League action as far as real sports to pay attention to. And even that's wrapping up, as I think the Rockets have one more game before their Summer League experience is done, because what they used to do is, even if you were bad, they'd give you like consolation games to play. But now, if you're not in the top 4, your Summer League is over. Then they just go to the semifinals and the finals, and the Rockets aren't qualifying for that because they are 0-3 now. 0-2.
Oh, I think 0-3.
0-3 now.
Yeah.
So they have one. They're going to have one more game to go before their Summer League is over. Reed Shepherd, believe, is out for the rest of Summer League. So we got the Reed Shepherd experience. A good game against the Clippers, not so good against the Pistons. Yes, the Rockets saw what they need to see from him. Speaking of Rockets, we'll get you some news regarding the Rockets yesterday, or at least it happened yesterday. At least it was revealed yesterday that your major addition had to go through what is termed a minor surgery, but it's kind of the worst thing to hear, although it's not supposed to keep him out, at least according to the initial reporting, not supposed to keep him out when training camp hits, but you never want to hear about it. And that'll lead us into some more NBA injury news. This one, much more likely to have an effect on the season and for the Sixers, but it's not surprising, considering this guy has been dealing with injuries over the course of his, like, the back half of his career. So we'll get to that. We'll get into some Texans stuff, because there have been a couple stories about the Texans to get to, and how Nick Caserio continues to put the NFL in the bind. So we'll get to that as we're just getting started here. If you want to call in, you can. 713-780-3776. It's me and AJ till noon. We will be back.
ESPN 97.5.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609.
Priority Tax Relief. Sell your house in the most simplest way. Greenlightoffer.com.
John Granada here with Yanni Damaris from Damaris Barbecue. I'm going to tell you this. I had the ribeye steak. I'm telling you, for the price, your ribeye steak is as good as it gets.
We have the best ribeye steak in town with a baked potato and a salad.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to do. You spice it up really well.
We do. We season it up good, and we have a secret marinade that we baste it with right at the end of cooking it.
Damaris Barbecue, 2 locations. One's on 610 and 18th Street. The other's at Shepherd, just north of West Alabama. Or you can order ahead at damaris.com.
It's midnight in Houston, and Bob just can't sleep. The AC is broken, and he can't count the sheep. Don't worry, big man. You don't need to scream. We can fix your AC with the help of Air Team. They'll come to your place, fix it up without a trace. Trust the ultimate fan with the paint on his face.
Is your air conditioner not performing at a pro level? Call Air Team, H-Town's HVAC team. The best heating and air conditioning installation services. 713-936-5346 or visit airteamltd.com.
Hey, this is Chance from Heritage Films. You know what I miss about working in sports radio? Raiding the supply closet. I loved all that stuff. Paper clips, sticky notes, those little black clamp things that you put on the end of your finger. I love stealing stuff from the supply closet. But you know what I love more? My company, yourheritagefilm.com. I love filming families and founders' stories. I love being invited into their homes, getting to know them, and creating magic for generations. Magic markers, love those. yourheritagefilm.com.
McGrath Pest Control kills pests so you don't have to. Right now, their vigilance is directed at termites and mosquitoes. It's termite swarming season. These little fellows can cause big problems. Let McGrath bring their wrath to would-be termites around your home, especially if you're buying or selling a home. And when it comes to mosquitoes, their mosquito murdering system keeps your outdoor living space skeeter-free. It's completely safe for you, but not for mosquitoes. Rest in peace. Keep your home pest-free. Get started. McGrathPestControl.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
A SoFi personal loan is here to help you achieve something once thought impossible: overcoming high-interest credit card debt. Walk the tightrope of your finances with one low fixed-rate monthly payment, no fees required, and as soon as the same-day funding. That's right. Pull off your own debt-defying stunt with a SoFi personal loan. Visit SoFi.com/trick to learn more. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A., member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
If Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea was your best friend, it would be the kind of friend that starts an impromptu dance party in the supermarket aisle that turns into an all-day pool party rager at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea turns any day into a legendary adventure. It's smooth and refreshing real iced tea with just the right kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is the Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Olaleye.
And what's being termed a minor surgery, Kevin Durant had a procedure done on his thumb. It's on the left hand, not the shooting hand. He dealt with the injury during his final season with the Suns. The Rockets saw the x-rays, weren't even a little bit concerned. So it rises to the level of, oh, okay, that happened. And we move on from that. It's almost in line with where you find out, like, your rookie, if you had a first round pick, isn't going to play in summer league. You're like, I mean, I wish it didn't happen, but it's fine if it doesn't. And in fact, if you are a Chicago Bulls fan, you wish your rookie didn't play. If you watch what happened to Noah Essengay yesterday at the hands of a Frumfree of all people, Frumphy of all people, you rather have your rookie come down with some type of hamstring injury just to avoid having to deal with that particular image on the internet for the rest of his time. For the rest of Noah Essengay's time, he will always be the guy who made that face, who got dunked on, and it will be the thing that everyone puts up anytime they want to tell you the nastiest thing that ever happened to someone. It was a summer league game between the Pacers and the Bulls. There's not a lot of meaning to it. In fact, Essengay was having a good game. He wound up scoring 21 points on 50% shooting. But when it came time to challenge a Pacer, he should have made a different decision. You know, he's 6'10". He probably is like, look, I'm going to contest everything. You're not dunking on me. But sometimes discretion's a better part of valor. You know what? I don't even need to put this up for challenge. I'm not getting dunked on.
Could have made a business move.
Yeah, make a business decision. Just don't get dunked on in the summer league. It's no reason to. You know what? You're having a good game. The Bulls know what your game is. I get it. You see this kid coming down the lane, and you want to make a play because you're trying hard. You just got to know who you're dealing with sometimes, and sometimes you got to say, you know what, I'm good here. And getting dunked on is not so bad. You got to have your I got dunked on face in control too, because if you got dunked on in the summer league or a regular game, it happens. It happens to people who challenge shots. It's part of the business. But you got to figure out a way to not make that face. All you got to do is go to the Pacers social media. Of course, they have it up. You can go certainly around Twitter if you're active there, and you'll find it. If you don't know how to spell Essengay, I get it. It's ESSENGUE. And if you type that in, you're going to see him and his face. It's awful. Anyone who could grab it did grab it. I don't know, man. How do you recover, AJ? Do you think, because, you know, James Harden, who did he put on the ground when he was still a Rocket against the Clippers?
Next it was
I forgot.
Oh, Wesley Johnson.
Wesley Johnson. He put Wesley Johnson on the ground.
He did it to multiple people. Ricky
yeah,
Rubio.
he did. I didn't remember his name, but you remember Wesley Johnson's name because of that happening.
Yeah.
Essengay's a rookie. It's summer league. He didn't have it happen to him at the hands of James Harden. He had it happen at the hands of a guy who no one knows unless you're a Pacers fan. But this never goes away. It went on ESPN. It went on SportsCenter. They couldn't even get through that part of the broadcast without laughing. They had to cut to something else and do something else. It's over for this kid. I don't know if he'll be a good player, but I have my doubts now. This is one of these things that no one's going to let you forget. He better be great.
Yeah.
The only way you wipe away this stain is if he's a great player. And hopefully he gets there. But if you want to find the worst picture you could ever take, it's the shot of Noah Essengay getting dunked on. Tough, man. Like I said, he had a good game.
It'll be memed forever.
Johnny Furphy is the guy who has ruined Noah Essengay's career, at least so far. Johnny Furphy, he didn't play very much for the Pacers. He's going into his second year. He played for Kansas. If that name sounds familiar and you watch college basketball, he played for Kansas, so you saw him play against the Cougs if you watch Big 12 basketball. And now he will live. See, the problem for Furphy is, sure, you got the dunk, but you're not even the most famous person in the dunk anymore. You will just be the guy who did that to Noah Essengay going forward. Hopefully both those guys go on to bigger and better things, certainly for Essengay, because I don't know how it gets much worse. There's some things you don't want to have happen to you, and making that face. And just read all the comments, man. It's things I can't say. You can guess if you see his face. I mean, the guys in the morning said it looks like either he's in ultimate pain or ultimate pleasure, depending on your perspective. And then you can guess the comments to follow. So that was Summer League. Noah Essengay was the main character yesterday on the internet, and it happened in a mid-afternoon game. And not even the big arena. It wasn't even Thompson Mack. It was like the other arena. I don't even know.
The Cox Pavilion?
Yeah, it was in the Cox Pavilion. It was the second arena in Summer League. The game where the place where they know they're not going to get a giant crowd. It's not where Cooper Flagg was playing. It's not where they were going to put Bronny. It's where they put the Furfies and the Essengays of the world. And then now we have our moment of Summer League. Tough, just tough. I don't know if you have children. I don't know if you were a person who played ball, but these are things you don't want to have happen to you. And if you have kids who play ball, you never want this to be the thing that follows them around. It's just tough. And speaking of rookies, let's get to this before we go to break. Dylan Harper is a Spur. He didn't play early in Summer League, at least when the Spurs were, I think they're in part of the California Classic. He didn't play in those games. He has played in the Vegas Summer League. In fact, he made a big shot late in yesterday's game. Spurs had if you want to call it thrilling, considering Summer League, they had a competitive game against I think was it the Kings, that they wound up winning on a buzzer beater. Well, Dylan Harper's father spoke to Mark Spears about why he thought Dylan Harper being in San Antonio was good for him. And it's just another illustration why San Antonio's got to work on their branding.
I talked to his dad, man. He's super excited about him being in San Antonio because he can focus and doesn't think there's a lot to do there. So
San Antonio's got to fix it, man. Like, if you're in San Antonio, forget the Spurs, whatever. They win normally, not recently, but they're a winning organization. They can handle it. But if you're the city of San Antonio, you got to go, hey, could you just talk about you want him here because he likes Tex-Mex? Something other than our city is boring as hell, and that's why it's good for my 19-year-old kid to be there. Like, no, Dylan's really loves Mexican food, and I heard San Antonio. Even that's a lie. Just send the marketing promotional stuff to the parents of your prospects, so when they talk about how it's going to be good for their son, they don't mention how there's nothing to do.
You say the Riverwalk,
anything.
Yeah.
No one buys the Riverwalk thing. We've all seen it in B-roll. No one believes the Riverwalk is such an appealing place. But pick something else. Maybe it's, what is it called? Fiesta, Texas? Is that their amusement park there?
I think so. Yeah.
Use that. Use the Mexican food. Even say, hey, he loves historical events and he loves the Alamo. Something besides the place is boring as hell, so he'll be fine there. It is the cross that San Antonio has to bear, other than their big old women, according to Charles Barkley. It's one of those two things when it comes to San Antonio. What I associate them with basketball is the Spurs and their level of success under Pop, the big old woman thing, and the other thing is, of course, there's nothing to do there, so there's no way to get in trouble. He's a millionaire. He's going to have a lot of money. It's not exactly the place you think of to spend that money. I mean, of all the Texas cities to go to for a young player,
Houston.
yeah, sure. And if you're a bit more chachi, maybe you like Dallas, but San Antonio ain't the one. That's the place you go to where if you like gaming, if you like streaming, you don't like getting out of your house, San Antonio is the place for you. So maybe Dylan Harper will take on streaming as a personality as well. Okay. Dream Shake says he respects people who go out to block shots. Alonzo Mourning got dunked on quite a bit. Says he loves the guy who will challenge. I get that part. And Alonzo Mourning never made the face that Noah Essengay made. So Alonzo Mourning got dunked on by Vince Carter. It's a very famous dunk. He got dunked on by plenty of people. But he's Alonzo Mourning. We know the Alonzo Mourning face. That ain't the Noah Essengay face. That one's going to live on for a very long time, as long as that kid does anything or nothing. If he has bad games, he'll see it. Fans of teams he plays will say, I don't care what you did to me. You did this. So it'll be a thing for him for a relatively long time. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to chime in on the show, you can, just like Dream Shake did. We'll get into some Texan stuff when we come back, because it's list season. So there's another list, and it lists the two most important guys for the Texans that aren't CJ Stroud. It's a list about the entire NFL, and they always cheat and sneak another guy in, because normally it's like, hey, who's the most important player that isn't your quarterback? Well, they named two guys for the Texans. They're kind of obvious. We'll get to that when we come back. But first, I want to tell you about Monument Chevrolet. Their salespeople are important, but so are the cars. The cars are the best. If you want a Chevy, that's the place you go to. It's Monument Chevrolet. You can check out all they have to offer. Their inventory is laid out for you at monumentchevrolet.com. And once you go there, you're going to see the prices, whether you want like a Blazer or Silverado or Trax, some of their EV vehicles is all out there for you. And then you can head on out to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225 and pick that car, the car of your choice, the one you're going to love. And we're entering Car Week. Car Week is pretty simple. The week of July 14th, it's this week, July 14th, the week of July 14th, 0 APR on 2025 Silverado for 36 months. You got the classic Silverado 1500. That's great. And then they also have a large selection of new and pre-owned Silverado. So this week, if you're looking for a Silverado, out to Monument Chevrolet. They're going to do Car Week throughout the month of July, but Silverados are the featured car this week. So you can check out all the Silverados on the website and then see them on the lot in Pasadena off of Beltway 8. And remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
The best in Houston sports talk is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
So fancy.
Hi, this is Harold Gunn.
And this is Bill Olson. Texas Outdoor News is the longest running, most award-winning outdoor radio show in the state for a lot of good reasons.
We bring you the latest news and information about hunting and fishing across our great state and beyond.
And our guests are who's who from industry, government, and the field.
Texas Outdoor News is brought to you by Ford Trucks and your best in Texas Ford dealers. Join us Saturday mornings at 6, Sunday at 7 on ESPN 97.5.
I have spent days trying to figure out which e-bike to get. There's like 1,000 brands. Every website says theirs is the best, of course.
Yeah, that's why I just went to Power On E-Bikes. They actually walk you through everything. They let you test ride different models, explain what all the specs really mean, and help you find the right e-bike for you.
Wait, really?
Totally. They make finding the right e-bike for you quick, simple, and honestly fun.
Well, that sounds way better.
Visit Power On E-Bikes, Houston's trusted e-bike experts, located just south of 99 on Cypress Rose Hill Road. Stop in today.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, you guys say that you have 100 colors or so. Actually, you've got thousands of colors, don't you?
Yes, so just in stock, we have over 100 colors, which is the rainbow. But if you need that specific fuchsia pink, we'll find it for you and we'll coat it for you.
You can combine any colors, right?
You can dream of a color and we can find it for you.
What if I want the colors of my favorite team? Are you guys going to do it?
You should come see our Houston Astros chairs.
I saw them. You brought them out to our golf tournament.
Yes.
And they are awesome. A lot of people will tailgate, mostly Texans or University of Houston or Texas A&M. Hey, if you've got a favorite team, you guys will color code them that color of your team.
Even if you like the Saints and you need some sun gold in your life, we got you.
What about the Cougs?
I'm a Coug. Of course we got to have Cougar colors.
They're the biggest. They're the best. They're expanding. Houston Powder Coaters doesn't get any better. Call Robin. You'll probably deal with Robin when you call Houston Powder Coaters. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So this comes from CBS Sports. They just list the non-quarterbacks, at least the most important non-quarterbacks for every NFL team. So you go through the list and you'll see the Eagles. They have a couple defensive players. Larry Tunsil makes the list for the Commanders. And if you go to the Texans, AJ, if I gave you a guess, maybe not of a player, but what position group do you think this player would come from? Most important non-CJ Stroud Texan.
I would say edge, probably.
Those are two of your best players, but as far as they're concerned, your most important are the guys protecting CJ Stroud. Oh, yeah. Blake Fisher, Cam Robinson, they gave us two as opposed to just the one. They mentioned them both as the two guys who have to be, let's just say, above par if this season needs to go the way, if the season's going to go the way we want it to go for the Texans. So it's been a running theme throughout. What is this Texan O-line going to be? I mentioned Larry Tunsil. That's one of the reasons people have questioned. Look, they're bad last year. We know. And they did not improve talent-wise. But they have a new scheme. They have a new, well, he was there, but he's now the boss. They have a new O-line coach. So the Texans are not concerned. Jokingly, we play the sound from Nick Casario quite a bit. He's not concerned. D'Amico's not concerned. So why should you be concerned? Well, I'm concerned because the guys you chose weren't good in their last spots. Blake Fisher was here last year. He makes the list along with Cam Robinson. And Blake Fisher is a guy who is another lineman they take early, like Arante Ursary, who's currently not a holdout yet because training camp hasn't begun, but he's well on his way to becoming one. Not that he's unique. The story is out there certainly for people. There are 30 second-round picks who are not signed because of partly what the Texans did when they gave their own second rounder, at least one of their second rounders, guaranteed money. They did not fully guaranteed money for his entirety of the contract. They did not do that for Ursary so far, so he is holding out. But this is, I guess, in his case, because he's further down, that he's not going to take a deal before the guys above him do, and it'll just trickle down. So the guys that come behind Higgins will take a deal. Jaden Higgins will take a deal, and then that will just domino until it's time for the guys in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s of the second round to take their deal. So why jump out there first? Just see where you slot. I'm sure it'll all come down to slotting, just like it always has. But you just need the first agent and the first team to agree. And until that happens, I guess we're at a standstill. So as we get closer and closer, I think we're about a week away from training camp starting.
Yeah.
You would think for an offensive lineman who is a bit of a project, getting him into camp as quickly as possible is best, but the finances of the NFL suggest, and partly because his own general manager did it, that he's going to wait it out. So maybe we don't see him for a little bit as those deals come down the pipe. So it'll be up to Blake Fisher and Cam Robinson, maybe throwing Trent Brown. Maybe he'll compete for a job. But he, at least if you go by how they lined up during mini camps and OTAs, he's not the top options at tackle, the top two options at tackle. While the list makes sense because they're picking offensive linemen, I am more inclined, and I don't know if they use coaches, I'm more inclined to insert Nick Caley and Popovich as my two most important non-CJ Stroud Texans. Those guys have to be good, and they need to be good from the jump. Just I guess it's more about us as opposed to the team to instill some confidence in that the decisions that were made were correct. Like, I get getting rid of Bobby Slowick. It wasn't working. There were some concerns about his scheme overall and the lack of adjustments to the issues the team had picking up pressures and just protecting their quarterback in general. So you want to make the move. I get it. You want to get rid of Strausser and bring in and elevate Popovich. I get it, but you got to be right. You can't have your head coach be wrong on your OC and your O-line coach twice in a matter of 3 seasons. This isn't a point to question whether D'Amico Ryans is on solid footing or not. Of course he is, but he needs to get it right. He made the move after, you would say, missing on Bobby Slowick, certainly when we consider year 2, and the Strausser thing was in question, or Strasser. That was in question kind of from the jump because he didn't really work in a scheme that would suit a Slowick offense. He was ill-suited to coach what they needed him to coach from all the initial comments about him, and you got the results of it. So you got to be right. You can't miss out on an O-line coach and a OC 2 times out of 2. You can't be 2 out of 2 on misses. So that's got to get worked out. Look, you want to call your defense. You got Mac Burke as your lieutenant. Cool. We trust you to do that. You've done a good job building that defense. Now you got to find a way to be right in the spot that isn't your expertise. And he's trusting a first-time play caller and a guy who has worked as a O-line coach or an assistant O-line coach under some names. Like he was in New England. Certainly that's a connection with Casario. So there's always something that feels like when you start to, and Kaylee as well. There always feels like there's something of a connection, and that's how coaching works. You rarely see a guy hire someone he's never worked with or doesn't have an in on. So the Texans continue that trend, and he's got to hit on this one, or then the questions, and maybe they would be unfounded about CJ will grow, because right now it's a lot of the guys calling the plays or the guys putting the O-line in spots for wrong. You have another year of your quarterback underperforming, and then people will start to question whether you made the right choice. I won't say that, because I don't know if anyone's going to say Bryce Young was the right choice, but they'll start to question whether your guy is worth a potential contract that he's going to ask for. And one of those guys who falls into that category, but he already got his money, is Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence, in a couple recent quotes, is being a bit self-aware. He's saying time is now for the Jags. And you would say, in some ways, the time is now for him. What is he on now? Is he on his third head coach? Urban Meyer thing. Okay, Urban Meyer wasn't right for that spot. But you get Doug Peterson in, a former Super Bowl winner, and now you have another former Rams assistant, Liam Cohen, there. Trevor Lawrence can't. I don't know if he can I don't know if his reputation survives a third head coach failing, particularly when the Jags continue to do things to kind of put him in a spot to win. He's got the one postseason win credit, and that credit mostly goes to a Justin Herbert-led Chargers team who blew it after having a big first half lead, and the Jaguars took advantage. But he said it's time to be taken seriously. This isn't a team. This is a team who's not been taken seriously in a while now, and he's right. No one takes the Jags seriously, even in a division devoid of a real second place team. Everyone looks to the Colts, even without a real quarterback situation. Hell, no one thinks the Titans are going to be good, but at least they recently drafted the top pick at quarterback, so there's some hope there. You would think talent-wise, the Jags would be the natural team to challenge the Texans, partly because they've been able to pick so high over the last couple of years, and they traded up for Travis Hunter. But if we're being honest, I don't trust Liam Cohen. I don't think much of the Jags, and I've been pretty strong on my non-belief in Trevor Lawrence. So, as much as the Texans have their questions, the Jags are the one where if their quarterback doesn't play well this year, the noise gets very loud for him, and then we're talking bust. I think he's one non-productive season away from that being the word used around him, and some of the priors people have had about how he was great at Clemson. That stuff starts to fall away. Right now, Trevor Lawrence is in a spot where everyone else can get blamed. It can't happen with the third head coach. He's got to figure it out. So I think the Texans are in a great spot. This division is not one where they have to worry too much about being challenged. The question for them is, can they bridge the gap between division winner in the AFC South and real contender? And as much as the offensive line is the maybe the breaking point one way or the other for them, I think their coaching on the offensive side of the ball needs to catch an upgrade as well. And that'll be up to Nick Caley and Cole Popovich. All right, we'll go to break. With that, all that being said, when I hear the names Cam Robinson and Blake Fisher, I don't feel good. It's like when a Cowboy fan hears what's the player on your roster that you hear that name and you know he has to be important, but you don't like it. What makes you nervous on the Cowboys roster?
Well, it's really two, like Terrence Steele and Tyler Guyton.
So two offensive linemen.
Yeah.
The same. Okay.
Yeah, we got Tyler Smith too, though. He's a all-pro.
Yeah. You've hit on some guys, but
Right.
Much like any other team who has some confidence in the quarterback, that can vary depending on what you feel about Dak and CJ. When you know you got offensive line questions, it's a little tough.
Right.
Trust me, I've been rooting for a team who can't put an offensive line together for almost the entirety of my life. So I understand when you think you might have a pretty good one at quarterback and your offensive line is always a question mark. And the Texans are probably a good offensive line away. Hell, even an average one away from being an actual contender. I don't know. I don't know if I'll say that about the Cowboys. You guys got.
They're making the playoffs this year. I'll say that.
So you think the Commanders are falling off, or 3 teams out of that division are making the playoffs?
I think 3 teams, but yeah, I think the Commanders are going to be like, instead of 12-5, like 10-7 maybe.
Got it. Yeah. You know what? The Bears can knock down a Hail Mary. They don't go to. they don't win as many. Obviously, don't win as many games as they did last year. So thin margins, and that was the thinnest in that game. Okay, we'll go to break with that. Once again, the number 713-780-3776 if you want to get in. I did allude to an injury in Philly. We'll get to that, and another injury for a team. This is the Eagles, the Philly, not the Phillies. I just named everyone except the Flyers and not the right team. It's the Sixers. They have another injury. Paul George banged up again, and Daryl Morey leaning on older players. Look at that. Another one banged up. So we'll get to that in a little bit, and we'll read some words from Christian Walker. Is very complimentary of Jose Altuve and why Jose Altuve is the backbone of the Houston Astros. So we'll get to that when we come back.
Follow ESPN Houston on social media at ESPN 97.5.
Oh, and that's a hard foul.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Dell Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis.
That's
but
never
when you
misses
miss the
that
show,
call. I wonder if
how
they
you
will
gonna know what
challenge
you
it.
missed?
The
How
call
you
is
going to know
under
about our
review. Priority tax
conversations
relief has been
and
called in
what
for a
everyone's
review.
talking
Priority
about?
is
Well,
the best
you
in the
can
business
follow
at
us
negotiating
on
your
our
tax debt
social
and has even
media
eliminated the
pages,
debt
and
for
I'm
some
talking about for
clients.
the radio
Priority tax
station.
relief is
We do a
saving
great
their
job of
clients
taking
millions of
all
dollars
of the show
every month.
content that you see on our show,
Priority
and all
tax
of the great
relief,
shows on
the debt has been
ESPN
eliminated. No
97.5,
foul on the play.
ESPN 92.5
That
lineup,
completely
and
changes the game, folks. If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-577-3407. That's 800-577-3407.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hey parents, Jeremy Branham here. Want to transform your driveway into a pro-level court? Pro Dunk basketball goals are the real deal. Their revolutionary lightning adjust system lets you change heights in seconds. From regulation 10 feet down to 5 feet so the whole family can play. Build with commercial-grade materials that stand up to Houston weather. Get your kids off those screens and onto the court. Pro Dunk, the choice of serious ballers. Visit ProDunk.com today. That's ProDunk.com.
Lunchtime just got a whole lot tastier at McCormick & Schmick's with the Lunch Punch program. Buy 4 lunches, get the 5th one free. Unwind at happy hour Monday through Friday from 3:30 to 6:30 with bar specials every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Planning ahead? Book your holiday private dining now. Special menus and private rooms, perfect for any group size. With 3 Houston locations, downtown, Uptown Park, and Town and Country, great food is never far away. McCormick & Schmick's. Come hungry, leave happy.
Want to do something different this year for your fantasy draft? Book a stay at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles and host your fantasy draft at the DraftKings Sportsbook. Louisiana's largest sportsbook is the place to watch, wager, and win. With over 3,200 square feet of LED screens, sleek setting, best odds, and top-notch food and cocktails. Your college and pro football headquarters is DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Reserve your fantasy draft package today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Please call 1-877-770-STOP.
Adam Schefter here. Typically, you don't associate speed with quality. For example, you don't go through a fast food drive-thru and expect a gourmet meal to go. Well, here's an exception. If you're hiring, you can find candidates fast who also are extremely qualified for your job. Just use ZipRecruiter. With ZipRecruiter's advanced resume database, you can proactively find qualified candidates in minutes. No wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Try it free at ZipRecruiter.com/sports. That's ZipRecruiter.com/sports.
Hey, Joe Fortenbaugh here. Whether you're locking in your home run picks or riding with your favorite golfers this summer, ESPN Bet is your sports book for all the action. Go from checking stats on your favorite teams and players to placing bets in just a few taps. Plus, new customers can get $100 in bonus bets when you make your first $10 wager. Download the ESPN Bet app and sign up with the promo code JOEQ to get started today. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details. Offer not available in New York.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granado here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light. It's just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please? You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Every single time. Coors Light. Time out, brother.
Your home for sports is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
I was listening to a clip during the break. It was the ESPN crew talking about how Jaden Daniels, speaking of the Commanders, could win the MVP, and they mentioned Debo, that mentioned Laremy Tunsil, that mentioned Josh Connolly, or a rookie tackle that they chose. If you just swap out Texans names for Commanders names, it's exact same conversation that was had last offseason about CJ Stroud. They're going to be even better. They got Stephon Diggs. They brought in Joe Mixon. I don't know if they were putting Blake Fisher in the same category as Josh Connolly, because Connolly, I guess, was a first-round pick. But it was all the same stuff. New receiver, new weapons. Laremy Tunsil could win the MVP. And, of course, we saw that best laid plans don't always work out. So we'll see if that happens for the Commanders. I would bet that there's a regression before I say MVP. I'm just going to lean into the probabilities there and suggest that the Commanders aren't as good as they were last year. And maybe not that Jaden Daniels will be bad, just that things won't work out the same way for him and that team. And maybe they want to get Terry McLaurin signed too. That might help. Because we've seen, even though Joe Burrow and the Bengals got it going later, we've seen what guys holding out can do to your effectiveness early. And your young quarterback doesn't need his best receiver holding out if it comes to that. And by the way, how much does Debo actually have left? There's a reason the 49ers are more than fine saying goodbye to him. We'll see if Debo is still an actual threat on the field as opposed to just being a name. Okay, so we'll get into the Christian Walker thing in a little bit here, but I was reminded about this because we talked a lot, Sean and I, this summer about how the NBA is getting new broadcast partners. NBC is back, not new, but they'll be back. And, Amazon's getting into the NBA game. So they hired Kevin Harlan. Now, AJ, you know Kevin Harlan. You've heard of him. But do you remember the NBA on NBC?
Not watching it. I think the last year of it was like 2005. I was like 2, almost 3 then.
Okay.
So I don't remember.
So you've had the experience as a thinking adult of Kevin Harlan calling NBA games.
Oh, for sure.
You don't really have that experience listening and watching NBC. It's the Jordan era, pretty much what it was.
Right.
When Jordan became the preeminent figure in the NBA, that was when the NBC had the finals. That's when they were the big dog when it came to NBA basketball. So you may have heard this song you're about to play, but maybe you don't have the nostalgia for it that I do. So I'm going to have you play the song and listen to it and have everyone else listen to it. And then I'm going to ask you a question about what's a bigger deal. Play the song. Anyone of a certain age knows what this means, knows what this is, although you may not know the name and who made it. This is called Round Ball Rock. It is a song created by John Tesh. It is a song that was used by NBC. It wasn't owned by NBC. It was owned by John Tesh. So they had to negotiate with John Tesh, and they did a whole commercial. John Tesh playing the song on the piano. So we know the theme song to the NBA on NBC is back. And I play the song again, not just because I love it, not because I get hit in the feels, as people would say. I'm using this to pose the question to AJ, who doesn't have the same vibes I have with this song because he didn't grow up with it. But you have grown up with Kevin Harlan and all he does to call NBA games. He does a great job. What's the bigger acquisition, AJ?
Out of NBC?
NBC getting this song, or Amazon getting Kevin Harlan to sign on to call their games?
Ooh.
In your eyes. Now you hear the song in the crescendo. As I said, you didn't get to hear this music introed when Jordan is about to step on the floor, when it's Hakeem versus Patrick Ewing or Shaq in the finals. You don't have that, but you can just listen to the song. You've heard theme songs for college football on ESPN,
right.
CBS, SEC on CBS. You've heard them all. So this one is at the top, one of the tops at the list, at least for me, at the top of my list for sports theme songs.
Right.
But Kevin Harlan's Kevin Harlan.
That's true. That is true. Although I didn't, grow up watching NBA and NBC, I've heard the song
quite a bit. It's been around forever.
I go with the song.
You think it's a bigger acquisition of Kevin Harlan?
I think a little bit. I love Kevin Harlan, though. I think he's better than even a person like Mike Breen.
I would agree.
I like Kevin Harlan most, like in terms of play-by-play commentary. But I think this song is so synonymous with the NBA on NBC, so I probably lean towards the song a little bit. And we haven't seen Amazon Prime with basketball yet either.
True.
So
I mean, we know what Kevin Harlan's going to bring, but you're right. We don't know the presentation, how that's going to work. So AJ playing to the old heads with the theme song. I mean, we'll see. Kevin Harlan's going to be great. He always is, but he ain't this song. And it's back. We'll get that next year as actually this year when I say it, but next season at least, with the NBA back on NBC. All right, we'll go to break with that. The number is 713-780-3776. So it's me and AJ till noon. We got an hour to go here. I don't know if Paul is healthy enough to come in because he had to do the show with strep. Is he going to come in today? Do you know?
I think it's going to be like yesterday, like virtually.
Okay, so hopefully Paul's getting healthier, but he'll likely do the show from home. Yeah, keep that strep at home, Paul. Appreciate the conscientious nature to know that maybe we keep that away from the rest of us. But he appears to be ready to go, but he'll just be doing it from the comforts of his apartment. All right, we got an hour to go. We'll be back.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
We're taking a break.
Okay. That's cool.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
This is the next phase in my therapeutic work.
Nicole Kidman returns for the Hulu original 9 Perfect Strangers Season 2.
Breathe in, breathe out.
This is safe?
We take you back to a core trauma. Breathe in, breathe out.
She is manipulating us.
Breathe in, breathe out. Why are you resisting?
Is it too late to get a refund? The all-new season of 9 Perfect Strangers is now streaming on Hulu and Disney+. New episodes Wednesdays.
Hi, this is Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I buy houses cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, I'm your guy. Call me at 832-779-4000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the Houston area. I'm a local real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy more. I buy inherited houses, vacant houses, behind in payment houses. I even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. Do you own a house that is trash and needs thousands of dollars in repairs? That's fantastic, because I love buying junk houses too. Skip all the hassle and headache of listing, dealing with agents, showings, and who knows what else. If you own a house and want to sell it fast, give me a call today. Sean at Greenlight Offer, buying houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Imagine the legacy you could leave behind. Imagine a career where every day, every lesson, every word of encouragement, it all adds up to something greater. One teacher can inspire a lifetime of learning. At Teachers of Tomorrow, we believe in the power of one. One teacher, one student, one moment that changes everything. Teaching isn't just a job. It's a legacy of learning that shapes the next generation. If you've ever felt the call to teach, your time is now. Start your teaching journey today with Teachers of Tomorrow. We're here to guide you every step of the way. A bachelor's degree is all that's required. Best of all, it's free to apply. And you can be teaching in just 6 months. Call Teachers of Tomorrow at 800-813-9441. 800-813-9441. That's 800-813-9441. Because the world needs teachers like you.
Like celebrity pics? Yeah, neither do we. So follow ESPN Houston on Instagram instead. ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
It's time for the Del Olaleye Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now, broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
When the world was a sign of this and that, I was young, didn't know to hold it back. Now we here in the world, something else. We could leave any day and call for help. We were gods, nobody was above me. The A on my chest like a Dolce. The A on my chest, put your fist up. The A on my chest like a chipmunk. Alvin, Theodore, breathe in, breathe out. Me and more, breathe in, breathe out. Never mind, it was time. Number 9, lies, feed line, with a death wish. Eat right, didn't help. No name on the guest list. Hold on, with destiny.
So we started the show, me reacting to Mike Francesa and Herb Street taking shots at Superman. John asked me about Superman on Monday, well, yesterday. And for me, Superman's not my favorite comic book character, but the movie itself was entertaining. I enjoyed myself, and really that's all I'm looking for. And I want to see a world being built, and how many of these can we get, really? Because I don't get out to a movie theater unless it's for one of these IP things. I've realized about myself. If it ain't like IP, I haven't seen Jurassic Park. I got a good review from someone yesterday, so I guess I gotta go see that. F1, Sean has said that's good.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
F1.
so you've seen it too. So that's one I have to see. I might see that today. Product of being done with work by 12:30. You can make a on the fly decision. I'm just gonna see a movie. May see that on the way before I get home today. AJ, have you seen Superman?
Yeah, I watched it Thursday night. I enjoyed it. I probably think it's like a top 3 to 5 movie this year. I'm not gonna say it's the best Superman film of all time, but I think it's pretty good. I liked it.
So you're not Mike Francis.
Absolutely.
You
not.
knew who
Yeah.
you knew who Crypto was before you got into the theater.
I knew him from the animated shows and movies
Yeah.
from being younger.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a casual, but it's okay.
Yes, Mike Francis is the epitome of a casual when it comes to the things we talk about generally, at least when it comes to movies. And we'll talk more about that stuff. Michael Carroll will join us like he always does at 11:30 on Fridays. And AJ, you'll be here for that. So we'll do that. Well, will you? Yeah, you'll be
Yeah, I'll be
producing
here.
from here.
Yeah.
I'll be out at East River 9. Remind you guys that we're going to be out and about on Thursdays and Fridays here. So on Thursday, John and Lance are going to be out at Texas Card House. You've heard John speak about poker. You've heard him speak about Texas Card House. So they'll be doing that on Thursday from 7 to 10. And then the afternoon guys, Paul Gallant and the Killer Bees, they're going to be out at McCormick and Schmick, the town and country location. It's part of our summer circuit where we go out to great restaurants in the general Houston area. And that'll be the location we're at on Thursday. And if you come out there and join us, you got a chance to win a prize, a great one from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's 2 bikes, a $4,000 value. If you want to register, simply stop by the promo table and lock in. Now, if you've gone out to other events, that means you've had more chances to win because you can register to win every time you make it out to a summer circuit event. And also on Friday, not part of the summer circuit, but we're going to be out at East River 9. The entire station will be from 7 to 6. You guys know we go out to East River 9 quite a bit. It's a place you go to if you want a great view of the city while you're playing golf. They got pickleball. They got a nice, you want to call it a clubhouse or a restaurant / sports bar. It's all there for you. Great TVs and a great time. So we love being out there. Going to be out there again on Friday. And then one more thing, we're getting ever closer. In fact, next week we're going to start giving you guys a chance to win a spot in the ESPN 97.5 Fantasy Football League, it's going to be held, at least the draft will be held at the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. We're going to be doing that on Thursday, August 28th. So starting next Thursday, July 24th, you guys get a chance to play with myself, Sean, John, and Lance in that Fantasy Football League. And what you'll do between July 24th and August 14th, there'll be contests to win to get into the league, and you and a buddy will get a chance to not only get into the league, but get a 2-day stay at the Golden Nugget in Lake Charles. Well, you get a $200 food and beverage credit, and you get dinner at the DraftKings Sportsbook. And of course, you can be there for the draft as well. So if you can make it on Thursday, August 28th, get involved. Try to get in and try to beat us, not only in just drafting, but also in the league, as we're going to keep track of it throughout the year. And that's brought to you by the DraftKings Sportsbook at the Golden Nugget, Lake Charles. Okay, so I got the Home Run Derby on my television right now, at least the highlights from it, and Kyle Raleigh won that. Christian Walker, not involved. Jose Altuve, not involved. But there was an article involving those two, specifically Christian Walker as a new player, talking about the impact that Jose Altuve has. And this is from Chandler Rome of The Athletic. And it was simply a moment that happened that you wouldn't think much of, because in the course of a game, you're trying to win it. I don't think a lot of thought was going to be placed on this, but if we remember back to last week, Jose Altuve was pulled out of a one-run game against the Rangers. It was on Saturday, and they had a one-run lead. He had played pretty well. He had gone 2 for 4, hit a solo home run in the first, but they took him out for defensive purposes, and Jose Altuve didn't say anything about it, and that struck Christian Walker, and it speaks to what Altuve's impact is in that clubhouse. New guys notice it right away. Like, you might have an idea from the outside looking in, but you see firsthand when you're a new player coming in, kind of how Altuve sets the foundation of what the Astros are and what they want to continue to be. And I don't think you've heard a negative review from anyone who's actually ever met him. Walker said the standard that's set is we're all the same, and no one thinks they're better than anyone else. In the dugout, on the field, you feel that we're rooting for each other. Anybody can come through. We all have confidence in each other. And I think that starts from the top. We talked about how there's been a departure in leadership because Carlos Correa was a very vocal one. He was the guy out in front during the largest noise regarding the cheating scandal, telling Cody Bellinger to shut the F up, all those things. He was the guy who had the voice, but the steadying influence has been number 27 just since really the team has been good. He's been there, and as long as he's there, it feels like the Astros are going to have a shot. No matter what. Even this year, we see how we've had the injuries. We've had questions about the talent level. Christian Walker, a guy who was brought in to get more production out of first base, has not been able to do that in a consistent way. As long as you have your second baseman / left fielder / DH, or whatever Altuve is going to be doing on a game-to-game basis, the Astros seem to be in a spot where they're always just going to be fine, at least fine. And this season, they've certainly exceeded expectations considering the injuries. And maybe that can all be pointed to the guy who's done everything that's been asked of him. Move to left field. Now play second when we need you. Yeah, I know you are the best Astro of all time, but can we get you to do this? And he's like, sure, I'll do it. Anything for the team. Now, if you ask us to bring back one of your guys, we can't do that for you because your guys are going to ask for way too much money, and the length of the contract is going to be too long for us to be comfortable with it. But all the other stuff, we appreciate you being in the front of the line to do things that we ask of you because we think it'll help the team. And that's kind of how he operates. If it's going to help the team, I'll do it. And he's been great, but the team around him, and I guess the organization itself, has rewarded him with continuing to have chances to play deep into the playoffs. So there's a give and take there. So as much as we want to credit Altuve, the organization itself has been one where it has rewarded what he has been with all these opportunities to continue to be a title contender. And we'll see if the potential return of Jordan or Pena, and then whoever might come from the pitching staff elevates the Astros to a point where they can actually be legitimate contenders. I think I gave an update on Jordan yesterday. He'll be reevaluated on Thursday. Pena is a guy who don't expect him back for the Mariners series. Dana Brown was asked about that, and he said that would probably be too soon, which is a surprise because they always kind of overpromise and then underdeliver. In this case, he said, hold on. Seattle's probably too quick of a turnarounds, but he does expect Pena back soon, whatever that might mean. But don't expect to see him coming out of the All-Star break. He still needs a little bit more time. And that series, all of a sudden, has a bit more importance. It's not a giant deal, but when you're only 5 games up, coming off a poor week, you don't want the Mariners gaining any momentum. They're going to point to that series as one that gets them back into the race. You can put your foot on the throat by winning 2 out of 3. Of course, a sweep would be great, but if you take 2 out of 3, you gain some ground on them, and just let them know, yeah, there was a bobble in the last week, but you're really not in this race, and just wait for us to get healthy, and then you're going to have real problems. So we'll see how that plays out as they come out of the All-Star break. A couple more days between now and then, so we'll see. We'll probably see Pena and Brown in the dugout, and that'll be the end of it. Though I guess they'll get introduced and all that stuff. But also the All-Star game tonight, AJ's firmly in the camp of, you're not gonna catch
I'm
me.
good.
You're not gonna catch him watching that game, and I get it, man. I get it.
It's ironic because this time last year I was actually at the Summer League in Vegas. So yeah,
we know the difference in love for sports that you have. Basketball is one thing. The All-Star game in baseball is another. We all have our favorites. Like if you told me there's a college football game on a Tuesday night, I'd probably watch it more than there's a bigger chance of me watching that, like Toledo versus Buffalo on a Tuesday night. There's a bigger chance of me watching that than watching tonight's game, particularly when and it's a maybe we'll see Josh Hader. Maybe if he's needed. All right, we'll go to break. With that, we got a couple more segments to go here. Me and AJ till noon. We'll be back.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609.
Priority Tax Relief. All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
There's a lot of reasons to shop at Macy's, but here's one you might not know about. Macy's has free personal stylists to help you find the perfect looks for summer. They're experts who know more than just the latest trends. They know how to find the fits, sizes, and designers that are perfect for you. Even better, get an extra 20% off the items you find at your first session. Book your free appointment in-store or at Macys.com/personal stylist. Savings off regular and already reduced prices. Exclusions apply.
Do you own a timeshare? Well, face the facts. You made a mistake. You made a bad purchase. A timeshare is not an investment. It's a money pit that continues forever. If you use your timeshare, that's great. But if you don't and you want to legally get out of your contract, call my friends right now at the Timeshare Exit Hotline. They're an experienced team of lawyers who help good people like you get out of a timeshare contract that they just don't want. Don't throw away your money on maintenance fees. Use it for things you really want. We can help you end your timeshare contract and stop the money drain immediately. If you're ready to move on with your timeshare, call our team right now.
Call today for your complimentary free consultation. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. 800-403-8539. That's 800-403-8539.
Missed any of today's show? Then download the podcast now wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So this just popped up for me, taking a look at it. Another publication, CBS Sports, has their top 32 coaches ranked in the NFL. Tough out here in these streets for you, AJ. Where do you think Brian Schottenheimer ranks?
I wouldn't be surprised if he's like 27, 28. I mean, he's a first-year head coach. I mean, he's unproven. I'm not mad about that.
31st.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we'll see by the end, but yeah, that's fine.
The only coach worse is Brian Callahan, the Titans head coach. He doesn't have to deal with Will Levis anymore, so maybe things will go better for him. He'll have to deal with the rookie quarterback. It's tough in these AFC South streets. You've got Brian Schottenheimer. That's the Cowboys coach. You have Brian Callahan at 32. You've got Liam Cohen, Duval at 26. He's another first-year coach. There he is. And you also have Shane Steichen at 22. He dropped from 19. So they have your previous year's ranking in here as well. DeMeco Ryans, top of the list at 15. He dropped from 13. I don't know what DeMeco Ryans did that made him drop on the list other than, I guess, keep Bobby Slowick a year longer than he should have, even though Bobby Slowick was supposed to be a hot name in coaching until he wasn't. So I'm not sure what DeMeco Ryans did to fall. They won a division again. They won a playoff game again. I guess when CJ looks worse, they have to drop you in the rankings. So the number one guy after losing a Super Bowl is Andy Reid. No surprise. Andy Reid's got a long track record. And Nick Sirianni, who was 15th last year, jumps up to 4. Win a Super Bowl, coming off a year where people thought you could have been fired, which outside of Philly probably isn't talked about that much, that Nick Sirianni, they waited to decide whether they were going to bring him back or not. They took control of the team as far as hiring coaches away from him. They brought in Kellen Moore and Vic Fangio. Kellen Moore is now the Saints head coach. Vic Fangio feels like at this point, at his age, he's always just going to be a DC. He did have a run in Denver that didn't go great, and now he's strictly a defensive coordinator. Feels like that's his role, just like Steve Spagnuolo, and there have been others who have gotten the one shot and didn't work out, and they've always been considered great DCs, not great head coaches. And I don't know if Texas people know. Probably they do know because it's on my television. Tyler Atkinson just committed to Texas, the 5-star. Oh, look at that! Texas got another highly recruited player. Big shock. 5-star linebacker Tyler Atkinson is now a Texas Longhorn. He's there with his family. He's on the Pat McAfee show. See, this is a problem for me, AJ. He's everywhere. Not Tyler Atkinson. Hope you have a great career. He was just at the MLB All-Star game, right? Getting resoundingly criticized online for his home run derby stuff. Now he's back and look in his own element doing his TV show, but he's at a point where a 5-star recruit is like, you know what, I want to commit on the McAfee show. I get it. He's got the game day thing. I feel like I've seen enough.
You're tired of the oversaturation?
Yeah, I feel like I've seen enough of him. But I can't ignore the popularity. I will say I don't get it. That's where I land. I guess for me, I don't get it. I understand loud, boisterous. He's made it. You can't knock what he's done to go from punter for the Colts to a media empire. But for me, I'd rather have you not on my game day. That's all. That's all. I'd rather look that group gets larger and larger. It feels like every year, and now that Lee Corso, we know there's been a deterioration there. So he's more of a bit player now than maybe the star of the show that he was at one point. Lee Corso. I just never got the McAfee thing.
I guess it's just because he's different. And he provides different type of.
Yeah,
presence.
I think he is a departure from what has been a traditional sports commentator. He is not that different. He is an ex-player. He just happens to be a punter who has kind of broken through. Like the best Jay Feely's ever going to do is be on the sideline of a game. I don't know if Jay Feely's ever going to reach a point where, like, I think Pat McAfee as a specialist, as a punter, may be the only one who becomes this. I don't know what Jay Feely's goals are. Maybe all he wants to do is break down the distance a guy can kick right before the game, because that's what they go to Jay Feely for. It's like, hey, by the way, Jay, tell us about the warm-ups. And then, oh, well, he was making them from 55 yards, Spiro. And then he'll go about the rest of the broadcast. So, yeah, don't know who Tyler Atkinson is. Just another talented kid going to Texas. Not a surprise. We talked about your guy yesterday, Keyshawn. Is it Keyshawn? That's how you pronounce his first name?
Yeah, Keyshawn Henderson.
Keyshawn Henderson. We talked about him yesterday. How he is seems to be kind of what you would hope, an ambassador for the program. You got another 4-star receiver for the Cougs over the weekend, I believe. So as long as he stays solid, I think the Cougs are going to have a pretty good class, because that's a guy that people are going to want to play with. That's just how it goes. There it is. We're having a conversation this morning that while you have a 5-star, Texas has the highest rated quarterback in the class, and he happens to be Raja Bell's kid.
Oh, wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I think it's spelled D-I-A, so I hope that's Dia Bell. He's Raja Bell's kid. He is most recently elevated to the highest rated quarterback in the country. And I think the Texas is in on Phillip Rivers' kid as well. They like a star name at quarterback, apparently. We'll see how it plays out this year with Arch Manning. But yeah, it could go from Arch to, if Arch stays another year as a starter, to Dia Bell. And I do believe Phillip Rivers has a kid who may go to Texas as well, in maybe the 17 class. So there it is. But most recently, Texas picks up another big-time recruit, Gunnar Rivers. Good name. He is a 2027 prospect, and he has been to Texas visiting them. So he's a guy out of Alabama who could be the next in line. Great. Now we've got what's it called? Now I'm losing the word when Nepo quarterback country at Austin, where they just start hey, we know you're famous, come play. And Arch is the first, Dia Bell is next, and they may get a Gunnar Rivers there pretty soon. All right, we'll go to break. Sorry, I can't believe Pat McAfee's the place you go announce your commitment. Like CBS Sports has a bit of that, where they have their digital arm where it'll, or I think they'll do it on CBS Sports Network as well, where a kid will decide he wants to go to wherever. But now ESPN has used McAfee to get in on that game too.
The Colorado quarterback Julian Lewis, he committed on McAfee too.
Yeah, it's a thing. It's the middle of the day. I don't know, and it's at least it's summer, so people will be home watching. I'm just not sure you get the most eyeballs committing the McAfee in the middle of the day, but it seems to be working, and Tyler Atkinson's the latest to do it. my program doesn't recruit kids who get on McAfee. So shout out to Mark Crisball. Continuing. Oh, he's probably going to lose a kid to Texas too. Big time running back out of South Florida is probably going to commit to Texas here in the next week. I'm not sure if he's going to do it on McAfee, but Sarkisian has it going. If you can dip into the state of Florida and take a big time running back, I think his name's Derek Cooper, where all the SEC schools, including Texas, and also all the Florida schools want him. You can get that done. It's going pretty good. It helps when you make it to 2 straight playoffs. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got a couple more segments here. Me and I was going to say Tyler, but I'm looking at the kid's name. It's Tyler. Me and AJ. You can call in 713-780-3776. We'll be back.
ESPN 97.5.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. If you have low water pressure, dirty or bad tasting water, call Aqueduct Plumbing Company. They're Houston's premier repiping company. If you have a water heater that's over 10 years old, it may be time to look into a tankless water heater. Go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They are the local plumbing experts, and you can trust that they are going to take care of ESPN 97.5 listeners. Make sure that you keep the name aqueductplumbingcompany.com in your phone and ready for action.
Cast your line and relax at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Your fishing getaway awaits.
Buick, exceptional by design. And during the month of July, Buick is exceptional with savings. All at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Lance Zerline here. That's right. During the month of July, well-qualified buyers can get 0.9% APR financing, plus up to $3,000 in purchase allowances for current eligible non-GM owners and leasees. That's an exceptional savings on all 2025 Buick models: Envision, Encore GX, Envista, and Enclave. Find your new Buick today at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Buick, exceptional by design.
Can your IRA stand up to the next financial crisis that our top economists are saying is at our doorsteps? By allocating a percentage of your IRA into physical gold and silver with a tax-free rollover, you can diversify and safeguard your holdings from turbulent markets and economic downturns by putting your IRA back on the gold standard. Find out how to safeguard your assets with a tax-free rollover with a Genesis Gold IRA, the only IRA that can hold physical precious metals. Call now for your free gold and silver report. Protect your IRA today. Don't let your retirement accounts get caught off guard by trade and tariff wars. Learn why a Genesis Gold IRA is the #1 choice for thousands of Americans across the nation. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. That's 800-644-8611.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, what about bikes?
Bring us your bike frames, your forks, your handles. We got you.
So if you see a beautiful bike out there, chances are Houston Powder Coaters did that.
We probably signed off on that.
What do I need to do with trailers?
We need you to bring us the bare bones of that trailer, and we will make it like new for you. We can even do welding repair if needed.
How do you get an entire trailer to get Houston Powder Coaters?
We have the largest ovens in the region. That's Oklahoma, Louisiana, Texas. So bring us your big trailers and we have you covered.
We talked before about boat parts. Tell me what's going on there.
Summer's coming up. We like to be on the water here in the Houston area. So bring us your boat parts. We do have marine coating that will help protect it from all the elements that you have in the Gulf and all these lakes.
One thing is anchors for sure. What else on a boat?
Ton of railings, ladders, the T-tops. We do have accessories that you put around the edges of the boat. So if it's metal, we got you.
Call Robin and get your stuff Houston Powder Coater. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
We talked about San Antonio earlier because Dylan Harper's dad thinks it's a good place for him because there's nothing to do there. Well, the guy that this new era of Spurs basketball is all going to be built around is Wemby, and he just got cleared to play. We've seen him this summer with Monks. We've seen him with the soccer ball at his feet. Well, now he can pick up a basketball. He hadn't been able to pick up one since he was ruled out during the season because of blood clots, but he was officially cleared on Friday. He let a French paper know, and it filtered out to the rest of us that he's good to go. So beyond the Spurs rivalry, where we don't really want anything good to happen to them, for him, good to see that he'll be back, and we'll see what they got. Their acquisitions this summer, they've, as much talk as there's been, they've been kind of quiet. They kind of been just, hey, we're going to draft our guys. We're not going to really get into the KD stuff. And with Giannis professing sort of his love for Milwaukee right now, the Spurs have kind of just sat with what they have, and that's De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper. We'll see if those two fit together. And then, of course, Wemby and we'll see what they are. I think they're still clearly behind the Rockets. I don't think people talk enough about the fact that their coach is not that experienced. Now, of course, Ime's only coach for he'll be going into his 4th season, but Mitch Johnson in San Antonio, there's not a lot there other than being an assistant to Pop and being the interim last year. So we'll see what he's like trying to manage a young team. He will have had the greatest mentor, but I don't know. I'm not as high on the Spurs as others. I want to see the fit there, but they got plenty of talent, and the way they've been operating, they've been able to secure that talent without having to give up very much. So we see if there's one more move for them. So right now, you look at their roster. You got Fox and Keldon Johnson and Sohan. There's maybe a consolidation trade there someplace. If it's not for Wemby, maybe it's for someone else where they trade maybe a wing or two to get maybe a better player there. But right now, that's a young team who's probably more set up to be what the Rockets were 2 seasons ago now, or maybe they're battling for a play-in spot. I don't know what their team total is, but I think that's a team who's maybe an 8 or 9 seed. And if things go well, maybe they hop into the top 6. I don't think they're a real challenger to anyone right now. Just a lot of youth, not a lot of continuity. They'll figure some things out, and we'll see who can and will stay healthy for them. One person who's not healthy again is Paul George. Like, Paul George was a main character during the playoffs because of how his trades, at least the result of his trades, set up the Thunder and the Pacers. Well, the Sixers would like him to set up Joel Embiid in a pick and roll or something. But right now, he is a guy who can't stay on the court. He got hurt in a workout. He's got arthroscopic surgery. Now, normally that wouldn't be a big deal, but because it's on a leg that he's had issues with in the past, you have some concerns. He missed time with certainly early in the season with a leg injury, and then he had like a thumb thing that they wanted him to play through, where outside doctors were saying there's really no reason he should be playing through this, and he tried to give it a go. He quit his podcast, then he came back to his podcast, and now in a workout he's unavailable. And they'll after a workout he had to have the surgery, and now they're going to reevaluate right before training camp. Look, there's some hard luck here in this city in regards to moments, and certainly the Astros have been able to overcome like the 90s and the 2000s where they've had some hard luck moments. We'll see if the Texans can break through. Of course, the Rockets are going back 30 years since they won anything, but we're looking on the up and up. But if you're a Sixers fan, it's been misery since probably the latter stages of Iverson's time there. They've never beaten a good team since Joel Embiid's been there. Like, they've won playoff series, but those playoff series, they were the higher seed, and they're playing like a 6 or 7 at best. That's a team who hasn't done a lot. And Daryl Morey's big move was getting salary cap space to acquire Paul George. I didn't know this about Philadelphia, but apparently the Sixers haven't been able to attract free agents and getting at least of Paul George's caliber. And when they signed him, that was supposed to be a big deal because the plan worked until very early. It showed that it didn't. So Jared McCain got hurt early. Paul George did. And of course, Joel Embiid's always hurt. So that's a team that if they could actually get those guys on the court could be a real challenger, particularly in this version of the East. But who trusts them? How can you trust anyone on that roster? You can exclude Maxey. Maxey doesn't have the stink of Sixers failure on him yet. That'll come. Don't worry about it. He'll get there too, because why wouldn't he? What's so different about him? And Jared McCain got the injury, so Paul George is going to be out for a little bit, and this is why aging veterans and depending on them is bothersome. The Kevin Durant thing we mentioned earlier, whatever, minor thumb surgery on his left hand, he should be fine. But then we got a season to play, and then we got Dorian Finney-Smith, who I was looking at some things earlier today, and his numbers when he got to the Lakers, his on-off numbers, his net rating when he was on the floor for the Lakers, like a 10.9. For people who that doesn't mean much to, that just means he was very good, and the Lakers were very good when he was on the floor. He had a positive net rating. When he was off the floor, they had a negative one. So he was impactful, even though you might say just by looking at a roster, he was maybe the fourth, fifth best player on the team if you just start to track Luka, LeBron, and then you can try Austin Reeves, Rui, however you want to rank him. He was good with the Lakers. You hopefully get that type of impact with the Rockets. But he's in his 30s, not as old as Kevin Durant. Surely, we got Fred VanVleet getting into his 30s. They went from very young and inexperienced to pretty experienced, but the gap between their young up-and-comers and their veterans is still quite a large margin. Because you look at the roster and how it's built. The guys you want to depend on, you got 37-year-old or soon-to-be 37-year-old, you got 30-year-olds, and then you've got 22, 23-year-olds. There are no, like, 28-year-olds, 27-year-olds, like, to kind of bridge the gap. The guys who would be entering their prime who could be major factors. So I'm interested to see how that all works. I don't think they have the low ceiling that the Spurs do. I've seen like a team total of about 54 and a half or so for the Rockets, and maybe even more, a game more than that. So the expectations are going to be pretty high. But they need now who their best player is to stay healthy, and there still needs to be some growth from Şengün, and we'll see if Amin Thompson can go from a guy who they will occasionally put the ball in his hands to go make a play one-on-one to a guy who can be a facilitator in some ways and be a guy you can trust more. Because if it's not Reed Shepherd being a consistent secondary ball handler, I think Amin Thompson has to take a more prominent role. Because if you look at the starting lineup right now, you've got Fred, and if they want to go with who we consider their best players, Amin plays where he has to play the 2. And then you have probably Jabari at the 3, even though that hasn't been a spot because Kevin Durant doesn't play the 3 anymore. He's more of a 4 right now. And with the NBA is the way it is, you can put Kevin Durant at the 4. It's a fine spot for him. He doesn't have to defend wings as much as he used to. He can still do it, but you don't want to have Kevin Durant in a spot where even he's defending the team's second most prolific player if you don't have to, considering what you're going to have to ask him to do on the offensive end. So I do wonder how they're going to put this all together. There seemed to be a clear way of doing things last year, even if we didn't like it because it wasn't always efficient. Of course, Fred's your primary guy. Jalen will get his opportunities. And those were the guys you leaned on. Of course, Şengün as a hub. I think we talked about it on the morning show, whether Kevin Durant's insertion will drastically change what happens as far as responsibilities for everyone else, because we know who's going to get the ball late. We know who they're going to depend on, and rightfully so. Does Şengün lose some of his offensive playmaking responsibilities because that will fall to Kevin Durant? And without Jalen Green, who's going to take on more of the initiator role? Is that Amin's role, or will be more put on Fred's shoulders? So while the expectations are high, I do want to see how they get there. That's kind of my favorite part of team building, how the Rockets decide they're going to put things together. They're going to be good. They just got some questions and some, I won't say issues, but they have to work through some things to see how they get there. It happens when you kind of change the trajectory of your team by the Kevin Durant acquisition, the hierarchy of who gets what. And also, he's kind of like a universe unto himself. Like I mentioned that with Giannis, but with Kevin Durant, that's a guy who normally you work around. You turn the offense into something that works around him, as opposed to building an offense where he's a part. Is he simply a part of the offense, or is he someone that is going to be the focal point for most of his time when he's on the floor. So that's for Ime and Royal Ivy and the rest of that staff to work out, but should be a fun problem to figure out. Okay, we'll get the break with that. We got one more segment here before we go. Me and AJ will take you till noon. Then Paul Gallant will join you, and then of course the Killer Bee. So we'll be back.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Stock index futures are trending a little higher this morning. The big news is that the U.S. will allow NVIDIA to sell certain chips to China, lifting that embargo. That's allowing NVIDIA to move the NASDAQ up sharply, while the Dow and S&P are advancing on the back of stronger than expected earnings from J.P. Morgan. Meanwhile, we're waiting on the consumer price report that will detail inflation at the retail level and tell us whether or not the Federal Reserve has any room to cut interest rates, as the president has demanded of late. Interest rates right now are holding steady. The yield on the 10-year note 4.43%. Dollars flat to slightly weaker this morning. Crude oil futures slipping another 24 cents to $66.74 a barrel. Gold up nearly $9 to $33.67. While we have Bitcoin coming off record highs, down about $3,000 per coin this morning. All eyes will be on the CPI report out this morning and for more bank earnings as we kick off earnings season in earnest starting today with the big banks, J.P. Morgan first among them, reporting better than expected results.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-577-3407. That's 800-577-3407.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
Championship teams are built with experience, skill, and teamwork, just like Pipefitters Local 211. For over 75 years, we've been representing the best in the trade across the Texas Gulf Coast. Our 4,300 union pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs bring the heat when it comes to quality, safety, and precision. When you need a home run in craftsmanship, trust the pros who do it right the first time. Pipefitters Local 211. Brought to you by the journeymen and apprentices of Pipefitters Local Union 211.
Lunchtime just got a whole lot tastier at McCormick and Schmick's with the Lunch Punch program. Buy 4 lunches, get the 5th one free. Unwind at happy hour Monday through Friday from 3:30 to 6:30 with bar specials every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Planning ahead? Book your holiday private dining now. Special menus and private rooms, perfect for any group size. With 3 Houston locations, downtown, Uptown Park, and Town and Country, great food is never far away. McCormick and Schmick's. Come hungry, leave happy.
Join ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 this Friday at East River 9 for an Open Championship watch party. Eat, drink, play golf or pickleball, and catch all of our shows live from East River 9. For more, visit eastriver9.com.
John and Lance, weekday mornings from 7 to 10.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
This is a prime case of sometimes you're around long enough to go from hero to villain. Deion Sanders wants to crack down on uniforms in college football. Deion Sanders, who did everything possible to swag out his uniform in both the NFL and college football, thinks the kids have gone too far. Like when you see a kid out in you would call them, as he said, bicycle shorts, as opposed to football pants when they're rolled up and there are no pads on. Okay, it's a little striking, but this guy, Deion Sanders, I'm gonna take uniform advice about what a player should look like on the field from him. I don't know if he invented not tying. How do I put this? Like the football gloves where you don't strap them when you got them loose. I don't know if he invented that, but I don't remember any player doing that before him where he wouldn't. I think it became a thing, and now it's not a thing anymore. It's probably something where you can't, where he would just have his gloves on, but he wouldn't Velcro them. They'd be open. I don't remember anyone doing that before him, from the bandana to all the other stuff he did, to how he wore his socks. He was someone who skirted the rules his entire career, but now he's sick of it. See, that's what happens when you get older, man. The things you did, you don't even like. Any references being a football guy. I'm a football guy, so it makes me sick when I see the players dressing the way they are out in the field. I can't believe it. I'm gonna look at Deion Sanders with the Cowboys because I distinctly remember him not looking like any other player out there, and he did it on purpose. But there it is. It's that time of the year where the coaches are speaking on a lot of things. We talked about Deion Sanders and his issues with NIL. There's something floating around SEC because the SEC media days, which are going on right now, beyond the Feinbaum and Jordan Rodgers back and forth discussing the ceiling for Eli Arch Manning. For some reason, there's talk of Nick Saban potentially coming back. People don't think he's done with college football. He's done with the rules, and I think when he first retired, he referenced he and his wife not really wanting to take part in how college football was going. They didn't want to be part of it. They leaned into how recruiting has changed, and certainly NIL being a main factor, and his reasoning for stepping aside. And I've seen people say once the rules get solidified, that Nick Saban would come back. Just doesn't want to operate in this version of college football, but I guess if it turns in a way that he likes, he may be back. And then, of course, everyone needs to make a list. Whether it be LSU, a return to LSU, they threw some other schools on there if a vacancy came about. The one school, despite their recent investment in NIL, that I don't think Nick Saban would ever coach there, Tech. Could you imagine Nick Saban in Lubbock coaching the Texas Tech Red Raiders? It feels wrong. Like Nick Saban's coached at Michigan State. He's coached, I think it might not have been the MAC at the time, but he's coached at a MAC school. Of course, LSU, Alabama, coaching the pros. Tech is like a place. Well, it's not even a shot at West Texas. I just don't see Nick Saban coaching at Tech. They've got money and they're spending it, so that might be a draw. But we're talking glamour school, right? If Nick Saban came back, we're talking if Lincoln Riley fails at USC. That's what we're talking about. We're talking a place where there's plenty of tradition, plenty of winning, and they're like a Nick Saban transformational figure away from winning. There is a theory that as long as the coach is good, you can win anywhere. I think Tech would test it because Mike Leach, at the very height of what he could be, was that 11-win season. Graham Harrell and Michael Crabtree, Blake Gideon couldn't make an interception, led to a touchdown. That stuff, but that's fleeting. Could Nick Saban build a consistent winner at Tech? It's Nick Saban, so I would guess he could. I just don't think he's looking to kind of start fresh. And this is not to say Joey McGuire won't do a good job there. Don't want to take that job away from him. But I just saw that pop up and go, nah. That feels like a guy who will step in at an Oklahoma if Venables doesn't get it done. We're talking about blue bloods. And while LSU wasn't traditionally a blue blood when he got there, they had enough backing. And Louisiana, crazy about football. LSU, tradition enough where as long as the right coach got there, we've seen they'll go and win. From Les Miles to Ed Ogeron, not exactly guys you look at and go, those guys could win anywhere. And LSU got it done. So I know this turned into me saying Tech's not good enough. I just don't see it there. I think we've seen they can win there. If he takes a job, if he comes back, which is just purely people guessing right now, I would say if you're a blue blood who's struggling, Nick Saban's your guy. That feels like a guy who would step in, get all the backing he wanted, and change a program. Because as much as I think he loves the coach, I think he likes being Nick Saban too and being the star of the show. And while Lubbock, I guess, would fit the college town stuff, I feel like Nick Saban, the man who dyes his hair for television, he want to spend his time in West Texas. I'm not sure that's his bag. Not sure that's or Miss Terry, as she's called, wants to spend their years if he does come back. But we'll see. College football right now, as far as star power and coaching, who do we have? I guess Dabo still ranks as a star. Kirby is a star. But considering we've lost, whether through retirement or being fired, the guys who have previously won a national championship, we're down. Now we got 3 because Ryan Day won one. Ryan Day, Kirby, and Dabo. I think we're at 3 right now because Jimbo's out of it. He's been out for a couple years. Nick Saban coming back. There's a place to add another star name. I just wonder if he won't simply pick a traditional power that's down on their luck. Look out, Oklahoma. I mean, Brent Venables. If Nick Saban is sniffing around coaching again, you are a prime candidate to get run out of there if he decides he wants to come back. But maybe if college football continues to be the Wild Wild West, he'll stay away. We'll see. That's interesting that's floating around and people are giving that some credence. I just assumed he wanted to make money hanging out with Pat McAfee on game day, but maybe not. All right, we're done for the day. Paul Gallant is up next, followed by the Killer Bees. AJ will join me throughout the rest of the week, but since we're done for the day, AJ, at least I am, what does that mean? Shred 'em, Shroud. We got a month plus, maybe 2 months before we start to see that. All right, Paul Gallant up next. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
ESPN
97.5. John Granato here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now there's a new way to take charge of your blood sugar. Introducing new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula from the makers of the nation's best-selling garlic supplement. New Garlic helps maintain healthy blood sugar levels with clinically supported levels of garlic, plus a custom blend of vitamins and minerals, and it's odor-free. Take charge of your blood sugar with new Garlic Healthy Blood Sugar Formula. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Use as directed.
Has your roof started to experience leaks or been damaged from recent storms? When it comes to roofing in Houston and surrounding areas, Brinkman is the only name to trust with your roofing needs. Brinkman's team of professionals will work with you, and only if necessary, your insurance company, to get your roof repaired or replaced with as little inconvenience to you as possible. There's no substitute for Brinkman quality. Visit them at brinkmanquality.com. That's BRINKMANN quality.com. John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, we have seen Houston Powder Coaters work all over the city. The Ferris Wheel, Westside Tennis Club, the Waterway in the Woodlands. Now we're going to see it at NRG?
Yes, they have removable stadium seating that we are coating right now. So when you go there for your football games, for your concerts, for your monster jams, look for those seats and you see our work.
It's going to be beautiful, right?
It's going to be amazing.
So if I'm on the floor, I'm probably going to sit in a Houston Powder Coaters seat.
Yeah, so you will see our work up close and personal.
This will tell you something. If businesses all over this city are using Houston Powder Coaters, why shouldn't you? So if you want your patio furniture Houston Powder Coated, you need to do it now.
Yes, because it is a standard 4 to 5 week turnaround time. But if you need it expedited, we can do that for you as well.
We got parties coming up, holidays coming up. You want your patio furniture out there when the weather gets really hot.
Yes, don't delay. Call me today.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Call Robin, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Your home for Texas A&M athletics is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Kick 'em. ESPN 97.5.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
A radio show host called Paul Gallant.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
Pauly G Show. He's the best in Houston.
Houston's most interactive sports talk show.
Hey, how's it going, Paul? Oh, what's good, my man? How you doing, Paul? What are you doing, Paul?
Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
I love the show. Y'all keep it up.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Tuesday, July 15th, 2025. I'm Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You heard Voice Guy himself say it, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and also available on the brand new ESPN Houston app. No Sean today, back at Mission Control. AJ Russ sitting in for him, and I am still doing the show from home as I try to get back from strep throat. Tonsils slightly smaller, still pretty gross, still pretty huge, still pretty painful to talk. I heard that the Angry Bees talked a little trash at the beginning of their show about me because it wasn't feeling so good, dipping out for the last hour. I think Jeremy had posted something in the chat. What did it read? What did it say? Because there's no way in hell I would listen to a show of two people who hate each other. But, oh, here it is. I may take the last hour of the show off, say I got a tickle in the throat. I did think that was interesting coming from the head of a show that once showed up 45 minutes late because they were busy golfing. Really find that interesting. And I can only imagine what that round of golf with Jeremy and Joel was like, given the two love each other. Honestly, their listeners missed out because the frustration of both of those two shooting 130 or so would probably be, I would imagine, a whole lot more entertaining than bitching and moaning about lineups. So they talked a little trash, called me soft. Okay, yeah, I went home early. I was advised to. Would have stuck it out like I did for a couple of shows in March where I was dealing with a horrible bronchitis, which caused me to have to turn off the microphone and cough and, well, some blood from time to time. No big deal. Every single break and every single segment, because I am doing a show by myself. But yeah, I did leave yesterday's show early. And you know what? Considering what Jeremy's left how many shows early to go cover a Cougars baseball team that hasn't done anything of value since 2018. Very interesting. Anyway, that was very therapeutic to get that off of my chest because truly that pissed me off yesterday, calling me out for being soft because I went home early when I'm trying my best to do this show. I didn't like that. Jeremy, the softest thing is the fupa that is resting over your belt. Okay, the All-Star break is upon us. How about the home run derby last night? That was fun, right? If you could actually keep tracks, if you could keep track of it, could you? I couldn't. I had no idea what the hell was going on. This is one of these things where baseball, I look at them and I wonder if they're ever going to figure it out. And it's very clear that they have not listened to anyone over the last couple of years who have been telling them that they need to fix some things. I put on the home run derby on the small TV because, I'm taking a break from baseball when I can. But I did have it on, and I noticed that the broadcast did this thing where, as they have the last couple of years, they do a split screen. On one side of the screen, you see a pitcher behind a backstop and a hitter. So when he makes contact with the ball, it just stays on him because now baseball's home run derby has a clock. And on the other camera, it'll show balls mid-flight going to whatever part of the park they might, whether it's out of the park or caught by those many children who are out there with gloves. And it's so difficult to keep track of it. Like, I personally can't. And I don't know how many other people had the same problem, but you keep on having a ball get caught mid-flight, and you're like, wait, what? Oh, another ball mid-flight. Another ball mid-flight. What is going on here? And you don't even get to appreciate the majesty of some of these smokes that these guys are blasting into outer space. Home runs are cool. I'm not the biggest baseball fan, but the home run derby used to be pretty damn cool. And I don't know if this is something that they did because of time or what, but moving to this idea that we're going to throw as many pitches to you as possible over whatever the time limit now is, I think really just diminishes every single home run that's hit. And it's bad when you're having this conversation with friends about the broadcast and you're wondering, wait a second, what's going on here? Huh? And they're telling you, hey, man, you should go watch the ESPN StatCast broadcast of the home run derby. The StatCast broadcast. Watch that. And honestly, I should have. My friend Kevin Brown was on the call for that, so would have made it a little bit better. But I was too engrossed with Severance, which I am now watching on the big screen with the home run derby in the background. Too much is going on in that. And it's a shame because Cal Raleigh did something very cool. He won a home run derby as a catcher. He's already off to an incredible start this season when it comes to home runs. I mean, this is a guy who's a catcher. He's basically, crouching, squatting for an entire game, and he still has the ability to get into the box and hit 38 home runs to this point this year. So he's leading the league in home runs. He wins the home run derby. He's doing things for the Seattle Mariners that, let's be honest, just doesn't happen that often for him. I mean, this is a Mariners team that has at the very least won a few home run derbies. Ken Griffey Jr. won the home run derby in 94, 98, and 1999. And I imagine they might raise a banner for this, given that they've only made the playoffs 95, 97, 2000, 2001, and 2022. No World Series, no pennants. It would be nice if a moment like this for Cal Raleigh could have been, recognized a little bit more. But the broadcast that ESPN puts out there in what is, I imagine, their last year focusing on baseball at all, given they just had a breakup, I thought it was pathetic. And even worse, I mean, listen, I enjoy Pat McAfee, but why does Pat McAfee have to be everywhere? Because that's when I decided, I can't have this on the big TV. They had this cool montage showing all of the biggest home runs in baseball's history. And I thought, man, this is actually pretty nice to get things started. But then after that montage was done, you saw Pat McAfee just go out and into the middle of Turner Field 2.0 and basically doing some sort of wrestling hype, which he does. It just bummed me out. I used to very much enjoy the All-Star break. I loved the home run derby. I liked the actual game itself, even when it didn't count. And maybe this is me just getting older, not being able to appreciate sports the same way I did when I wasn't covering them, when I was just watching them as a fan. But it's also that baseball is really struggling to modernize. And some of the ways they're trying to modernize, I just think fall flat. Last night's home run derby is a perfect example of it. It's been a couple of years of this. And I think a lot of people think the same thing as me. I guess the numbers are still good. And I guess that being able to broadcast this on a variety of different broadcasts makes them feel like, well, listeners and watchers have options here. But bums me out. Really does. Home runs are great. The home run derby should be great. I mean, think about all the other sports out there. There are a few things as satisfying as a home run. You have stop in action. A guy trots around the bases. Maybe he flipped the bat a little bit before, doing a little jig around. Outside of that, what do you have? You have 3-pointers, but generally those can only be really appreciated if a timeout is called by the other team right after it's hit. 3-point competition, it's so rapid. Bam, 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 bam. You also don't really feel like there's the same stakes there, too, if you've got like a big bucket next to you with a bunch of basketballs that you're shooting. And there's really nothing on the NFL side of things that compares to what a home run can be. So the home run derby should be great. And I just feel like the broadcast screwed it up. If you were there in person, I bet it was fun. And it was rapid and fast-paced with, very little pause in between swings, clearly as seen on the broadcast, where you're just catching balls mid-flight over and over and over and over again. But I think Mr. Brostash on the Twitch said it best. Home run derby is a lot like the slam dunk competition. Went from a must-see event to not even worth watching anymore. And I hate saying that about sports. Like, I hate that we're there. Yeah, I really hate that. We've gotten to a point where we are saying a lot of the things that we've watched are worse than they used to be. And this might just be, for all of us, a byproduct of getting old and yelling at clouds and all of that stuff. But something like this, how do you screw it up like that so badly? And why did you screw it up the way that you did? Were people really having a tough time watching the home run derby the first way it was set up? I don't understand why they stayed away from it as long as they have. It's the one all-star break that people actually give a bleep about, given that the NBA doesn't try anymore and the NFL doesn't even play the game anymore. NHL, hey, it caught our attention for a year because there were fights between the U.S. and Canada, and there was heightened tensions between the U.S. and Canada. But I don't know if it's going to be holding us next year. This is the one time that baseball has to separate itself during a period in the sports calendar where it has zero competition, unless you count the WNBA. And I feel like last night's broadcast is a reflection of the failure of leadership that Rod Manfred's been. I think this is a pretty easy fix. Just go back to the way that it used to be. 10 pitches, right? You get 10 pitches or 10 outs, I think it was. And yeah, it might have taken a lot of time and there might have been a lot of taken pitches along the way. But it's just too ADD and too all over the place the way that it is right now. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Also available on the brand new ESPN Houston app. AJ Russ is in for Sean behind the glass. Coming up next, ESPN put together a top 10 rankings of the top quarterbacks in the NFL, and CJ Stroud didn't make the list. Some of the people who did should have you annoyed about that. We'll talk about it on the other side. Stay put. The Paul Gallant Show.
ESPN 97.5.
I assumed you knew. Hey, it's B-Mac, and I'm fired up about Old Humble Distilling Company, Houston's finest micro distillery. Their award-winning small batch Texas whiskeys are the real deal and unique to the Gulf Coast. Approachable, premium, and handcrafted unlike factory whiskey. You can grab a bottle at Specs, Total Wine, or finer retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Better yet, swing by their Humble Tasting Room, open Tuesday through Saturday till 6 and Fridays till 9 for date night. Trust me, this is an authentic Texas craft whiskey worth savoring.
Championship teams are built with experience, skill, and teamwork, just like Pipefitters Local 211. For over 75 years, we've been representing the best in the trade across the Texas Gulf Coast. Our 4,300 union pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs bring the heat when it comes to quality, safety, and precision. When you need a home run in craftsmanship, trust the pros who do it right the first time. Pipefitters Local 211. Brought to you by the journeymen and apprentices of Pipefitters Local Union 211.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609.
Priority Tax Relief. Hey, listen, are you a 50-year-old person looking for term life insurance? Then you need to talk to Bob. Bob specializes in helping people find $1 million or more of term life insurance for a couple of $100 a month. Look, you need to know there's a price war in the term life insurance business, and you may be paying too much. Call Bob, and he'll shop and see how much money he can save you. Look, this could be the last term life insurance policy you ever have. Your rates are guaranteed for the next 20 years. That's right, guaranteed level rates for the next 20 years. And if you're a smoker or your health is not perfect, Bob has great rates for you too. So for $1 million of term life insurance coverage for a couple of $100 a month, call Bob right now. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. 800-430-0932. That's 800-430-0932. Paid for by Term Direct.
Lunchtime just got a whole lot tastier at McCormick and Schmick's with the Lunch Punch program. Buy 4 lunches, get the 5th one free. Unwind at happy hour Monday through Friday from 3:30 to 6:30 with bar specials every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Planning ahead? Book your holiday private dining now. Special menus and private rooms, perfect for any group size. With 3 Houston locations, downtown, Uptown Park, and Town and Country, great food is never far away. McCormick and Schmick's. Come hungry, leave happy.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk. You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and on Twitch at ESPN 975. So a couple of comments here in response to our last segment talking about all-star games. NHL isn't even doing the Four Nations face-off next year because they're idiots. That is pretty crazy. Also, just put Russia in. I get it. They're in a war with Ukraine, but put them in. They're one of the best teams in the world when it comes to hockey, right? U.S.-Russia is always fun when it comes to hockey or when it comes to anything. From the 936, timer has ruined the home run derby. We can't bask in the majestic home runs. Yeah, and maybe add Chris Berman back. back. I don't mind that. I like Chris Berman. Chris Berman can do no wrong on my part. Big fan of that guy. Best part of ESPN. So you want to weigh in on the home run derby last night? You can. You know how to do it. Whenever we see somebody call out the Texans, question the Texans, we give you the opportunity to determine whether or not this is a battle red pill with a little bit of truth attached to it that has you wondering if all of your notions of the team that plays on Kirby are wrong. It's time for a little deep. Wicks, check that. It's our battle red pill time.
Heretics dare to question the Houston Texans' greatness.
How dare you?
Is it bullshit?
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong.
Or will you take this battle red pill?
You take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes.
Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud did not make ESPN's list of top 10 quarterbacks put together by execs and scouts across the league. Here is the list. 1, Mahomes. 2, Josh Allen. 3, Joe Burrow. 4, Lamar Jackson. I'm going to pause for a moment. Issues with the list. Based off of last year, Burrow, Allen, and Jackson should be above Mahomes. I know that there was a back and forth as far as the MVP conversation between Allen and Jackson. I felt like Burrow got overlooked in it entirely. Burrow had his best statistical season last year, and yes, he does have 2 awesome wide receivers, but he was throwing to a tight end who was on the way out. He has a defense not helping him out as well. I think those 3 are ahead of Mahomes right now. Obviously, Mahomes is still Mahomes. It just really goes to show you how good the quarterbacks are at the top of the league these days. It just takes one down year for people to pass you by. Number 5, Jaden Daniels. Okay, I can buy Jaden Daniels on the list, but not ahead of a guy who has not been listed yet. 6, Matt Stafford. 7, Justin Herbert. 8, Jared Goff. Okay. 9, Jalen Hurts. 10, Baker Mayfield. C.J. Stroud was honorable mention and seemingly the first guy left out of the top 10. I can't buy Jaden Daniels being ahead of Jalen Hurts. I just can't. I know that Jaden Daniels had an awesome rookie season. I still like Hurts better as a quarterback. Hurts in the playoffs when they take the, I guess, tarp off the car, he's awesome. During the regular season, you can tell that he's perhaps not going 100%. He will slide a lot more often than he needs to while running. You see Hurts in the playoffs, though, and I mean, take a look at the Super Bowl that he lost against Patrick Mahomes. He played a perfect game outside of the fumble that he had that was returned for a touchdown. Look, Stroud had a down year last year, and he certainly had a lot of excuses for him. The offensive line, the offensive coordinator, the injuries to all 3 of his top receivers who missed prolonged periods. Nico Collins had the hamstring issues that cost him a few games. Stephon Diggs tore his ACL halfway through the year. Tank Dell missed all those games at the end. But they are excuses. It was, I thought, a step back of a season for Stroud, and I know a lot of people get mad about the idea it was a sophomore slump, but relative to expectations, it was. He was, by this very same rankings, ranked 7th after his rookie season. All of that said, are you really putting Justin Herbert ahead of C.J. Stroud? How many times are we going to put Justin Herbert on a pedestal that he has not earned himself a place on yet? He hasn't. He makes a lot of flashy, beautiful plays. Guess what? Every quarterback, and I mean every quarterback in the NFL, is capable of putting together splashy, highlight caliber plays. They're the best football throwers in the world, quarterbacks in the National Football League. You make it to the NFL, you're damn good, even if people might say you suck and call you a bust. You've made it to that level, you're pretty damn good. Maybe not NFL good, but you're pretty damn good. Herbert has a lot of splash moments. Wow moments. And there's certainly talent there. I can't believe, though, that Herbert is put ahead of C.J. Stroud. It's like this hipster choice that's constantly made of Justin Herbert, and I, for one, am tired of it. Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions in that Texans-Lions game on Sunday night. And, yes, C.J. Stroud threw an awful interception in the end zone to a open Tank Dell. He underthrew it. It got picked off, and that's one of the reasons that the Lions went on to win that game. But Stroud's more athletic. Stroud's more accurate, and Stroud hasn't had the kind of pee-pants moments that we've seen from Goff on the biggest stage. I'm talking about Goff's Super Bowl performance against the New England Patriots all those years ago. 3 points in the Sean McVay offense. Really? That's it? Sorry, I'll never be able to put Goff at the top. Is Goff a quarterback I would have taken when the Texans were playing poorly? Sure. Stroud's better than Goff right now. This is pretty obvious to me if you have eyes. And Baker Mayfield is fun. He's not better than Stroud. He's not. What he's done with Tampa Bay is great. Cleveland never should have gotten rid of him. But come on. We're putting him again ahead of C.J. Stroud. And the athleticism and his accuracy. That to me is wild. I do wonder if Stroud would have been above Goff on this list if the Texans had won that Sunday Night Football game. I think for some who have been watching that Netflix show Quarterback, which I'm going to get into at some point, they've pointed out that rewatching the Texans loss to the Lions in Sunday Night Football was an absolutely brutal experience. Yeah, it would be. It absolutely would be. I'm not going to go do that again. Hell no. No, sir. It's tough enough watching that thing in person and then getting out of NRG Stadium late. I was one of the last people to leave. I think I had to ask somebody to unlock the parking lot so that they would let my car out. Anyway, that's neither here nor there. It is the Paul Gallant Show, and that is a battle red pill. Do you agree with C.J. Stroud being left off of that top 10 quarterback ranking? 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 936, Jaden Daniels should not be on the top list. Not top 5. I think I'd hear an argument for him being better than Stroud just based off the fact they made it to an NFC Championship game his rookie year. But yeah, top 5 is too much for me. 409, Jalen Hurts has never had one statistically good season. Well, hang on. What about 2022? He was the MVP runner-up. You can't put Burrow so high and notice stats, but say Hurts stats don't matter. Did I say Hurts stats don't matter? Honestly, this is where I need a transcriber because I do not remember saying that his stats don't matter. I feel like I would put Hurts above several of the guys listed there. I think Hurts is probably 5. He's got to be ahead of Jaden Daniels. Mahomes takes a step back, and I would say Mahomes' stats are the reason that I would give Burrow, Allen, and Jackson the edge right now. What else do we have here? On the 832, people are overlooking Daniels will have 13 plays called back in key situations due to false starts. That's right. The Commanders have Laramie Tunsil, who once again isn't at offseason exercises. You know who else took issue with this rankings? Here is former quarterback Dan Orlovsky taking this top 10 list to task because C.J. Stroud wasn't on it.
We're coming to you, Dan. Biggest issue with this list? My biggest issue with the list, 2. 1, C.J. Stroud not being on the list is, I think, silly, dumb, idiotic. Okay. The people that said after C.J. Stroud's rookie year, best rookie season we've ever had. And in that year of 2023, he was like 4,100 yards, 23 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, like 63% completion percentage. So numbers-wise, pretty darn good. Last year, with bottom 5 offensive line, he lost his number 1, number 2, and number 3 receiver for significant stretches. 63% completion percentage, 3,800 yards, and I think he had 20 touchdowns. Now 12 interceptions. Interceptions went up. So disaster all around him. By the way, offensive coordinator never evolved. Disaster around him, and puts up somewhat similar performance-wise. Yeah. So the guy that people were saying, like, hey, he's the next Joe Burrow, top 5 player, all of a sudden is out of the top 10. That, for me, is probably the biggest gripe. We can make the conversation Jalen Hurts higher than a Justin Herbert, but C.J. Stroud not being in there is the biggest issue.
Yeah, I was surprised by this. He should be in over Mayfield for sure. And I think he has an argument over both Justin Herbert and Jared Goff. I know that the Twitch will be like, Goff's better than Stroud. He threw 5 interceptions in a game. Sorry, no. Nope. One of the reasons I can't respect Trevor Lawrence either, he threw 4 interceptions in 1 quarter of a game. People don't forget, oh, they won the game. Yeah, because they were playing Justin Herbert, who's ranked ahead of CJ Stroud. Wow, interesting. It's the funny part, everyone gave Trevor Lawrence so much credit for that comeback. No one talked about how Joe Burrow and the Chargers did Jack Diddley poo the rest of that game that they choked away, as Chargers often do. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, everything you might have missed in the world of sports, in case you missed it. Everything you missed over the weekend. Stick around. The Paul Gallant Show with AJ Russin for Sean Mapes behind the glass. Stay put.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, if I want to do my patio furniture, get it Houston Powder Coated, I need to do it now.
Yes, because it is a standard 4 to 5 week turnaround time, so don't delay. Call me today.
281-676-3888.
If your business is growing and looking for working capital, funds to acquire a business or purchase equipment, Veritex Community Bank's lending team is standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
The Killer Bees, weekday afternoons from 3 to 6.
McGrath Pest Control kills pests so you don't have to. Right now, their vigilance is directed at termites and mosquitoes. It's termite swarming season. These little fellows can cause big problems. Let McGrath bring their wrath to would-be termites around your home, especially if you're buying or selling a home. And when it comes to mosquitoes, their mosquito murdering system keeps your outdoor living space skeeter-free. It's completely safe for you, but not for mosquitoes. Rest in peace. Keep your home pest-free. Get started. McGrathPestControl.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
Can your IRA stand up to the next financial crisis that our top economists are saying is at our doorsteps? By allocating a percentage of your IRA into physical gold and silver with a tax-free rollover, you can diversify and safeguard your holdings from turbulent markets and economic downturns by putting your IRA back on the gold standard. Find out how to safeguard your assets with a tax-free rollover with a Genesis Gold IRA. The only IRA that can hold physical precious metals. Call now for your free gold and silver report. Protect your IRA today. Don't let your retirement accounts get caught off guard by trade and tariff wars. Learn why a Genesis Gold IRA is the #1 choice for thousands of Americans across the nation. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. 800-644-8611. That's 800-644-8611.
Hi, this is Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I buy houses cash. Call me today, 832-779-4000. I'll buy your house for cash and pay you cash up front. I buy houses in any price range and any location in the Houston area. Do you own a house that needs thousands of dollars in repairs? Great, because I love buying fixer-upper houses. Do you have a tenant living in your property? Not a problem. I'll buy your house with the tenant in it. Do you think your property would be difficult to sell? Easy. We provide assistance for any situation for houses in any condition. Do you want the best price for your house? Done. I'll beat any offer you have on the table. Remember, if you need cash fast, I'll pay you cash up front. Give me a call today. Sean at Greenlight Offer, buying houses. Call me at 832-779-4000. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Did you catch everything this weekend in the world of sports and beyond? Neither did we.
I do not recall that, okay? Doesn't ring a bell. Sorry, I have no recommendation of that.
No idea.
Absolutely not.
And now, in case you missed it,
Everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports. Well, not that much going on, but did you see Jeff Luhnow was on the Crush City podcast, and he said 2 or 3 Major League Baseball owners have called to gauge his interest. He said, I don't think I'm blackballed from baseball like some people think. I know I would do a good job. I know that for a fact. But the reality is I've moved on, end quote. I'm very curious about what 2 of those teams were the ones that reached out to him. Who could it be? Wouldn't it be so delicious if it were either the New York Yankees or the Los Angeles Dodgers? I'm skeptical that it would be the Dodgers, but the Yankees, maybe. I mean, Brian Cashman's had that job for a very long time, so clearly they need someone that they think is of a higher shelf to replace Cashman, so maybe that would have been him. Also on the Crush City podcast, Luhnow had this to say. He wouldn't have done there it is. He said that he wouldn't have done the Roberto Osuna trade, and that he nearly traded Jose Altuve, and that this was the trade for Bryce Harper that ended up getting vetoed by Nationals management at the last moment. It would have been Harper for J.B. Bukauskas, Josh James, Abraham Torrey, Randy Caesar, and Kent Emmanuel. Yeah, I can see why Nationals ownership stepped in. That's a trade rape. That is an absolute massacre right there. Jeff Bagwell was on the Astros broadcast Saturday and Sunday. That's fun. I saw J-Bone say that at some point Bagwell threw strays at Biggio. Honestly, I'm not going to go do my research to determine whether or not that happened. I'm just going to hold J-Bone, the bastion of journalism, to that. So there you go, everybody. In Wimbledon, ooh, that's a tennis thing. Jannik Sinner beat Carlos Alcaraz to win Wimbledon. I guess Jannik, last name Sinner, is actually a challenge when it comes to majors. So Carlos Alcaraz has 5 and Jannik Sinner has 4. So we got a Federer / Nadal / that other guy, Djokovic thing going on in tennis. There's a new generation tennis. It's a sport. And there you go. In case you missed it, continues. Did you see it? Did you see the World Cup? Oh, yeah, I love the World Cup. Champions Club Cup of World Champions Club. Yeah. There's a team called Chills, and they beat Puska 3-0 to win the 2025 Club World Cup Club Championship Club Cup. Afterwards, and this is the real controversy from this really important tournament, but Donald Trump, whoa, he's the president. He stole the show because he stayed on stage. We'll just see players were up there because they won the Club Cup World Cup Championship Cup. And while the Chelsea players rose the trophy, Trump stayed up on the stage. So there's lots of controversy about that. FIFA president Gianni Infantino was very upset about this and tried to make Trump stand in the background, and it didn't work out. So there you go. Congratulations to Chachachos for beating Puska to win the 2025 Club World Championship Club Cup. I love soccer. Hey, labor It's a thing. You know, you got sports owners, and they're paying players to do labor for them. And sometimes they call it slavery, even though they're getting paid millions of dollars. And it's kind of true, except for the millions of dollars things. But guess what? We could be in for a big stoppage, guys, in the sports world. The WNBA Players Union and league officials are at an impasse. And I'm not even kidding. This is a real quote that was said. Things are expected to get spicy. Gotta say, kind of demeaning to women? No? Aren't you kind of implying this is about to be a cat fight? That's not cool. ESPN.com. Mothership, oh mothership. Why did thou write this, mothership, oh mothership? Phoenix Mercury forward and union rep Satu Sabali said, we got a proposal from the league, which was honestly a slap in the face. Interesting. WNBA Commissioner Kathy Engelbert, in case you are nervous about this WNBA stoppage, had this to say, we'll get something done and it'll be transformational. These things take time. We want to have a fair deal for all, but it has to be within the confines of a sustainable economic model that goes on for 10 years. We've had a few years of great growth, but we need to continue to make sure that we can fund the things that the players are asking for, that we want for them too. So there you go. There might be a walkout. Spicy. Pour one out. If you thought you had a chance with Megan Thee Stallion, guess what? You're a stupid idiot. You're a dumb, stupid, horny idiot. You never had a chance. Klay Thompson is now dating Megan Thee Stallion. Gotta say, if you're a Rockets fan, this has gotta hurt, right? We're talking about one of Houston's own, and she is now, in the eyes of some, unless they don't believe in this, unless they're going Tyler Lockett, it seems that on the off chance that they do believe in premarital sex, it does seem that she is sleeping with the enemy. I'm just saying, the Warriors just took the Rockets out in the playoffs, and I know he doesn't play for them anymore, but Klay Thompson is always a Warrior in my book, and you just hate to see this. So Megan Thee Stallion now dating Klay Thompson, everybody. She's not dating you. So go home and think about what you're doing wrong with your life. You know? Think about it, you stupid, horny idiot. You know, if only you could hit all of those 3-point shots, which Klay Thompson does. But you didn't. And you're an idiot because of that. Anyway, she's a strong, powerful, independent woman, and we do respect her decision. So there you go. That's in case you missed it, everybody. That's everything you might have missed over the weekend in this wacky world of sports. Let's read some comments here. A bunch of people were asking, is this a Rick and Morty bit? I don't know. I did sound a lot stupider in that segment than I normally do. Maybe I should I keep doing it that way? Just read the headlines, but sound like a complete idiot the whole time. From the 832, Paul, are you taking Grandpa's old cough medicine? If only. That would be nice. From the 713, if there was a WNBA lockout, they might actually make some money finally. Hey, that's not cool. Not at all. It's the Paul Gallant Show. That's everything you might have missed over the weekend in sports. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text, and YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Speaking of the soccer, the Club Championship Club Cup, this guy might have been in it, and he had himself quite the birthday party. You'll hear about it on the other side. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
ESPN 97.5.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-577-3407. That's 800-577-3407.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief. Lunchtime just got a whole lot tastier at McCormick and Schmick's with the Lunch Punch program. Buy 4 lunches, get the 5th one free. Unwind at happy hour Monday through Friday from 3:30 to 6:30 with bar specials every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Planning ahead? Book your holiday private dining now. Special menus and private rooms, perfect for any group size. With 3 Houston locations, downtown, Uptown Park, and Town and Country, great food is never far away. McCormick and Schmick's. Come hungry, leave happy.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm. That's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out. We had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know, the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids love. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book 5 nights, save 35% off your stay in June and July. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Think you can dominate John and Lance in fantasy football? Well, now is your chance to join a fantasy league with John Granado, Lance Zerline, Del Olaleye, and Sean Mates. Plus, win a free 2-night stay at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Your chance to enter the contest is every Thursday at 9 a.m. from July 24th through August 14th. Win an entry spot for you and a guest into the ultimate draft experience. Brought to you by the DraftKings Sportsbook at Golden Nugget Lake Charles. More info at ESPN975.com.
Listen to Texas Radio Hall of Famers John and Lance weekday mornings from 7 to 10. This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call in, text in, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. These commercial breaks are fun. Here's the routine. So I leave the home studio I have confined myself to because I don't want to get anyone else sick. Went to the grocery store yesterday because I had no food with a mask on. That was terrible, terrible experience. Walking all the way from a parking lot with an N95 on into a grocery store, not fun. Also, I felt judged because I was one of the people that was still wearing a mask, not only outside, but in a post-pandemic world. I felt very judged. So I'm walking through the grocery store and like I got all the things that I can eat because I can't eat anything solid right now. So I got a bunch of chicken noodle soup, I got applesauce, and I got sorbet because it's nice and icy and cold. But during these commercial breaks, what I'm doing is I'm going into a bathroom in my condo. I have 2, yeah. And I do a little saltwater gargle. And then I put some hot water in a teacup with honey, and then I sip on that, and it's real fun. It's real fun dealing with this. It's really fun. The worst part is, see, if there was a co-host or something like that, I could talk, they could listen. I could turn off my microphone and do a bunch of disgusting stuff to the side. And I'd probably be kind of okay. The problem is when you're filling 10 minutes a time, generally by minute 7 or 8, your throat is telling you you're a stupid a-hole. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. So I have to stay in this very monotone range, and I can't even be my true authentic self. So it sucks. And I'm still mad at the Angry Bees. Check that. It's not that. It's the Brian McDonald interrupting the Bees show. I was mad that they were talking trash about me yesterday. I think they called me soft, might have called me a bitch. I'm pretty mad about that. Should I be? Probably not, honestly. But yeah, I'm a little mad about it. Calling out my toughness. I mean, I tried to do the show. And I was told towards the end, hey, if you really don't think you can step to the side. And it seemed like the decision was made for me, which I'm very appreciative of. So I was appreciative that Joe and Jeremy had stepped in. Didn't expect to be the entirety of the Brian McDonald show featuring two Bs. I didn't expect to be the main topic. I think they led off talking about me. But hey, you know what? Like I'm thinking about the best interest of the station, and I know a lot of people have stopped listening to sports talk radio altogether every single time they talk about the lineups of Joe Espada for a team that's leading the American League West by 5 games. So I know that talking about me was probably an upgrade in programming. Anyway, how many shots will I take the rest of the show? I don't know. Probably not enough, because I thought that was a load of bull. Can't swear on the air, though, Paul. You can't. Anyway, birthday parties. They're a thing. Anyone heard of Spanish soccer star? I'm going to butcher the pronunciation of this. This time, it wasn't like I was effing around in the last segment. Lamine Yamal. Sounded nice and American, huh? Lamine Yamal. He plays for Barcelona. He had a massive 18th birthday party. Wait, they're letting children illegally play soccer in Europe? And apparently he's one of the best players there is. This guy. So here are 2 details that came out about his 18th birthday party. Number 1, he hired 25 dwarves. Yes. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, not 6. He picked up where Disney left a bunch of people jobless and hired 25 dwarfs to come to his party, which is apparently a thing for European soccer players. I don't know if this is some homage to the movie The Wolf of Wall Street or something else, but that's part 1 of his birthday party, which seemed to be taking place in the woods. Were they reenacting Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs? I don't know. Also, a woman who was invited to this party, but I guess turned him down, might have been a lady of the night. She went on the news and said she was offered $15,000 to $20,000 to go, and that there was a requirement for women who were invited. Women, perhaps of a certain line, respect their stories. The only requirement was she had to be of a certain breast size. So I'm guessing it had to be bigger than a specific breast size. Very curious. Never been much of a boob guy. Not to say I don't like boobs. Boobs are fun. But boobs are also something I look at and I wonder, how will these look in the future? Is that a weird thing to think about? It probably is. Now, a message a family member taught me, and I'm actually not kidding on this one. when we talk about something that he calls bolt-ons. If they don't fall off in the shower, they're real. Okay, fair point. But to me, I'm very curious. Like, are we talking, I'm assuming, what? C cup or above? Again, I don't know. I think the people that know measurement sizes are kind of weird. Just a little bit. Oh, did you see your measurements? They're like 44, 22, 6, 5, whatever. I don't know. I find some it's very old people posting on Instagram and like in the comment section, like, oh, babe, what are your measurements? So sexy, baby. Oh yeah, look at you. So I'm wondering what the limit was. I would assume C, but I gotta say, like, butts are better than boobs. Like I feel like this is a very, very obvious thing. And maybe it's as a sportsman, you know, I appreciate a woman that looks like she could play sports, but that's what I'm all about. That's what I'm all about. Shout out to my girlfriend's great ass. That's what I'm all about. Okay. Anyway, I sound enough like a horn dog. I sound worse than Spanish soccer star Lamine Yamal, who hired 25 dwarves for his birthday. And on top of that, hired women, but they had to be of a certain breast size. I mean, that's a great way to throw an 18th birthday party. I'm guessing all of these soccer players in Europe, with the stupid amounts of money that they are making at a very young age, have got to be into the most depraved stuff. I mean, because he knew that people would find out about the hiring of the 25 dwarves, you would think, right? Or his PR team had to have known. And it's funny when, like, as these poor dwarves are walking into the party, which seemed to be in the woods or something like that. Like, there's a bunch of Spanish paparazzi that are trying to interview them, and they're just throwing their hands up. They're like, "Hey, man, it's a paycheck. It's a paycheck. Let me collect my paycheck. I couldn't work on Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs because Peter Dinklage complained about it, about how it's demeaning to dwarves." Which it's like, hey, man, Peter Dinklage, you're the one that's getting all the dwarves jobs these days. So, I don't know. What are you mad? There's going to be another one that like really crushes it in that role, and all of a sudden he's going to be coming for you. Maybe you don't have that eye of the tiger anymore as the world's foremost dwarf actor. What was that all about? It was very strange. Very, very strange. Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. So, you know how to get aboard if you want. Would you have done this kind of birthday party? Well, you're depraved if you did, but hey, you know, I guess when we were all what? We were all 18 once. What else do we have here on the text line? From the 281. I know you enjoyed wearing the mask. Your Boston roots came back out. Next time, just get your groceries delivered. I feel bad making people deliver the groceries. I do feel bad about that. You know? Plus, I live so close to a grocery store. It's very weird, though. Like, oh, your Boston roots came back out. I've lived in the South for most of my life. And a lot of people, it's weird. There's a lot of people who seem to think I lean one way politically when I've actually done the exact opposites version of talk radio several times, might I add. But that's neither here nor there. No one cares about any of this stuff. Someone actually gave me the pronunciation. Thank you from the 832. First name is Yamin. Last name sounds like Jamal. Okay, so it's Yamin Jamal, but his first name starts with an L? Huh. Interesting. Duolingo. What a fun time. What a fun time. I stopped. I have nightmares that Duolingo is going to stab me to death in my sleep. the app on my phone, like it just gets bigger and bigger. Paul, no one cares. Fine. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. You want to jump in, you know how to do it. If you want to talk about the Home Run Derby and what a disappointing broadcast it was, you can. I don't want to, beat this to death over the course of today's show, but speaking of the depraved, I found a very interesting quote from one of the greatest quarterbacks in the drivable distance of Houston that we've seen in the last 20 years. What a shoulda from this guy. Who am I talking about? You'll find out next. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay put.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
We're taking a break.
Okay. That's cool.
Howdy, Ags. Andrew Monaco, voice of the Aggies here for HRMP, a proud partner of Aggie Athletics. For nearly 25 years, HRMP has been protecting the interests of Aggie-owned businesses. HRMP provides comprehensive human resource services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. If you're an Aggie-owned business, let HRMP customize a plan to eliminate your HR burdens. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/AGS. That's hrp.net/AGS today.
Celebrate Independence Day during the whole month of July at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC with tremendous savings on that new truck that you've been wanting. One to consider is the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation Crew Cab 4-wheel drive with a Turbo Max engine, and well-qualified buyers can get 0% APR financing plus thousands more in savings that are available. See dealer for complete details. Take that GMC Sierra 1500 for a test drive today at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. GMC, we are professional grade.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even bought my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
The summer circuit continues. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Plus, each week you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. This week we'll be hanging out, enjoying great food and drinks at McCormick and Schmick's. Come out and join us this Thursday from noon to 6 at McCormick and Schmick's at Town and Country. Find the entire summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com.
Do you have the ESPN Houston app? Download it now in your app store.
Born in Austin, Texas, Rambler Sparkling Water's signature limestone mineral blend and crisp carbonation creates a unique flavor for a premium sparkling water without the sodium. Available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Grab a case today at your local grocery store. Learn more about Rambler at RamblerSparklingWater.com. Get Ramblin', Houston.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
A radio show host called Paul Gallant.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
Paulie G Show. He's the best in Houston.
Houston's most interactive sports talk show.
Hey, how's it going, Paul? Oh, what's good, my man? How you doing, Paul? What are you doing, Paul?
Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
I love the show. Y'all keep it up.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. You can also join us on our brand new ESPN Houston app. You should do that. Why haven't you already? Don't you know our signal often struggles? And if it does struggle, that's what you should do, because you could do 97.5, or you could do 92.5, or you could do 97.9 HD2. But if that doesn't work out, you should do the app, because our brand new app is awesome. And seriously, the old app, let's be honest, it was awful. It was awful. New app, great. So much better. Something we had talked about. Shout out to Joe George getting bleep done. Middle management Joe. A Machiavellian figure rising the ranks at Cal Media. So the home run derby was last night. Cal Raleigh won. The Mariners have won a lot of home run derbies. This is the 4th home run derby the Mariners have ever won. Ken Griffey Jr. won the first 3, but you got to give the Mariners something. Got to give Mariners fans something. We will see if this home run derby victory by Cal Raleigh, who also leads the majors in home runs with 38, powers the Mariners to be an actual threat to the Houston Astros in the second half of the season. We might overlook the Mariners, but I do think that there should be some honest reflection from Astros fans, which is why I really do not mind that they lost 5-6 last week. They're lucky to be here. And they are getting things done with rubber bands and duct tape, etc., etc. Be thankful for that. But also be realistic. It's going to be tough to get through the remainder of the year if some of the guys that are currently missing are not back as soon as we would like. Dana Brown, I know on Sunday, made it seem like Jeremy Pena and Yordan Alvarez are a lot closer to returning than we might have guessed. But I'm not holding my breath, and they need those guys back desperately. It's incredible, in fact, how much they have won without Yordan. Pena's having an incredible year. Jake Myers is having a great year, too. He's out at least 3 weeks. So I don't know if this gives the Mariners any more momentum, but this past week certainly helped them gain a little bit of ground. And when you're 5 games back versus 7 games back, it's easy to have a little more confidence that you could potentially do to the Astros what the Astros did to you a couple of years ago. I saw this headline. I get a little sad whenever I see a headline involving this guy, but there's no denying that over the last 15 years that there's been no quarterback better in the greater Houston Metroplex area than Johnny Manziel. Right? I mean, Deshaun Watson had a couple of fun seasons. CJ Stroud's had a couple of fun seasons. I guess we were at the tail end of Case Keenum with the Cougs within these last 15 years. But I think Manziel and his 2 years at Texas A&M is probably the highest level of quarterback that we have seen within a 3-hour drive of Houston, Texas in the last 15 years. So a headline popped up about him. He did an interview with Greg McElroy, and the first freshman to win the Heisman Trophy in 2012 said this: NIL money for a high-profile player like him would have been substantially more than what he made as the 22nd overall pick of the Browns in 2014. I would have taken a pay cut had I gone to the NFL. I think no matter what, being in the NIL era, if that would have been the equivalent of 2013, I would have stayed no matter what. Just because $1 million in College Station goes a really, really long way. You go to the NFL and you're a first-round pick, you sign for $10 million or whatever it is. That's the 2 years I had remaining at Texas A&M to be able to make through NIL. So I think for me, when I think back about it now, I definitely, if there would have been any real money involved, I definitely would have stayed no matter what. You could be a 4-year starter in the NIL world and set yourself up really, really nice, whether you go to the next level or not. So a little bit of captain hindsight here. You would think that Manziel, even if he did not try at all in the NFL and was a bust, because he didn't try. I have no respect for the guys who get drafted and they don't even give a bleep. He was a mess at the NFL level. So you hear that and you're like, what? You didn't, if you had gotten a second contract in the NFL, you could have gotten said second contract earlier. But think about it a little bit more. And he is right. For the most part, if you get drafted in the NFL, you're probably not going to be great. You might get that second contract because a team is afraid to lose you. And hell, those second contracts are incredible. Ask Daniel Jones about his. But I'm wondering if more quarterbacks will take this approach in the near future. I definitely think about it. All 4 years versus rolling the dice on what my career might be. You could be great. You also could end up in a bad situation that is impossible to overcome. You also might not be great at the NFL level. Getting drafted is an honor. It is a sign that you were damn good at the college level. Staying in college for 4 years at a big program, especially with the kind of profile that Manziel had. In hindsight, yeah, that does look pretty appetizing. And I'm sure for Manziel, who probably still has some sort of money in the background, I would imagine that he's probably thinking to himself, I could have even more money and have before blowing it all on the NFL level had I stayed at College Station a little bit longer, which is a bunch of a bummer. A bit of a bummer. I feel for Manziel to a degree at times because I imagine there's got to be a lot of regret. I imagine doing that Untold documentary had to have been a little bit embarrassing. I thought that the way that he kind of froze out, what was it, Cousin Nate, wasn't exactly the best look. Not a lot of digging done on these Untold documentaries about anything, to be perfectly honest. So kind of annoyed that I actually watched the entire thing because I felt like I knew most of the things that we saw in said documentary. But I am wondering about that. If more players maybe look at it the same way that Manziel's looking at it right now. And talk about your all-time disappointing stories with fairly depraved individuals, or at least seemingly depraved individuals. That would be Johnny Manziel. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 713, Andy Dalton's way better, unless you're not counting Katie when you say Houston Metroplex. Marky Mark from Spring. Was Andy Dalton so good at Katie? Because here's what I think about Katie. And this is not meant as any disrespect to Katie, because I have a great deal of respect for Katie's football program and what a wagon it's been for all these years. And just the professionalism, how young those lessons the program teaches are taught. Because a lot of these kids are like getting playbooks, right? When they're what, like 7, 8 years old. And it's the same playbook for 10 plus years if you stay in the same place and stay with the team all that time. I feel like Dalton probably had a lot of support at Katie. That does not mean he was bad at Katie by any means. It does not mean he was overrated at Katie by any means. And I didn't watch him at Katie at all. But you know, you talk about a cult program. Isn't it rather culty to have kids from like age 8 being taught what they're going to do in high school on the football field? Like to have kids' games preconditioned to the way that they're going to play football 10 years later. And if you're from Katy, and I'm speaking out of turn, let me know, because I seriously do have a great deal of respect for Katy athletics. I remember one time my cousin who played for Strake, played rugby there. They were playing against Katy, and I think it was Katy's JV team. And there was this kid who I guess played for the Katy high school team, and he was 13, and his quads were like so huge compared to everyone else on the field. And I remember seeing this guy, and I was like, oh, how old is he, 20? Thinking that. And I checked the program, and I was like, wait a second. So he's in 8th grade? He's in 8th grade? He's just running around here? So Katie's done a great job of recruiting clearly over time too. But I don't know. I'm pushing back a little bit on the idea that Andy Dalton's the best quarterback that the greater Houston area has seen, especially considering that Johnny Manziel in 2012 and 2013, I mean, he won the Heisman, he helped Texas A&M be relevant for the first time it had really ever been. No offense. This is the most relevant Texas A&M had ever been. And I don't think anyone else really holds a candle to him from a quarterback perspective in the greater Houston area. I know some people are going to point to Warren Moon back in the day with the Oilers. Maybe you go all the way back to George Blanda. But we're talking the last 15 years, and I think it's Manziel. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
The best in Houston sports talk is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609.
Priority Tax Relief. Don't even think about getting a heritage film for your treasured loved ones. Instead, do it yourself. Slap your dad down in a chair, get out your phone, and start asking questions about his life. Then, when he dies, you'll have him to share with your future grandkids. They'll get to know about how everyone used to smoke cigarettes, people used to get along, and how he started driving when he was about 12. Or, if you want something that doesn't suck, go to yourheritagefilm.com and trust the professionals.
Lunchtime just got a whole lot tastier at McCormick and Schmick's with the Lunch Punch program. Buy 4 lunches, get the 5th one free. Unwind at happy hour Monday through Friday from 3:30 to 6:30 with bar specials every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Planning ahead? Book your holiday private dining now. Special menus and private rooms, perfect for any group size. With 3 Houston locations, downtown, Uptown Park, and Town and Country, great food is never far away. McCormick and Schmick's. Come hungry, leave happy.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know, the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids love. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book 5 nights, save 35% off your stay in June and July. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
Why sit on the bench when you can step up to the plate and start earning now at Pipefitters Local 211? Our free state-of-the-art apprenticeship program trains the next generation of pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs, and we're recruiting across the Texas coast from Houston to Beaumont. No experience? No problem. We'll coach you up, pay while you train, and set you up for a career that knocks it out of the park. Swing for success. Apply today at pipefitters211.com.
Stand by. Cue announcer.
The Del Olaleye Show, weekday mornings from 10 to noon. You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. You can join on YouTube at ESPN Houston. You can join on Twitch at ESPN 975. You want to weigh in on the home run derby last night? Too much for me. Call me old, whatever. It's just too much. The 2 TVs, too much going on. I have no idea how to pay attention to both of them. We did have some response in the last segment to talking about Johnny Manziel, who wished that he had stayed in college to get a little more NIL money. From the 361, Manziel would have died from drug or alcohol poisoning if he had NIL poisoning while in College Station. I don't know about that. I feel like the guy can handle his stuff. Now, can he function as an adult and handle his stuff? I don't know about that. The guy was out of control. Sumlin would have lost any leverage he had. I forgot Kevin Sumlin was the coach back then. Aggies are so desperate to be relevant that they would have made him the highest paid quarterback in any league, including the NFL. I mean, I would not blame the Aggies at all for paying the guy that won the Heisman as a freshman as much money as possible. I get it. Texas hates Texas A&M. Texas A&M hates TU. Rah, rah. But I'm going to side with Aggies here. Like, that was fun, right? I even enjoyed watching it. And I find some of the Texas A&M stuff to be a little strange. Eric the driver brings up Jalen Hurts is from Houston. That is true. That is true. If we're going to get really technical about it, I guess I meant guys who have played in like driving distance of Houston, where you would never even think about a flight. He's probably the best quarterback of the last 15 years. We're doing a Mount Rushmore of that era. I guess is it Case Keenum, Stroud, Watson, Manziel? Does Schaub make it? Questions that need to be answered. We've also got a call, 713-780-3776 to call in to text in. We've got Thomas. Thomas, what you got?
What's up, Paul? Love your show, man.
Thanks.
Andy Dalton was a savage. I went to Katy High School.
Oh, yeah?
He was the best. He's the best quarterback to come out of Katy for sure. But we're primarily a running program there. I think at that time it was Brandon King and Andre Dean and some other guys, and always Greg E. But Andy was a savage. Yeah, he was pretty great. I'm not gonna lie. He could sling it better than there's nobody that's as close to him, especially at the Katy High School program level.
Did you ever feel that Katy had like a just innate edge over every single other program in the area outside of maybe like, I don't know, North Shore? I'm trying to think of other programs that have always been really good.
South Lake Carroll, stuff like that.
South Lake Carroll, there you go. Yeah. Outside
North
of everyone
Shore,
but them.
Carroll, off the Westlake.
Yeah.
But Katy in the district area. Katy owns everybody for the most part. Meg Creek hasn't won since like '95. Taylor, same thing. I don't even know if Taylor's ever even beat us. I mean, I don't know. Pretty solid program. But Coach Joseph is a legend. I mean, they're going to erect a statue at some point of that man. And really solid people. And Andy Dalton is no joke, like one of the nicest people ever.
That's good to hear.
Just a really, 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 really like almost so nice that it's like, is he faking it? But no, he's legitimately just a really good person. And no, he was a savage, man.
Well, hey, Thomas, appreciate the phone call and like hearing good things about Andy Dalton and Katy High. And I got to say, way back in the day, I actually went to an awesome game between Katy and North Shore where North Shore won on a goal line stand. This was at NRG Stadium. When was it? It was December 1st, 2016. I remember going. It was very, very cool to see in person. It was electric. I had a blast. That was my first like real Texas high school playoffs experience. And honestly, I need another one because that was honestly so awesome. The amount of people that were there, it was very cool. What else do we have here? It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 936, DJ Lagway might be the best to come out of Willis High. They did have Michael Bishop in the 90s. First off, love DJ Lagway at Florida. I like Florida football, not Florida basketball. I don't know why I liked them growing up in Massachusetts, but I did. Went to high school in Florida, got to go to a couple of games. First game I went to, Eli Manning leads the Rebels down the field to beat my Florida Gators, quarterbacked by Chris Leak and coached by Ron Zook at the time in last-second fashion. Little did I know that would happen 2 more times to my favorite football team with Eli Manning doing that. So Eli Manning's got me not just twice, but 3 times. Michael Bishop in the 90s. Oh, Michael Bishop. You know when the Patriots back in the day were pretty good, but not that good? And we're talking late 90s. Michael Bishop was Drew Bledsoe's backup quarterback, and he was just so cool. So cool. I remember one time I went to a Patriots fan appreciation thing, and Michael Bishop, who I did not know went to Willis, comes out of the tunnel and does 3-4 somersaults on the way in. I think his first pass as a Patriot was a Hail Mary touchdown to Tony Simmons against the Indianapolis Colts. He was so flipping cool. And I remember I was so mad when they cut him. And I don't remember if this was in 2000 or in 2001, so that Tom Brady could stay on the roster. And I like Tom Brady because he played well in that Orange Bowl for Michigan against Alabama. But I was so mad when Michael Bishop got taken out. I used to always create a player in Madden, and I always made it be Michael Bishop. And I would just make him be what Michael Vick eventually ended up being. So there you go. Someone says I'd be a perfect yell leader at MAGA. I mean, I'm pretty damn good. I'm pretty damn good at doing the yell leader stuff. I've done it before. Hook 'em, Aggies. Sov, Varsy's horn. Blah, 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 blah. You just got to talk like that. Now people are just telling me to look up old school high school highlights. I have seen Sam McGuffey's highlight tape. Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Just like, they're not like us. They're not like us, you know? I'm saying that because he was a white man. So it's a great highlight tape, though. All right. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call and text, and YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. It is a July show, and it's also a show where your boy's not exactly doing his best, dealing with a little bit of strep throat. I know it doesn't sound like this hurts, but it hurts. Every word that comes out of my mouth hurts. And I was hoping we could toss to a little clip of audio. AJ Russ, back at Mission Control, can you toss to this video of an eyewitness talking about a encounter with a mountain lion in Rochester, New York? This is all-time stuff, maybe some of the best in the field interviews we've seen since Bub Rub and the Whistles or the Leprechaun in Alabama. Here it is. A man talks about seeing a mountain lion.
And all I heard is people running and coming back this way like, oh. I'm like, what the hell? So I just kept walking, minding my business. And I keep coming down the street. And I just see some big just keep just, I'm like, oh. I just kept, I'm out. I just left. I'm gone. I don't play them type games. I don't play with dogs, snakes. I don't do the rattles. I don't do none of that type of wildlife stuff. You understand? I don't do that.
That's 1 minute I got to say.
Love that. I totally agree with him too. Mountain lions would freak me the hell out, especially if you see him in the middle of a city and you're walking around. Rochester's a pretty good sized city in New York. I would not think that there would be mountain lions nearby. Rochester is like, I want to say maybe 2 hours away from Syracuse, New York, where I went to school. So imagine like you're trudging through the snow on a cold day and there's an effing mountain lion. Nope. Now here in Texas, it might be a little easier for everybody, seeing as a lot of people have guns, and so that thing might just get popped, pop, plat, 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 dead. But I'd still be scared. I don't want to mess with no cat, unless it's my cat and she's being very annoying and trying to get back into the room where I'm doing the show because she feels that I haven't fed her enough food, even though her bowl is completely full, which is a real situation that's going on right now. Can't hear it in the background, but this little sweet little fluff ball is trying to pry open the door with her claws. And the funny thing is, when I open the door to let her in, as soon as I close it, she will do the exact same thing to get out. This is a cat. But mountain lions, that's a jungle cat. Puma, cougar, Florida panther, jaguar, leopard, tiger, lion. Less so cheetah. Cheetahs are kind of bitches, but I don't want none of them. I don't want none of it. I'm running, and I don't care if I look like a bitch doing it. Okay? Anyway, shout out to that eyewitness who stood in the pocket and then stood around long enough to get an interview. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Stay put.
ESPN 97.5.
Whether you're buying a home or you're refinancing, Kent Jones at Dream Rate Mortgage is the guy for you. He's done over 1,400 closings. He's been in it for 30 years. He knows all the hacks. He can save you thousands and thousands of dollars. He does it all the time. Dream Rate Mortgage is the way to go. Shop your loan. Kent Jones loves that. Dream Rate Mortgage, 975loans.com. That's 975loans.com.
Dream Rate Mortgage LLC, NMLS number 2482473. J. Ken Jones, NMLS number 356118. Equal housing lender.
The best in Houston sports talk is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
A lime is not always just a lime. You see, some limes are lucky. For when a lime joins the salted rim of a crisp, refreshing Tres Dos Equis, that lime is no longer a mere lime, but a wedge of renowned Mexican limon. Muchas gracias, limon. And also, de nada. Enjoy Dos Equis responsibly. Copyright 2024 Dos Equis, imported by Cervezas Mexicanas, White Plains, New York.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. If you want your patio furniture back at a certain time, you need to do it now.
It's about a 4-week turnaround. We do offer expediting services, so don't delay. Call me today.
281-676-3888. Call now. McGrath Pest Control kills pests, so you don't have to. Right now, their vigilance is directed at termites and mosquitoes. It's termite swarming season. These little fellows can cause big problems. Let McGrath bring their wrath to would-be termites around your home, especially if you're buying or selling a home. And when it comes to mosquitoes, their mosquito murdering system keeps your outdoor living space skeeter-free. It's completely safe for you, but not for mosquitoes. Rest in peace. Keep your home pest-free. Get started. McGrathPestControl.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
My name is John Clay Wolf. I'm the founder of GimmeTheVin.com. Every month, for the next 10 months, everyone that sells us their car to GimmeTheVin.com will get put in a drawing for a $25,000 winner. We're going to pull one of you out of a hat, and somebody's going to win 25 grand. So we're paying more, and you might win 25 grand. GiveMeTheVin.com. They don't call us America's Best Car Buyer for nothing.
No purchase necessary. For official rules, go to GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill. But how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low-price, fixed-rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed-rate offers. That's champion.energy. Promo code 1560. Promo code 1560.
We're ready for some football, baby.
Tackling the biggest news in the NFL.
This just in.
With Paul Gallant. The 10-minute drill starts now.
Football time. We are 51 days away from the start of the NFL season. Who better at that number than Dick Butkus of the Chicago Bears? Played for the Bears from 1965 to 1973. The stash, epic. Basically, the embodiment of what the Chicago Bears were historically. Just defensive, oriented, mean, angry. He was a damn good player. Here's a funny story that took place in a game against a Houston team. Early in the first quarter, against the Houston Oilers in 1973, Butkus pounced on a fumble in the end zone for the only touchdown of his career. Houston tight end Mac Alston accused Butkus of intimidating the officials, saying he, quote, grabbed the ball and started yelling touchdown, touchdown, after which the officials looked at each other, shrugged their shoulders, and called it a touchdown. Okay, well, I mean, if it's a fumble and it's in the end zone and he recovers it, it should be a touchdown, right? That's what I think. But I guess per Mac Alston of the Oilers, he intimidated the officials into giving him that touchdown call. In Houston Texans history, who's the best 51 ever? Gotta be Will Anderson already. Shout out to Daryl Sharpton, John Simon, Dylan Cole, a couple of linebackers along the way, who I remember even watching. I thought all of those players had their moments. But, I mean, Will Anderson's already one of the better pass rushers and defenders in the league. And he has taken a stranglehold of best number 51 in Houston Texans history. So there you go. What's going on around the National Football League? It's a pretty slow day. It's always a pretty slow day around this time of year. Garrett Wilson got a contract extension, 4 years, $130 million. I think it's interesting to compare that Garrett Wilson deal that he got with the New York Jets to the contract that Nico Collins got from the Texans last offseason. 3-year extension, 72.75 with 52 of it guaranteed. So Collins, a decidedly better player than Wilson, who is coming off of a good season, is making $25+ million annually. I'm doing my math correctly. Actually, check that. He's making a little less than 25 annually. 4 for 130 for Garrett Wilson. I mean, that means, if my math is correct, that he's earning a little bit over $30 million a year, and Collins is significantly better than him. This is why Nick Caserio has been really good at things to open up, and Collins will have a chance very soon with the way that contract is structured to get another big payday, maybe from the Texans. But I mean, you look at a deal like that, signed after the Collins deal, and you're wondering how the Jets function as a franchise. 4 and 130. He's good. He's that good? I don't know. Nick Sirianni, head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, is mad that there's an idea that the Eagles carried Jalen Hurts, and he thinks it's bull bleep. He plays the game, said Sirianni, the most important position in all of sports, and it's the most ultimate team game there is. And what I admire about him is his selflessness of doing anything we need to win. Eagles did start off 2-2 last year, moved to Saquon Barkley, more intensive attack. Eagles went 12-1. Barkley had 2,005 rushing yards and 2,005 yards. Was that rushing? Yes, rushing yards and 13 rushing touchdowns. He was the offensive player of the year. Hurts finished his 2024 with the least number of attempts, 361, and passing yards since becoming full-time starter back in 2021. But in the Super Bowl, once again, he was awesome. 77% of his passes completed, and he threw 3 touchdowns as well. He also has A.J. Brown. He also has Devontae Smith. He also has a top-tier offensive line. But I don't know, man. Hurts is clearly one of the better quarterbacks in the game. It's weird that his supporting cast is held against him. You know, Tom Brady's supporting cast was held against him early on in his career, perhaps deservingly so because the defense was so good around him. Peyton Manning's supporting cast was often used as a reason as to Peyton Manning, this is why he was struggling. And I mean, he had 2 Hall of Fame receivers in both Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne, and he also had a variety of different guys who were very good for him. And of course, Edgerrin James at the very beginning of his career. Like, Peyton Manning had a lot of support around him. I don't think he had as many asterisks as far as all the things that he was doing early on in his career. But Jalen Hurts is getting him, and I'm with Nick Sirianni, I do think, to a degree. It's BS. What else is going on around the National Football League? Well, Von Miller is a free agent. Remember him? Aggie legend. Von Miller. He's a linebacker, you see. 36 years old from Dallas, Texas. His middle name is Beavishon. Vonnie Beavishon Miller. How about that? Still a free agent. 2-time Super Bowl champion, a Super Bowl MVP, 3-time first-team All-Pro, 4-time second-team All-Pro. I am assuming that Von Miller, who has been in the league since 2011, damn, it is crazy to think that he was the second pick in the 2011 draft. It is pretty crazy. But I'm of the belief that Von Miller just does not want to go to a training camp. And that's why he's waiting around. And honestly, I don't blame him. Would you? If you want to go to training camp? Especially if you've established yourself. I used to crush Brett Favre for this all the time because I was always thinking to myself, hey, Brett, bro, show up for training camp. Maybe you'll throw a little less interceptions and seem a little less unprepared at all moments. But he was like, nah, I ain't going to do that. And he said it just like that. And then there would be Ed Werder, who seemed to live in a little tiki hut outside of Brett Favre's house. Ed Werder, when he was at ESPN, would only do two things. It was cover the Cowboys or sit on Brett Favre's front lawn waiting for him to tell if he was actually going to retire. I swear to God. AJ's laughing at this. No, this was a real thing. Every single year, Ed Werder put out a tent on Brett Favre's front yard and was just waiting to see if Brett Favre would retire. And guess what? He never retired. He just kept playing. And then his guy's brain scrambled when he was playing with the Vikings against the Bears. And yeah, that was it. It's over. Rough time. Rough time to be Brett Favre at the very end. And then he started committing fraud and sending pictures of his penis to people. We don't recommend you do either of those things. You're welcome. It's the Paul Gallant Show. We're offering you wisdom and truths that you can't get elsewhere. 713-780-3776 to call and to text. And what else is going on in the National Football League? Baker Mayfield shotgunned a beer with some fans at a golf tournament. That's cool. That's fun. Yeah. Here's Terry McLaurin on whether he'll report to training camp. I haven't decided yet. What an update. Said McLaurin, quote, I've been very frustrated, not going to lie. Everything that has transpired up to this point has been disappointing and frustrating. I've wanted to continue my career here because I created my life here. My wife and I just bought our first home, so this is somewhere where I've always wanted to be. You shouldn't have bought the first home, though. If you're in the middle of the holdout, you shouldn't have bought the first home. What are we doing here? Take it from me. I own a condo. More from him. Just to see how things have played out is disappointing. Commanders report to training camp next week. When asked if he'll join the team, quote, I haven't decided that yet. I'm trying to take things day by day. I think that's the disappointing part. Where I was hoping up till this point that things would just take up more than they have. Things would clear up more than they have. I haven't made that decision yet. I just want to see how the rest of the week goes and take it day by day from there. So there you go. There you go, everybody. That's the 10-minute drill. Baker Mayfield shotgun to beer. There you go. Also, there was Aaron Rodgers golfing, and the kid walked by, and he was swinging his club, and the kid said, "You almost hit me, Aaron Rodgers!" And Aaron Rodgers said, "Almost doesn't count." So that's fun. Anyway, everybody, it's the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. You can also join on the brand new ESPN Houston app. So do it. Do it, please. Do it. Do it. Up next, do we have a deep steel blue pill for you? Oh, you bet your bottom dollar we do. It is the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
Houston's only FM sports stations, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
If the reason you haven't bought a heritage film for your loved one is because of money, there are so many options, like drug dealing. You can deal drugs on the side to make money, or sell things that you currently own. Another good option is theft. Okay, I'm kidding about the drug dealing. YourHeritageFilm.com will make a feature-length documentary film of your loved ones, or yourself, or your drug dealer. We don't care. Capture your stories for generations to come. YourHeritageFilm.com.
The summer circuit continues. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Plus, each week you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. This week we'll be hanging out, enjoying great food and drinks at McCormick and Schmick's. Come out and join us this Thursday from noon to 6 at McCormick and Schmick's at Town and Country. Find the entire summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697. 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer. And guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even bought my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
The Hall of Fame with Booker T and Brad Gilmore is on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You're listening to The Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
I'm dealing with Ebola or the whooping cough, if not downright AIDS. Not great. Strep throat, not fun. Definitely difficult to speak when you don't have a co-host for 11 to 13 minute segments, 12 at a time. I do think we'll be able to get through the last hour of today's show, but I will admit, much like yesterday, I am feeling absolutely ragged. I know I don't sound it either, but anytime I do what I normally do, which is change the volume of my voice, get a little sing-songy, get a little intense, it is like a rusty nail just like being poked in my giant golf ball ass tonsils. So that's how I'm feeling, but no one cares about that. We are here. We are doing a radio show. We hope that you're having fun hanging out with us. I saw that old Rob Manfred is defending himself. For those who don't know, Brewers rookie right-hander Jacob Misiorowski was added to the All-Star game despite pitching in only 5 games, a record low for an All-Star. Phillies players said it was effing dumb and more. Manfred said, quote, I made the decision based on the excitement that was going to be generated, the fan interest in seeing this guy. He's a very, very good pitcher on a very good run right now. Do I understand 5 starts is short? Yeah, I do. And do I want to make that the norm? No, I don't. But I think it was the right decision given where we were. I mean, is he generating any excitement? I think he's just generating anger. So is Rob Manfred now resorting to rage bait to get people to watch his All-Star game? That's what it feels like. I'll be honest. I had not heard of this guy, and I'm not anything more than a baseball casual. You know this. But I had not heard of him until a couple of weeks ago when he, I guess, had been the subject of a bit of a diss by Clayton Kershaw. It was kind of Mean Girls-esque diss. And then he had a pretty good start against the Dodgers and said, oh, I hope Clayton Kershaw knows who I am now. They were disrespectful to each other. Excuse me, they were respectful to each other. But it was kind of catty between the two of them. But I had never heard of him until this. So I don't think people are clamoring to see this guy in the All-Star game. And Manfred's making it seem like that. Yeah, it's going to generate excitement. No, it's the way that players are reacting and the fact that it's only been 5 games this guy has pitched in his career. This is more something to go on a rant about. And it seems like that's all baseball does these days. No denying the guy's been pretty good. He's 6'7". He's 4-1 with a 2.81 ERA. 33 strikeouts in 25 2/3 innings. But I mean, 5 starts, guys. Dave Roberts was asked, hey, how do you feel about this? If it brings excitement, attention to our game, then I'm all about it. It brings attention. It doesn't bring excitement. They're trying to spin it like people are excited about this. No, Brewers fans are excited about this. And by the way, Milwaukee's a tiny market relative to the biggest markets in baseball. Mizorowski was asked about the criticism from guys like Trey Turner. And Mizorowski said, they're not upset with me. The last 5 weeks have been insane. I thought the All-Star break would be a chance to sit down and reflect. Now we're here. Huh. Interesting. I don't know that I agree with him there. I would be mad. I'd be mad if the Phillies are saying that. I mean, he probably knows he shouldn't be in it. It's not his decision to make. But F the Phillies for saying that. That's how I would feel. He's being polite, though, as everyone tends to be in front of a microphone these days. And Rob Manfred generally tends to be a pee pants when in front of a microphone. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of excitement. It's going to generate so much excitement. Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Sure, bro. All right, guys. Come on, it's almost football season. How much do we care about the All-Star game? I do not plan on watching it on anything more than the small TV tonight. And I might come in, and give you some box score hot takes. I also might come in and ask Grok or some other artificial intelligence to recap the game. And then maybe I'll read it as if I can barely read, like I did in case you missed it earlier in the show. Check out the podcast, Paul Gallant Show podcasts, Apple and Spotify. But guys, it's time for a deep steel blue pill with football right around the corner.
Little blue pills can take 30 minutes to get you ready for excitement.
So that's why we're giving you a big, deep, steel blue pill.
You take the blue pill, believe whatever you want.
Get it up for the Texans and take this deep, steel blue pill.
And by the way, she'll like it too.
Texans swarm. That's as much energy as I can give you. I'm sorry. I would like to give more, but then it would take away from the 2:15 segment, and the 2:30 segment, and the 2:45 segment. Okay? You do not have 100% Paul Gallant today. But the Texans are 100% trending in the right direction. CJ Gardner-Johnson and Kalen Bullock were honorable mentions for ESPN execs' top 10 safeties list. So they both got votes for being in the top 10 from execs. Texans have 2 of the top safeties in the National Football League. And if anyone knows anything, if anyone knows anything about safeties, you know this. It's the most honorable position and most important position on a football field. Quarterback? No. Wide receiver? No. Left tackle? No. Pass rusher? No. Cornerback? No. Safety is the most important position on the field, and it's the most difficult position to play on the field. Everyone knows this. By the way, did you know I was an all-district safety? Anyway, Hey, that's neither here nor there. Paul, did you just use that so that you could flex that you were at all-district safety at the lowest level of high school in Florida? Did you really just do that? No, I didn't. I didn't do that. I was talking about C.J. Gardner-Johnson and Kalen Bullock. They were honorable mentions on ESPN Exec's top 10 safeties list. Also, some people think that Kalen Bullock might have superstar potential. Oh, that really hurt to do. But it was worth doing it. Yeah. Kalen Bullock, 3rd-round pick. Ed Reed, Kalen Bullock. I said both of those names, and honestly, it was like I was saying the same name both times. Huh. So that's what the Texans have, guys. So buckle up, and put on some Clay Walker, because the Texans secondary might be the best in the National Football League. I should make some stupid post online about how this is proof the Texans are one of the best secondaries in the NFL, and do the arms crossed emoji after I do it, like so many people on X do these days. It's awful, but that's what I got to compete with. Anyway, that's your deep steel blue pill. You got 2 safeties who are almost in the top 10 of the NFL. You can pop the music down, AJ. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston, and on Twitch at ESPN 975. What else do we have going on in the world of sports, Paul? Well, I've got a pretty good one here. Keep on talking about ways to make baseball better. Pete Alonso was asked by Yahoo Sports if baseball should allow fights like hockey. I think he's got a point. Because it would make sense if instead of having a random player get plunked because of the actions of another player, that's how it seems like all baseball business is settled now. A pitcher is going to throw at a hitter regardless of whether said hitter was someone who had committed an affront. But usually that affront is something like a bat flip or an over-the-top celebration. It's stuff like that. And generally, every time you look at the pitcher and you think that this guy's soft, even if maybe the hitter had it coming, I think a lot of us maybe would make exceptions to that rule. Say it was a neutral party and the Rangers' Adolis Garcia with his psychotic celebrations of late. I think it would have been a little bit different. And I think this is something that should happen. A fight from time to time. If someone in a lineup is angry about something another hitter did, well, instead of having some random pitcher bean him, facing no consequences of retaliation since that guy himself does not step in the batter's box, outside of maybe a mound charging and an ejection by the person who charges said mound, why not have, like you have in hockey, a champion of sorts who squabs with the guy that has, I guess, broken the unwritten rule of baseball. And that way you can have enforcers that, I guess, enforce the unwritten rules of the game. You don't have any way to do that in baseball now. And again, I'm not a stickler for these unwritten rules. I think the celebrations actually are good. Emotion is good. Baseball did have this weird, let's pretend it's the 1940s, everybody, mindset to it. Even when I was a kid growing up, and they've gone away from that to a point where now it's kind of annoying. But if you wanted to have an enforcer in every single dugout, that would perhaps stop certain players from mouthing off or doing stuff. Like if every single baseball team had a Tommy Pham, that would potentially make things a little bit less testy between teams. But now what you have is a pitcher who might throw at a hitter if someone steps out of bounds, even if said hitter is not the guy who stepped out of bounds. It is a little bit lame when you think about it. And then all the benches clear and everyone goes onto the field, but no one actually really fights. There will be skirmishes, but they generally get separated. It's the Paul Gallant Show on Paul Gallant. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stay put.
Listen to ESPN 97.5 in HD, 97.9 HD2.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Let's listen for the call on the floor.
The taxpayer owes back taxes. Penalties and interest are assessed and wage garnishments to begin immediately.
The IRS never misses that call. I wonder if they will challenge it.
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-577-3407. That's 800-577-3407.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now. Priority Tax Relief.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, this is the time for all those HOA people, and if you have a public pool, this is the time to get the stuff done at Houston Powder Coaters.
Yes, because everyone knows pool season opens Memorial Day weekend, so let's get that work done by April.
So you need to do it now because it takes some time.
Now, because yes, we do have a line of people trying to get their stuff done, and I want you in line with them.
And you guys are bigger and better than ever. You did the bridge in the Woodlands, Hermit Park, the benches at NRG. You guys are all over the place.
Yeah, even if you think you don't know who we are, you've definitely seen our work.
And now Tesla and Samsung, what's going on?
Yeah, so we are actually branching out into the Austin market with the tech world. Austin has Tesla, it's got SpaceX, it's got Samsung, and we are there.
Wow, we're really smart now, aren't we?
We are. We're like Silicon Valley Part 2.
That's Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Call me.
Championship teams are built with experience, skill, and teamwork, just like Pipefitters Local 211. For over 75 years, we've been representing the best in the trade across the Texas Gulf Coast. Our 4,300 union pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs bring the heat when it comes to quality, safety, and precision. When you need a home run in craftsmanship, trust the pros who do it right the first time. Pipefitters Local 211. Brought to you by the journeymen and apprentices of Pipefitters Local Union 211.
Hey, you got better things to do than think about your electricity bill, but how do you avoid the surprise of a high bill at the end of the month? Here's what I do. I rely on the guys over at Champion Energy. With their low price, fixed rate plans, there's never any surprises. Plus, the team at Champion sends me weekly usage reports with my projected bill amount. Again, no surprises. They also remind me when my contract is about to expire so I can lock in on low prices. Visit champion.energy to view a variety of fixed rate offers. That's champion.energy, promo code 1560, promo code 1560.
Houston's only FM sports stations, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What's your name?
ESPN 97.5, KFNC 97.9, HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Presented by Zadok Jewelers.
A radio show host called Paul Gallant.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
Paulie G Show. He's the best in Houston.
Houston's most interactive sports talk show.
Hey, how's it going, Paul? Oh, what's good, my man? How you doing, Paul? What are you doing, Paul?
Join the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776.
I love the show. Y'all keep it up.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Voice guy himself said it. It has to be true. 713-780-3776 is how you call in. It's how you text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Last night's home run derby was disappointing from this perspective. I'm actually happy that the Mariners won something. God knows they need all the wins they can get in Seattle. But it's more about the actual broadcast itself. I'm told that the ESPN2 broadcast, the StatCast broadcast, had the more enjoyable watch. probably due to my friend Kevin Brown on the call, but I can imagine that the approach that they took, an approach that is not the approach that the main network airing the Home Run Derby took, the approach they took of showing each pitch and swing as the ball left the park, as opposed to this 2 cameras set up where on one side you saw the Home Run Derby battery, you saw the pitcher, you saw a cage, you had a zoomed out view of a batter and a catcher. So that's on the left side of the screen. And on the right side of the screen, you just constantly found yourself following a camera that somehow had caught a ball with its focus somewhere in midair. And look, I have a bit of ADD, a little bit. I think that's what makes this show fun at times and also tough to listen to for many. I'll be honest, I know it. It was too much for my ADD to handle. Undiagnosed ADD, I don't take any drugs for any of that stuff. I wonder what it would be like if I did any of those drugs for that stuff. But that's neither here nor there. It was just too much. And they've got to know that. I mean, if that's too much for a 36-year-old like me, what is that for some 20-something-year-old who lives on TikTok? Or someone younger? It was just a messy distraction. It's a shame because home runs are great. And the Home Run Derby is, I think, just like the All-Star game is the one All-Star game that's actually decent. The Home Run Derby is the one skills competition that actually holds up itself as well. 3-point competition, it's not the same. 3-point competition, to me, it feels like you're at a bar watching someone play Pop-A-Shot. And obviously it's different because they're shooting it from 3 and the Pop-A-Shot's, one of those games that you're playing and the rim's basically at your eye level. But that's what the 3-point competition has turned into. The actual Home Run Derby itself has now become some sort of sideshow game show looking thing where there's no way to actually focus on what the hell's happening out there. And thus, I feel no need to watch it, especially if there's no Astro in it. I really think that people in Houston only care about baseball if it's related to the Houston Astros. I think we've done a pretty good job of checking out on the league as a whole ever since the crimes committed by Rob Manfred, which many would say wasn't too much, wasn't enough. Some comments here about the Home Run Derby last night. Todd the Show says he switched over to ESPN 2. It seemed better, but didn't stick around for the whole thing. It did take a while, too. I think it was about 3 hours plus. B. Hannon says the Home Run Derby is the dunk contest. The split screen was awful. It's too much. It's just too much. And go back to the old thing. They, at some point, got it in their head that we should have a timer. And with the timer, that means more home runs in rapid succession. And maybe it did get a little bit annoying watching the Home Run Derby where a hitter would take a pitch and it was a little off and there'd be like 4, 5, 6 in a row where the guy would be taking a pitch. But they were picking the ones that they knew they could clobber out of the park because they had 10 outs. And when they actually did get a hold of it and send it into outer space, it was awesome. I still vividly remember watching the 99 Home Run Derby at Fenway Park, which is a small little hitter's ballpark, and seeing Mark McGwire just smacking the ball all over the place. It was fun. And I also didn't feel like I was losing grasp of reality and what was actually happening because you couldn't appreciate any of the home runs that were hit. It was this weird split screen looking thing, which is the same kind of split screen that you would get if you were playing like a first person shooter in the same house as your friend. And that could even be a little bit distracting. It's way better to have a local area network party if you ever did one of those, or to play online with you having the only screen. And instead, you got this with the home run derby, and it was disappointing, that's for sure. It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Some interesting news on the NFL front. Some more deals are happening. We talked a little bit earlier about the Jets giving Garrett Wilson a 4-year, $130 million deal. The Chiefs gave right guard Trey Smith a 4-year, $94 million extension with $70 million in guaranteed. He's 26. They gave him the franchise tag. I remember before the franchise tag, all of us were saying, hey, well, if the Chiefs let this guy walk, Texans got to go after him. But this is the more interesting move. The Jets made another deal. They gave Sauce Gardner a 4-year, $120.4 million extension with $85 million guaranteed per Adam Schefter. The two-time All-Pro becomes the NFL's highest paid corner based on average salary, coming off a down year, by the way, surpassing Texans star Derek Stingley, who got a 3-year, $90 million extension in March. Stingley was drafted 3rd overall in 2022, one spot ahead of Gardner. Gardner had an insufferable post about this. I appreciate the Jets organization for believing in me, my teammates for the blood, sweat, and tears we put in. Well, didn't put in many last year. And Jets Nation, I appreciate y'all crack addict idiots. I mean, I appreciate y'all supporting me. Thank you, God. Well, they're addicted to a low grade of crack sauce. That's why they keep watching you losers play. No offense. I can say the Jets are losers because they are. It's what they have been and always will be. Jake Asman, get a life. Sauce Gardner has 2 years remaining on his rookie contract, including his 5th year option in 2026. They have secured 2 foundational players through 2030, taking a proactive approach. Oh my God, this article is giving the agent a BJ. Seldom seen with past stars in the franchise's history. Gardner and Wilson became the first 2 former first-round picks under the NFL's current financial system, which went into effect in 2011, to receive extensions in their first year of eligibility. All right, well, raise a banner for the Jets. They just re-signed Sauce Gardner after a disappointing season where it was very clear that Derek Stingley overtook him, and they're now paying him more than Derek Stingley for more years. Congratulations, the New York Jets. They're always just ahead of the curve, you know? Can you imagine dedicating your entire life to covering that team, let alone following that team? And listen, I got nothing against Jake. I really don't. Jake's done a fantastic job for himself in the digital space, and we are friends. I just do not understand how he covers that team and doesn't want to blow his brains out. Like, you know what's going to happen every single year. You know what's going to happen. Like, you know it. Remember one time he said, Paul, you just can't imagine a world where the Jets are better than the Patriots. I was like, yes, because it doesn't exist. Has it ever existed? Whoa, like 98? Is that it? Well, they beat the Patriots in the playoffs a couple of times, but the Patriots do suck right now, by the way. I will admit that. But I don't know. I mean, those 18 Brady years or so, that is enough for me for my entire lifetime. What have the Jets ever given you? And look, congratulations. Woo! Contract extensions for a guy who was disappointing last year, and for another guy who now is going to have Justin Fields throwing to him? Serious question. This is going to sound demeaning. Can Justin Fields throw a football past the line of scrimmage? I don't know. I don't know. Is Justin Fields Black Daniel Jones? I'm just asking the question because both of them are basically getting paid the amount of money that Tim Tebow should have been paid. And Tim Tebow changing the world. Okay? Tim Tebow, football player. Yeah, we agree. But Daniel Jones, Justin Fields, what are we doing? What are we doing? Oh, making New Yorkers hate football, but still not hated enough. Not hated enough. They stick around with it. I don't get it. But there you go. Congratulations to the Jets winning the offseason. It's what they do. Well, it's the only thing they do, if they ever do it. Aaron Rodgers is going to be great. That doesn't hurt my throat to do. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around.
ESPN 97.5.
McGrath Pest Control kills pests so you don't have to. Right now.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Dell Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis.
Who would be termites around your home, especially if you're buying or selling a home. And when it comes to mosquitoes, their mosquito murdering system keeps your outdoor living space mosquito-free. It's completely safe for you, but not for mosquitoes. Rest in peace. Keep your home pest-free. Get started at McGrathPestControl.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But regular you knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and regular you really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Is diabetes keeping you from enjoying life's special moments? At US Med, we understand the challenges you face, and we're here to help.
With US Med, I can finally manage my diabetes without it managing me.
US Med offers a wide range of services to simplify your diabetes care. Personalized care plans, convenient access to cutting-edge diabetes tech, and knowledgeable support. Plus, we'll check your insurance so your diabetes care may be covered at little or no cost to you.
With US Med, I feel confident and control of my diabetes. I can finally live my life to the fullest.
Don't let diabetes hold you back. Choose US Med and experience better birthdays, better adventures, better anniversaries, and better everything. Call now. US Med. Better service. Better care. 800-451-4785. 800-451-4785. 800-451-4785. That's 800-451-4785.
John Granado here with Yanni Damaris from Damaris Barbecue. I am a wing connoisseur, and I think your Greek wings are as good as any wings in this city.
The Greek wings, I just had one that I brought in just now. It was awesome.
You can get them smoked as well.
Yes.
Or you can get them
fried with Frank's hot sauce. You can get them with our second barbecue sauce. You can get them just about any way you want.
Damaris Barbecue, 2 locations. One's on 610 at 18th Street. The other's at Shepherd, just north of West Alabama. Or you can order ahead at Damaris.com.
The Killer Bees, weekday afternoons from 3 to 6.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Thinking of Kurt Cobain's voice makes me think of my swollen, disgusting tonsils lathered in nastiness, requiring a saltwater gargle every single commercial break that is now getting to the point where it's not really doing a whole lot. So I'm speaking at a monotone. I think that most of my friends would probably agree that this is the appropriate volume that they'd want to hear from me at all times. And to me, it's just so unnatural to have a microphone in front of me, to know that I am performing for someone and to not yell or sound like I'm yelling. or sound like I'm passionate. It's a nice sip. This is a throat coat tea with honey in it. This is only my third cup. Oh, it feels so great. I feel awesome. See, that hurt right there. Anyway, hey, what's going on in the world of sports, everybody? We got the All-Star game tonight. I hope no Astro plays. It's partly because I don't want to watch it, and I feel obligated to watch it only if there's a Houston Astro who plays. But there is something to the Midsummer Classic. It is the only honest attempt at an all-star exhibition. And I do think they should add some of the things that they used to have in there to try to get people to play their best or to try to make people want to play. There should be some extra incentives here. Because it is good. But clearly this year, people aren't the biggest fan of it. And I don't know what the reasonings were for the variety of the 17 players who opted out of the All-Star game. I'm sure they didn't all have the same reason. But I would imagine we will see more. The more you see and the more alternates that get in there to the point where you're bringing in some kid who's pitched in 5 games in his career, no matter how good he might be, it's definitely a bad sign. And this is really, I think, the one thing baseball has. They don't know how to do baseball's draft. And let's be honest, all draft coverage that's not the NFL, pretty lacking. I think the NBA's draft coverage is a mess. Specifically, the amount of players who get drafted by teams that they are never going to play for, and they have to put their hat on. Like that guy the Rockets took with the 10th overall pick, he said in quotation marks. This is the one thing they could do well. And I think they got to start incentivizing players to go. I mean, even Isaac Paredes opted out. And is it real family issues at home, or did he want to be with his family? If it is, he wants to be with his family, because I don't think Isaac Paredes has ever been to an All-Star game before. Could be wrong on that one. But if it is, he wants to be with his family, and there's no real reason behind it. We hope there's no real reason behind it. We hope he's doing okay on the home front. I mean, okay, so he was an all-star in 2024 with the Chicago Cubs. So he's been there and he's done that. But don't you want the guys who have been there and done that to always be in it every single year? Don't you want them to come back in? It's one of those things that I wonder about. This is a game where baseball actually does have a chance to set itself apart from the other sports, especially considering it's played during a time where there's no other sports. And yet you have an all-star game where 40 players a team, 17 have opted out. I mean, nearly a quarter of the people have opted out. 40 out of 80 players, 17 out. By the way, 80 is a lot. What do we have here? It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show going on in Houston. Some of the Twitchers are saying NFL draft coverage sucks too. It's better than anything baseball's done in the last 10 years. Outside of playoff baseball, you know, draft coverage actually works. Baseball's draft coverage, it is funny. There are people that watch it with a lot of passion, but no one really knows who's good and who isn't. It's because there's some players coming from high school and there's some players coming from college. Interesting question. And I have to do a little Google search on this one. So I guess boxer Conor McGregor sent Azealia Banks some unsolicited ween pics. Azealia Banks posted this in response. How are you going to sexually harass me with this potato farmer schmenzer, then threaten me not to tell? Honey, ain't you trying to be the president of Ireland? What is it giving, fam? Use some effing sunscreen. Damn. So he sent, I guess, 2 pictures. She censored them out when she posted them. And she says, how you going to send a bitch some crooked dong pics, then threaten her not to tell? Conor McGregor, N-word. Do you know who the bleep I am? I honestly don't know who she is, but this is pretty wild. Sending an unsolicited wiener picture using your main account and sending it to another celebrity. And it's a nude entire body shot with face and everything. Like, didn't even block his face out. Not that I'm one to send out peen pics. I believe those should only be sent out if you have engaged in activity with the person that is the receiver of said picture. But really trying to figure out what Conor McGregor, sorry, my bad. All Irish names sound the same, Paul. Huh? I'm Irish. I can do that. He did this. And I'm seeing a couple of people. People are talking about the pictures. Are there actually uncensored pictures and you guys have actually gone to take a look at them and regard them and judge them? That's interesting. I suppose it would be probably very difficult to find them. Has he deleted them or has she deleted them? Are they still up online? The one I'm seeing is definitely censored. And I'm hoping for his sake that he didn't pull a Brett Favre, because when Brett Favre did this, and unfortunately I did see this one. That one was gross. Brett sent one, and I mean, if it was ready to go, I'm sad for him. I would steal money from the Mississippi government too if I had a pecker that small. And I'm Irish. I have the Irish curse. So again, I don't know if there's actually pictures out there. Please do not send them to me. Please do not. Here we go. Text line's already sending some pictures. Stop. Don't send me the picture of the guy sitting on the bed. Don't do that. I know exactly what happens. It says SF Gate. It says SF Gate there. I know what that means. San Francisco Chronicle. I know what that means. You guys got to stop. Todd the Show says he's seen them and says that he is hanging a dumbbell from it. No way. No way. All right, now I might need to investigate for the sake of science and for the sake of the show. Okay? I'm looking this up now. It's not coming up on Google image search. Yeah, I don't want to click on any of these links. I just don't. But that is an interesting one. A very, very interesting one from Todd the Show. Todd the Show, who has taken a gander at Conor McGregor's Ramalama Ding Dong. And apparently the picture that he sent to Azalea Banks, he's hanging a 2-pound dumbbell from it. I'm just going to take Todd the Show's text as word because I don't want to know the answer to this one. I really don't. For the 281, Paulie, do you do the Conor McGregor pump? It looks effective. Stop trying to make me look. I'm seeing there's a bunch of people that are wondering whether or not he stuffs his banana hammocks if he puts a sock in there. And I'm just going to leave it at that. This has been far too much. I went down a rabbit hole because the most interactive sports talk show in Houston took me there. And as I deal with strep throat, I'm sorry. I just gave all of you guys basically strep throat by walking you down that. So thanks. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Christopher Soriano asks, Paul, using your work computer or personal for the search? HR&P going to call you soon. You think they give us work computers? You serious? No, I bought my own personal home computer. No, come on, bro. What do you think this is? And the Gallant says podcast studios, perhaps returning to the internet at some point in the near future. This is all Paul built, everybody. So there you go. It's the Paul Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call the text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Worst Take Tuesday is next. And unfortunately, a friend of this segment, we got to pour one out. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
ESPN 97.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Everybody knows I'm a numbers guy, but I don't know plumbing. That's the one thing I don't know that Aqueduct Plumbing does know. That's why I put my trust in Aqueduct Plumbing Company. I've had them do so much work, whether it's the first sign of a minor problem or if you're doing a kitchen or bathroom remodel, why don't you reach out to Aqueduct Plumbing Company? Make my plumber your plumber. I trust them, and you can find them at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. No matter how big the job or how small the job, you're going to get great work every single time from aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more and have missed another tax deadline, you're officially on the IRS's radar. The IRS has resumed aggressive collections. That means wage garnishments, bank levies, even seizures of your home, car, or retirement accounts. If you owe $5,000 or more and missed the deadline, you're stacking new debt on top of what you already owe. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
I owed over $50,000. And they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
Whether you've received collection letters or you're already facing liens and garnishments, call for your free consultation. There are no upfront fees. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609. 800-875-1609.
Priority Tax Relief.
Small businesses look for banking partners who make fast and efficient decisions. Veritex Community Bank has a lending team standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know, I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713. Call now. That's 713. Call now.
Chill out with Inside the Icebox, your go-to Astros podcast for deep dives, hot takes, and bold predictions. Join Joe George and Jeremy Branham Fridays at 6 on ESPN 97.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston, powered by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
Hey parents, Jeremy Branham here. Want to transform your driveway into a pro-level court? Pro Dunk basketball goals are the real deal. Their revolutionary lightning adjust system lets you change heights in seconds. From regulation 10 feet down to 5 feet so the whole family can play. Build with commercial-grade materials that stand up to Houston weather. Get your kids off those screens and onto the court. Pro Dunk, the choice of serious ballers. Visit ProDunk.com today. That's ProDunk.com.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. I'm mad at myself for going down this rabbit hole trying to find Conor McGregor and the pictures that were supposedly leaked on the internet. Mad about this. Because here's the thing. There's a lot of pictures of him where he's clearly trying to show off his bulge, generally through banana hammocks, but sometimes through his athletic shorts. And I am wondering if the man takes the little blue pill before he gets into fights. Truly, it's pretty wild. Pretty wild. Generally they tell you if it lasts for 4 hours or longer to go see a doctor. And that's all I got to say. Also, by the way, this is a highlight you should check out. So the NBA Summer League is in action. The Chicago Bulls played the Mavericks, right? Pacers, Indiana Pacers. Thanks, AJ. And John Furphy, it's a funny sounding name, posterized a guy on the Bulls named Noah Esengwe. You have to look at this photo. Don't look at the picture of Conor McGregor. Look at this photo. It's not getting posterized. I think it's weird that we shame guys for getting posterized. I think you should challenge a person going up for a dunk, even if it means you might get posterized. Oh, I don't want to look like this. But there are exceptions, and this is one of them. Because this person has the kind of face his face, it is very funny to look at. It is a shame that whatever photographer took that photo was able to capture that exact frame. If you were watching ESPN's highlights last night, the SportsCenter anchors, they could not keep their composure when that moment happened. Like, they started busting out laughing, and they could not put it back on track. So look that up. John Furphy posterizing some poor schmuck on the Chicago Bulls. His name is Noah Esengwe. All right, guys. It's Tuesday at 2:30. It's time for Worst Take Tuesday. Did you have a bad take?
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
Don't listen to that guy. We love him.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
It's Worst Take Tuesday.
I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Pour one out. I might not have understood how this person rose to such prominence, but I don't want to see a person out of a job, especially when this person constantly delivers so much free content. Fox Sports 1 is shaking things up when it comes to their Speak for Your Pizza shows. Breakfast Ball, The Facility, and Speak are no more. These shows featured Keyshawn Johnson, Mark Schlereth, Emmanuel Acho, Chase Daniel, James Jones, LaShawn McCoy. For Andrew Marchand of The Athletic, the shows struggle to find a huge audience. The Herd and First Things First with Nick Wright and Chris Broussard and Kevin Wildes is going to continue. So pour one out for Emmanuel Acho. This is the last take that we ever heard from Emmanuel Acho, and honestly, it wasn't a bad one in defense of Jalen Hurts being left out of the top 5 of that top 10 quarterback list that CJ Stroud was also left off.
I got Jalen Hurts at 5. And it's simple. And I want to show y'all just a simple reason as to why and metric as to why. Jalen Hurts, regular season All-Pro, he's checked that off. Super Bowl, he's checked that off. Super Bowl MVP, he's checked that off. Disregard Pat, disregard Lamar, disregard Josh Allen. Assume they're all better than Jalen Hurts. Fine, they have something Hurts doesn't have, a regular season MVP. But Jaden Daniels, you ain't got no All-Pros. You ain't got no Super Bowl appearances. You definitely ain't got no Super Bowl MVPs. Justin Herbert, just stop. You have nothing that Jalen Hurts has except a 6'5" stature. Jared Goff, at least you've been to a Super Bowl, but you ain't got no All-Pros. You have no Super Bowl win nor Super Bowl MVP. And Joe Burrow, you don't got an All-Pro, a regular season MVP, a Super Bowl win, or a Super Bowl MVP. So how can you list any of these quarterbacks ahead of Jalen Hurts?
I can kind of see why the show went off the air, given that in the background you're hearing a bunch of people go like they're me. But I mean, that wasn't a bad take. It was kind of insufferable, the delivery of it, but that wasn't a bad take. He did say, like, it's a simple metric. It's like, no, you're just comparing MVPs and Super Bowls and all that. But Manuel Acho, no more at Fox Sports 1. I am very curious to see what he does next. I'm sure he'll get money. But I don't know if people really enjoy his style of speaking, if that makes sense. He might be a good writer. He's written 2 books. Maybe he should stick to writing. Some people need to stick to writing. But that's it for Emmanuel Acho. So we're gonna have to look for new people to constantly feature in this segment. Worst Take Tuesday continues. We've also got Robert Griffin III's been clowned on for basically the past week, ever since his, hey man, I'm standing up for Caitlin Clark against Angel Reese still, even though I don't really need to right now, takes got crushed online. RG3 posted, after watching all of his film from last year, Bo Nix is the most underrated quarterback in the NFL. You know things are bad for you when Benjamin Solak, who is a rather nerdy-looking fellow who honestly drives me crazy online, is dunking on you with this. Across the back half of last season, Bo Nix threw the ball behind the line of scrimmage on 35% of his dropbacks and averaged 0.24 EPA per dropback, 5th best on such attempts. So this is a check down Charlie. RG3, what are you talking about? One of the most underrated quarterbacks out there? Get out of here. Worst Take Tuesday continues. See this? Hear about this? Skip Bayless is going after LeBron James for a variety of bizarre reasons. You might have noted that Kevin Durant's been a subject of Skip Bayless in the not too recent past. I guess Durant had said something about Michael Jordan leaving to go and play baseball. People are acting like Durant quit by leaving the Thunder to join the Warriors. Bayless said this in response to that. The fact LeBron just nodded along was equally disgusting. Durant has no idea what he's talking about. LeBron does know how much better Jordan was. Painfully no. So he's always taking a shot at LeBron not being better than Jordan, which is truly like the absolute lamest sports talk that there is. But here's more from Skip Bayless on LeBron with a caption that says, trying to be Jordan. I'm warning you, LeBron. You should stop playing golf now while you have a chance before it gets a hold of you and won't let you go. Wow. So Skip Bayless thinks that LeBron needs to stop playing golf so he won't get addicted to golf. I mean, LeBron seems to be a good father. You know, getting Bronny drafted, certainly a little bit of nepotism, but seems to have raised Bronny well. Isn't golf, golf addicts, don't they hate their families? So, I think LeBron's in good shape, Skip. I don't think that LeBron's in any danger of becoming addicted to golf so that he can escape his family, which is the only reason people play, right? Is that why some people miss the first 45 minutes of their show? To escape their family and also be 45 minutes late? I wonder. Anyway, what else is going on Worst Take Tuesday? The Portland Fire are officially in the WNBA. Why are you calling yourselves the Fire? Why? That's a terrible take. That's what Antifa does to that city, first of all. Second, I mean, the fire is an homage to all the wildfires that they constantly deal with in the Pacific Northwest this time of year. So terrible take. First off, if there's a WNBA team in Portland, and second, they're calling it the Fire. That's in bad taste, everybody. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, also available on the brand new ESPN Houston app, available for your Apple and Android devices. Any final comments you want to get in? We'll squeeze them in, plus a little bit of garbage time next. It's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. Stay put.
For game day health, are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Keep listening for details on how to get up to $300 airline credit. Sky Holidays introduces a one-of-a-kind air credit program. Our buying team got a little too aggressive in getting hotel and air deals, so now we have to liquidate our prices. Here's how. Whether you want to go to Paris, Las Vegas, London, Atlanta, Hawaii, or anywhere else in the world, we have amazing deals. Book a selected hotel and we'll give you up to $300 airline credit. Now you can book your vacation and get a free credit to use towards airline travel. We'll book both, airline and hotel, with one simple phone call. We have access to most airlines and deals on thousands and thousands of places to stay. Call right now, book your hotel rooms, claim your airline credit. You can change or modify it at any time. 800-245-1697. 800-245-1697. That's 800-245-1697.
Lunchtime just got a whole lot tastier at McCormick & Schmick's with the Lunch Punch program. Buy 4 lunches, get the 5th one free. Unwind at happy hour Monday through Friday from 3:30 to 6:30 with bar specials every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Planning ahead? Book your holiday private dining now. Special menus and private rooms, perfect for any group size. With 3 Houston locations, downtown, Uptown Park, and Town & Country, great food is never far away. McCormick & Schmick's. Come hungry, leave happy.
Big cash giveaway, yeah. 250 grand, yes. The next 10 months, GimmeTheVin.com is giving back. Everyone that sells us their car gets put in the drawing, and monthly we're pulling out 25 grand and giving it to you. So not only are we the top of the market buyer, but you got a chance to win 25 grand. That's what we mean by big cash giveaway. GiveMeTheVin.com. They don't call us America's best car buyer for nothing.
No purchase necessary. For official rules, go to GiveMeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Hey, it's B-Mac, and I'm fired up about Old Humble Distilling Company, Houston's finest micro distillery. Their award-winning small-batch Texas whiskeys are the real deal and unique to the Gulf Coast. Approachable, premium, and handcrafted unlike factory whiskey. You can grab a bottle at Specs, Total Wine, or finer retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name. Better yet, swing by their Humble Tasting Room, open Tuesday through Saturday till 6 and Fridays till 9 for date night. Trust me, this is an authentic Texas craft whiskey worth savoring.
Missed any of today's show? Then download the podcast now wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, I love trash.
Garbage time
It's garbage.
starts now.
I'm the trash man.
This is garbage.
Last chance to dance on the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Garbage time to wrap things up. If you want to squeeze in any last thoughts on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, you can at 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Remember that golfer who got his ass beat by a former NHL enforcer? Said golfer, clearly inebriated, but had the eye of the tiger, kept on getting up, taking his licking, got thrown twice, got punched more than that. Bang, bang, bang. Well, credit to him. The man apologized.
That's me, guys. The guy that got dropped like a bucket of balls in a pond. Not my finest moment, I know. Looks real bad. Played 36 holes of golf. We drank way too much, and my mouth ran faster than my brain. All jokes aside, guys, I'd like to apologize to all the folks on the course, anyone caught up in it, and anyone who had to deal with me. I lost my cool and ended up learning from it. Just one of those days where you should have kept the cart on the path, you know. Stay hydrated, keep your stick on the ice, maybe stick 18.
Oh, yeah, don't you know? Love the Canadian accent along the way there. Yeah, I probably bit off more than I could chew there. Yeah, you don't want to fight a hockey enforcer when you're out there for a round of golf with the boys. You don't want to go out there and get your ass handed to you in a Tilly, in a Donnybrook there. I give him credit. It takes balls to apologize after getting humiliated like that. You do have to wear it. If you can have some fun with it along the way, good for you. That's the only way that you can get people to move on from roasting you for something over and over and over again. What else do we have here? Ooh, speaking of golf, Scotty Scheffler waxed poetic about the sport and the pursuit of victory. Here he is. I guess it's not working. Well, Scotty Scheffler basically went on this long soliloquy talking about how winning isn't everything. How things with a little game that's called golf don't always come so easily for all of us. And when you win, sometimes you realize you don't even get the chance to appreciate winning because you're on to the next so damn quickly. It was words of wisdom that, you know what, I've established. You guys just aren't ready to hear it. Nope. You're not ready. Sam says it's a monologue, not a soliloquy. Hey, nerd, get back in the locker, you bitch. Listen, it was an incredible piece of audio, and you guys just aren't ready for that. Okay? So there you go. It was quite the 5 minutes of audio, though. Just believe that. Garbage time continues. Wait a second. Hey, we got it. Here's Scotty Scheffler talking about a little thing that we like to call life.
But make it to what they thought was going to fulfill them in life. And then you get there and all of a sudden you get to number one in the world and they're like, what's the point? And, you know, I really do believe that because, you know, what is the point? You're like, why do I want to win this tournament so bad? That's something that I wrestle with on a daily basis. It's like showing up at the Masters every year. It's like, why do I want to win this golf tournament so badly? Why do I want to win the Open Championship so badly? I don't know. Because if I win, it's going to be awesome for about 2 minutes. And then we're going to get to the next week and it's going to be like, hey, you won 2 majors this year. How important is it for you to win the FedEx Cup playoffs? And it's just like, we're back here again, you know? So we really do. We work so hard for such little moments. And, you know, I'm kind of a sicko. I love putting in the work. I love being able to practice. I love getting out to live out my dreams. But at the end of the day, sometimes I just don't understand the point, you know, because I don't know if I'm making any sense or not, but am I not? It's just one of those deals, you know. I love the challenge. I love being able to play this game for a living. It's one of the greatest joys of my life. But does it fill the deepest, you know, wants and desires of my heart? Absolutely not.
Damn. Why even play at that point, right? Powerful words, though, and he is right. It is weird with golf. Like the Masters are at the very beginning of the year. You win those, and then you're supposed to just keep on golfing for the rest of the season. It's like the first important event. It's the most important event. And you got to be passionate for it the next time you go out there, doing your all, and trying to win. What else do we have in garbage time? Ooh, I'm very excited about this. August 5th, another sports documentary is coming out. SEC football, any given Sunday. How about that? How about that? That is gonna be great. I wonder if it goes all the way back in time talking about the conference's formation, or if it talks about the moment in time when the SEC just took over the world, which was immediately when who was a Florida Gator player that was right after Ted Ginn had returned a kickoff for a touchdown in the Gators versus Ohio State national championship. Seemed like Ohio State had a chance, and Florida just ran away with that game. And the SEC, at least until recently, it had a stranglehold upon all of college football, outside of the occasional Michigan and Ohio State victory. And perhaps we are seeing a pendulum swing back in the other direction. The Womp Womp, guys, get this. It made it into the NCAA football video game. Bop, 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 bop. COUGARS. Who are we talking about? We're talking about the Cougars. That's going to be in the NCAA football video game this time around. So fun. So awesome. I might even buy the game because of this. Hopefully they have the Kentucky Blue, the H-Town Blue uniforms.
They do.
Let's go, AJ. That's a reason to get the game. Hell yeah. Jake Paul. He's a boxer or something, I guess. Maybe this is Logan Paul. Honestly, I don't even know. But hey, he was doing an interview about his upcoming fight, and someone asked a very important question.
Okay, I have one last question, and it has to do with the projection of women in boxing, and like you guys have invested in women's boxing. And I've talked to a couple of people around during this week, and the issue or the theme about the ring girls in an all-female fighting card, and the
ring boys?
sexualization of women.
You want ring
Well, a
boys?
couple of people have said that why don't have boys or none of any of them at all. I just wanna bring to the attention the conversation of it.
Next
Thank
question,
you.
please.
Just another question. Kevin Garcia, the Puerto Rican Kid, KG. Jay,
If anybody wants to submit an application to be a ring boy to MVP, send it to that young man.
Send it to Kamala Harris.
Oh, wow. Jake Paul is so funny. I kind of like that he got so mad at that question, and now the next time, if he ever has a fight in Houston, I'm definitely going to ask him that. I'm going to get to the point a little bit quicker than that guy asking the question, though. Get to the point, bro. Today, Junior. What else do we have in garbage time? Ooh. Hear about this? See this? Dating is really hard in New York City. So this is what women are doing now. Women are going to lunch spots because men aren't asking them out. And they are stealing their salads at these places. By the way, going to get a salad in New York City for lunch, finance, but I'm going to get a salad. Yes, because salads make you healthy, not activity and et cetera, et cetera. But anyway, girls are going to places that finance bros frequent. They are stealing their lunch salads. They then take a look at the name that is on said lunch salad order. They stalk them on LinkedIn, and then they ask them out there and say, hey, oh my God, my bad. I'm sorry. I accidentally took your salad. Can I make it up to you over a drink? This is what women are doing now. I'm not even kidding. It's a real thing. Unbelievable. Crazy. See this? Hear about this as garbage time continues? Wow. There's a new Furby. It's called a Labubu. Remember Furbies back in the day, late 90s? They're these weird-ass looking like bird hamsters, and you could take care of it, and it would slowly learn English, but if you didn't take care of it, it would die, and you'd have to reset it. Well, now there's these toys called Labubus, which basically look like the monster from Where the Wild Things Are cosplaying as a furry. And it's got his face, and then like he's a rabbit. Oh, he's a cat. Yada yada yada. And people are buying these. They're buying these, and like they're thinking that they're going to be able to flip them like they're Beanie Babies and stuff. And just about all of these are counterfeit, and they're being made in random places in China that, like, I guess, like customs is swooping in and stopping them. So if you've bought a Labubu, be careful. You may have been the victim of fraud. So there you go. We've said it all. You've heard it all. Big thanks to everyone who tuned into today's show. No thanks to the old tonsils who have done a terrible job of dealing with strep throat. Hopefully tomorrow will be a little bit better and maybe I can be back in studio. In the meantime, I'm just going to go gargle salt water and see if any blood comes out. Big thanks to AJ Russ and for Sean Mapes. Big thanks to our callers, texters, our YouTubers and Twitchers, everyone who listened on the app and everyone else who just listened. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. BMAC interrupting two old guys is next. Peace.
ESPN 97.5.
Oh, and that's a hard foul. Never misses that call. What if they will challenge it?
The call is under review.
Priority Tax Relief has been called in for a review. Priority is the best in the business at negotiating your tax debt and has even eliminated the debt for some clients. Priority Tax Relief is saving their clients millions of dollars every month.
After a careful review from Priority Tax Relief, the debt has been eliminated. No foul on the play.
Whoa! That completely changes the game, folks.
If you owe more than $5,000, call Priority Tax Relief, and in minutes they'll review your case for free with a direct line to the IRS to see if you qualify for life-changing relief. No more worrying about wage garnishments or frozen bank accounts. Call Priority Tax Relief today at 800-577-3407. That's 800-577-3407.
We make your tax relief our priority.
Call now.
Priority Tax Relief.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Dasper Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Why sit on the bench when you can step up to the plate and start earning now? At Pipefitters Local 211, our free state-of-the-art apprenticeship program trains the next generation of pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs, and we're recruiting across the Texas coast from Houston to Beaumont. No experience? No problem. We'll coach you up, pay while you train, and set you up for a career that knocks it out of the park. Swing for success. Apply today at pipefitters211.com.
Streaming TV is where it's at. It's not about cutting the cord anymore. That's old news. It's all about your customized TV options. With the best and cheapest high-speed internet and your own TV subscriptions, we've got your dream TV lineup. Between wired and satellite internet and TV, you now have tons of options. Save money and get more internet speed and better TV today by calling the Whole Home Connect. We scan your location and offer you the best TV and internet options. And we always have specials and promotions. So when you call, ask about that. Take 5 minutes of your time. Make this free call now and learn how to save money and get better internet and TV for your home anywhere in the U.S. Make this simple and free call now.
800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. 800-214-6191. That's 800-214-6191.
Your home for sports is ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Listen up. ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston, a Gal media station.
ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 proudly present the Killer Bees.
Definitely a fan of the Killer Bees.
Don't sweat the technique. Now from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, bringing you the fastest 3 hours in Houston sports radio. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing? He's Blank. I am Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it is a Taco Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I guess Paul was mad at us.
Is he?
I don't know. He called us two old guys and Brian interrupting as he said goodbye. You didn't catch that?
No, I didn't. I was kind of wrapping up a meeting before I came in here, but yeah, I did not catch that. I mean, I get it from yesterday. I thought, now I thought the biggest punishment was now you have strep throat and you're stuck at the house. So
Yeah. I was surprised he was working today's show after taking the last hour yesterday.
we probably guilted him into it.
I think that it reaffirms my theory, actually, and my take that he could have done the last hour. He could have done the last hour, I think.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that he's probably butthurt now, and I didn't catch it, but I'm sure that's the gist behind it. So be it.
Yeah, I think that if he could have done the show today, he could have done the last hour yesterday. I was surprised he was doing the show today after taking the last hour off yesterday. So, anyways, lots to get to today. Home Run Derby. What do we think of that? Astros future. Jimmy Price will join us a little bit later. We're going to talk a little bit about these Astros and their draft and how they did in this draft. And no better to talk to than Jimmy Price of Astros future. We'll do that at 4 o'clock and a cash them or trash them with the bees as well. But about an hour or two ago, the Jets locked up Sauce Gardner to the biggest contract ever given to a corner. I had this thought yesterday too, but it wasn't as, I guess, an apple for an apple comparison because yesterday the Jets locked up Garrett Wilson, 4 years, 130. And whenever I saw that, I was like, "Oh man, that Nico Collins contract's looking better and better by the day." 3 years, a little under 73. But it's really an apples to orange comparison, I think, when you compare Wilson's contract to Nico's contract. Nico did it much sooner than Garrett Wilson. Garrett Wilson was drafted a year after Nico Collins. Garrett Wilson was a first rounder. Nico Collins was not. I didn't feel like it was a like for a like enough to really bring it up. But it is a like for a like whenever you digest and dissect, I guess, the contract of Derek Stingley Jr. and Sauce Gardner, who at the time, we had the conversation, if the Texans are going to go corner, who should they go? And it was always, Stingley was usually the majority opinion. I was probably slightly more on the Sauce Gardner side because I had that Cincinnati bias. Shout out to the Big 12, who was American at the time. But talking today, I believe that Derek Stingley is the better football player. And Derek Stingley signed a contract earlier this offseason, 3 years, $90 million. Now, 89 of it was guaranteed. And today, Sauce Gardner signed a $120.4 million deal for 4 years, which pays him $30.1 million. A little bit less of a guarantee. But I think Stingley's a better player, and he's on a better contract than Sauce Gardner. When I saw the Sauce Gardner news, I was like, yep, this is another win for Nick Caserio.
No, that's exactly what I thought too. I mean, I hadn't even thought about Garrett Wilson compared to Nico Collins, but when I saw the numbers come out on Sauce Gardner, because look, I don't think there was any bones about it when you and I were talking about 1A, 1B, when those two guys were coming out. I thought of the two, take the guy that doesn't have the medical history. I was on the Sauce Gardner side. They didn't. They went with Stingley. Caserio at the time was very enamored with him, and after a great rookie season for Sauce, I think it has definitely tilted in the favor of Stingley between the two. But when I looked at the numbers, I was like, oh my God, this is the anti-Jerry Jones. This is where Nick gets a feather in his cap, because instead of being the guy that runs the ship, or the owner in the case of Jerry Jones and the GM, of just waiting and waiting and waiting, the more you wait, the more you're going to pay. And at the end of the day, when you look at the deal you got for Stingley, and at the time you knew that there were going to be others that were going to come along that were going to get more, but the way that you structured that, what you got him for, and then when you look at the guy that he was compared by everybody to coming out, and the contract that the Jets are on the hook for, I think it's a massive win for Nick Caserio and the Texans.
I do too. He's a better player right now. Sauce has gone backwards a bit. I think Sauce was Stingley had the injuries in his first year, and Sauce was like an all-pro in his rookie season. And it was like, oh, what a miss for Nick Caserio. But Stingley has come around. I really like the way that Caserio handles business with his either players or draft picks, really. Like he gets it done early, which to me, early is the way to go. Like if you have to make the decision whether or not the player is going to be someone you want to extend. Once you make the decision that the player is somebody that you want to extend, it makes all the sense in the world to do it as quickly as possible. Nico does it early. All of these other wide receiver contracts pass him up. Derek Stingley reset the market. Stingley got $30 million a year. Patrick Surtain was $25 million. Like, they shattered the AAV for the highest paid corner, but going first to market, you save a little bit of money over Stingley or over Sauce Gardner. And then whenever new corners are going to want more money, obviously they're going to get more than $30 million a year. So I like that Caserio does that. Like, I don't love the decision to lock up Jalen Petrie, but again, if you're going to make the decision to lock a player up, do it early. And they did do it early with Jalen Petrie. And then you also look at what's going on with all these second-round draft picks. Cleveland and the Texans are the only two teams that have signed their second-round draft picks. Cleveland signed the first pick of the second round before the Texans signed Higgins. And then the Texans, shortly after, gave Higgins the guaranteed money as well. And literally no other second-round draft pick is signed. So, like, I like that Caserio takes care of his players. Hey, guaranteed money, here you go. 89 of the $90 million for Derek Stingley is guaranteed money. So I just like the way that he conducts business on that front.
Well, I mean, I think that when you look at it too, because the challenges that lay ahead are going to be a key thing too, because you're looking at CJ and you're looking at Will and they're coming up. And I think that you're going to have to, you're going to have to hope. And I think it's pretty much a given that you would think that he's going to do the same thing with those two, because the contracts following after are going to do the same thing. And now we're not talking about, the difference of, a couple million here and there. It's going to be bigger money because those guys are premier players at the top of their game as well. And so the Stingley one is kind of one to bank off of and base off of to say, hey, look, it's those kind of moves. It's some of the other moves too. It's kind of like the extensions here or there that a little, not necessarily that they go completely under the radar, but you made sure that you gave an extension to Daniil Hunter. You're doing some things kind of to where you realize whether you say Nick's playing chess and they're playing checkers or not, even with the second round pick, he doesn't care what the rest of the league thinks. He thinks that I've got a really, really good football player that I'm not going to have to worry about for the length of his contract. So I'm going to go ahead and take care of this now, get him off my plate, get him on the books, and just move on to the next, pick and whatever I have to do. If it sets a dangerous precedent for the rest of the league, that's their problem to deal with. And obviously going forward, it's going to be something that you have to watch but you would think in the second round, you're going to have players that are going to be on your roster. It's not like, are you drafting someone that you're going to have to in a year or two go, I'm not sure. Hopefully that's never going to be the case with the Texans. You don't know how long it seems like once the precedence is set, it's tough to go backwards, but whether the rest of the league is upset at him or not, I really could care less because he got the guy that he wanted and locked him down.
And there's going to be risk to doing it the way Nick Caserio's done it. I think we've been, or at least I'll speak for myself, I've been a little nitpicky at times because, like, you have to set the top of the market for every single guy that comes up for a contract. But kind of like we talk about when it comes to the Astros and some of the guys they've tried to re-sign early, like, I'd rather Caserio err on this side of it, where maybe he's a little early to the market, but he gets that value savings. And sometimes he's going to miss because he doesn't have enough tape on the guy to really know if he's going to be that guy. But I'd rather have that than the other side of it where you're late, kind of like the Cowboys have done forever, like the Jets have just done. And now you're paying even more. The contracts on waiting are a bigger penalty than missing for the guys you're early on, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And like the Jalen Petrie extension is the only one that I've been on the fence about. And like, I don't think that that's just like a crazy miss. Like, Jalen Petrie still has value. Jalen Petrie's still a good player. And I also think a big reason why they wanted to keep Jalen Petrie in-house is because Jalen Petrie is such a good example of the culture, which do you pay a little bit of a premium for a guy who is great in the locker room? I think that that's fair, especially for a program like the Texans that want to be built on that culture and that swarm mentality. So, no, I really like the way that Caserio handles extensions, handles taking care of the player. I also think that there is a benefit of having the reputation around the league that you're player friendly, that you're going to take care of the player, that if you earn an extension, you're going to get an extension done fairly, top of the market, and fast. I think it's good to have that reputation. I think that carries value and weight as well.
I think it's twofold, Jeremy. I think from the points that you just mentioned, I think even from the second round prospect, when you think of all these guys that are now trying to get their contracts done, I think it's like 30 of the 32 are still unsigned. But when you look at the second round picks, if you're the agents that are out there, you're like, I don't want to spend a ton of time trying to negotiate my second round picks contract. I want to have a guy like Nick Caserio that saw value, drafted my guy because that's the guy that brought him value, locked him down, and now we both can move on because these guys are busy. They've got other things that they want to do too, and this was just another reason why agents love, as to your point, love to deal with guys that are no BS, just let's get it done, cut and dried. And the thing is, from a Texans perspective, and Brian, you're right, you do down the line, you're going to have to be careful and watch out, and you're going to have to see how this plays out. But at the same time, when you look at this from the standpoint of doing this now versus later, it's the anti-Jerry Jones that I keep going back to, because you're not screwing the player at the time, no matter how long that window is. And I think that, with Petrie, it was like a day before the Bears made somebody else the highest paid, slot corner in the league. So what? But you gave him top money. It's not like you're doing a Jordan deal, which is highly team friendly for more years, and he's actually, giving up money. You're taking care of the player, and at the same time, you're doing it in such a way that, as you talked about, other contracts are coming in. Other guys are going to be the next highest paid corner in the league, or the next highest paid, whatever position you play in the league. The fact is that when you look at that you really won't know how much you're saving until you see how that steamroll effect takes shape in the league. And you go, man, if we'd have waited, we'd be paying so-and-so this many more million per year for 3 or 4 years. And we saved this amount of money. That's where you have to realize you're not screwing the player, but you're really helping the franchise.
713-780-ESPN. The Hive has thoughts on this. I also thought it was interesting, too, that the highest paid non-quarterback duos in the NFL. Because now with the addition of the Gardner extension today, Wilson and Gardner comprise the 5th highest paid non-quarterback duo in the NFL. The other 4 are interesting, and it does include the Texans. 713-780-ESPN. Plenty to get to. We'll get to the home run derby, the lackadaisical home run derby. Astros future Jimmy Price will be joining us later to talk about these Astro draft picks. Cash them or trash them as well. 713-780-ESPN. The HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN 975. We're on TikTok at ESPN 975 as well. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham there. Also, our new app. Our new app's fantastic for everybody. So search the new app. The app is great. You'll love to have that at your disposal as well. Blankers on Twitter, Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to ESPN 97.5.
McGrath Pest Control kills bugs so you don't have to. McGrathPestControl.com.
Think you can dominate John and Lance in fantasy football? Well, now is your chance to join a fantasy league with John Granado, Lance Zerline, Del Olaleye, and Sean Mates. Plus, win a free 2-night stay at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Your chance to enter the contest is every Thursday at 9 a.m. from July 24th through August 14th. Win an entry spot for you and a guest into the ultimate draft experience. DraftKings Sportsbook at Golden Nugget Lake Charles. More info at ESPN975.com.
Championship teams are built with experience, skill, and teamwork, just like Pipefitters Local 211. For over 75 years, we've been representing the best in the trade across the Texas Gulf Coast. Our 4,300 union pipe fitters, welders, and HVAC techs bring the heat when it comes to quality, safety, and precision. When you need a home run in craftsmanship, trust the pros who do it right the first time. Pipe Fitters Local 211. Brought to you by the journeymen and apprentices of Pipe Fitters Local Union 211.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, a lot of people will tailgate, mostly Texans or University of Houston or Texas A&M. Hey, if you've got a favorite team, you guys will color code them that color of your team.
Even if you like the Saints and you need some sun gold in your life, we got you.
What about the Cougs?
I'm a Coug. Of course we got to have Cougar colors.
They're the biggest. They're the best. They're expanding. Houston Powder Coaters. Call Robin, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Join ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 this Friday at East River 9 for an Open Championship watch party. Eat, drink, play golf or pickleball, and catch all of our shows live from East River 9. For more, visit eastriver9.com.
Lunchtime just got a whole lot tastier at McCormick & Schmick's with the Lunch Punch program. Buy 4 lunches, get the 5th one free. Unwind at happy hour Monday through Friday from 3:30 to 6:30 with bar specials every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Planning ahead? Book your holiday private dining now. Special menus and private rooms, perfect for any group size. With 3 Houston locations, downtown, Uptown Park, and Town and Country, great food is never far away. McCormick & Schmick's. Come hungry, leave happy.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granado here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light. It's just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, excuse me, bartender, can I have a Coors Light, please? You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Every single time. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
713-780-ESPN. Texter, man, you're the worst coworkers ever. It's sports radio. Don't be so soft. We're giving him a little bit of grief. That's it. He's talking about Paul. Oh, my goodness, you should care about Paul. Care about Paul?
Can I just say this on that front too? Paul takes strays at us all the time. It's not just a give and we don't take. It's back and forth. It's fine.
Yeah. If you're upset about that, then you are soft. You belong on soft, but you can't do a show today after you take the last hour off yesterday. Not for a sore throat. I thought for sure he'd be off today.
I think in order to just you're right, in order to cement that it was legit, you got to take today off.
I don't think that you could skip the last hour with a sore throat and then do the show the next day. I think it admits the doubt of the existence.
Indeed.
Of said sore throat. But if you get offended by a little bit of grief, my goodness, bunch of softies. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Texture says that Sauce was the preferred pick throughout Houston. People were mad and had to justify the Stingley pick. I don't agree with that. I feel like it was like 55-45 in favor of Stingley because LSU versus Cincinnati, Baton Rouge versus Cincinnati.
I don't know what I would put the percentage at, but I do tend to believe that the preferred pick of the two was Sauce. I think because of the injury, there was a lot of concern. I mean, look, I speak for myself, but I know you and I talked about this. If all things are even between the two guys, even before you start getting into conferences and schedules and everything else, if basically the guys are rating out the for a defensive back.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the pulse of the city and who they wanted. I think that they wanted Stingley over Sauce at the time.
Really?
I think it was close, but I think it was like 55-45. People have a power conference bias. Also around these parts, they have an LSU bias.
LSU for sure. Yeah, no, I was going to say, hey, look, the Tiger bias is one thing, but I think that from a football perspective, I think that a lot of people had concerns about a guy that didn't play the year leading into the draft, and then knowing that he had a medical. If you've got a medical history at all, and you've got another guy that could be just as good, then just play it safe. That's why I thought they were leaning.
But there was also he played at Cincinnati. He didn't play anybody point. Break the tie, Brian. How do you remember it?
Brian's talking to somebody right now. But
Brian,
sorry, I was making sure our technical issue was in the past. I thought the conversation was more on the Sauce side for like everyone on air, but I thought fans were more on Stingley's side.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So he just
going to say you were.
Yeah, me too. That was right on the fence there, Brian. That was a soft stance there.
I mean, at the time too, Cincinnati was really good. They were nationally ranked, right?
I think that was around the time they were going to the college football playoff, but no one took them seriously.
Okay.
No one took him seriously. Texture, Paul needs to put himself on soft boys. I didn't say it. Call him an old man. Hilarious that Paul referred to you as two old guys when he's only 1 year younger than Branham. I feel like I'm 70, though. Texture says, this is HRP. Branham and Joel are fired for bullying Paul. As long as you pay a decent severance, I don't hate that idea. Texture, y'all keep talking about this Paul guy. I have no idea who you're talking about. Come on, you know who we're talking about. We're talking about Paulie, the Paul Gallant Show, the most interactive show in sports radio. Noon to 3 right here on ESPN 975. Sometimes noon until 2. Just depending on how the throat feels that day. Texture,
sometimes noon until 3:02.
Oh, good point too. Well, if that's Joe has anything to say about it.
Yeah, Joe's noon to 3:05 whenever he fills in. Y'all really here's Israel. Israel says y'all don't want the players to get paid. WTF? Y'all really don't want nobody to get paid. Sheesh. It's the opposite. Like, we're talking about paying these guys. We're applauding Nick Caserio paying them when he pays them. There's also the element in the NFL of a salary cap. So, like, the more competitive the team is, usually, like, the better return on an investment you're giving the player. Or you're getting from the player. Like, if you're paying a guy $1 million, but you're getting a $2 million return, your team is better. So whenever you're cheering for a team in the NFL, you do want that team to get more value than the dollars spent. That's how teams are good, quite frankly.
What I said was, it's not a Jordan deal. You're not saving money. You're making these players the highest paid at their position for the most part so far, or at least really well compensated and very fairly compensated. At the same time, at the end of the year, or when we're always talking about, hey, there's a player out there that maybe they should go get, where you can't afford to get those players is when you do what the Cowboys have notoriously done, drag their feet, waited to make the contracts happen, and then have to cut players as opposed to having some cash left on the board that they can go get players when they need them at the most, necessary times of the season.
Yeah. A couple on the Twitch here. Junior Broncos is all that matters is the guarantee. Mostly, but like, I don't see either one of these contracts getting like ripped up, especially Stingley's. Now, the guarantee in the Sauce Gardner one is interesting. Like, it's $60 million guaranteed of the new money, but whenever you calculate it all together, apparently it's like $86.5 million, a little over $86.5 million. The Stingley guarantee is 89. So it's kind of fascinating to me that Stingley gets 89 guaranteed over 3, but Sauce is getting 86.5 over 4, which again kind of proves to me that the market value in the NFL, even though Sauce got the quote unquote biggest corner contract ever, Derek Stingley's got the bigger guarantee, less years to get the bigger guarantee, which in my mind gives the example that he's the better player.
Not only that, but like going back to what we spoke about in the previous segment, it sends the message across the board that the Texans want to take care of their players and they want to do right by the players, because there are so many people that think the owners are cheap. The organizations are trying to, cut every dollar they can. And from an agent's perspective, you've got agents that will not only, whether they do it publicly or not, they notice, they tip the cap and they go, okay, we want to deal with Nick Caserio. And I think that's big for the organization.
713-780-ESPN. Rocky, selfishly getting paid is what breaks up a good team because players get priced out and you can't afford the great players. That's fair. That's true. But I also think that's why you have to do it quickly, because they're taking less a percentage of the cap, which leads to what I teased. The 5 teams in the NFL that have the highest paid non-quarterback duo money, number 1 are the Bengals with their 2 receivers, which Higgins is, making a lot of money too. Chase got the new deal. They're at $69 million a year, those 2, which is, I was actually listening to something earlier where the Bengals screwed up there isn't so much that they paid both of those guys, and I'm not going to blame anybody for paying Jamar Chase. And look, they're going to throw the ball a lot because that's where they spend their money. But I was listening to something earlier where if the Bengals would have signed Chase and Higgins when they were first eligible and didn't wait, they could afford another full starter salary on their team, which is another example of pay these guys earlier. Credit Nick Caserio again, because the earlier you do it, there's savings on the back end that perhaps you could afford a starter. Cincinnati didn't wait, and now they're down a starter. Now, the Texans do have the second highest paid duo that's non-quarterback with Derek Stingley and Danielle Hunter, actually, which I think that Danielle Hunter money is going to be the Will Anderson money whenever Will Anderson becomes eligible to make that money. 49ers third at 64 with Bosa and Ayuk. $63 million for Crosby and Wilkins, which that's a crazy duo there. And then now the Jets are fifth, 62.5, a little over 62.5 with Wilson and Gardner. Another text on the Twitch line, rather, Lion Prides. The question is, will Nick set the market with Will Anderson? What do you think on that one?
For a day or two? I mean, I think that, look, I think as long as Will keeps on the trajectory that he's going on, I think that Nick is probably going to look long. And I don't know that he's going to compete with the Crosbys of the world. And, Micah Parsons is the one that you got to keep an eye on, too, because that's when, on the flip side, you're going to see how much Dallas cost themselves if they wait till after Watt and all these other guys work out their deals. From a Will Anderson perspective, I think Will and CJ are probably going to get top value. I
think he's going to pay him immediately. Like, they love Will Anderson. Like, listen to them talk. Like, One, listen to them talk about Will Anderson. Oh, he's everything you could want. He's the perfect player. We love his attitude. We have to tell him to chill out at practice so he doesn't disrupt practice. And then look at the actions. Look at what they traded to move up to number 3 to select Will Anderson. And then, and then he's played well since then, too. So, no, I think that Will Anderson will get a deal done as soon as he's eligible, and I believe it'll be at the top of the market when it comes to defensive ends. Now, that brings in what I was talking about a moment ago. Like Hunter right now is getting a very high AAV because you have a lot of players on their rookie deals or deals that haven't really gotten very expensive yet. Once you're in the thick of the Stingley contract, once you're in the thick of the Jalen Petrie contract, once you have to pay Stroud, once you have to pay Will Anderson, perhaps even Kamari Lassiter, these little these veterans that are coming in here for a high AAV, like Hunter's making a decent amount of money. That's going to be gone. Like you're going to have to be really good at drafting and finding cheap depth.
No question. And I think that, with Hunter specifically, you got to believe that they kind of see the writing on the wall too, and knowing, hey, this is a time where they've got the money to spend it. And then interestingly enough, because he's from here too, it'll be really interesting to see how it plays out when that time comes, when they pay Will Anderson, because as he gets a little older in his career too, he's probably going to like what they're doing here. He wants to stay at home, and he probably will work with them a little bit. Not that you're going to get a massive hometown discount, but I think he'll work with them because of that and because they took care of him early.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. Texter Stingley definitely got the better deal. I mean, he gets more guarantee. Slightly less AAV though. But Stingley, the Stingley deal is going to be a 3-year deal. Like because that money's guaranteed, it's there's nothing there. And look, it's only a $0.1 million difference. It's like $100,000 less. But I think Stingley's the better player, and on a yearly average, he's getting paid less money, and he's taking less percentage of the salary cap, which to me is the biggest thing. You're taking a slightly less percentage of the salary cap when you're the better player. That's why I think it's a better deal for the team than the Sauce Gardner deal.
Yeah, and I think on the backside of that, I don't know how that final year works in terms of Sauce and the team and whose option or how that plays out. Now,
well, it's not an option. It's just they could get rid of them and not have to pay any money.
If Sauce is still playing good football, that might be a deal at that time, at that price, depending on how salaries go in the NFL. And then you got to pay Stingley another deal. But I think that you'll live with that, knowing, like you said, you're saving money and you've made a savvy deal at the time, and you want. They say it all the time. We want guys that are going to try and break the bank for us, which means they're playing their tails off, and they're great football players. And then you'll deal with that when the time comes.
Yeah, it's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, which of these great players are we going to keep, and which of these great players do we have to let go because we have too many great players?
And to your point, Jeremy, you look at from the standpoint of, you're right, he's going to have to draft well, but so far in the last couple of years, he's proven he can draft well, and you're finding rookies that are starting for you that are capable of coming in and filling voids.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, last year alone, you got Lassiter in the second, proved to be more than capable to be your second best corner. You got Bullock in the middle rounds there, who was a starting safety for you. We wanted him to be a starting safety right away. It took a few weeks, before he finally took over. But no, you're right. He has done a good job drafting players as well. I mean, all these players he's paying, he drafted.
Yeah.
He drafted Stingley. He drafted Petrie. He drafted Will, who's going to get paid. He drafted Stroud, who's going to get paid. He traded up for Nico, who did get paid. So, all of these guys have been hits. I mean, no one's going to bat 100. I mean, no one's going to bat 1,000. But he's drafted well, and then he pays his guys immediately, and he gives second-rounders guaranteed money, and then all these other teams aren't giving guaranteed money, and it's making people mad. We had a text earlier saying, why are these second-round guys not signed? Doesn't the NFL have a rookie contract that lays out a X amount for the draft picks? They do, but it doesn't all have to be guaranteed. So it's the guaranteed aspect of it that's the issue. They can't go above slot per se. Like they do have a finite number, but the guarantee is what's causing all of these other second-round picks to play the waiting game, because they want guaranteed money too, because Cleveland and Texans gave their guys guaranteed money.
This goes back to Mark Cuban did this years ago in a different way, and the rest of the league got ticked off. Mark Cuban decided whenever he signed a player that he was going to give them their entire salary up front, so then they could invest it, and that potentially then they could make more money than what the contract said. And other teams just absolutely hated it, but because he had the money to do so, he thought that would entice the players, and so therefore he did it that way.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense.
Yep.
I think so. Texture, why can't Nick draft offensive linemen? Maybe that's his blind spot. maybe,
Yeah.
maybe
Just keep
that's the
asking good
blind spot
questions and don't ask dumb questions.
there. You go. That's the brilliance of Nick Caserio. Doesn't know what windows are, Nick Caserio. Been watching sports his whole life, has no idea what windows are. But he drafts players, not offensive linemen, well, and then he pays said players that aren't offensive linemen. Okay, 713-780-3776 is the home run derby suck. It is the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
We're back. Time to go inside the Veritex Community Bank Studio and join the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Joe George's Inside the Icebox sidekick, Jeremy Branham.
Yeah. Joe doesn't like to put the S on things, I've noticed. It's kind of like Brian in that regard,
Kind of like Jeremy Pena?
Yeah, Pena does the same thing. Does he do it? Does he do the S or not the? I get confused with the whole thing.
He does no S.
I got you. Yeah. Brian doesn't like to put S on things that are plural, and Joe doesn't like to put S on the ends of words that have S's on them. It's weird to me. Carl Ravitch doesn't like to do that either, and he's annoying. And he called the home run derby yesterday. I never thought that I would miss Chris Berman as much as I did yesterday. Carl Ravitch is painful. I ended up muting it. I rather listen to somebody putting, scratching nails across the chalkboard. I rather listen to some of the most heinous sounds than to listen to Carl Ravitch call anything, but
A's
especially
baseball on TV.
I would rather listen to her because at least that's funny.
Okay.
That's funny to me. I get a comedic kick out of that. Carl Ravage is like torture.
Yeah, he's definitely your hot button. And I look, in a lot of ways, I'm with you. He is tough to listen to, and he's got kind of like almost an arrogance, but then what he says, like, just basically kind of takes away all his credibility and goes, dude, what are you doing?
Yeah, he does. He's pretentious. So does the home run derby suck? Blanker 713-780-3776.
To me, it's like when I was watching it and kind of following a little bit here and there and watching it last night, I'm like, you know what? It's not as lost as the slam dunk competition, but it's kind of like the 3-point competition where it's legit. It's like, it's a skill in baseball, but because of the speed factor now and because of the extra, the extra outs and some of the things that they keep implementing, it's like the 4 or 5 point ball that they threw into the 3-point contest and stuff. It's like the best shooters you just want to see shoot against each other. Give them a time clock and go. And I think people would always watch it. The gimmicky stuff is where you start to get tired of it and go, really? Because last night with the time clock, and I know for TV, they're trying to condense things a little bit, but the time clock, you're split screen and you're watching the right screen on the ball that he hit, and you still are waiting for it to come down, and he's on the left side swinging again, and then they're trying to follow both, and then you got to watch the scoreboard in the corner going, which one got out? Did either one get out? What happened? And the camera guys are like Blair Witch a little bit. They're bouncing around, and I'm like, man, it's a lot.
Yeah, I got sensory overload watching that thing. I felt like I was having a seizure at times. It was hard. Like, it's like, oh, time, clock, homer. Oh, 500 feet. I can't see. Oh, well, Kid Robin home run. Like, there's so much going on. Like, I can't do that. Like, you're going to lead me to death because I'm going to have a seizure and I'm going to die. Like, it was hard. It's so hard to watch that thing. I think that the clock has ruined the home run derby. Like, right now, like you mentioned a couple of the skills competitions, like the 3-point shootout, and I agree with you about the balls and like the extra balls, and like this one has more meaning. And then like, didn't they do like a different rack? Like that was like a little further away.
And then there's the one between the 3-point line and half court that's like a 5 or 10 point shot.
That one to me, though, is still better than the home run derby, even with all the extra stuff that they added. And I agree with you that they shouldn't have added it. I like the old way the best. And maybe this is why Paul called us old guys and get off our lawn, because we like the traditional values of their skill competitions. I would still take the home run derby. I mean, I would take the 3-point shootout and the slam dunk contest over the current home run derby, because the timed element to me has killed the home run derby. That's not why I watch the home run derby. Like, I don't even care who wins it. I don't care how many they're hitting. My favorite part of the home run derby is to see balls go places I've never seen baseballs go before. Like O'Neill Cruz hit one, 511 feet yesterday, like that, which, by the way, the balls must be juiced, right? Like, that's not natural for somebody to hit the ball 511 feet. But nonetheless, like, that is the thrill that I get in watching the home run derby. And whenever I was a kid and seeing King Griffey, hit one off the warehouse at Camden Yards, and Mark McGuire put baseballs that you didn't think baseballs could go. That is the beauty of the home run derby. And adding the clock element, it becomes a sprint. It becomes a race. The camera can't keep up with the baseball because the camera doesn't know what to look at. I hate it. I hate what they've done to my beautiful home run derby.
Let me add this to it as well. The fact is this is more or less what we had to deal with the slam dunk competition when you look at what happened last night. Yeah, you got the big dumper, and he is a story this year, so he belongs in there. But some of these other guys you're looking at and going, if you had Ohtani, if you had Judge, if you had some of the big bopping home run guys across this league, it would take away so much of all the gimmicky stuff that you need, because now what you want to see is going to be there, because these guys are going to hit bombs, but you're going to see the best in the business for this given season going head to head against each other to see who can hit them farther and who can hit the most. And that's what people would really kind of be dialed into. Not all the, oh, wait a minute, why did he get extra swings? Oh, how far did that one? Oh, that means he gets an extra out. Well, you're sitting there scratching your head going, can I get some kind of, all these rules? Whereas if you had, same thing with the dunk contest. If you had, back in the day when they always, and even now, they wanted Jordan. I mean, then they want LeBron now. They want guys to do it year in, year out. So it doesn't have to be about the props and all the other stuff. It's the best players in the world that are the best at dunking or playing are going to be the ones participating. when you see the lineup last night and you say, these are the guys in the home run competition, okay, yeah, you got the big dumper and maybe one or two, but you're like, come on, man.
I feel like you're being a little unfair there. Like, I agree with your point mostly. Like, it's not the stars of the stars. It's not the Judges, the O'Donneys, and, all of them. And, like, they don't need to do it every year. Like, maybe just once or twice would be awesome, kind of like the dunk contest. But they get better stars than the dunk contest relative to their sport. Like,
yeah, for sure. I mean, look, if Mac McClung's coming out of the G League to win it multiple years, you got a problem.
Like John Singleton would have been in the home run derby if it was the NBA slam dunk standards. Just like this AAA, 4A player that just hits tanks in batting practice.
Right.
That's like the John Singleton. No, but I mean, yes, they lack the star of the star, the superstars, but I thought they did a pretty decent job. Like James Wood, okay, you give a young player like a little bit of the spotlight, so maybe you can build that star. Brent Rooker's a really good player. Junior Caminero, hot prospect. O'Neal Cruz is one of the highest potential baseball players ever. I just don't know that he knows how to play baseball all that well.
His between the ears, his decision making on some stuff is definitely lacking.
Yeah.
But yeah, from just a skill perspective, got a cannon, can hit bombs. I mean, got size, speed. He and Ellie Dela Cruz are both those guys. You're like, holy cow. Shortstops 6'6" plus that are doing the things that they were capable of doing coming in. You're like, these guys could take over the league.
Cruz is a StatCast hero. Like O'Neal Cruz does things on a baseball field that nobody else is capable of doing. He hits the ball harder than anybody. He runs faster than anybody, but he has a difficult time putting it all together. Byron Buxton, like he's been in the league forever. He's a really good player, just always has injury proneness. Jazz Chisholm, he's a Yankee, so that helps. Matt Olson, the hometown kid, and then the big dumper who leads the league in home runs. I think it was a decent field. It's not the stars of the stars, yes, but I thought it was a decent field.
I mean, look, and ideally, when you look at the home runs in the league, and you look at the fact that Acuna Jr., from the time he came back now, he's been hitting bombs, but there's another hometown kid. But when you look at, like I said,
he was in it initially and then dropped out for whatever reason. I don't know what the deal was with that.
Shohei and Judge and the guys that are having, stellar home run seasons, those are the guys that would bring extra eyeballs, that would bring extra attention and make it more exciting, even if you're not going to twerk the actual gimmicky rules and things that they keep throwing in.
Yeah, no, it would, but it's just you can't get everybody every time. And like if I'm paying Shohei $70 million and $68 million of that is in 10 years deferred, like I don't want him participating in the home run derby either. Judge, I'm paying him tons of money. I don't want Judge to do it. If I'm the team. Texture, but even with the time clock, it was still 3 hours long. So the time clock hasn't really helped a whole lot. Texture and easy fixes to drop the clock 15 seconds when he hits the ball. Stop the clock. What? Just get rid of the clock. Just go back to the 10 out thing. I'm really curious if the home run derby messes up the big dumper swing and he only hits 2 homers the rest of the year. I would love to see it.
That was what I was thinking after he won it. I was like, okay, we've had, I think it was Julio Rodriguez that cracked a rib in it a couple years ago and then missed out of the break for a while, where you look at it and go, okay, so a Mariner guy won it, and that's not a great thing, but a lot of guys screw up their swing or worse being in it. And from an Astros perspective, if that's the ramification, then so be it.
Yeah. I think I cracked my rib doing push-ups the other day. It's been a lot of pain here under my right pec, under my left pec.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Those 28 push-ups I did the other day.
That's when you think you did it?
I don't know, man. I think I'm pretty sure I have a crack in my rib though. Like
did you get the imaging?
It hurts to breathe. It's hard to do like deep breaths. I feel it when I squat down. I feel it whenever I do like a stretch, and like pretty painful too. I don't know. Like I didn't feel it until like the last 2 days, but I'm wondering if that's where it came from. Maybe I pulled a muscle. I don't know. I have no idea. It hurts.
You didn't get hit or anything. What's cracking the rib?
Branham baby did jump on me the other day.
That might have done it. If it was knee first, that could do some damage.
I don't know. It hurts bad. I'm in a lot of pain over here. But I'm a gamer. Maybe I'll take out the last hour of the show, though.
I knew that was coming.
713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line 713-780-3776. Todd says that the big dumper was cheating because he used the torpedo bat. I didn't realize that he had been using the torpedo bat all year.
Yep.
That's,
and he does it only from the left side, I believe. He brought 2 bats.
What?
Yeah, he brought 2 bats.
That doesn't make sense.
Well, but I don't know if it's a different swing, power swing versus where the contact comes from.
Well,
but he brought 2 bats, and you can go back and look. I'm almost positive
I trust
only
you.
one of them was a torpedo bat, and he had one when he was swinging from the right side, and he switched up and used the other bat when he was swinging from the left side.
No, it would make sense. It would make sense if he doesn't barrel up
Brian says it
baseballs
wouldn't.
left. Yeah, well, let me learn Brian a thing or two. Brian, never mind. I'm not going to say what he said yesterday off the air.
Oh yeah, we both got that one.
Cal Raw, like, why do people use the torpedo bats?
Because they're not barreling them up with at the rate of a standard baseball bat where the barrel is, so they move it where they hit the ball most.
Yeah. So maybe he was barreling up baseballs his entire career right-handed, but not left-handed, and need a little bit of the redistribution of the barrel left-handed.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm with you. That's why I said it. But
his career splits, okay. His career splits, like, prior to this year, were very even, like pretty, like maybe even. It's hard to look at before this year, but it looks like his numbers were pretty even, righty lefty, prior to this season. Maybe even a slight advantage against lefties. So better as a righty than a lefty. He's got a better batting average against lefties than a righties. So
what is it
actually? Hold on a second. So against lefties, when he's hitting right-handed, he's hitting 230 in his career. Against righties, when he's hitting left-handed, he's hitting 224. So better hitter right-handed, batting average-wise.
Right.
OPS, this is career. This includes this year. OPS against versus left-handed pitching. So when he's hitting right-handed, 800 OPS career against right-handed pitching. When he's hitting left-handed, 786 OPS in his career. So his career numbers tell you he's a better right-handed hitter than a left-handed hitter. He's looking for help with the torpedo bats when he's hitting left-handed.
Left side,
this year it's even a bigger gap. This year against left-handed pitching, so when he's hitting right-handed, he's hitting 333 with a 1,200 OPS. Actually greater than 1,200. Against right-handed pitching, when he's batting left-handed, 229 average with a 917 OPS. He can hit lefties as a righty, but he can't hit righties as a lefty. That's why he's using the torpedo bat left-handed. He's not a good hitter left-handed.
There you go.
He's using a torpedo bat to get an advantage.
That's what I thought I saw. So there you have it.
That's why it makes sense, Brian.
Well,
to get all that.
This is going down another rabbit hole, but when guys, like, I always felt this way with Lance Berkman, but when switch hitters have a side that they're so much better than the other, I always wonder why they don't just hit one way. I know the answer would be because of their splits, but like Berkman felt like he had no pop from the right-handed side.
He was naturally a righty and hit right-handed in the home run derby. He felt he had more power right-handed. The answer is
it never felt like he was a better hitter from the right-hand side.
No, his career splits, he was better as a lefty than a righty, no doubt about it. Like crazy splits. But it's because of the pitching you're going to see. Like, do you want a lefty breaking ball going away from you, or do you want it to come at you?
Right. Yeah, but if you're a worse hitter, like, doesn't that just kind of cancel out?
But you're not really. I mean, but you're looking at his lefty numbers against right-handed pitching. You're not looking at his lefty numbers versus left-handed pitching because they don't exist.
No, I wasn't looking at that. I'm just looking at what side he's a bit. Like, I get what you're saying about, the way the breaking balls will break if he's left or right, away or in on him. But if he's a better hitter from one side, even though you may be getting advantage because the breaking balls break the way you prefer, I think that the advantage of that is negated by you being a worse hitter from on that side of the plate.
I mean, the answer would be, is he a better lefty against left-handed pitching or a better righty against left-handed pitching? And we don't know the answer to that because we never saw it. Yeah, we never saw it. I mean, Lance is telling you that he thinks it's better right-handed, but is it stubbornness in play there because he wants to be a switch hitter? Maybe. That's possible, but there's no way to know because we never saw it. 713-780-ESPN, HRNP, listener line. One other thing that I've noticed with the All-Star game is, like, this is the perfect time for labor disputes to come up, to start to get your argument out there. Have you noticed this? Like, Scott Boras was out there giving interviews and stuff like that. But like Manfred's talking about the luxury tax. They're talking about it like he wants a salary cap because he wants parity in the game. You got Tony Clark out there, who's the head of the MLBPA. That's like, heck no, we don't want a salary cap, which of course you don't want a salary cap because you want your players to get paid. Are you for or against salary cap in Major League Baseball?
I mean, for me, it's just you want to, as long as it doesn't get completely blown out of proportion from a competitive standpoint. I mean, you have to be able to manage it. You can't just let the haves and the have-nots get to a point where it's drastic. So if there's a way to do that without having the salary cap, then so be it. But it's worked in the other leagues. And I think that it's only a matter of time before somehow, some way they get something like it done in baseball.
Yeah, I don't want a salary cap in baseball. And like I've gone back and forth on this, admittedly. So like it sounds like I've been waffling, and I probably have. I think that I'm anti-salary cap. And part of it's because I just don't think it's realistic. Like the MLBPA is going to sign something off where they're going to allow a salary cap in baseball, a sport that there's never been a salary cap. I have a tough time believing that. I think that the better answer is that you highly punish the luxury tax offenders, like those that are exceeding the competitive balance tax. I think they should be taxed at a higher rate. I think they should be more penalized with draft picks as well. Like you saw the first round the other day, like there was 3 teams. I think it was the Mets, Yankees, perhaps the Dodgers, that they didn't get picks like stripped. They just got penalized 10 spots in the draft, which that's not that punitive in baseball. I wish that the penalties were harsher. I wish they were taxed at a higher rate. I'm okay with there not being a tax, but let's put all these other things in place that penalize them more. I think the biggest thing is a salary floor.
That's
I think it's
where I was going to go.
These teams that are like not spending any money on their team, and they're just bringing in all this revenue sharing and whatever they're making at the gate, and they're making $100 million a year, arbitrary number, just throwing that out there, and they're not actually spending, I think is a bigger issue in baseball than team spending too much. And I think it's easier to do that and get a CBA done than the, pie in the sky idea of a salary cap in a sport that's never had a salary cap.
No, and when you look at it, the NBA is the model in a lot of ways because they do make sure that there is a minimum amount that you have to spend. They do realize that the penalties they set up for you when you do go over are substantial, and you lose out on a lot when you go over, and it limits you to make any kind of player moves and transactions. And I think that that's what Major League Baseball has to look at, regardless of whether they go with a cap or not, that they have to tighten up some other things in a lot of different ways to kind of gain more control for both sides.
Yeah, I'm that to me is where I really want to put stuff in place, the salary floor. Blankety blank says you're incentivizing the lower tier teams not to spend. Tax the rich, the poor teams still won't spend. Well, I said the opposite. I don't want there to be a salary cap. Right. I want there to be a salary floor, so you force those teams to spend. And look, maybe they're not competitive either. I think that their bigger issue in baseball is ownership who doesn't want to win.
Pirates, White
low
Sox.
Markets.
Yeah.
Like the Rays have won at a very high level without being the most, as we all know, one of the lowest budgets in all of baseball. Milwaukee doesn't spend tons of money on their baseball team. They're competitive each and every year. Like you're telling me Pittsburgh has a lesser market than Milwaukee or Tampa? Like I don't believe that.
Reinsdorf and the White Sox, they keep dumping out on big-time players before they got to pay them, and then they just keep getting prospects hoping that a couple of them pan out, and they're going to do it again, and he's just running it into the ground.
Blankety asking salary floor based on each market or a blanket one. No, it'd be blanket one year league wide for me. 75 says you should penalize the heck out of teams that pay players $5 million a year for 125 years. That's the other thing that needs to change in the CBA. These deferred payments, like I don't care that you defer the money. Like that's your prerogative. That's the player's prerogative. If you can agree on how they want to, get paid in the terms of their contract, whatever, that's your prerogative. But in no way should a team get a discount from the competitive balance tax payroll for that.
Right.
That's ridiculous. Like Shohei Ohtani signed a $700 million deal for 10 years, but 68 of the 70 million is deferred, so he doesn't get paid that right away. They shouldn't get a discount on the CBT for that.
No, because
that should be 70 million against the competitive balance tax.
It's such an anomaly that you find a player that's able to do that, willing to do that, and capable of doing that you're right. You have to level the playing field to allow other teams, instead of just going, hey, credit to our finance department and finding the guy that's internationally so popular that he can make this work. You've got to make it so that other teams are capable of doing that too, but you shouldn't have to be able to spread it out. You should have to still be responsible for all that.
Yeah. And look, like again, I don't care that they deferred the money. They just shouldn't get a discount on the average annual value of the contract. It should be $70 million against the books. However, the payer wants to get played, or the payer gets played, the player gets paid. That's up to them. Texture Pat McAfee acting the fool was the reason that I switched the channel last night. In other words, I didn't watch the Derby. I started watching after that.
I didn't see him. I saw today on social media that he was on the field and like had a mic in his hand.
Yeah, he did the intros. He did the player introductions, but then that was the end of it. I saw tweets about it, but I actually didn't see him. I started watching a little bit later.
Was the guy doing the in-stadium interviews Ryan Howard, the ex-Phillies first baseman? I was trying to figure out who the guy was that looked like an ex-player that was grabbing the HR contestants right as they got done, because you want to hear from if you're going to get sound bites. And instead, I think it was going in stadium, and it looked a whole hell of a lot like Ryan Howard.
I don't know. I didn't see that guy. Pete, didn't watch the home run derby, just not what it used to be, like the slam dunk contest, no longer exciting to see. Texture says you probably injured the rib cartilage. That hurts. Also nagged you forever. Well, that sounds great. That sounds terrific. It feels awful. I can't move. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Jimmy Price runs Astros Future. The best follow when it comes to Astro prospects, Astro minor leaguers. We'll talk to Jimmy Price on the other side about this Astro draft. What he thinks of the Astro draft in the third year of Dana Brown running the Houston Astros draft. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, a moment on Pro Dunk Hoops. Look, I love Pro Dunk Hoops. Pro Dunk Hoops is the very best because they make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Tempered glass backboard gives you the true, authentic feel. A breakaway rim, more on that a little bit later. Stainless steel hardware, rust-proof too. You got to have the rust-proof in Houston with the humidity that we have down here. And also, it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. That's why that breakaway rim comes into play. You can lower down the goal and relive moments from yesteryear, or you can relive moments that you never had the opportunity of having because you couldn't dunk a regulation goal. So 5 to 10 feet, and you're going to have the time of your life. Your kids are going to have the time of your life, their lives. Your significant others are going to have a better time with that than with you. So give them the gift of a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. Don't waste your time in the big box stores. Those goals aren't any good. They're going to break. They're not going to, the rim's going to be unlevel. The wind's going to knock them down. There's going to be a hole in the backboard before you know it. If you're going to get a goal, you got to get one from Pro Dunk Hoops. And you can order everything online too, by the way, at produnk.com. Their accessories, top notch. They have LED light kits so you can play at night, escape the heat. You're at work, kids are at school during the school year. You can only play at night. We get LED light kits. That way you can play throughout the day and around the clock. Backstop nets, pull pad lettering, and lots more. You can also get the pros from Pro Dunk to come out and professionally install your goal. You don't want a big box with 1 million pieces delivered to your driveway. That's daunting. You're not going to be good at it. You can't do it. Allow the pros from Pro Dunk to do it. Allow them to professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do a thing. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do that work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Let's go straight out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by Jimmy Price. Runs the Twitter account of Astros Future, best Twitter account for young, developing prospect in the Astros organization. And, of course, we're on the heels now of the Major League Baseball draft, two-day draft, rounds 1 through 3 on Sunday, 4 through 20 yesterday. And, Jimmy, thanks for coming on. Short notice. We appreciate you hopping on. Certainly appreciate your expertise. What's your first blush impression, I guess, of the 20 picks that the Astros had in this draft?
So I feel like last year they kind of went maybe a little safe with some of the picks, but this year I feel like they swung on some upside. They obviously, going a high school player in the first round, position player, first time they've done that since 2015. But then they took 3 other high school position players throughout the draft, and then just a couple of the other college guys. I feel like the trend seemed to be like big power bats. And then kind of focusing on some of the younger talent, which is something that they really haven't done recently. So that's my main takeaway, I would say.
Jimmy, in looking at it from the perspective of we know what this farm system has or has not been rated recently, and Dana going heavy on position players, and as you mentioned, high school players, is this kind of the first kind of big wave to kind of reconstruct the farm system to be able to develop your own talent with some of these young high school kids?
Definitely. I think, I'd have to go back and look, but I know this was a position player heavy draft, especially compared to some of the recent ones. And they've done well, drafting some pitchers, and even signing some as the undrafted free agents. But I think this year the focus was on the position players, getting more talent, down in that single A, the low A levels, to start building through the system. And then, you get, a guy like Nans and then some of the other high schoolers that they've drafted. And get them in your organization early, get them developing, and they just haven't really had that much talent coming from the high school level as of recent. So, I definitely think that the focus was getting that position player talent.
Jimmy Price of Astros Future joining us on the HR&P guest line. You like to follow the minor leaguers. He's the best in the business at it. I feel like this was the third draft for Dana Brown. Certainly he's relying on his scouts and head of scouting and minor league director and all of that. I get the sense that Dana Brown, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. I get the sense that he doesn't value contact as much as like the average general manager. Like you go back to Bryce Matthews, who had some swing and miss in his game. And look, he made his major league debut, and we're excited about him as a prospect. Jacob Melton, who's made his major league debut, has some swing and miss into his game. I don't really remember Walker Yannick if he had swing and miss there, but even the cons on Nayans is that he might have swing and miss in his game. Based on evaluating Dana's drafts, do you think that he looks at the contact for hitters and kind of doesn't have that graded at the same level as some of the other general managers around baseball?
Yeah, I do. I think he obviously focuses on that maybe the power over the hit tool, and maybe he feels the Astros development is better at maybe developing the hit side of it than it is the power side. Because you mentioned it with Nans and then with Ethan Frey and a few other guys in the draft and in the previous one. Everything sounds great on him, and they talk about, hey, they have some swing and miss concern, and he's focused on that. But maybe the raw power. If you have that raw power, it's kind of hard to teach that. I guess it's like jumping high in basketball or something where if you can come in with that good power, it's going to be. I think they've struggled. They've seen some of these guys. They've signed international free agents at young ages, and then they end up not putting on the weight that maybe they thought they would to get this power. Well, if you bring them in with that power, and then you can refine the hit tool, you don't have to worry about the power. It's already there.
Jimmy, I'm curious, just your own personal thoughts on when you have a shift in power at the general manager position, and we've seen like when Dana took over, Dana looking at prospects that he didn't necessarily scout or draft, Dana looking at leftovers from Luno and other places. Do you think that the values as you rank these players and how the organization looks at their players, do you think that that's just a natural kind of shift maybe in terms of Dana didn't look at some of these players or didn't see them the same way that the last guy did, so maybe he's more apt to get rid of them or handle them differently when a new GM takes over like Dana did a couple years ago?
Yeah, I think so. And I think if you're looking at prospects, Melton was a James Click guy, but I think he's a prospect that kind of follows in that Dana Brown where he has elite power, but he has some swing and miss concerns. But yeah, I think a GM comes in and they look at the system, and there's going to be guys that they probably value and they want to hold on to, and then some guys that maybe they're more comfortable trading away. And Last year, I mean, Jake Bloss was the guy he drafted, but they traded away him and Loperfido and Wagner to get Kikuchi. And I think he just came in. And the thing is, with the general manager like this, it's going to take years. I mean, the guys they drafted 2 years ago are in maybe high A at this point. It's going to take years for him to really have you can't judge a general manager, especially for their minor league development, on like 2 or 3 years. It's probably going to take another couple of years, and then we'll really see how is his scouting, how is his philosophy working out for the Astros.
See, I think at the first 2 years, especially, we're like, okay, this is where we're weak as a minor league system. Let me draft these college players to kind of infiltrate some more advanced players. And this draft to me, because it was so different the first two, kind of makes me think that this is his MO. Like, this is almost his first real draft as a general manager, like going to high school prospect in round 1 with tools. You didn't have a second round pick. You draft a bat first. Who knows? Like, they're going to say he plays in the outfield, but this feels like, okay, first 2 years I infiltrated the minor league system where I thought it was weak, and then now I can kind of do my own thing now that I've done that.
Definitely, and I think he maybe got guys in where they like Yannick, they like the defense, and they bring a guy like him, they bring in Matthews. But yeah, you're right. I think this draft to me has a completely different feel than the previous two, and I think it's about bringing in that high upside young talent to try to bring some more life to the system and have guys that hopefully you can count on, not necessarily making their debut next year, but maybe 3-4 years down the line.
Jimmy, let's switch gears a little bit because you mentioned him, and I'm curious your thoughts of when they brought up Matthews and the fact that you bring him up, you face Leiter, you face DeGrom, and everybody immediately starts, the gasp and throw up the red flag a little bit. Wait a minute, what are they doing, and what does he really have? Kind of an unfair situation for the kid, but basically from where they are and the situation they're dealing with, they didn't have all that many choices to make from that regard either. But I'm curious your thoughts on when they brought him up and then what happened.
Yeah, I think. Well, number one, like you said, the having to face Leiter and DeGrom back to back, that's going to be rough for anybody. And I think if you go look at any Astros hitters and just pull out those 2 games, it's probably going to be rough. But Bryce Matthews did have some strikeout concerns in AAA still that weren't maybe fully fixed, and he came up, and I think that he's going to continue to strike out. The hope is that he shows some of that raw power. He gets into some homers. He could definitely steal bases, get on base, and steal some bases. I don't know if you could say he was 100% ready for the call-up. But I think, when you look at what they were getting at second base, it's kind of keep running those guys out there, or do you pull up Matthews and hope that you can find a spark? So I don't know if he was 100% ready, but I think the timing of it was the Astros needed some help at second base, and you got a guy in AAA who has some talent. Let's bring him up and see if he can help the team.
Jimmy Price joining us on the HR&P guest line, runs Astros Future, astrosfuture.com. Reading up on the draft picks, mostly at astrosfuture.com, does a great job with it. I'm really intrigued, by several, and like non-top, not the first, third rounders, but the Pentecost kid from Taylor University, this is an interesting story. He's up to mid-90s. Jace Mitchell, a high school catcher, in the round 7th. That can be a bit unorthodox. I had the pleasure of watching Kyle Walker play some college baseball over the years. Really good player. Loved him in college. Thought it was a very intriguing round 8 pick. Who are some of these, non-top picks that have caught your attention the most?
I think this was going college or a high school catcher in the 7th round, and a guy that's probably, I would imagine, is going to get a little bit of a overslot deal. Given his commitment to Kentucky. But going there, and if I really had to choose one that I thought kind of stood out the most, DJ Newman, who they took in the 15th round, and the Astros haven't done this, to my knowledge, for sure in recent years, but he's a two-way player. At Bowling Green, he pitched, he started, and he hit in 101 college games at Bowling Green. He hit 388, but he also had a 3.60 ERA and about 15 or 20 starts for Bowling Green. And they announced him as a two-way player. So very curious to see how they operate. They haven't had a guy like that in the system. But yeah, I think that they did well. I'm really pumped about the Kyle Walker pick too. He feels like the kind of guy you want in your minor league system, a good college player that's probably going to come in and acclimate well, gets on base, steals bases. But getting a two-way player, I think, is going to be really fun to watch.
Jimmy, I'm curious with the deadline coming up now. We just added a bunch of prospects, but we also know that there's prospects in the system. We've heard some of the names that you have kicked around with us prior to that. What are you looking at in terms of if they do make a move or two? Are there guys that you think would probably be in a deal, or who can we look at that might be like a part of a deal if there are deals to be made between now and the deadline?
Yeah, I mean, I think teams are going to be asking for the top guys we have, because that's obviously the cream of the crop, even in Bryce Matthews, Walker Yannick. But, maybe some of the younger pitchers, Anderson Brito, who is injured right now, but was showing a lot of talent. And then there are some good young arms in the system. Bryce Meyer, drafted last year, made it up to Double-A. He's kind of on that, almost that Jake Bloss trend where, the year after the draft, he's really flown up the system and putting up some really good numbers. But I think any team, that's trading any some decent value outside of a middle reliever, I think they're going to come asking for your top guys, and that just makes me think that the Astros may not have the equity, I guess, to go out and make a big time trade and get a big bat. If they add it, maybe you're looking at a back of the rotation starter or another utility infielder or something like that, because they just don't have the prospects to go out and make a deal like that right now.
Jimmy, great stuff. Really enjoyed your draft coverage. Looking forward to you covering these prospects the rest of the way this season. It's Jimmy Price, Astros Future, joining us on the HRNP guest line. Probably one of my great guilty pleasures. Read all of his stuff. Does a great job. Kyle Walker, by the way, I know, like 8th rounder, senior. Like who cares so much about an 8th rounder? He's 5'9". You know who he reminds me of? He reminds me of a right-handed Tony Kemp with power.
And you're going to say Altuve at 5'9".
I mean, that's a giant compared to Altuve.
Yeah.
He's good, man. Like, he's sees pitches, he works at bats. It feels like he barrels up every single pitch. He's got some thunder. Like, yeah, he's 5'9", but he can drive a ball out of the park. And he's fast. 22 stolen bases in the Big 12, which is big boy baseball, maybe the biggest of all boy baseball. No, I saw him in round 8. I'm like, okay, I like what you're doing here, Dana Brown. I think that's one of my favorite low-key picks in this draft was Kyle for the Astros. Like, I'm not watching everybody who drafted in the 12th round for all of these teams, but no, to me, he's Tony Kemp from the right side with power.
And I think ideally Dana's known for his talent evaluation, or at least that's one of the labels on him. But if he could be your baseball version of Casario with his ability to hit on draft picks and find them from everywhere, and I see that he's signing a bunch of pitchers that were undrafted as well. But if he knows talent, then I'll put my trust in Dana to get the right guys back in this system.
20 rounds feels light for baseball. I mean, maybe it's because we grew up whenever it was like 40 rounds.
Yeah, what was the old run? Wasn't Piazza one of the lowest drafted Hall of Famers, and he was in like the 50s?
I think I want to say he was in the late 30s, because I think Piazza was drafted once they started to shrink the draft. Okay. So they've been shrinking the draft for years. But like whenever I remember it, like whenever I was younger, I always remember it being like 40 rounds. And I thought he was like in the late 30s, but maybe it was, whatever. 20 feels light. Like, I think you can get some. Oh, dang. He was in the 62nd round.
Yeah, I thought it was in the 50s, but it's even worse than I thought.
62nd round. He was back in the day, remember, they didn't have an end to the draft. Teams would just be like, okay, we're done. Like, they didn't have a limit back in the day. And then they started to shrink it, but I guess he was before the shrink. They would draft until they were done drafting. They would draft, and then like teams would be like, okay, we're good. We don't have any other players that we like, and they would stop drafting. He was in the 62nd round of the 1988 draft. He was the 1,390th player picked out of 1,395.
He's the lowest MLB player, the lowest draft pick to make the Hall of Fame.
I believe it. You know why he was picked, right?
No.
I want to say that his dad knew Lasorda, and he asked Lasorda to draft him as a favor.
Huh. Nice.
Because that used to happen all the time, because like they had 60.
Yes.
They were drafting until they were done drafting. So like this happened a lot. Like they would draft players who were like family members of like people in the organization. They would draft brothers. They would draft like just like relatives. It was very common back in the day for teams to take players as a favor. And Piazza was a favor pick, who turned into one of the greatest hitting offensive catchers ever.
Amazing. And he broke the record by 40 rounds. Prior to Piazza, John Smoltz was drafted in the 22nd round.
It was Smoltz.
Yeah, in 85.
I think about that. Like even Smoltz, the new draft, Smoltz wouldn't have been picked.
These are like the Brady pick in NFL, the equivalent. You get a Hall of Fame catcher, like you said, one of the greatest offensive catchers in the history of the game in the 62nd round. That's crazy.
Oswalt was a 23rd rounder.
Okay.
Roy O. Like, That's why I feel like 20 rounds is too little. So like these undrafted free agents, I think do carry value. Like they do
for
carry
sure. I
weight.
think especially from a pitcher, because and we just got done talking about earlier this week about the gifts and the talents of your two pitching coaches that can kind of take pitchers to another level. If you get a kid, no matter what level of college baseball he's playing, and he's throwing in the 90s, in the mid 90s, then you got to believe that with the right coaching, that there's potential there that he could turn into being something someday.
You were way off, Brand. I mean, said it with conviction. Should have just rolled with what Blankers said for once. You're right. I'll take the L there. I'll concede defeat. I was wrong on that one. I thought Piazza was back in the 40-round drafts, but no, that was what a pick. What a pick. All right, 713-780-ESPN. As a Houston sports fan, what do you have to be mad about right now? Seriously. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
713-780-ESPN. As a Houston sports fan, what do you have to be mad about right now? Real quick, I was scrolling through the timeline. Arch Manning looks like he's 12 years old. Have you seen Arch Manning lately? He looks like a middle schooler.
I mean, he's got the Manning dome, so that doesn't help him. But, yeah, I mean, I guess he looks fairly
He's
young.
got a mop on it, though. So,
Yeah,
like,
he does.
it makes the dome look smaller, I think.
Yeah, he definitely.
He looks young, man.
Yeah, he's got some locks. You got that right.
I would not feel like this was a college-age kid if I didn't know it was Arch Manning.
Well, you know who loves him? Paul Feinbaum. Holy cow.
Really?
He's taking a lot of heat. Even Jordan Rodgers is taking shots at Feinbaum because Feinbaum is just gushing over Arch Manning being the best quarterback in the country.
How would he know? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, did he watch a bunch of like prep football where he's like scouting these guys? Like, this screams like this is going to be my bit. I'm going to say Arch Manning, like me with Levis. Like, I'm going to say he's the best quarterback in the world.
Well, and he's banking it more so when he gets pressed on it at all about the bloodlines and, and the fact that, that in his family and with his ability to get coaching all the time from different, two different quarterbacks that, it sets himself up really well. But there's some good quarterbacks still in the country that you got to kind of factor in going, hey, you can't just because he's playing at Texas, I get it, but you're not going to pencil him in and go, well, he should be the front runner for the Heisman.
I mean, the Heisman's like a little different than like he's the best because Heisman's like opportunity, being on a good team. Like, are they going to be good? But still, like it's in the same vein. I just like how in the world does Paul Feinbaum know he's the best quarterback in the world? He's played very little at Texas. Paul Feinbaum's not watching prep football. Like he has no idea.
But even
this is his take, and he's going to have take lock on it.
Here's the thing, Jeremy. Even if he did watch prep football, playing at that school in New Orleans ain't exactly the best competition on the planet either for high school football to where you say, oh, he ripped up the Louisiana, the high school league in through New Orleans. I've heard that competition in New Orleans ain't like that great anyway. So it's not even if he tore up playing in high school. What's that to say? He got drafted because of his size, his measurables, and his bloodlines as much as his ability in high school.
Yeah, but I trust like Texas scouting. Like I trust their recruitment process.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I trust Sark. Like Sark's really good at developing quarterbacks. But Feinbaum has no clue. Feinbaum just doing it because he likes to carry water for the SEC and he wants to be out in front on it and say all of that. But yeah, he would have no idea. All right, as a Houston sports fan, what do you have to be mad about right now? 713-780-3776. Do you have anything to be mad about?
Well, no, I'm curious because the fact that lately I've been frustrated watching social media and watching fans lash out about the fact that, like, if you had not necessarily flipped the script, but if you had flipped series and you got swept by the Dodgers and not Cleveland, and then you swept Cleveland, would people have felt better about the way the Astros went into the All-Star break? They're mad at Christian Walker again. They're looking for these. Look, as a Houston sports fan, you look at it, and the Rockets haven't started playing yet. They've done everything and more to make you super excited about the fact that you have a contender playing every night in Houston, Texas in the NBA again, which is huge. You look at what the Texans are doing and continue to do and what we were even talking about from the way they've drafted players, the players they've brought in, and the fact that this team is constantly one of the top 4 or 5 teams in the AFC that they haven't started playing again either, but you have the ability to think to yourself, this is a playoff team capable of winning another division, could go pretty far. And then from an Astros perspective, people are complaining and bitching and pointing fingers, and you got a 5-game lead going into the All-Star break in front of the division with the most players on the injured list, but yet you look at social media and you hear the call-in shows and you see the people that are lashing out, and you're like, oh my God, people just want to complain. There shouldn't be that much to complain about.
Maybe it comes naturally to me. And I think that Houston pro sports are positioned nicely overall. But there's certainly areas that you could nitpick. The Astros medical staff might be the most incompetent medical staff in all of sports. So I would lead with that, the frustration of what they have done or lack of what they've done. Jordan, like being injury prone and not playing at all this year. The Lance thing, like, I mean, if you didn't see this coming with Lance, then like I question your ability to recognize ball. So like the Lance thing, I don't even think is like worth getting worked up about. But like Christian Walker, like, did you give out another bad contract to a first baseman? Yiner's been slightly disappointing this year. So the things that you can nitpick, if you look at the Texans, like the offensive line, like you've nitpicked that too. Like they could have done better, you've said. So like you can nitpick the O-line. Rockets, it's hard to right now.
Well, Israel's going to tell you one.
Yeah, I mean that. I don't know how that could be. Like, if you're going to go that angle, maybe you could say that, they didn't spend enough resources to back up the guard position. But I feel like that's the biggest reach of the others. The Astros medical stuff is easily at the top of the list. I think Texans O-line's pretty easily at the top of the list. But
that's why I threw
it's
it out
hard
there.
to be critical of the Rockets. I agree.
This is the open forum where what does RG3 say all the time? This is a safe space where we're not going to kill you for it. Well,
no, that's not true.
Yeah, but we might. But at the same time, I'm curious from a listener's perspective. Like, what are you mad about right now? You make a great call with the medical staff, and I hadn't even factored that one in. But when you look at it, all three teams are sitting in a really good spot as we sit here today. So I'm curious from everybody's perspective to tell me, what are you mad about in Houston sports? Because there's a whole lot to be happy about.
713-780-ESPN. What are you unhappy about in Houston sports? Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Chris, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Chris?
Yeah, what's going on, guys? Good afternoon, Hive. I'm kind of disappointed. I don't know, mad, but disappointed in Reed Shepherd and his 2 games in the G League. I don't see any improvement at all in his game. I mean, anybody can dribble the ball full court with his skills and jack up a 3. So I just don't think that I've seen any development. I think even Joel mentioned a couple of weeks ago he'd like to see Reed be more of a manager of the offense and be more of a point guard. I don't know about his basketball IQ. I just don't see it. I had high hopes for him, but I mean, anyone can jack up 3s and pick up ball. I mean, I think I've seen better quality basketball at the LA Fitness than I have in the G League with the Rockets this year. I mean, I thought they would try to run some set similar to what the Rockets do to put Reed in situations that he's going to face in the games. I mean, tell me when Reed is going to be the number 1 offensive option when he's with the Rockets as their backup point guard. When is he going to be the number 1 offensive option? That's what he was playing like in the G League, but he's not going to be the number 1 option when he's playing in the NBA. So I just kind of disappointed. Wanted to hear what you guys had to say. Talk to you later.
Thanks for the call, Chris. Look, first of all, we're talking about the Vegas Summer League, I think, and not the G League. But when you look at the Summer League, no, it's not the same brand of basketball as the NBA. I think that's part of the reason why they shut him down. But I think that from a standpoint of he's a shooter, and he had that sequence where he made 3 threes in a row where you got to keep watching him, but you want him to get reps to kind of improve his shooting. From a defensive perspective, he made some nice defensive plays. He moved his feet more. He was able to body some players up. He recovered a couple of times to block some shots. He's done some things to where it's a tough barometer at this point, but at the same time, I understand what Chris is saying in the fact that you expect more, to Israel's point, of the number 3 pick. We've heard that he's working his tail off. I looked at him physically, and I thought that, well, from everything that I heard, I thought in the weight room that he might have bulked up a little bit more. But from what I've seen, I'm not going to sit there and I'm not going to pull the plug on Reed Shepherd and say I'm disappointed. This is just the start of the summer, of the offseason before he gets into camp, to where you hope it continues to progress. And unfortunately, you won't see him anymore in the rest of the summer league.
He's also not going to be the focal point of an offense or an NBA team during the regular season. I couldn't care less about summer league basketball. It does nothing for me. Like, it really doesn't. Like, you have dudes that are scoring 35 who are never going to play in the NBA. Like, I just do not care about the summer league. And then also the sets part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is glorified pickup ball. Like, they're not going to run sets. They're not going to run offenses. They're not together long enough to be able to do that. So I just don't care about summer league basketball. Maybe that makes me a casual. I don't know. I just don't think it's anything close to NBA regular season basketball.
Well, it's not even close to the G League, because at least to your point, the G League, they're running their system and they're trying to run the same offense. You're being coached by one of your assistant coaches, running plays for players that aren't going to be of the same capability of a Rockets team that, quite honestly, they are now trying to recreate their offensive playbook because they've added Kevin Durant. They've added some pieces that are going to change the way that they run their offense. At least you would hope so, and I would think so, because you have such a dominating and such an effective scorer, even at his age, and you're going to change things up with Finney Smith, and you're going to do some different things to where they're still adding wrinkles, and you won't even see their playbook till they get to camp.
Yep. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. As a Houston sports fan, What do you have to be mad about right now? 713-780-3776. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Maybe you're mad at something at work. Maybe people your place of business are making fun of you for not working your full shift. I don't know. But if that's the case, you're going to wish you had HR&P in your life. Human Resources and Payroll. It's Cougar owned by my colleague, Go Cougs. Saw Mike over the weekend. Good to see Mike. And I just look at Mike. I'm like, yeah, you're the type of person that protects businesses. You used to protect a Heisman Trophy winner, and now you're going to do what's in the best interest of businesses that come to you. And business owners, let HR&P help you, whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. HR&P can help in any or all of these areas. There's no boxes with HR&P. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job, HR&P is going to completely customize a plan for whatever you and your business needs. Also, they're cutting edge with what's trending in the business world. They're going to be a good ally to have on your side, good teammate to be on your team, because they're going to keep you abreast about all of the stuff you need to know. Also, if you have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, HR&P is going to find a way to help your business. They do it in a way that's unique. Technology meets the service. They have the best tech in the game. Their tech is best in the industry, best in the sector, but their service is outstanding. You're going to fall in love with it. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll always talk to someone who knows you, knows your business needs. We, of course, use HR&P here at Gal. You can I email. I'm an email guy, but always a quick response. Always very easy to understand. Very thankful we have HR&P here at Gal. So give them a call, 281-880-6525. Let HR&P sit down with you, customize a plan for your business to take your business to another level. 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
As a Houston sports fan, what do you have to be mad about right now? 713-780-3776. Soriano says, I'm mad that Houston doesn't have a hockey or WNBA team. So you got that working for you.
Okay.
I'm all in on the NHL as soon as it comes to Houston. All in. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Pena, what are you upset about as a Houston sports fan?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So what I'm upset about is that we have what could be an all-time great quarterback, and we don't have a competent line. That's what I'm mad about. Like, we gotta. What did that guy say when they interviewed him, or the season ticket holders? Bless his heart. Like, come on, man. We need a better line for CJ Stroud. Thank you. Have a great day.
Bless his heart.
Appreciate it, Pena.
Shut up, Stroud! Maybe not so much if you don't have a line to protect them.
No, and we talked about it just in the last week or so. The fact that I get that there's still question marks. It's not like they didn't do anything, but I did question if they could have done more.
It's hard to shred them if you have no time to shred.
Or you are shredded by defenders bouncing all over you.
713-780-ESPN. Israel texting in. Look, y'all's listeners are being fooled by Reed Shepard. That's not even Israel saying Shepard is trash can emoji, laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji. So you knew Israel was going to chime in on that.
Yeah, shocker. I mean, he did have 28 in the first game, but like you said, it's summer league. Let's just
called him the little
take
elf.
it. Let's just
He called Reed Shepard the little elf.
Oh no.
I can see it.
You could see him as the little elf.
I can see it.
He kind of looks elf on the shelfie for sure.
Like if he had pointy ears.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not far off.
It's not a bad call
Not
because
bad.
we've been doing the elf on the shelf the last couple of years. Now that I think about it, give him the stocking hat and
It's
maybe
some pointy ears and he's there.
the little read on the shelf. Well, I mean, if he doesn't play, he's on the shelf.
When he's on the injured list, he's reading on the shelf. Yeah.
I'm mad too, Ed. I don't know why you put in Ed, but anyways, I'm mad at the Astros medical team. I'm mad at all the injuries that we've had, but I'm glad that we've got the fourth best record in baseball. Looking forward to a promising second half. The Astros medical issue, says a texter. Other than that, Houston sports doing pretty good right now. I'm mad World Cup games aren't for sale yet. That's an interesting one to be mad about. Like, they're going to go on sale. You'll have an opportunity to buy. Don't
Soccer
worry.
matters. I'm sure Glenn will give you updates.
6 to 8 tonight.
Yeah, there you go.
Is it Soccer Matters tonight?
It is Soccer Matters, yeah.
It's not like the Generation World Cup thing?
No, that'll be on Thursday this week.
Oh, okay. Where do you even watch Summer League basketball? The Shin carried all the Rockets games, I think.
They carried them on delay, ESPN and NBA, but ESPN carries one or two, I think like 3 or 4 games a night.
Reed hasn't looked good so far. Can't get separation in his head-bat shot selection. That's because he's jacking up shots because he's being the focal point.
Yeah.
And they told him shoot a lot. And it's the separation thing. Like, I don't think they're going to ask him to create separation in the regular season.
No,
I don't think it's going to be
he's a
his role.
shooter, and if anything, you want him to get contested shots now, because if there is something that you could work on, the fact that if you got a guy running at you and you still got to make a shot in a game situation, that's something that you can actually utilize as a tool right now.
Call him Keebler, says a texter. Houston will never get NHL. Too many people just don't get it as a fourth major. I mean, they'll get it if they, invest in it and spend more than anybody else.
See, the problem is going to be, Jeremy, and it's different in different markets, but it's like what Arizona went up against as opposed to Vegas. You got to have that passionate fan base that's going to support the team, win, lose, or draw. And I do have concerns about supporting this team, especially if it's an expansion franchise.
That's different than getting the team, though.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, look, from a perspective of like the arena and having the right building and things like that, there's a lot in place for that. But you know as well as I do, ticket sales and being able to support the team means something. Vegas went door to door after they sold out their minor league team for years and got commitments for, I think, like 10,000 season tickets before they even got started with anything else and had the expansion draft. That's a team that just desperately wanted hockey. I know Houston would love to have a hockey team, but they got to support it.
I think that should be your thing. I think you should start that campaign. To start going knocking every door, and that way, whenever we look back on the life of Joel Blank, you'd be like, he's the guy who brought NHL hockey to Houston.
That's a legacy moment.
It is. This is how your legacy is going to be created right here, right now.
Okay. So Jeremy's creating my legacy.
You don't want to go door to door? You don't want that to be your
Yeah,
legacy?
I do, especially right now in the heat. I really do. That'd be awesome.
This would be a great legacy moment.
No, I'm not really trying to sell you anything crazy or anything like that. If you're a sports fan, I got an idea for you. Hear me out. Don't hang up. Don't let the dog out. Here, just let me talk to you for a second.
It'd be good. You get your steps in.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's better than
And then
going
I'll
door to door.
break a rib or something like that doing this.
I don't know how that's related.
Well, because you broke a rib doing push-ups.
I
get my
understand that I
steps
broke
in,
a rib,
and I'll break
that's
something.
related to walking going door.
I don't know how push-ups are capable of breaking a rib.
How are you going to break a rib walking door to door?
How are you going to break a rib doing push-ups?
Well, I mean, I think that might have been either a muscle strain or Branham baby broke it. One of the two, I think, is where I'm at. But I don't know how that's related to walking door to door asking people to sign up for hockey tickets.
It just sounds like
I think
such
it's
a great
quite a
idea.
reach there.
I think it's a reach to think that I'm going to go. Yeah, that would be my legacy.
Well, it would be if you did it. I think it'd be an awesome legacy
if you got results.
Yeah, right. Like I wasn't.
I mean, I'm really hopeful that I just go down to the Maple Leaf in Midtown and hopefully I can get at least a couple hundred to sign up there.
It would be a cool legacy. But I'm like you. I also don't want to walk around I don't want hockey bad enough to walk around in 100-degree heat.
Walk around in November, in December.
Yeah, but
January.
this is like when Clutch used to do idiotic things like run a marathon in the suit. I'll just put the whole goalie attire on and just go door to door going, got to be excited about hockey, huh? Come
you
on.
show up to someone's door with full hockey gear on. I think you're going to get shot.
You're in the goalie gear.
Well, if the mask is on, yeah.
I think you're going to get
Especially
shot.
the one that looks like Jason.
I want hockey in Houston, but I'm not walking in 100-degree heat to bring hockey to Houston. They're going crazy.
How many doors would you go to? 713.
Yeah. I might call people. Hey, you interested in tickets? And
you call?
Yeah, I'd call like 5 people, and then after knows, I'd be like, okay, I don't think this is gonna work.
You're the influencer. Just capitalize on your your significant influencer followings and just put it on social media.
I think I have put it on social media before. Okay. I don't think I have that much influence. My influence can only form opinion and have.
It's one thing to put it on there. Now put
takes.
the ticket application process and the form that needs to be filled out and see what you get.
Send me the form and I'll do it.
Okay, when they get a team, I will.
713. I thought they did this before they had a team.
Well, Vegas did, but I think they got league approval, and the league.
It really is a great idea. Like I didn't realize they did that. That's pretty awesome.
Well, and so my buddy left the Rockets to run the ticket department for the Golden Knights, and he was the one that was explaining it to me. And he's like, "Who would have thought that when he was actually figuring out if he was going to do this or not, that he found out that they had sold out minor league hockey in their building for like the last I don't know how many years?" And he's like, "Vegas, a hockey town, seems weird." And then when they actually started to like do either the petition first, do you want hockey? And then would you buy season tickets? People were like lining up to sign the form. And they're like, we might actually have something here.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome from a fan base perspective to do that. Like it really is, truly. And I mean, it's hot in Vegas,
and especially in Vegas, when you know it's such a vacation destination, you know that there's so many people in and out of town every weekend. And you could get some like from the Raiders' perspective, people that come into town to go to Vegas, they're interested in going to a football game. They're not Raiders fans per se, but this was like true Vegas people that were hockey fans that were really excited about this.
No, I didn't realize that happened. I do think that that's awesome and admirable. 713 sincerely. I know I came across sounding very sarcastic saying that, but I mean it sincerely, I promise. 713-780-3776. What do you have to be mad about right now as a Houston sports fan? Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Like, I mean, he could like, this is actually the time you should
right
have him
now,
up. Like,
yes.
this is the time he should be up.
Right now, yes, we agree on that. What I'm saying is, for the people losing their mind of what if you have to cut him? Well, for the big picture, for the long haul, when you start getting healthier, there's no room for him anyway.
Yeah. It's just the weirdest thing. Like, we're worried because he's out of worried about what? That he's not going to be on the big league team? That he's no longer going to be in the organization? Which the Astros already said once this year they don't even care if he's in the organization. It's the weirdest thing to me. Sorry, off my madness. Texture, I'm mad that Paul called you guys out earlier today. Look, it comes with the territory. Like, if you're going to go fastball high and in, you're going to get fastball high and in. But we can wear them. We're not going to sit there and cry like babies when we get fastballs high and in. We take it like men. We take our hard 90. We get down to first base. Texture, kind of mad we haven't got a KD presentation. I have seen some people talk about how they're upset they haven't got a KD introductory press conference yet.
I was a little surprised by that, just simply because of the name, cachet, the clout, the fact that it's such a big move in the city, the fact that in the past, whether it be the Dwight Howard, the Tracy McGrady, some of the other guys when they brought him in, regardless of when in the year they brought him in, that they did something and they tried to make it somewhat of a big deal, some bigger than others. I am a little surprised that to this point they haven't done anything and KD hasn't been in Houston actually hasn't done anything with the Rockets in Houston, because I want to say that he tweeted a while back in the last week or so, have some business I got to take care of in Houston. And I think there was some
that
video.
Before it was official? Before it could be official?
No, I think it was right on the first day it could become official. But they didn't do a press conference, whether at the building or the practice facility or anything where you got the release and said, hey, KD will talk to the media at this time. Rafael did the KD press conference at the practice facility, kind of impromptu with a huddle around him, and that was it.
I don't think it was impromptu.
I mean, basically in the fact that normally when I say that they're going to do a press conference,
like the sit down stuff.
Yeah, there's a podium, there's a dais of people that are going to speak on the matter. You know, it's a big deal. And normally it's not just, hey, off to the side of the court, I'm ready to talk now, and the media huddles around you.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like the dog and pony show.
Right.
Like I expected to see that too. My guess, although you saying that he was in Houston kind of throws a wrinkle into that. My guess was just like KD thinks like it's all kind of dumb and like he doesn't want it to interfere with the other things he's doing this offseason. But that would
doing some other things too, based on some of the other videos on social media. But
like what?
Little not sure what he was puffing, but there were people videoing behind him at an event where he was puffing some smoke of some sort that people were pointing out.
Was it with Michael Phelps?
No.
Key from LA just said KD was at a concert the other day with Phelps smoking some ganja.
Okay, well maybe I didn't see Phelps in the video, but maybe Phelps was there too.
Were you mad about that he was doing that?
No, I'm not mad about that. Look, but the thing is from the standpoint of, we talked about this with the Rockets' history. They thought it was a great idea when they got McGrady to do an open door. The media was hacked off about it too. The fact that they let like the entire lower bowl of Toyota Center fill up with just fans off the street that wanted to take part in the McGrady press conference. And then the media was hyper ticked that they couldn't get the right sound, the right questions. But then the Dwight Howard thing was even bigger. They did an inside-outside event. They debuted this big banner on the parking garage of all the legacy of centers. That was a massive deal. Their history alone says they like to really make it big when they make a move like this, especially with a guy with his name.
Yeah, I think Durant just doesn't want to do it.
And maybe that is the case. He seems like the kind of guy that wouldn't care.
Yeah, were they calling KD daddy like Stephon did? That's a tester. I didn't see the video. I don't know if they're calling daddy or not. I don't care if he's doing that sort of thing. That's his prerogative. And where he's doing that was probably legal. So whatever. Texture mad, probably the most prestigious medical facilities of any city in the country, and our athletes aren't seeing any of it. So another one about the Astros medical staff. What am I mad about? We signed our second-round receiver, but not our rookie left tackle of the future because of fully guaranteed contracts, Josh Seabrook. That is the funny thing about that is like everybody's like, yeah, look at Caserio making all these other teams mad because he gave Higgins a fully guaranteed contract. And then it's like, do you realize that Arianti Ursary has also not signed? And people are like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Texture, I'm mad that I ever had to listen to the Wheelhouse. Wheelhouse talk to me about sports. We're not going to read mean things you have to say about the Wheelhouse. 713-780-ESPN. Most upset about not addressing the Texans' offensive line. Astros are winners and we'll figure it out. Rockets seem to be going all in. Good time to be a Houston sports fan. Astros medical team. Upset, not mad. Cougars have not won an NCAA championship yet. You're banned for the rest of the day. Still too soon to talk about that. I'm ticked about the 1-5 record last week. I understand we're beat up, but we could have squeezed out 1 or 2 more wins. I'm a little bit unhappy with the way that I don't like the 1-5.
But to play devil's advocate, if you just switch the 2 series and you get swept by the Dodgers, but you sweep Cleveland, does that change things? I think
I would feel better actually.
You would feel better?
Yeah, I'd feel better
if you got swept by the Dodgers.
I'd be in a better mood. I have recency bias.
Okay.
Yeah, I have recency bias.
I love the fact that, and look, you know what? For one series, I understood just to a small degree what Mariners felt like when their World Series in July was such a big deal to them. Like that series meant more. You just dragged them and you embarrassed them, and it's the Dodgers. And I wouldn't trade that for the Cleveland series because at the end of the day, I'll remember that Dodgers series. I don't hardly remember, except for what we do for a living, the fact that they've gotten swept by the Tigers when they were horrible or the A's or the Orioles in the past. That Dodger series, I will remember.
It tasted sweet. Like, I'm not going to argue that. Like, but in terms of did it mean more from like it being sweet, sure, but
right.
In terms of the record, no.
Not from also, a pure numbers perspective, from a sentimental,
right.
emotional
But also,
standpoint.
like, if you believe in the momentum thing, like, okay, well, now you enter the break 1-5, and you let that stew for a little bit. Not angry, but where's KD? Medical staff, no brainer. Upset about not having a fully healthy Astros team. I'm mad we're going to waste Stroud's rookie contract with a terrible O-line, says somebody. So I think those are the popular ones there.
Yeah, for sure. And I think that you can't say that they haven't done anything. It's just what you wanted them to do. I think that's fair. I mean, I think that when I brought that up, it's like I think people were expecting a big name or two and deals to be made to do it. They did it a different way. They did it their way, and now we just need to see how it plays out.
Cash them or trash them? What are you cashing or trashing with the Bees? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Cash 'em or trash 'em with the bees. What are you cashing? What are you trashing? 713-780-3776. I cashed that. If you're not listening to the new ESPN Houston app, you should. Download the new version now. A new app allows you to sign up and enter to win our giveaways. Hit the go button. You'll see the features that include immediate access to the text, call-in line, all of our social media platforms, and our YouTube channel. Chat feature in the app that listeners can use to interact with each other in the shows. The app is now available for Android and Google Play users. All right, what are you cashing here or trashing, Blake?
It's amazing we came up when it did, but I'm cashing the fact that John Singleton will once again be on the Houston Astros roster within the next, say, month and a half.
Huh. I just don't know why they haven't done it yet. Well, options. Who cares?
Well, I think they wanted to see, once he got released too, like what ability is still there. And then I think in the last couple of days, he exploded again with home runs and bombs and
it was
RBIs.
2-5 RBI game with 3 home runs. Yeah.
I think right after the break or within the next couple of weeks, he's going to be an Astro.
I guess my question, and I'm not trashing it, but I guess my question would be like their roster has gotten so bad not so bad. They're still obviously a good team, but we've made the jokes about how they're basically running out half of a AAA roster at this point. Like, wouldn't have that been the point where Singleton would have gotten that call up? That's kind of my pushback.
See, I don't know why they haven't.
Yeah,
like people
that's
would say,
what I'm saying.
options. Well, he's got options. They're scared because he doesn't have options. And what are they going to do if he doesn't? They have to send him back down. He doesn't have options, and they don't want to call him up. Like to me, this would have been when you did it. Like you could have given him DH at bats. Walker was on paternity leave for 3 days. He could have had 3 days at first base. Like he had all the opportunity because of injuries, Walker's paternity leave, to be called up. So I'm actually you're gonna get some guys back, right?
When?
Like Pena's coming back soon, so I don't know how soon, but Pena's gonna come back, so that makes it one less possibility. I think Chaz is gonna be up with the team as soon as they go to Seattle to give them another outfield bat, so that's one less guy. Like, when does Jordan come back? I don't know.
He's chilling right now. He's in La Playa right now.
Exactly. Does Walker ever start hitting? I don't know. Like, I just don't know why they wouldn't have already done it. So I'm gonna trash it.
Trash.
I'll catch just because it's the Astros season and things will go wrong and someone will get hurt and get his chance. But I am a little skeptical just because of what we laid out. Like there's been so many opportunities for already come up, but so long seasons, all cash.
He's hitting. What is it? It's hitting 219 on the year in AAA. It's 237 in Sugar Land, but he is hitting with some pop. So on base is good. He walks a lot.
I think it's coming. I just think to try and answer what you said, I think they wanted to see what he still had. They also were trying to give some guys an opportunity.
He wasn't dead though. I mean, he was with another team.
Yeah, but he wasn't great. So when he gets back to Sugar Land and they let him settle in just a little bit, and then they see what they got, and now that he's been hot, I think that you're going to see him back up.
Hot's relative, but why does him hitting a little bit in Sugar Land dismiss what he did in Syracuse, especially being in a PCL, which is a hitters-friendly league?
It doesn't have to dismiss it. It's just you don't want to bring a guy up who's washed completely. And I don't know how much they kept tabs on him. They know who he is. But, based on what they did or didn't see on the East Coast, let's bring him back, see if he's still the same guy, and then see how he does, and then we'll make a call. We can either cut him, we can give him another shot, or we just leave him in Sugar Land.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they brought him back, they were keeping tabs of him. I think they keep tabs on everybody in professional baseball. I think that's what they do for a living. I'm trying. I think he should have already been up. That's why I'm kind of torn here. I think he should have already been up. I would have cashed this a week and a half ago, 2 weeks. Whenever Walker went on the paternity list, I feel like he should have been the call up. You can give him DH at bats instead of Cooper Hummel. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I think that he could produce better than Hummel. At least he can change a game a little bit. So
he just can't play a position. That's the biggest concern.
But you didn't need him to though. Because he could have with Walker gone. He could have played first for 3 games.
Yeah, but then that's it. Right
there.
After 3 games, then you cut him.
No, you could send down Hummel. You could send down Cesar Salazar, who pitches more than he catches.
I think Salazar's the guy that goes first, but
there
goes
were
back
multiple options for him to be on this team. You didn't need to carry Hummel. You didn't need to carry Salazar. They were carrying Shea Whitcomb at the time. That I just feel like they should have already done it. That's why I'm hesitant to cash this, because I feel like it should have already happened. Who does he get called up for? Would be my pushback,
Yeah, I just think I think it's coming. It's probably coming sooner rather than later. I think Salazar probably the first guy, or maybe you're right. Maybe it's a Hummel, but I think they're going to try him one more time.
Yeah. My cash him or trash him. Stop playing the All-Star game. People don't care about the All-Star game anymore. They also are like everybody's starting to pull out of the All-Star game. Isaac Paredes is going to go hang out with his family. No one wants to pitch in the All-Star game. They called up this the Miz guy from Milwaukee who's pitched like in 5 big league games. He's an All-Star. Just stop playing the All-Star game. Get rid of it. If you want to have a little party, you want to have the home run derby, maybe you can somehow mix in the Hall. I don't know how you can mix in the Hall of Fame because it's always in Cooperstown. So I'll pull that part back. But stop playing the All-Star game. It's as insignificant than it's ever been.
I'll trash it simply because it's still the most competitive of the All-Star games. It's the fact that if you watch nothing else, the first inning or the first couple of matchups, you still get the best pitchers in baseball against the best hitters in baseball, and you see their egos kind of come full center to say, I don't want to strike out to this guy. I want to strike this guy out. And you see competitive at bats and you see real competition, which you don't see, I don't think, in the other All-Star games. I'm with you on the Miz. The Miz signing it from Milwaukee after 5 games was a joke. They should be embarrassed about that. There were other worthwhile and very deserving candidates to get that nod. That's a different story for another day, but that was completely mishandled by Manfred, which isn't surprising. But I think in terms of killing the All-Star game, at least when you see matchups like that, that's more enticing than the home run derby and the other BS that goes with it.
Yeah, I'll trash it as well. Like, I get where Jeremy's coming from.
Y'all watching the All-Star game tonight?
I am going to watch.
I'll watch a little bit of it. I don't know how much, but like, it's the only maybe this is kind of my nostalgic hope or nostalgic look back to when I cared about All-Star games more as a kid. But this is the only All-Star game that has any redeeming quality to this point. So it's partly that, but yeah, I mean, maybe it's not at its best because the biggest guys, or a lot of them, will opt out. But the guys who do play, unlike in the NBA, actually play hard and try. So it's still kind of a fun, unique one-off exhibition. So yeah, whatever. I don't want my guys in it because I don't want to risk injury, but I don't mind it. All right, my cash it or trash it. I think Jeremy might be on board with this one, but offensive rookie of the year for the NFL. I think everyone's going to guess that it's going to be Ashton Shinty. He's obviously got the massive amount of hype after he was a Heisman finalist and also a top 10 pick in the NFL draft. But I don't think it's him that's going to win offensive rookie of the year. It's actually going to be someone else in his own division, someone else who also plays running back. Amarian Hampton from the Chargers, I think, is your offensive rookie of the year. Look, the Chargers, I know they've got Herbert. They paid him a lot of money. But Jim Harbaugh and Greg Roman, they want to run the ball. Hell, they even tried to bring J.K. Dobbins out of, injury obscurity last year and fed him the ball a bunch of times. Now they've invested in the offensive line. They've invested a first-round pick in Hampton. I think they're going to get back to running the ball an extreme amount, and that's going to lead to Hampton winning Rookie of the Year.
I'm going to trash it because they have Najee Harris, and he's ready to explode. Trash with an explosion of running.
He's so inefficient, though.
He's joking with these.
I know. I'm just
because of the fireworks.
I'm playing in.
I appreciate that one. That was good.
Thank you.
That was really good.
I'm going to trash it because I think that they do have Najee Harris. We'll see how they run the football, and I do think that as much as I think he's overhyped, but I think Genty's going to be good.
Yeah, I like where your mind's at, and if you really believe this, you can get this at plus 1,400.
Ooh, I like that.
I'm going to trash it. Do think it's in play. I would pick. I'm not sure I would bet Ginty over Hampton because Ginty's value is not there. The odds aren't great. Well, they're too good actually. He's only plus 250, which I'm not going to bet him plus 250. I'd rather bet Hampton at plus 1,400 than Ginty at plus 250, while also saying I think Ginty wins it before Hampton wins it. But I like Cam Ward. I think Cam Ward has a shot to be really good this year. Not really good, but good enough to win Rookie of the Year. Like, what does Hunter look like? McMillan, I think, has a chance to be good in Carolina. I'm gonna trash this. I think there's too many guys ahead of him at the moment.
I saw somebody today that was really, really rude on social media that said Christian McCaffrey, whether he stays healthy or not, there's a better chance that Hunter gets hurt this year with a significant injury. I was like, don't put that on him. That's terrible.
Why would they say that? Is he prone? Does
I
he have a
don't
lot of
know.
injuries?
I think it was like a doctor too that was looking at
Are
things.
they
I'm
just
like,
saying because he's going to play an obscene amount of snaps?
it was just, and it was just that was just that the tweet. It was CMC for all of his history, and people think that he's injury prone and he may get hurt again. I really believe that Hunter is headed for, and I'm like, good Lord, don't put that on the kid.
Yeah, that sucks. That's not good.
No.
Let's get to a few from the HRNP listener line. We'll go out to the HRNP listener line before the text here first, though. 713-780-3776. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, catch it or trash it. I've got one for you. Year 2, Caleb Williams with rookie head coach, new head coach, Ben Johnson. Does Caleb Williams make the Pro Bowl? Catch it or trash it?
I mean, it's the Pro Bowl. Everybody makes the Pro Bowl. A guy that played less than half a year made the Pro Bowl a couple years ago.
A guy who threw 2 touchdown passes made the Pro Bowl a few years ago.
Is that Tyler Huntley?
Yeah, Huntley.
Tyler Huntley, Pro Bowler.
2 touchdowns.
Sure. Yeah. Cash.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, because everybody makes the Pro Bowl.
Half the conference makes the Pro Bowl. I hate using Pro Bowl and All-Star games as qualifiers to greatness or goodness.
And just like now, it's even tarnished even more with we just got to talk about Major League All-Star game. The guy's an All-Star because he pitched in 5 games. Stop it.
I'm with you. I echo everything you said, Blankers. Texter, Cash or Trash. Paul showed that he is really a soft beep today, crying most of his show today, all because of you guys. I didn't realize he did that.
Maybe there's truth to it. That's why he was
he
trying
did
to,
more than just the end of the show on it?
Who knows?
I don't know. Give us some context, 9458. I only caught the last couple of minutes where he called us.
You
old
caught
men.
more than me.
He goes, coming up next, couple of old men and Brian who interrupts all the time. It's what he said to tease our show. I didn't listen to any other part of the show today. So give us some context on what he said. But no, I mean, if it created that kind of content, I'll cash it, I guess. Cash or trash, the Saints will be tanking for Arch Manning. Josh from Seabrook.
No, they're going to tank because they suck. whether
Arch
it's
coming out.
whether it's Arch or not doesn't matter.
Trash.
Irrelevant. They're going to suck. They have no quarterback to speak of that you're going to believe in. So yes, cash.
I see what you're saying. They don't need to tank because they're going to be
they're
so
just
bad.
that bad.
They don't need to attempt to do it.
Exactly.
Yeah. Technically, I'm with you on that one. Cash or trash, Arch Manning stays one more year at Texas.
Cash it. He's going to stay. Yeah, I think
Texas is back, folks.
Thanks, Joey.
I recant my cash or trash. I take it back. Let's
You got a
just
big
move on.
recruit today too.
Oh yeah,
yeah, 5-star linebacker. Texas got him. Georgia kid, Georgia Player of the Year, went to Texas.
Texas is back, folks. Let's never talk about Texas again.
Obviously not.
I hate that sound drop so much. And I like Joe Tess.
I don't.
More than Blankers. Blankers don't like Joe Tess.
Joe Tess
You
isn't
like Joe
quite
Tess?
my Carl Ravitch, but I'm not a fan of Joe
Oh
Tess.
man, I love Joe Tess.
Yeah, I remember Blankers being kind of out on Tess.
Yep.
Not Ravitchy, but out.
Right.
Cash or trash, the players that Teddy Bridgewater. Oh, this is phrased terribly. Cash it or trash it. The players that Teddy Bridgewater should sit till Miami Northwestern is forced to uplift his suspension. Okay. He's calling for a player boycott before they uplift the suspension of Teddy Bridgewater. Should the players boycott to try to get Bridgewater unsuspended?
The high school team? No, they can't afford to do that.
Trash.
These guys are trying to put tape and film together to try and get scholarships and things like that. No.
Yeah, I'm gonna
trash that.
Trash.
Last one. Cash or trash, Will Anderson Jr. finishes top 5 in sacks in the NFL this upcoming season.
Ooh, top 5. And you got Hunter on the other side. I will trash it. He'll have a really good year, but he ain't going to have that great of a year.
I think it's going to come down to his ankles. Like if his ankles hold up, which he's missed games in back-to-back seasons because of those ankles, I think he does it. He missed 3 games last year, had 10 sacks. He had 11 sacks, missed 3 games last year. To be tied for 5th, he needed just 1 more sack. So if he's healthy, I think he does it. But if he misses games, which he has done in each of the last 2 years, probably not. So this to me is more betting on his health or not betting on his health, which is always a terrible game to play. But it feels like we get a Will Anderson ankle sprain that misses 2 to 3 games every time. I'm going to say he stays healthy this year, dang it, and he's going to be top 5 in the NFL in sacks.
I'll cash it as well. I'll cash as well. It's going to be razor thin, though, because, I mean, you look at we did the odds the other day with Aiden Hutchinson, TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, Michael Parsons. Like, it's a crowded group there. But yeah, I think he gets there. He was only one off last year, missing 3 games.
Yeah. I mean, we're betting on the healthier. If he's healthy for all 17, I think he does well. If he doesn't, look out. Cash or trash to know Hunter has more sacks than Will Anderson?
Trash.
He had more last year.
Yeah, I think Will's going to have an even better year than last year. I just don't think he's going to be top 5. There's a lot of guys. I mean, there's a lot of guys that he'd have to be competing with. Like I said, he's going to be close. I just don't think he's going to be. He'll be better than Hunter. He won't be top 5.
Dang. I mean, Hunter was top 5 last year.
Yeah, but I think Hunter's.
So he won't be top 5, but he'll be better than Hunter. That means Hunter is going to be. He's going to be washed. He's going to be cooked.
Not necessarily washed, but I think he will be less than he was last year.
I mean, he is older. I mean, it could be absolutely in play. All right, an NFL cash or trash. Are these NFL cashes or trashes? Cash or trash? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
We got some context on the Paul thing. Texter Paul started his first segment today with how mad he was, y'all calling him soft. And throughout his show, calling y'all out for being 45 minutes late because of golf. That's when golf wanted us to play with listeners. Corporate did. Said Branham is soft for leaving for Cougs games when the team is sorry. He just cried.
Our beloved Cougs.
Paul calls himself a cougar. I mean,
Yeah, that's contradictory for how much he's supposedly a big Coug fan.
Could you say he's posturing?
You're trying to do film study like you're Jeremy Branham. You're
No,
trying to make
but
everybody think that you know ball.
There you go. Might be posturing. The Coug thing. And I guess he'd be talking about football, certainly not basketball.
At least or
because they went to the
baseball?
national championship game. Yeah, I guess it could be.
Like,
that
how
would
do
be
you
soft.
how
That
do you
would be
still
soft,
hang
though.
how are you still hanging on to that golf tournament a couple years ago?
I know he sounds bitter, and he didn't even stay after. Like he didn't work extra. Like he left. Joe carried it.
Hey,
for
that's
us.
right. He didn't have to do it. That's right. Joe was the
didn't-
one that
he
did
didn't
the
even
show
do it.
until we got on.
And we were asked if we wanted to do that. Like it wasn't us being like, "Well, we're just going to golf today. You guys are going to have to deal with it."
Right.
We were asked to do it.
Yeah, they wanted us to do it, and then they were going to pair us with people. I don't know. At one point, it was going to even be like a up for bids or whatever, an auction or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did what the people upstairs
Company
wanted
guys.
us to do.
If they didn't want us to golf, we wouldn't have golfed.
I'm sure no one was knocking on the door going, "I want to golf that Paul Gallant."
And Paul didn't do any extra minutes that day. Joe carried. I did do some extra minutes yesterday, though.
For him.
Yeah, I mean, I did more for Joe, but yeah. But leaving early to do another job isn't soft. Like it might, like you could have a take about it. You could, have an opinion about it, but it's certainly not soft. I'm doing more work. How would that be soft?
Yeah, I mean,
Wouldn't be
right.
soft. It could be other things, but it wouldn't be soft.
Exactly. You can question other things, but yeah, for the standpoint
Yeah, it's not loyal, but it's not soft.
Well, it's loyal to Houston.
Yeah, from a priority standpoint, you
Loyal
wonder
to
where your priorities are. But yeah,
Another
whether
station
you're
at the
working or
game
not, you're
cares
trying
on.
to do two jobs.
Well, I mean, it was all, in contract negotiations before I ever accepted this job. We want to go inside baseball, but
What about
yeah,
if
it
you
would
just
be
want to go
soft.
inside the icebox?
Soft wouldn't be the
Fridays at
the
6.
answer.
There you go.
I mean, you could be, offended by it or having a thought about it. Like, I think that's fair to have a thought about it. Could be wrong with that thought, but it'd be fair to have it. But certainly not soft. You can't say the soft part there. He's very offended that we called him out for missing that last hour. I'm a little surprised with how upset he is about
Why doesn't
that.
he detail what he did in that hour when he wasn't capable of doing radio with a perfectly good voice?
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that he cared so much about that. I thought we were just all, taking some jabs at each other. I apologize, Paul. I didn't mean to offend you. Although we were all having good fun, I will be the fatter person and say, I'm sorry, Paul. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I apologize.
There you go.
Lakers didn't
Very
apologize.
sincere.
Yeah,
Very
I'm
sincere.
not saying it. I
mean,
got nothing to
I'm sincere
apologize
with my
for.
apology. I didn't mean to offend Paul. I thought he would take it like a good sport, and he didn't. Yeah, if I knew he would have taken it this way, I would not have had my. I probably would have. Micah Parsons will not be suiting up for the Cowboys in Week 1. Overreaction, or let's cash or trash this.
Okay.
Parsons will not be this CBS Sports. Micah Parsons will not be suiting up for the Cowboys in Week 1. Cash or trash?
I'm going to cash it.
What? You think Micah Parsons might be on another team by Week 1?
No. He's going to hold out because he wants his contract situation settled. So yeah, he won't be on the field for Week 1 because he wants to get paid.
That's fair. I thought that you were
No,
saying he's gonna be traded. Okay. I'm gonna trash it regardless, though.
Trash.
I think that he will be. Most of the time, these contract disputes are almost always resolved by Week 1. Almost always. So I'm gonna trash this.
It is Jera, by
It
the
is
way.
Jera.
But
he
Jura eventually gives in. That's
after
kind
he
of the
loses
thing.
an extra $20 million in the deal.
I know. I'm not saying it'll be good for the team or anything else other than he'll cave before Week 1.
That's bad business.
It's horrible.
It's bad business. Like, sign him early. Earlier the better.
Just send this podcast of this show to Jerry Jones and say, hey, take a little page out of our listen a little bit.
The Bengals will trade Trey Hendrickson.
Cash it.
Yeah, I cashed this one too. I'm with you on that one.
They're just so
Wonder how much he
cheap.
goes for.
I think, well, I mean, they kind of got him over the barrel. Like, they're probably not going to get full return.
Their first round pick left and is working out with A&M, back at A&M, and thinking he's going to go back to school and re-enter the draft.
Some people think he wants to go back to A&M. I didn't know that would be actually possible. I didn't know what
He can't play there.
Yeah, I don't know what the rules are.
He
for
can
that.
work out with them and continue on his scholarship, continue going to school and everything, and then just reclassify. I mean, he gets if he doesn't sign, then he's in the draft next year.
Yeah. Whoa, what?
Apparently, Shamar
can't
Stewart
play
is
next
talking
year.
about going back to A&M.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, he can go to class. He can work out. He's been
can't
working
play
out all
there.
summer with the team, but he can't play there.
He would just go back in the
Right,
draft.
right.
Wow. I don't like. You think it? Like, that's crazy that it might.
But that tells you how cheap they are.
Yeah, they don't want to pay the guarantees. They are. That's a bad franchise.
It's
They're a bad
awful.
franchise. Kenny Pickett will win the Browns starting quarterback competition.
I trash that. I don't think so.
Trash. Who do you think wins?
Honestly, I think Flacco wins early. I think Flacco will start the season as the starter, and then depending on how they play and what the results of the team are, I think at a certain point one of the young guys is going to get a chance.
Yeah, I'm going to go with you. I trash it too.
Trash.
That's
Unanimous.
a terrible situation. Terrible.
It's not the
situation.
Saints, but it ain't good.
Terry McLaurin will be paid as a top 5 receiver at the start of the year.
I think it does. I think it just depends on the market when your contract's up. I know he's not happy with how things are going right now, but there's still plenty of time. I will cash that.
I'm going to catch it too. Like, it's when you do it, not when you are type of thing. Tyreek Hill won't be on the Dolphins at the start of the year.
Trash it. I just think he's
trash.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
Trash as well. Daniel Jones will beat Anthony Richardson for the Colts quarterback job.
Cash it.
Go Colts!
Yeah, I definitely think he's going to be the starter.
He was ready to go with that. All right, Will a bitch. You never know what you're going to get. You just know it's going to be great. Couple of texts. Archie looks like young Sheldon. I can see it. He kind of does.
Yeah, he
look like
kind of
young
does.
Sheldon. Jeremy, you need to give Paul a hug and apologize to him face to face. Possibly give him a kiss on the cheek. You know, I'm thinking about recanting my apology though. Like, we all take jabs at each other. We all take shots at each other. Everybody gives jabs towards me, shots at me. Like, this just goes with the territory. Can't be getting soft about it. Can't be getting defensive about it. I recant my apology. Recant it. Blankers never gave one, so he's nothing to recant. Cash or trash, Gardner is the best quarterback in the NFL. Best backup quarterback in the NFL. No, it's Davis Mills, bro. Davis Mills best.
Gardner Minshew?
He said Gardner Minshew, yeah.
Where is Gardner Minshew?
Kansas City, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, okay. Kansas City's backup quarterback for Fat Mahomes. Paul said he wanted to punch one of you in the face. Said it would be terrible to be married to you. That's probably true. Speculated that it would be terrible to hang out with you. I've hung out with Paul before. I thought we had a good time. Told an embarrassing story and looked up your college stats and called them terrible. I didn't play in college. I was a bum. Although I did hit 400 in high school, so there is that.
I mean, whether that's true or not, cool.
And Paul was, to be fair to Paul, he was all-state tapped 6-man in Florida. So he was an unbelievable high school athlete in private school in Florida.
It's one of the athletes that Arch Manning was tearing up.
Maybe.
All right, Willa Bitch, you never know what you're going to get. You just know it's going to be great. That is next. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
All right, but before we go to break, easy cash or trash here. The best whiskey in all of Houston comes from Old Humble Distilling Company. It's an obvious cash. Their whiskey is great. And I got to tell you about Houston's finest micro distillery. I met with the owner, Joe, back in May, and he's got the best line of whiskeys I've ever tasted. So much different than the same few national brands you see in most bars. So if you're tired like I was of the big brand, mass-produced, factory-made whiskeys that all taste the same, then do yourself a favor and check out Old Humble Distilling Company. The big brands all taste the same because they're mass-produced. They're made in the same area of the country. They all do it the same way. So no wonder they taste the same. But that is not true at Old Humble Distilling Company, where they make a premium product that's unique to the Gulf Coast of Texas because their process is so much different and so much better. They use better ingredients. It's handcrafted. They even use captured rainwater in their process, and they're aged in barrels as small as 5 gallons to give every bottle an added complexity and deeper character. Old Humble Distilling Company makes approachable premium whiskeys right here in Houston that salutes the spirit of the wildcatters and the pioneers of the oil field that help make this area great. So you can grab a bottle for yourself. Find out if what I'm telling you is true. I promise you, you'll love it. Grab a bottle at Specs, Total Wine, or other fine retailers. Can't find it? Just ask for Old Humble Distilling Company by name, and better yet, go out to Humble and swing by their tasting room out there in Humble. Open Tuesday through Saturdays till 6 and Fridays till 9 for date night, where every Friday from 5 to 9, you can get 2 whiskey flights, 2 premium cocktails, and a charcuterie board for two, all for only $50. That's Old Humble Distilling Company, the official whiskey of campfires, cookouts, good stories, and great friends. Go visit their distillery and tasting room at 19103 Continental Parkway, just off FM 1960, and check out their selection of premium whiskeys at oldhumbledistilling.com. Try Old Humble Distilling Company, because life's too short for factory whiskey.
What did she say?
I can't say it as sensuously as Charlotte did, but let's play
Brian's
best
best bets.
They changed her voice. I'm not sure if I'm comfortable. Well, anyway. But yeah, Brian's best bets is the
So
game
Brian,
today.
who does our Willa Bits, is going with Brian's best bets?
Yeah, no, it's very random, right?
Self-fulfilling.
Yeah, well, it's what the wheel said. What can I do?
Well, that's a good point.
What
Do what the will
can I
tells
do?
us to do. That's a good point. That's fair. That's fair.
All right, so I noticed a couple of these one came from Jimmy Shapiro. Actually, both of them came from the Jimmy Shapiro emails from Bet Online and their odds that they send out. But I noticed a couple places for NFL stats that I thought the market was undervaluing or missing it completely. So one of these is just on the numbers that will lead the NFL as far as passing numbers. So the first one was they have an over-under of 4,950.5 for the highest passer of the year. So whoever leads the league in passing, will they get to 4,950? And I'm looking at it, and since 2020, and you kind of see this in the game where guys are going to two shells or preventing everything deep. We've seen Mahomes' numbers go down. The Dolphins obviously fell apart. Tyreek wasn't able to get it past the defense as much. And since 2020, 5 seasons, only 3 times has a quarterback gone over that mark. I think that number is far too high. So I would bet the under there. And the other one for the season total, the leader, 40.5. Will anyone go over 40.5 touchdowns? 7 times in the last 5 years, someone has gone down or gone over that number. So I think that's an easy over on the touchdowns and an easy under on the yards.
I definitely think it's an over on the touchdowns. I think someone's going to go over on the touchdowns. I think there's a lot of offense. I mean, we talked about Cincinnati. I think Burrow's going to be pass happy in Cincinnati. I think Burrow's a prime candidate for that one.
Okay. I was trying to write these down. You lost me there a little bit.
Because the first one was kind of long.
So you said that what's the number here?
So for passing yards, it's 4,950.5.
And somebody's gonna go over that.
Yeah, will any quarterback go over that? In the last 5 years, only 3 times has someone gone over that.
So you like someone going over this?
No, I like going under.
Oh,
like
you like
three
under
of the last 5 years, no one has surpassed that, including the last 2, and that fits with the trends we've seen of teams playing the cover 2, the shells to take away the deep ball.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Under on the first one, over on the second.
Yep.
So last year, Burrow led the league, 4,918 yards.
Correct.
But no one else was close. Second place was Goff with just over 4,600. So, like, he was still another really good game away from surpassing that. I do want to see what the NFL offensive minds do against the shell coverage, though, because we always know that there's a game plan to attack it, like the new year. Like, every year is a little different. I'm very intrigued to see what the counter punch is to that sort of defense this year. But it's not enough for me to go over the 49.50. I like that play. What was the touchdown play?
40.5.
And you like the over on that?
Yeah, because seven times in the last 5 seasons, including 3 guys last year, being Burrow, Baker, and Lamar, have gone over that number.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'm with you on those.
Yeah, I think the market's wrong on those. The other one I had, and this brings it to localize it, brings it back home here to Houston. The numbers they put out for CJ Stroud, I thought, were basically putting him at his floor. Like, I know there's concern about the offensive line breaking in rookie wide receivers, but it feels like their numbers are baking in that fear completely to where they're kind of putting him at the bottom of his possible range. So the numbers so far, or the numbers they have out for CJ Stroud, his over-under, 3,800 yards and a half, so 3,800, and 20.5 touchdowns. Like, he last year, he did go under on both of those last year.
Yeah,
both of those last year, but it was very slightly. It was 37-27, so less than 100 yards, and he was at 20 touchdowns, so half a touchdown under. He obviously went over both of those numbers in his rookie year. Like, I think they're putting him at his absolute basement. So I like the over for both of those numbers.
I do too. I like the over for both simply because of the fact that whether you call it a sophomore slump or not, and then when we talked about what Slowick was or wasn't, and that they've moved on, and the offensive line, whether you believe in what they did right now or not, scheme, system, new coaching staff, good weapons, and I believe that he's been working his butt off in the offseason. I think it'll be a totally different offensive look. I think that's low on both fronts. I'll take over on both.
How much do you expect them to pass a game?
I mean, I think it maybe not quite as much as last year. I still think they're going to throw it around. I think they're going to hit on some big. They're going to hit on big plays. I still think it's going to be. I mean, I know they want to be a running team. I have a hard time believing that they're going to have a drastic change in their passing game.
He threw it 31 times a game last year. Like, he still threw it a lot last year. He threw it quite a bit last season. These numbers feel pretty good to me. Like, they feel pretty on par with what he's going to do. He did miss 2 games his rookie year, threw for 4,100 yards, but he had a massive year. Like, he led the NFL that year in yards per game. Like, does he do that again? And even in that year 1 where he had like an unbelievable rookie year and missed 2 games, he threw for 23 touchdowns. Like, gun to my head, I think I'm with Brian, but this for me would probably be a no play. I think I like the touchdowns more than the yards.
I would agree. I do like the touchdowns more than the yards, but I guess my pushback would be, like, you're right. It's possible that they could decide to run the ball more. They certainly have invested in that position, and part of this is the unknown. We don't know how the new OC will call it. But I don't know. You got 2 older running backs, so I don't think they want to. If you want to ask the question of which side do they want to lean on heavier, I don't know if it's the side is of the 2 running backs at age 29. And the other part of it is, even if he throws it, let's say, a little bit less, it's 29 times per game. If the scheme from Caley is better, if the weapons stay healthy like they didn't do last year with Nico missing 5 games, we know what happened with Tank and Diggs, that he could be more efficient. Even if he's passing less, he could be more efficient, and that could still lead to more yards.
The Caley scheme could be better, but it could be a lot more run-oriented.
Could be.
Yeah.
Which
I don't,
maybe why the number's so low.
Yeah. I don't like the – I probably wouldn't play either, but I like the touchdown more than the
Jeremy does have a point in the fact that if this is coming from Vegas, then you know that there's a pretty good chance that they're not going to get drubbed in something like this.
Yeah. All right. What do you have another one?
No, those were my numbers.
Plays. Yeah. The Texans offense is such a mystery to me. Like that's my hang up with any Texans like season long bets is I really have no idea what Nick Caley's offense is going to look like. Like I have no clue. Like is it going to be McVay and he's like doing all these motions and he's going to throw the ball over the yard and they're going to have this high powered offense with a high tempo, or is it going to be kind of like boring Patriots, Josh McDaniels, 12 personnel, run it down your throat, only pass it when we have to? Like I have no clue.
See, I think and it's the other thing that's so crazy is I understand that a lot of times you can have question marks on either both sides of the ball or one side or the other. It's so weighted in the question marks all being offensive. Everybody's excited about the defense. We talked about it being a great secondary that's only going to get better. We talked about the pass rush today again with the bookend defensive ends that you have, and then the fact that you've strengthened the middle of the defense. The defense is going to be loaded. Probably everybody thinking they could be top 5 or higher. And then from the offensive perspective, it's everything you touched on and more. We got to see CJ in year 3 and figure out which CJ, year 1 or year 2, which one's he going to be. Then with the offensive coordinator, with the offensive line itself, with the offensive line coach, there's so many question marks across the offense that literally the offense and what they can and can't do will dictate just about everything with this team, I think.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of the unknown too, right? It's going to be very interesting to watch. How much do you pay a quarterback that throws for 3,800 yards, 20 touchdowns, not $50 million a year?
Well, but he's going to ask for it. He's going to get it from somebody else if you don't get it to him.
I think it's going to be 60.
Yep.
I'd be happy if it was 50.
It's going to be 60.
Trevor Lawrence got it. CJ Stroud's going to get it.
I don't need my quarterback to throw for a bunch of yards, though. Like, that's not why I pay my quarterbacks, because he's racking up yards. The touchdowns I would be more concerned about than the yards. But I'm not paying a QB because he throws for this ungodly amount of passing yards. Like, I want a quarterback who executes the offense. I want a quarterback that's leading a top 5 offense, whether it's through the air or on the ground. I want a quarterback that is positioning his team to win a Super Bowl, not because he throws for 4,500 yards.
Well, so the thing is, there's a lot of people want to poo-poo on Brock Purdy, but when Brock Purdy, whether you call him a game manager or not, when Brock Purdy does what he does, he has success and he got paid for it. Look, Dak Prescott's got major injuries. Dak Prescott was that guy that just threw it all over the yard, whether it was because they were behind or not. And he got 60. CJ's getting 60 regardless, however you want to slice it.
Unless he gets hurt. But that's all. That's always the we don't talk about injury. Yeah, I understand. I'm with you though. I don't disagree at all. Shador, this is Israel. Shador has $250 million in jersey sales. He's getting like 10% of the bag. That job is his, and he's going to outperform all the rookie quarterbacks like he did in the Big 12, Branham. What the Big 12 got anything to do with this, Israel? Why are you giving me shots?
I don't know that that's true that he gets 10% of jersey sales.
I don't know how that works.
And did he outperform all the quarterbacks in the Big 12? Arizona State has a pretty good one.
Yeah, I mean, Shador was very good.
He was very good. I'm just saying,
I'll take 25 TDs and only 5 picks all day. Then you want Purdy, exactly 100%. Does Jared Goff fit that role? He had some big years. Where's Levis playing in 2026? Probably the CFL or the USFL, whatever they're calling that thing, would be my guess. The station's got a lot going on this week. Summer Circuit continues. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different Houston restaurants all over the area. Each week you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power on Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. For registration, all you have to do is stop by the promo table at the broadcast. This week, couple of chances for you to come on out. We're going to be hanging out at McCormick and Schmick's Town and Country location on Thursday. Come out, join us from noon until 6. McCormick and Schmick's Town and Country location. And then also the entire station from morning till evening will be at East River 9 on Friday. So get on out there Friday, East River 9, McCormick and Schmick's on Thursday. And, of course, you can find the entire summer circuit at ESPN975.com. Barry's with us the next 3 days, right? He's with you, usual subjects, Wednesday through Friday.
Yep.
So it'll be good to get Blankers and Barry back together, the usual suspects. Chance to listen to them Wednesday through Friday as well. All right, car wreck of the day. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. That is next. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. School shopping's not fun. That's never a great idea. But you know what's a good idea? How about buying a new car whenever the school is approaching? Time to go back to school is approaching for the little kids, the big kids, and getting your first car is a life-changing experience. The freedom, the open road, the new possibilities. Drive to a job, drive to school. And for parents, a new driver means an extra hand to run errands or take siblings to school. Right now, Monument Chevrolet wants to help get your new driver on the road. They have a huge selection of quality used vehicles. And guess what? They come with a 6-month, 6,000-mile limited warranty. Monument Chevrolet does not sell lemons. They back that promise up with a guarantee. So check out Monument Chevrolet today for fair prices, family values, and the knowledge and experience that more than 50 years in business gets you. And how about that 6-month, 6,000-mile limited warranty on pre-owned vehicles? It's great. That's why Monument Chevrolet has been around for 50 years, because they're the dealership you can trust. They've been a pillar in the community for those 50 years because they're transparent. They don't hassle you with pricing. They don't sell you lemons either. Family feel there, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, so the culture is top notch. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. You've been waiting to upgrade your ride, and maybe that ride is the Silverado. Silverado right now, 2025 Silverado, 0% APR for 36 months. You can do the math on that. 12, 24, 30, 0% APR for 3 years. The classic Silverado 1500 speaks for itself, and Monument Chevrolet has a large selection of new and pre-owned Silverados. Take advantage of that great deal. Just get out and visit them. 225 and Beltway 8. Check out the inventory. You need to do your car shopping online. That's cool too. MonumentChevrolet.com. MonumentChevrolet.com. Chevrolet, together. Let's drive.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-3776. Give in, Blankers, what you got?
Got a couple for you. First one, if you didn't see it, because whether you call it the G League or Summer League or you don't watch, Johnny Furphy had a monster dunk that everybody was showing on the internet and at Sports Center and everything else. The problem was the meme that came from it. The guy defending him for the Bulls, Noah Essingay, he made quite a facial expression when he got tomahawk dunked on that is going to live in infamy.
Oh, yeah, I saw that.
It's a bad look.
That was funny.
Yeah.
Great photo. Great photo.
Yeah.
Whoever's the photog here was phenomenal.
Yeah. People are going to think that that's like photoshopped or whatever. Nope. That's pretty much how it went down. And it's a hell of a picture.
This looks like they're playing like in a practice facility. This was during the Summer League game?
Summer League. They play in two different venues. They play either in the big arena and then they also play at Thomas and Mack. And
so Thomas and Mack has two arenas in it.
They do. Yep.
We did I think a women's game back in the day. Yeah, they're both like you can walk up to the concourse and look at both gyms.
Exactly. Yep.
It's a really cool arena.
Yeah, I've been there a couple times for Summer League, and it is. And so fans go back and forth between them for Summer League.
So they're playing in the little one.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
That makes sense. Yeah. What a shot. Oh man.
It was a hell of a dunk too, by the way.
That hurt so bad. Don't make me laugh.
That was a big dunk.
Oh, yeah, it was a big dunk. Johnny Furphy's a pretty interesting player.
I was surprised he didn't get more run with the Pacers, but I know they're a deep team, but he's talented.
I didn't think he had that sort of athleticism. Do you have another one?
Yeah, the other one was the home run derby breaking the tie between Rooker and the big dumper.
They stacked the deck for the big dumper. They gave him that one. They let him use torpedo bats. They let him cheat his way to victory. Unfair, really. Should be a class action lawsuit for all the bettors that didn't have the big dumper. I nominate, I guess, the SEC Media Days today. Sark was talking, and whenever he walked up to the podium, whoever plays the songs played the Aggie War Hymn.
Oops.
Yeah, I heard that.
Brian the other day was drumming along to the Aggie War Hymn.
It's catchy.
And then Risk tweeted that the kid robbing Cabanero's home run yesterday.
Yeah.
During the home run derby, spinach artichoke dip and crackers, the car wreck of the week. I choked there. There's no other explaining it. What do you got, Brian?
The home run derby in general, and also taking things too personally on our station.
Oh, okay. Hall of Fame coming up at 8 o'clock. Soccer Matters. Glenn Davis will be joined by Dynamo goalkeeper Jonathan Bond coming at 6. What's winning?
I'm going to go with the guy that got dunked on by Johnny Furphy.
Good call. He's the winner. That does it for us. Blankers and Barry talk to you tomorrow. I'll talk to you next Monday. Good night, everybody.
All right, fresh on the heels of the Killer Bees. Welcome into Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. As mentioned by the voice of God, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. This is where your passion for the world's game meets real talk, analysis, access to players. And I am your humble host, as always, Glenn Davis, behind the glass. As usual, the highly talented. He would be a creative playmaker if I was putting a team together. He is.
Thank you.
Brian McDonald. All right, we dive into Chelsea's stunning triumph today and tonight at the FIFA Club World Cup, what it means for the global landscape, this new tournament, the Premier League, and yes, how CONCACAF clubs fared in this new high-stakes format. There are incredible numbers around this, just specifically as a sporting event, and we're going to get into that tonight. Liga MX is back in full swing. We're going to talk about star quality in that league. We're going to talk about titled contenders, maybe shifts tactically, player development, Liga MX back in the blink of an eye. It's hard to keep up with everything. It's in full swing. And we do have Liga MX teams visiting Houston very, very soon. We got some transfer news. We got Destination 2026 momentum with the World Cup here next summer. And a look at some players that might be reshaping their futures with the U.S. national team. This is your show. It's about you, the fans, the callers, the heartbeat of the game. Get your calls in here tonight. We'll talk Houston Dynamo as well. Jonathan Bond, their goalkeeper, will join us tonight. We got Chelsea Mike calling in from vacation in Mexico. And by the way, if you're a Chelsea fan, this is your moment. And I know we got Chelsea supporters groups here in Houston. This is your moment. Get your thoughts on what this means to the club, the job Enzo Maresca's done, how this could maybe platform the team going into the Premier League, going into European competition as well. Victor Ariza, Deportes Houston will join us. Jan Christensen, second hour. Danish Inspirations, we call him the Great Dane. He will be on the show as well. We're going to banter these topics around on a roundtable. But right now, it is time for All right, skeptical, yes, I was. You may have been also. This invention, the FIFA Club World Cup, concluded with a masterpiece from Chelsea. 3-0 upset over Paris Saint-Germain in front of 81,000 people in New Jersey. Tournament that initially was criticized by players and coaches alike, it quickly became of more importance based on a crazy, ridiculous $1 billion payout, a financial model that rewarded first qualifying for this tournament, second participating, and third winning and advancing. The money's crazy. Chelsea took home green to the tune of $128 million. Good try, PSG, but you still went home with $85 million. The pros, huge money payouts as mentioned. Inter Miami of MLS took home a cool $21 million. Branding, so effective for Brazilian teams like Botafogo, Fluminense, Palmeiras, among others. And fans learned about these historic South American teams, as well as the players that are on them that may end up in Europe anyway. Matchups, this was the thing that really hooked me. To see great South American teams, those huge brands competing with European competition, this was interesting. And this was unique. Differing styles, philosophies met in extremely rare matchups. The cons, player workload, heat, daytime schedule, surface issues, attendance, all criticized. Americanization of the event was singled out. Player introductions as opposed to walkouts. Michael Buffer of boxing fame, ready to rumble stuff. Jay Balvin at halftime, dancers, it all took criticism. It was Americanized. The dollars at the end of the day, though, will tell you that FIFA president King Gianni Infantino and FIFA Club World Cup was a success from that measurement. I was a skeptic. I'm on board with it now, and I'll be back watching it in 4 years. So the question now, yay or nay from you about the FIFA Club World Cup, and only you know the answer to that. That is game on for 90. So there you had it. Chelsea 3-0 over PSG. All 3 goals in the first half. 2 goals and an assist for Cole Palmer. absolute artist in this game, absolute killer in this game, left-footed, lays on the ball to Joao Neves, I think Joao Pedro, who also got a goal in this game. Joao Neves was sent off in the 85th, pulled the hair of Mark Cucurella. That's Joao Neves of PSG. Post-match, you had a confrontation on the field, which was kind of too bad. PSG manager Luis Enrique confronted Joao Pedro and actually clipped him in the face. I would think there's got to be it was not good behavior from him, which was too bad. He didn't look good. PSG didn't look good because of that. Gianluigi Donnarumma, their goalkeeper, was there. I don't know what this was all about. I didn't really look into it much. These are competitors. This goofy stuff happens. I don't like when a manager gets into that, and he will be disciplined, I'm sure. Let's not take away from what the manager now, Enzo Maresca, is doing for Chelsea. High intensity, man-to-man press, set the tone early. He said we had to come out and do that, break the rhythm of an opponent. 3 first-half goals. Maresca won, Luis Enrique nil. So naturally, this is a big upset. 3 goals in the first 45 minutes. And Chelsea goes away with $125 million. PSG goes away with $85 million. Pretty incredible amounts of money being taken away. This was at MetLife in New Jersey. Second Club World Cup title for Chelsea. They had one in 2022 against Palmeiras. This, though, is the expanded 32-team format now. $40 million for winning that final for Chelsea. Real money. So in 4 years, this is going to happen again. And you heard differing takes on this from Jurgen Klopp at the beginning going, listen, this is ridiculous on the players. Then you heard Arsene Wenger, the former Arsenal coach. No, the clubs love this. Well, of course, the clubs love it, Arsene, because there's this kind of money to be made. $1 billion in prize money. It's twice the amount of World Cups. It's pretty crazy to think that owners who get into this for things like the Champions League and winning that kind of money is not going to be fully on board with this. This will happen. It'll happen again in 4 years. And it'll likely happen again in the United States because we can put these types of events on. I don't know if it could go to another country because you have to think of the places where the most money can be carved out and pulled out, and it won't be in Brazil. I can assure you that. So what's cool about the prize pool and the structure of this, so there's $1 billion. 525 of it was basically from participating, qualifying for this. European teams got between 12 million and 38 million just to be in the tournament, depending on who you were. South American teams got 15.2 million. CONCACAF, which is our region, MLS teams. When LAFC qualified for this, Seattle, they got $9.5 million just for getting to go to the tournament. Now, that's real money. Now, the interesting thing about that is, though, in a centralized league, which MLS is, where you share everything, there's a clause in the CBA that the players on Inter Miami, for instance, who advanced, they got 21 million. But there's a clause that says the players only get a share of the first million in any tournament they're in. Now, of course, there hasn't been a tournament like this, okay, with this kind of money. But basically, the Inter Miami players are probably walking away having qualified their team, having brought attention to Major League Soccer, having brought attention to Inter Miami. They only walk away with like $15,000 to $17,000, which is not enough. It's not. I mean, they're the ones doing the heavy lifting. They should get a bigger piece of the pie. The CBA will look at this knowing that this tournament is in 4 years, and that will get rearranged. That's why you saw the Seattle guys wearing some kind of shirt that said money grab. Now, they didn't particularly call out MLS or their CBA. They didn't really make it clear who they were really targeting. Was it FIFA? I don't know. But then you got into Oceania, like Auckland City and maybe some of the teams in the J League, like Urawa Reds, and they got 3.5 million. Okay, so that was the participation side of it. Everybody got money. The performance side of it was an additional 475 million. So win, advance, make money. So there was a meritocracy level of this to the tune of almost half $500 million. And that's based on results. Chelsea now, and I find that really interesting because this tournament took on a new life once the number 1 billion was put out there. It's the largest prize pot ever outside national team tournaments, double the prize of the 2022 World Cup of 440 million. Chelsea wins this thing. They do it in a way that was really impressive in the final. Like I said in Game On for 90, where does that platform things? Are you ready to call Chelsea the world champions? Because they're going to put a badge on their jersey that says world champions until 2029. Okay? And why wouldn't you? You just went through a tournament that you knocked off some of the best, including the current European champions, PSG. I don't think UEFA is very happy about this tournament, quite frankly. But, I mean, they're subservient to FIFA. 713-780-3776. Any Chelsea fans out there? 713-780-3776 is the number to call in. So Chelsea had a big year. Champions League qualification. They won the Conference League, like the third tournament for UEFA. And now this global triumph with a lot of people watching this, 81,000 in attendance, but beamed out across the world on DAZN. It was dominant. It was a big win, big financial reward, credibility, all the things you would want from participating in this thing. Pretty incredible, really, and how fast this comes together. And I still know there's a lot of naysayers out there. Not a great tournament if you're Musiala of Bayern Munich, who destroys his leg. He's out for 8 months. He's going to likely miss. Yeah, he's got to miss the World Cup. Seriousness of this injury. Now, you can't quantify if that's because of workload. Maybe you can. I don't know. But for him, he would have probably rather have been on a beach than in this tournament. But listen, the owners of these teams are going to be in this every time. They're going to want to be in this because of the payout. This tournament expected to contribute $7.6 billion to the U.S. gross domestic product, $16.8 billion globally. And of course, there's going to be the welfare issues around player health and all that. Somehow, that'll take a back seat now. Tournament's not going to be for another 4 years. So there you go. But the crazy financial model of this thing gives tremendous incentive. And when it comes to owners looking at this, they're going to go, we want to be in this. And the revenue distribution supposedly full. FIFA says we're not taking anything. Goes back to all the clubs. It's going to go back to different federations around the world. It's going to be reinvested. All right. I'd like to see the financials. I'm sure you might want it too, Brian. But if that's so, that is a pretty darn good thing. Inter Miami got into the round of 16, and then they got annihilated by PSG. They couldn't touch the ball. And by the way, they're our best possession team probably in Major League Soccer. I could be off, but they're one of the top three for sure. That's how they win games. LAFC did not advance, eliminated in the group stage. Seattle did too. But look, they got to play against big teams. They got to play against PSG. There's a lot to be taken away from the competitive side of it. If we're not talking about money, what experience for LAFC and Seattle? And they showed well and were competitive, even though they didn't advance. Inter Miami beat Porto of Portugal. Some might call that the biggest ever win over a European team. Not that MLS teams get a lot of competitive formats against European teams. That is. It's probably the greatest ever. Might be the greatest international win ever for an MLS team. So that's pretty good. This is Mountain. Another band that should be in the Hall of Fame. Speaking of Hall of Fame, I've had some conversations with people around the country, and these are former national team players, people high up in the game. They think some of the people getting into the U.S. Soccer Hall of Fame, they think it's like an open door. It's like anybody gets in. And it's obviously very political, just like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. My friend Quinn at Cactus would tell you that. Cactus Music for all the best in your vinyl CDs. Get over to Cactus Music. Staff highly intelligent. They are on top of music in Houston, Texas. There's no doubt about that. Nico's Greek and American Cafe. 3 locations. Best in Greek food. It's an institution. Our great friend Dimitri. You get all the Greek favorites there. Souvlaki, gyros, lamb shanks, baklava, amazing soups, the baklava and the pastries. 3 locations, I-10 Beltway near Katy, the New Woodlands, and the original in Montrose. And then our good friends, T-shirts and hats, lamontsbrands.com. You got printing needs. You're a youth soccer club. You want T-shirts. Tell them you heard it on Soccer Matters. Jerry and Mel Lamont, they're former Marines, great guys. They'll get you the best deal on all your printing needs. Proud to partner with them, lamontbrands.com. All right, Chelsea Mike coming up next. We'll hear from a Chelsea fan.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Well, you might have seen Back to the Beginnings from Birmingham, England. Villa Park. Black Sabbath final show. This is Iron Man. I don't know if anybody from Cactus Music went, but I did have friends over there. My friend Jim FaceTimed me during the Sabbath set, and I watched it off his phone for a while.
The whole thing?
No, not the whole
Okay.
thing. Not the whole thing, no. He's got to enjoy himself. I finally hung up. But it was awesome. Now, he told me that it was all industry people.
Okay.
And it was not an easy thing to get a ticket for. He was getting up at like 4 or 5 a.m. and getting.
So that was not a general admission. You couldn't just buy your way in on SeatGeek.
No, these were all radio people, you know. I mean, you had people showing up like Ronnie Wood of the Stones and Steven Tyler, and all of a sudden they're playing
Metallica was there, I
Train
know.
Keep a Rolling, and geez.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of people there.
Do your friends say how long Black Sabbath played for?
Ozzy did a set, and then Sabbath, I think, did 5 songs.
Oh, okay, so Ozzy did his own songs then.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you got to give the rest of Sabbath, too. You know, Tony Iommi, Bill Ward, Geezer Butler.
Geezer, yeah.
Geezer's big Villa fan. Aston Villa. But we're not talking Aston Villa right now. We're going down to Mexico. We're talking the Blues. We're talking Chelsea. He is the one and only Chelsea Mike. He joins us now. Mike, how are you?
Good. Thanks for inviting me on the show, Glenn. How are you?
You know, Rodrigo De Luna said, get Chelsea Mike on the show. And I said, you got it. And he goes, I'm sending you
send my regards if you see him.
I will. And he sent me a picture of you, me, and Manchester Mike from back in the day at Robertson. Yeah. You guys both had your jerseys on. And I think it was when we were doing those post-game shows outside. It's a great picture. It's a great picture. But I'm really glad you're on tonight.
Mad Mike, what a great guy.
Rest in peace. He was a wonderful guy and a huge football guy like you. So you were a former Chelsea season ticket holder. You're kind enough to do this. You're on vacation. Full name is Mike Wilkinson, but we're going to call him Chelsea Mike. Just let me get some initial thoughts from you on winning this FIFA Club World Cup. This is a big deal.
Well, what an amazing performance from the guys. They played with such confidence. They're the youngest team in the tournament. They played with so much confidence and class. In fact, I think they intimidated PSG, a team that the week before had beaten Real Madrid 4-0. You would think that they were brimming with confidence. In fact, it was the opposite. Chelsea was the confident one. Right from the back, Sanchez, the goalkeeper, played out of his skin. The defense was amazing. Cucurella, Chalobah, the academy players, Colwell and Reece James were fantastic. Midfield, Caicedo and Enzo Fernandez really stood out for me. And then, of course, in the attack, João Pedro, what an addition to the team he is. He's just been amazing. And full credit to the owners for going out and buying him as soon as we had the need for him. We got him in, and he's proved out of his skin. Really tremendous performance. And of course, Palmer has regained his confidence, and what an outstanding performance by him. It really was. And also Maresca, full credit for him for managing the side. What a great performance all around.
So, Mike, let's go into Enzo Maresca, because obviously he's the winner in the tactical battle in this one. Was very aggressive, pressed. He knew that they were going to have a lot of the possession in this one, but his leadership, his tactics work, he credited the players for the selfless nature that they had as well. But speak about him from a leadership standpoint and kind of the feeling and the pride you as a Chelsea fan get when you see you have a manager of this capability.
Exactly. He's really proved himself to be a top manager. And we're so proud of him and the team. The players, that you can see in the player interviews after the game, they got so much respect for him. There's no back chat. They absolutely respect and follow out his tactics. And he proved absolutely That's spot on. Also, I think fitness told in the end. It was hot out there, and Chelsea, to me, looked the fitter team. Credit to the fitness staff as well for everything they did to get the team in such great condition.
All right, Todd Bowley, and we're talking to Chelsea Mike. He's in Mexico. Todd Bowley, the owner, took a lot of stick, and all of a sudden now, I guess we're in love with Todd Bowley, the owner, right? He bought the Cub for $4.25 billion. He has complete trust in Enzo Maresca, but I get we love him now, right?
Well, I think the common thing about all the Chelsea owners over the years, from Ken Bates in the 80s and 90s, to Roman Abramovich in the 2000s, and now Todd Bowley from 2022, is ambition. They all are ambitious, and they want Chelsea to be the best they can be. And that each and every one of those owners has pushed and pushed and pushed to bring Chelsea to where they are now, which is the best club in the world.
Mike Wilkinson, he is Chelsea Mike from Mexico. On that point, it's interesting to look at these owners. You said ambition, but that's winning. These guys want to win too. They want to win.
Yeah, and each one of those owners has built upon what the previous guy has done and built a tremendous club. I mean, you got to remember in the 80s and 90s when I first started going, they were passing around a collection bucket to save the bridge. The ground had been sold to real estate developers, and the club was about to go out of existence. And Ken Bates bought the club up to the 2000s when we got into Europe, and then Roman Abramovich took it on from there. But each one of those owners has really added to what the previous person has done. And I'm so proud of everyone at the club and the supporters as well. That's why the supporters have got so much passion for Chelsea, is because everyone's pulling in the same direction.
Big turnout. Coming together in the last couple of weeks with this team, though, right? I mean, you've kind of seen some things grow in this tournament. Bar's going to be set even higher now for Premier League and Champions League, right?
Exactly. We look forward to the future. I was just looking at the fixture list. The first 4 games are Palace, West Ham, Fulham, and Brentford. So we've got no travelling. We should do well in those first 4 games, and we should have no one to fear.
Now, nobody talks about sporting directors always, or not so much here in the U.S. anyway, but Lawrence Stewart, is it Paul Winstanley?
I'm not sure. I'm not.
These guys deserve credit as well, though.
Well, exactly. Yes, it was great that they went out and bought João Pedro so quickly when the need arose, and he's just slotted into the side fantastically, and he looks the real deal, and really brought the confidence out back in Palmer as well. Palmer, showed what a world-class player he is.
All right. The gold badge.
And we've got more to come from Gallant as well. Gallant, he looks like a good prospect for the future as well.
Absolutely. All right. So we've got the gold badge that's going to be on the jersey that says World Champions. That's pretty good. You're going to get to wear that for 4 years, until this comes around again.
Yeah, World Champions for the next 4 years. It feels good, doesn't it?
Well, and you know what? For anybody who's going to argue about that, by the way, if your club did it, you would have done the same thing. And why not? Right? Because they just won this initial FIFA Club World Cup and it was a big deal. The thing I liked about it, Chelsea Mike, was this was the one thing, in sports now, everybody's looking for the new angle, how to, not everybody's getting the Caitlin Clark dropped in their league or a Lionel Messi, but they're looking for angles to make things a little unique and different. What to me was unique and different about this was big-time Brazilian clubs with tremendous history, tremendous players getting matched up with teams in Europe. Because let's face it, we are pretty Eurocentric when it comes to football globally, because that's where all the purported best of the best go. But I loved this tournament because of, and I was a big skeptic, by the way, I loved the fact that we would see some of these big Brazilian clubs and Argentine clubs going up against European teams. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I thought that was fantastic. It's a real it's something obviously you don't see before because we did have the World Club Cup before, but it was a minor competition. This is now a major established competition, and it pits the best of the world together from South America, Europe, and beyond. And I think it's tremendous. I think it will really kick on from the tournament this year and become something that everyone wants to partake in and win. And you've got to remember the prize money is $1 billion. That's quite a substantial prize money. And I mean, Chelsea won 100 million out of it for a few weeks.
Oh, they got 130 million out of it. They got 40 million out of winning the final.
Right.
This is crazy money, and this is when the tournament though platformed, right? Like everybody was skeptical, what's going on, and then all of a sudden we came out with, hey, there's $1 billion in prize money, and everybody got real interested.
Yes, exactly. So, and I think you're right. I think there was a bit of skepticism to start with, but I think as the tournament grew and we saw some of the matches, some of the great matches, interest grew and grew. So credit to the organisers, and it was a superb tournament and great victory by Chelsea.
Boy, they had a great compact back five in this thing. The attacking trio was excellent. There was a lot of cohesiveness. Yeah. Sanchez, man, it was something special. All right. The Americanization of this tournament from your perspective, we had the Michael Buffer boxing guy out there, the legendary Let's Get Ready to Rumble. We had J Balvin at halftime with your favorite band, Chelsea Mike Dojo Cat. Chris Martin was out there from Coldplay. We had player introductions singularly as opposed to the traditional walkout. Does that bother you?
No, not at all. Why not? It adds more glitz and glamour to the game and brings in more people to watch it. Why not?
Yeah, you got to try some things sometimes. Now, if they do that with the World Cup, though, I will be upset. I don't want that to happen to the World Cup. That's sanctity.
Well, what problem you got with that, Glenn?
Well, I don't want that to happen in the World Cup. I like the traditional walkout and, I don't want the World Cup to turn into just another tournament, right? It's unique. It's every 4 years. It was the original. Started in Uruguay in the 30s. I don't want it to have 97 teams in it, right? And I think we're already going to be a little stretched. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. There's going to be better football teams that don't get to a 48-team World Cup. There's no question.
Yeah.
Most of them will probably be out of Europe, I would think.
Yeah.
But I love the Botafogo, Fluminense, Palmeiras, Boca Juniors, River. Yeah. I love seeing them mixing the competition up. I just think that is very unique.
Yeah. And their supporters as well. They made some noise. They really added to the occasion.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that. You're right. They really did, and they came from a lot of places. I think the Brazilian clubs, in a big way, won from the standpoint of brand awareness, maybe acquiring some new and unique fans that are going to do a little homework on them. And, Esteval's out there who's going to end up in Europe. There was some really cool stuff going on there, I think, around that. But I thought the Brazilian clubs really took advantage of this tournament, and they wanted to win it.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
All right. What else do you want to say to the Chelsea fans? I mean, listen, when you win a lot of things like they have this past year, sometimes people want to, they want a little bit more, maybe contractually, maybe playing time. How does this has to remain now something that, you don't want the team to flare off now, right? You want it to continue to be a selfless team.
Yeah, we've got to keep it going. Remember, nothing's forever, so we've got to keep this tight group of players. The team spirit was tremendous. We've got to keep that going now into the next year's Premier League season.
Mike, great to catch up. Thank you so much for doing this. I know you're on vacation. Go have a blue drink down there in Mexico, right? They have that blue curacao.
Thank you, Glenn.
Thanks for coming on.
Thank you, Glenn, for inviting me on the show. Appreciate it.
We'll do it again. All right. That's Chelsea.
All right.
Such a great guy. You know what? I'm going to post a picture from way back when the Dynamo first came to town. Chelsea Mike in his Chelsea shirt. I got Manu Mike, who everybody knows down here in Houston is legend, and I'm in the middle of them. Absolutely fantastic. All right, we're going to take a break. This is Archangels, sent by angels. We've all had some angels sent to us, right? Senate Avenue Brewing, small match brewery and kitchen. This is where we do the live show next Tuesday, so come out. Handcrafted beer, no mass production. Beer is award-winning. They've won 2 U.S. Open Beer Championship medals, 3 Texas Craft Brewers Cup medals, and it's a passion for Andrew Mitchum and staff at Senate Avenue Brewing. 7 big screens in the tap room. Andrew is a huge soccer fan, as we all know. And Senate Avenue Brewing is a really comfortable atmosphere, dog-friendly patio, 290 to Senate Avenue exit. You go north a block, 16,000 Dillard is the address. Amazing food. You got burgers, wings, fish and chips, pizzas, great healthy options like the Bulgogi Bowl on Tuesdays. Steak and Stein's on Thursday. Steak and Stein. Your Stein will get filled for $20. You get a steak. Fish and chips Friday. It's one of the great Houston football watching venues outside of downtown, and they're going to be pumped for World Cup 2026. All right, great sponsor of the show, Senate Avenue Brewing. A big thank you to them. And we will take a break here. Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Jonathan Bond, Dynamo goalkeeper, up next.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5 as we continue on here tonight. This is the Ramones. By the way, only one of them still alive, the drummer. He tours with another band. And Cretans want to hop some more. This was a garage band punk in Spanish-speaking countries. They call them the Ramones. Just a good driving beat, right? All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm, daspitlaw.com. 713 call now if you get in a car, boat accident, maybe you drive an 18-wheeler. Nobody wants to have to hire a personal injury attorney, but when you do, you need the best, and it is John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. With that, we bring in Houston Dynamo goalkeeper Jonathan Bond. Jonathan, thanks again for coming on the show.
Hi, Glenn. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, appreciate it. You're becoming my go-to. I love interviewing you. So before we get into Dynamo talk, I just wanted to get some of your initial thoughts just about this FIFA Club World Cup that just finished. I mean, obviously, you've probably had contact with some of the players that played in it. Just your thoughts on it.
I enjoyed it, to be honest. I wasn't sure what to expect before the tournament started, but seeing as it was the first iteration of the tournament, I thought it went really well. Obviously, some of the games are better than others, but I felt like, especially some of the way, like the latter stage of games, kind of were really interesting. And yeah, I enjoyed it, to be honest. And I grew up a Chelsea fan, so I was happy with the end result.
Oh, wow! See, I didn't know that. So tell me the tie to Chelsea for you.
Sorry, say again?
Tell me how you got to, how did you support them growing up? Was that your father, where you lived?
Yeah.
What was that?
Yeah, I mean, they were the closest Premier League team to where I live. But my dad grew up in London. He went to all the Chelsea games as a kid. So I really didn't have much choice, to be honest. So I used to go every week, honestly, with my parents. We had season tickets and we'd go every home game. So yeah, I grew up, I lived and breathed Chelsea when I was younger. So yeah, definitely still follow them.
Jonathan Bond joining us here tonight, Dynamo goalkeeper. Tomorrow night, the Vancouver Whitecaps are in town, and then Saturday, the Dynamo will take on Philadelphia. Crucial stretch coming up. Enlighten me, too, about just the fact as a kid going into Stamford Bridge, and you're seeing all this and what that means and how motivating it is for young players to see live football.
Yeah, I think one of the things that my dad did when we were really young, this is like pre all the glory days and all the like when Roman Abramovich came in and bought the club and then became really successful. But we got season tickets like really close to the pitch, but like by the corner flag, so you can almost like reach out and touch the players and they're taking corners and stuff. You just kind of got a feel from like a young age as to you can smell the grass and everything. It's just
amazing.
It's so real. It's so leaves a big impact. And then just all my heroes kind of really close and. Yeah, that kind of got me hooked when I was kind of like 6, 7 was when I first really started paying attention to everything. So it just kind of grew from there, really.
Dynamo goalkeeper Jonathan Bond, 4 saves. The Dynamo coming off a 1-0 loss at Real Salt Lake. When you were going to those games, who was a Chelsea goalkeeper at the time?
Started off, Ed de Hoy was a Dutch guy, and then he got taken over by who quickly became my hero, a guy called Carlo Cudicini, who played in the MLS Galaxy as well. Yeah. So Italian guy. He kind of became a bit of a Chelsea legend. He used to watch the game and go home and try and recreate anything he did. Like he made a save to his left, I'd just be making that same save over and over again until bedtime. And then as I was a bit older, I started going into the academy and stuff at Watford. I would watch Petr Cech. So, once it became a little bit more serious, I was following him. So plenty of good goalkeepers.
Pretty incredible.
To follow.
Jonathan, can you tell us of an experience since you were near the field? Did you ever, have an interaction with a player and what that meant to you?
Yeah, I got taken out of school one day because Cudicini, the goalkeeper I mentioned, was doing a signing session at the club shop. So my mum and my dad was like, it's too big an opportunity to kind of miss out on. So they took me out of school and I went down there, and it's literally only 5 seconds where you're there and they sign everything, but it's just kind of like you're just in awe when you meet them as a kid, especially. And then it's just it could have been any club, but it happens to be Chelsea, and just kind of that never leaves you, that side of things. And I actually got to play at Stamford Bridge in front of my parents, who was sitting in the same season ticket seats when I played for Watford. So that was like kind of full circle kind of good moment for my family.
What a moment. What a moment. We're talking to Jonathan Bond, the Houston Dynamo goalkeeper. All right, we're getting into kind of the money time here in Major League Soccer. Are you, is the group feeling the intensity and the increased pressure now?
Yes, I think we've been playing catch up since the start that we had. But I feel like these last couple of games, there's been something that's changed slightly. I don't think we deserve to lose the last game against Salt Lake. It's always a difficult place to go, Salt Lake anyway. But we were the better team in the game. And I feel like we found kind of a level of control. And there's kind of something that we all kind of look at each other and think, right, that's the level, not necessarily just this last game where we lost, but the game against San Diego as well, which is another good team. To go there and win was a big result for us. But it's something where we're like, right, okay, if we can just repeat that and find something sustainable, we'll be in a good spot by the end of the season. So obviously a lot of work to do, but we're right there. We're right in the playoff mix, which wasn't necessarily a given, seeing as the ground we had to catch up on. But we're there, and we just have to really make that final push now and make sure we're in.
Dynamo 7-10-5, 10th in the West on 26 points, just one slot outside of the playoff spot, but points at a premium now. They will take on Vancouver, who's 11-5-5, third in the West. They come in with Sebastian Berhalter and Brian White, a striker who come off U.S. national team duty. The Dynamo have Jack McGlynn back now. So interesting. You had two very differing games. You had the 4-3 game where you could, in a fair way, be critical overall of the collective defending. But you found a way to win the game, scored 4 goals, right? And then you turn around and then you have a game where you're under control a lot more in a more controlled game, yet you lose 1-0. Is it that sort of change of colors between games? You got to find that balance eventually, right?
Yeah, I mean, when I'm saying about repeating something sustainably, I'm talking about, I think, really how we use the ball and in possession. I feel like we've kind of been very dangerous and dominated and had kind of a clear structure and identity. Obviously, in the San Diego game, it's difficult because we weren't defending terribly badly. You have to give a little bit of respect to the other team, and at San Diego, kind of all of their games seem to be 5-3s and 4-2s, and our game was 4-3. So it's difficult when they throw so many bodies forward. It means stuff's going to happen a little bit. So they're very dangerous, but then at the same time they leave themselves a little bit exposed, and we kind of capitalise on that. But the only thing that was missing in the last game was really just finishing our chances. We created a lot of chances. We just put 1 or 2 of those away, then we come away with more. But like you mentioned, that we've got players back now. Jack's back, and we've had Lawrence Anali, who's a big player for us on the left wing back as well. And we kind of a back 4 that have we've kept the same in the last 2 or 3 games as well, which has been difficult for us. We've had obviously Eric Sviatchenko with an injury back there as well, kind of been in and out. Pablo's joined us kind of late, so there's been a lot of moving parts, but I feel like we're getting kind of a consistency in who's there and what we're doing. So
it must feel
nothing guaranteed, but
must feel good for you though to see a stable back 4. I mean, because players have different tendencies in front of you, right?
They do, yeah. And obviously, every time there's a change, then something slightly is different, and you have to get used to kind of everyone. But you have to work as a unit, obviously. But it is one of those things, you know, injuries do happen and then you have to deal with it, and we all train together every day, so that helps. So it's no excuses from that point of view, but it's weird, like in some of the games that since I've arrived, it's kind of been like we've kept a decent amount of clean sheets, but then in the games where we have conceded, we end up conceding more than one, you know, and we kind of have